Chapter 1, The Robber Sends a Cheat? What a massive win! Zzz. The sound of electricity crackling, like a saw scraping against the brain. Wang Xiao suddenly jumped up from his bed, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. There was no cold night street wind, no icy road curb stabbing into the back of his head, and no terrifying gaze of that masked robber. Only the mechanical voice of an old radio echoed in the narrow dormitory. Attention all new first-year students, this weekend is the official Initial Beast Contract Day. Repeating once more, the Initial Beast determines your future as a Beast Master, do not aim too high. Please, with the accompaniment of your parents, act according to your abilities. Beast Master? Contract? Wang Xiao pressed his throbbing temples, as a massive amount of unfamiliar memories violently crashed into his brain. The feeling was like cramming several hundred gigabytes of data into a disk with only 1 gigabyte of memory. The processor overloaded, almost requiring a complete reformat and system reinstall. It took 5 full minutes before he could sort out his situation. This was not Earth, it was Blue Star. There were number 996 work schedules, no endless demand documents, and no foolish programmer, Wang Xiao, who had given his life to retrieve a piece of gold jewelry. What there was an orphan in the first year of Qiming High School in Jiling City, Wang Xiao. He stood barefoot on the cold cement floor and walked to the wash basin. In the mirror was a slightly immature but full of vitality face. No hopeless M-shaped hairline, no dark circles from staying up late, and no thick glasses that looked like the bottom of a bottle. This reboot, not a loss. Wang Xiao turned on the tap and splashed cold water on his face. The piercing coldness helped him fully accept the reality. Blue Star. 500 years ago, spiritual energy revived, plants and animals mutated, and magical beasts ran rampant. In the face of survival crises, humans awakened Beastmaster space, able to contract magical beasts and control them in battle. After hundreds of years of development, Beastmasters had integrated into every aspect of life. And the first step to becoming a Beastmaster was awakening the Beastmaster space. The original owner had just completed the procedures yesterday and successfully awakened under the guidance of the school, but due to too much excitement, he stayed up all night watching the Beast Encyclopedia and ended up passing out. Since I've taken over your body, let's make something of it. Wang Xiao casually grabbed a towel to dry his face, then turned back to the narrow dormitory with only a hard wooden bed. According to the memory of the basic meditation method, he sat cross-legged and adjusted his breathing rhythm. Though it was his first time, his body seemed to retain some muscle memory. Soon, his consciousness began to sink. Through a void of darkness, a faint glow appeared ahead. His consciousness passed through a membrane, and a dim, gray space came into view. It was about 10 cubic meters, with walls shrouded in chaotic mist. This was the Beastmaster space? It looked a bit shabby, like a simple unfinished shell of a house. I heard that geniuses from big families awaken with fire or ice environments, starting with fully decorated luxury apartments. Wang Xiao was about to make a sarcastic remark when his vision was suddenly locked onto something floating at the center of the space. It was a golden object. In the dim chaos, it glowed brightly, almost blinding. Wang Xiao controlled his consciousness to float closer. The moment he saw the object clearly, his breath paused for a moment. It was a golden scale. The design was ancient, with intricate and obscure patterns carved into the base, and the tray gently swayed in the void. He recognized it immediately. This was the loot he had desperately snatched from that robber before his death. At the time, he had tightly gripped the thing. Who knew that after he died, it would cross over with his soul? What kind of principle was this? Quantum entanglement? Or was it the solidification of a dying obsession? Wang Xiao tentatively touched the base of the scale with his consciousness. Buzz. A faint blue light screen suddenly flashed across his retina. The minimalist UI style, without fancy effects, only clear data flow. As a front-end programmer, Wang Xiao gave this interface a perfect score. System loading complete. Name, Truth Scales. Function 1, Skill Simulation. Consumes energy, can simulate, optimize, and even create new skills for pets. As long as the cost is sufficient, even beginners can achieve mastery. Function 2, Talent Enlightenment. Consumes energy, forcibly unlocks the pet's talent based on the skill characteristics. Even a sparrow can awaken the talent of a phoenix. Function 3, Ancestral Blessing. Consumes energy, traces back to the source of the bloodline, and preempts exclusive skills of higher-level evolutionary forms. Fighting beyond your level, striking down with overwhelming force. Wang Xiao stared at the light screen, his heart pounding violently. This isn't just some stolen goods, this is clearly a ticket to the highest throne. In a world where skill books cost tens of thousands and high-level spiritual fruits are worth nothing, improving skill proficiency can only rely on years of hard training. But this scale directly quantifies the effort into data. As long as there's energy, you can skip the long, dull process. This is the charm of a cheat. However, as a programmer who understands the law of code conservation, Wang Xiao knew very well that the system wouldn't generate something out of nothing. To output, there must be input. His gaze landed on the lower right corner of the interface, where there was a dull progress bar. Current energy, 0. A small line of text appeared. Ways to acquire energy. 1. Battle plunder, defeat opponents, plunder the scattered spiritual particles. 2. Equivalent exchange, sacrifice high-value spiritual materials, ores, and precious metals to convert into energy points. Wang Xiao fell silent. Isn't this just the famous game theory? Either grind or pay. Truth Scales, with such a grand name, is essentially just a greedy money-eating beast. He exited the beast master space, opened his eyes, and immediately reached for the wallet under his pillow. It was the original owner's entire fortune. The pension and the inheritance left by his parents. He counted 3 times. 200,000 federal coins. It didn't seem like much, but in the world of beast masters, this amount couldn't even buy a pet with extraordinary potential, let alone the rare spiritual materials that the scales would take an interest in. As for gold, the current price of gold is 500 per gram, so this amount of money would only be worth a little over 60 grams, probably not even enough to fill 1 tray of the scales. So poor. Wang Xiao shoved the money back into the wallet, helplessly scratching his hair. With the top-tier god-level account, yet he couldn't even afford the internet fee. This feeling was worse than spending all night fixing bugs only to find out it was a requirement mistake. The broadcast kept repeating the contract day notice. Tomorrow was the day when the school would distribute the initial pets. According to the rules, the pets provided by the school for free were the most basic, common ones: grasshopper larvae, windbell sparrows, or clumsy fire camels. Mediocre qualifications, extremely low potential. Unless a miracle happened, it would be impossible to rise with these pets. Wang Xiao looked out the window. Many students on the playground were already excitedly discussing their strategies for choosing pets tomorrow. His focus slowly sharpened. Since he couldn't afford to spend money, he had to take another route. It was clearly stated in Function 1, as long as the cost was enough, even a beginner could achieve mastery. Even the worst grasshopper larvae, if its basic skills could be perfected, might not be able to rub those so-called geniuses into the ground. The key now was to figure out just how black the energy exchange ratio really was. Wang Xiao rummaged through his drawers, and his gaze finally landed on a coin in the corner of the desk. It was a pure silver commemorative coin, one of the original owner's father's keepsakes, weighing about 30 grams. Sorry, for the rise of our old Wang family, I'll borrow this for now. Wang Xiao held the silver coin, and with a thought, it disappeared from his hand. Inside the beast master space, the ancient golden balance scale swayed slightly. The number at the bottom right corner of the interface bounced. Current energy, 0.3. Wang Xiao. What can this little energy do? He tried clicking the skill simulation icon, and the system immediately popped up a prompt box. Asterisk, simulate low-level skill impact to the proficient stage, estimated energy consumption, 50 points. Asterisk. Wang Xiao's vision darkened. Good grief. To go broke and only be able to upgrade the most basic physical attack skill twice? This is not a truth scale, this is clearly a usury scale. But soon, he calmed down. Expensive means effective. Without this balance, ordinary beast masters would need at least 3 months of hard training to upgrade a skill to proficient. The time cost of 3 months compared to $5,000. This deal is absolutely worth it in this world. Money is a bastard, if it's gone, I'll earn it again. A fierce look flashed in Wang Xiao's eyes. Since I've been given this key, I'll smash my head into this highest gate and open it no matter what. Chapter 2, Fight for it, turn a bike into a motorcycle. Wang Xiao stuffed the book Beast Mastery Basics into the bottom of his backpack, and the zipper made his raw sound, as if protesting the cheapness of the bag. The world of beast masters is harsh and direct, with only 3 core words: money, resources, talent. Wang Xiao grabbed the backpack and took one last look at the empty dorm room. The walls were peeling, revealing the red bricks inside, much like his current penniless account balance. Let's go. With the clink of the iron door locking, he officially bid farewell to the beginner village. In the hallway, the new students were like ducks just out of their cages, excited beyond measure. Did you hear? Li Xiao from the next class has a lightning lion cub prepared by his family. It's a beast with commander-level potential, born with lightning effects, it's just too cool. Pfft, what's a lightning lion? I heard the school beauty's family directly airlifted a sub-dragon egg from the imperial capital. Just the incubator costs hundreds of thousands. We'll never even be able to afford a shell in our whole lifetime. Wang Xiao passed through the crowd with a blank expression, not moved at all, even feeling a little like laughing. Lightning lion, market price 8 million. Sub-dragon egg, starting price 30 million, and still hard to find. Indeed, being born in the right family is a skill, this is a T0 level start advantage. But he was not in a hurry. The blue veins on his wrist throbbed slightly, and in the depths of his consciousness, the golden balance scale in the beast mastery space was quietly floating. As long as the resources are in place, even a street dog, he can feed it into a celestial dog. Leaving the school gate, a wave of heat hit his face. The summer in Jinling City is so hot it makes people restless. Wang Xiao squeezed onto a bus heading to the old town. The air conditioning in the car was strong, but the smell was off, sweat mixed with a beastly, pungent odor, typical of beast masters. In the front row, an ant was holding a sunflower demon the size of a wash basin. The flower head was facing the air conditioning vent, sleeping soundly, drooling all over the ant's body. In the back row, several tattooed, burly men had 2 wild boars with ground-down tusks lying by their feet. Their eyes were clear but foolish. This is the age of beast masters. Chaotic, yet filled with the damned scent of fireworks. The bus TV was replaying last night's Jinling New King Challenge. On the screen, a fire-feather spirit owl, all red, was circling in the sky, its opponent a tank-sized Qianshui spirit tortoise. The fire-feather spirit owl used a dive attack. It's fast. The blue-side contestant's Qianshui spirit tortoise tried to counter with a high-pressure water blade, but the wind-up was too long. The commentator shouted passionately. Wang Xiao stared at the screen. The moment the fire-feather spirit owl dived, the golden balance scale in his mind trembled slightly. Buzz. On his retina, several lines of light golden data flashed by, resembling a high-tech AR glasses UI interface. Name, Fire-Feather Spirit Owl. Attributes, Fire, Flying. Energy level, Extraordinary. Status, in battle, Excited/Adrenaline Surge. Skill Mastery, Flame Dive, Expert, Gale Claw, Proficient. Wang Xiao's breath caught. This is getting a little absurd. No need for contact, just through the video feed, the truth scales can digitize all the opponent's data? Although the deeper weaknesses and strategies can't be analyzed through the screen for now, this is already a massive informational advantage for combat. From now on, anyone who fights him will not only have no secrets, but they won't even be able to hide what color their underwear is. This is intelligence crushing. Ha! Wang Xiao exhaled, forcibly suppressing the wild joy in his heart. With this thing, even the most ordinary pet beast could be controlled to perform fantastically with precise data. Next, it's time to contract his initial pet beast. Wang Xiao reached into his pocket and felt the bank card. 200,000. This was the compensation his original parents earned with their lives. For an ordinary family, this was a huge sum, enough to put a down payment on a house in Jinling and live comfortably as a house slave. But for a beast tamer? This amount of money would barely make a splash if thrown into the water. Every penny must be spent wisely. The school recommends that new students take the safe route, choosing gentle pets with extraordinary potential or above, such as the flame-tailed spirit monkey or the 3-leaf herb spirit, which are common and reliable. They're affordable, costing only a few thousand, and have a stable evolution route, making them hard to raise to death. But this was clearly not what Wang Xiao wanted. To live again, if he only aimed to be an ordinary beast tamer, it would be better to just go back to writing code. Returning home. A 40-square-meter-old apartment, with traces of the original owner's life still lingering in the air. Wang Xiao had no time for sentimentality. He tossed his backpack onto the sofa and slapped the bank card on the table. 200,000 federal coins. This was all his assets and the chip he had to turn things around. He opened the old laptop that lagged, logging into the Beast Tamer trading website. The eerie blue glow of the screen illuminated his slightly cold face. He typed into the search bar, initial pet beast. The page refreshed, and an overwhelming amount of information poured down like a waterfall, dazzling the eyes. But to summarize, the core logic was simple. In this world, getting stronger costs money, and it's terribly expensive. There are 2 ways to buy a pet beast. The first is to go to a formal breeding house and buy a price-tagged finished juvenile. The advantage is stability. Potential, talent, personality, even the ancestral lineage of the parents can all be clearly checked, with no deception. The downside is that it's expensive, terribly expensive. A true dragon-type pet beast, even just a sub-dragon species, starts at 10 million, and you need connections to even buy one. Slightly better elemental or enhancement types also hover around the $1 million range. The second option is to gamble on eggs. This is what's called a blind box. These eggs mostly come from wild collections or from parents with mixed bloodlines, resulting in unidentifiable hybrids. The price is uniform, 50,000 federal coins each. In these, you might hatch a simple rice-pecking reed chicken, or you might hatch a mutated leader-level beast. It's all up to luck, playing with your heartbeat. Wang Xiao stared at the 50,000 on the screen, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. There were only 200,000 in his bank card. Take the safe route? With this amount, he could buy a pet beast with potential just below extraordinary level, and the rest wouldn't even cover half a year's food. If that's the case, turning things around, looking at the scenery at the top of the mountain, would probably take ages. There's only the gamble. Take a risk, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Since he had the truth scales, which could see through everything, not taking advantage of this would be a waste. Either live a mediocre life, or go all in. Wang Xiao closed the laptop with a snap, his eyes showing no hesitation, only a kind of near-mad calm. This time, if he didn't make a huge profit, it would be a loss. Ordinary people gamble on eggs and lose 9 out of 10 times, that's like a blind man touching an elephant. But he wasn't ordinary. The truth scales lay quietly in the beast tamer space. That is the official X-ray hack that comes with it. As long as there is a hint of a clue, this 50,000 yuan can leverage millions or even tens of millions. This is not gambling, this is clearly an open book test. Wang Xiao shoved the bank card with all his savings into his inner pocket and patted it. Sleep. Rest well and gather energy for tomorrow to go shopping for supplies. Chapter 3, Buy a bad egg with 50,000 yuan? The system says this is king level. The next morning. The sky over Jinling City was a little gloomy, but it did not affect the popularity of the Beastmaster pet base. As the largest pet trading center in Jinling, it occupied 3 whole blocks, with a huge dome-like building resembling a dormant steel giant. Wang Xiao swiped his ID card and passed through the security gate. A mixed smell of wild beast musk, high-end feed and herbal scents, as well as subtle elemental fluctuations, rushed toward him. This was very much beast mastery, and very much cyber. Hello, sir, what would you like to see? A staff member, dressed in uniform, came forward, wearing a standard professional fake smile. Buy an initial pet. Wang Xiao said briefly. The staff member sized him up from head to toe. He wasn't wearing a school uniform, but that clear foolishness, no, the youthful immaturity could not be hidden. Most likely a new freshman, coming with the budget his family gave him to pick a partner. Such clients were either free riders who just looked but never bought, or poor students with tight budgets. Follow me, this is the juvenile display area. The staff led Wang Xiao down a spacious corridor. On both sides were huge custom glass rooms simulating various ecological environments. This is the flame-tailed spirit monkey, fire attribute, lively personality, very suitable for beginners. The staff pointed to a room on the left. A few small monkeys covered in bright red fur were jumping up and down on a fake mountain, with flames burning on the tips of their tails, never to go out. When fully grown, it can evolve into a blaze demon ape, with commander-level potential, priced at 500,000 yuan. 500,000 yuan? Wang Xiao touched his pocket, expressionless, and shook his head. He said goodbye. The staff was not discouraged and continued walking forward, introducing as if reciting from a manual. Well, how about this one, the 3-leaf herb spirit? It's a plant type, with a built-in healing skill, very popular with adventure teams. Inside the glass room, a few plants with human faces were swaying in the soil, with 3 green leaves on top of their heads, looking somewhat unintelligent. Price, 800,000 yuan. Wang Xiao felt a toothache. This is the legendary healer tax? How could they charge such a high price for support? Do you have anything with a better cost-performance ratio? Wang Xiao tried to put it more politely. Basically, it's too expensive. The staff stopped and pointed to a separate exhibition hall at the end of the corridor. Many people were gathered there, with flashes of cameras going off. That one, the shadow lizard. Wang Xiao squeezed into the crowd. In the center of the exhibition hall was a huge black rock, on top of which a completely black lizard, with scales reflecting a cold light in the lamps, was lying asleep. As it breathed, faint black mist seemed to swirl around it, creating a scary appearance. This little one has a bit of true dragon bloodline, though it's less than 1%, diluted over countless generations. But if trained properly, there is a very low chance it could learn the dragon skill Dragon Breath. The staff spoke with a hint of pride, as if this lizard was one he had personally hatched. Price, 2 million yuan. The crowd around them let out an exclamation, many eyes filled with a light of desire. 2 million yuan. That's enough to pay a down payment in the center of Jinling City. Wang Xiao stared at the shadow lizard. The scale of truth in his mind was frantically warning, as if mocking the absurd markup. Name, Shadow Lizard. Potential, Commander level. Characteristics, Mixed Dragon Bloodline, 0.08%. Evaluation, an overhyped product, a typical intelligence tax. Unless you feed it dragon bloodgrass, don't expect it to awaken dragon breath in this lifetime. Wang Xiao withdrew his gaze. Good grief, 0.08% and they dare to call it a true dragon's bloodline? The stray dog downstairs has a purer wolf bloodline than this. This isn't selling a pet, this is fraud. Too expensive, Wang Xiao said honestly. The staff member nodded knowingly, continuing to lead Wang Xiao deeper inside. As they passed by an open battle area, 2 lightning ferrets clashed like purple lightning in the center, and the air was filled with the smell of ozone. This speed and explosive power were indeed impressive. On the sandy ground, two stubborn iron beasts collided with each other like two clumsy iron blocks, making a loud clang, clang, clang. What about this iron beast? It has incredible defense, only 200,000, the staff member tried to sell the unsold item. Wang Xiao looked at the two iron lumps. There was no beauty to them, taking them out would be like walking two stumbling stones. And these pets generally had pathetic intelligence, besides being tough, they were useless. Are there other options? Wang Xiao asked. The staff member stopped, glanced at Wang Xiao's faded white sneakers and then at the cheap digital watch on his wrist. You're from Taming Middle School, right? Out on leave, not wearing a uniform on Friday? Wang Xiao was taken aback. Salespeople these days had detective skills? Don't be nervous, I've seen plenty of this, the staff member chuckled, his tone a little more sincere. Since your budget is limited and you want a high-potential pet, there's only one path left. He pointed to a corner of the hall. There, hanging a red sign with 3 large words, Gamble Egg Zone. It's 50,000 per try, no cheating. The staff member's tone carried a hint of teasing. With good luck, you'll turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, with bad luck, you'll add a fried egg to your dinner. Without hesitation, Wang Xiao walked straight over. That's more like it. This was his destination today, the only top-up point in the newbie village. There were far fewer people in the Gamble Egg Zone than in the premium pet area, making it feel a little desolate. There were no fancy glass rooms, just rows of cold metal shelves, each holding different incubators. Inside every incubator lay an egg of various colors, some patterned, some crystal clear, others dull and gray, looking like stones. Pick whichever you want, and take it to the counter for checkout. The staff member leaned against the shelf, clearly not expecting Wang Xiao to find anything good, already starting to scroll through his phone. Wang Xiao took a deep breath, focusing his mind. His consciousness sank into the beast master space. The truth scales, time to work. Buzz. Invisible waves spread out from Wang Xiao, and the world before him instantly turned into data. Name, unknown bird. Potential, awakening level. Evaluation, apart from its pleasant call, it's useless. Suggests praising it. Name, muddy monster. Potential, extraordinary level. Evaluation, a living clump of mud, consider if you like playing with mud. Name, crimson flame worm. Potential, extraordinary level. Evaluation, evolving into a blaze moth requires massive fire resources, aversion trap, extremely low cost effectiveness. Wang Xiao's gaze quickly swept over the shelves. Junk. All industrial waste. Spending 50,000 on these things was worse than throwing the money into water, at least that way you'd hear a splash. He patiently continued to walk to the very end of the shelf. It was dimly lit here, and there was a lot of dust, clearly a neglected corner even the cleaning staff ignored. Just as Wang Xiao was about to turn and leave, the truth scale suddenly trembled violently. That feeling, like a treasure radar suddenly spiking. Wang Xiao abruptly stopped, his gaze locking onto an incubator in the farthest corner at the bottom. Inside lay a gray-white egg. It was smaller than the others and even had some pitted areas on its surface, looking like a poorly developed bad egg, the kind nobody would bother to pick up if it were thrown on the side of the road. But in the view of the scale of truth, around this egg coils a ring of dazzling purple gold light. It almost wants to blind his titanium alloy dog eyes. Name? Not hatched. Attribute? Potential, king level? State, extremely weak / on the edge of death / bloodline sealed. Evaluation, a pearl covered by dust, a throne forgotten. Although the fire of life is like a candle in the wind, if it can be lit, it will surely burn the sky. King level. Wang Xiao's heart suddenly shrank, almost missing one beat. In this age where awakening level walks everywhere and transcendent level is worse than dogs, commander level is already the ceiling of normal people. And king level? That is a thing that only exists in textbooks, a big boss that can suppress one region and make a city sound a level 1 alarm. Wang Xiao forced his wildly jumping heart down, took a deep breath, and tried to make his face look like a stupid kid betting on luck. He squatted down and pointed at that gray-white egg. This one. The staff member walked over, and after seeing Wang Xiao's choice, his brows instantly wrinkled into the shape of river. Student, this egg I suggest you change one. What? Not selling? Wang Xiao raised his head. This egg has been placed here for almost half a year. The staff member pointed at the dust on the incubator. Normal pet beast eggs, if not hatched in 3 months, are basically judged as dead eggs. This one still has a weak life reaction by instrument check, but 6 months with no movement, most likely it is born weak, or a deformed embryo. Because Wang Xiao is a student, he kindly advised, the initial pet beast of you high school students is very critical. If you buy it back and it cannot hatch, or hatches into a cripple, your beast taming life is ruined by half. 50,000 is also money, don't throw it into water. Wang Xiao looked at that egg. In other people's eyes, this is scrap, is trash. But in the evaluation of the scale of truth, this is the forgotten throne. This is the charm of information gap. No need to change. Wang Xiao stood up, his eyes firm like a gambler. I find it pleasing to the eye, it fits my fate. You, the staff member, was a bit speechless. These days people still buy eggs by looking pleasing? Being rich and willful is not supposed to be this willful. Alright then, anyway, I already reminded you. The staff member shook his head and stopped persuading, but this belongs to special goods. Once leaving the counter, no responsibility. If it can't hatch, no return. Understood. Wang Xiao took out his bank card, swipe. 50,000 was transferred away. Wang Xiao pointed again at the counter beside. Also get me 10 bottles of high-energy nutrition liquid, the best kind. Since the system hints extremely weak, then it must be replenished. Replenished to death. Spending money to become strong is an eternal truth. The staff member widened his eyes, looking at him like a madman. 10 bottles? That is used for commander-level pet beasts to advance. 1 bottle is 10,000. Can this egg take it? You will burst it. It can take it. Wang Xiao handed the card over, his tone leaving no room to question. Swipe. Another 100,000. The original 200,000 savings instantly only had 50,000 left. Wang Xiao hugged the incubator, carried a bag of expensive nutrition liquid, and strode out of the Yufeng pet beast base. The sunlight was a bit dazzling, but he felt especially warm. The weight in his arms made him feel an unprecedented sense of steadiness. This is his first pet beast. The future king. This wave, totally won. Just as he stepped out of the door, a crisp prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Detected host has obtained initial pet beast egg, king level potential. Beginner guide task completed. Scale of truth activated. Distributing beginner gift pack receive? Wang Xiao's step suddenly stopped, he almost laughed out loud. There is even this kind of good thing? The system is workable, with a cheat it really gives. Receive. He silently read in his heart. The next second, a dazzling golden light exploded inside the beast taming space, like dawn breaking the dark. Chapter 4 opening with a gold-eating beast, the first bite eats the bank card. Inside the consciousness space, the golden light scattered. The scale of truth no longer had an empty tray, 2 things were hanging on it. On the left, a drop of emerald green liquid, suspended in mid-air, the surrounding gray mist tinged with vitality. Source of creation liquid, 1 drop. On the right, a thin, unbound book with a cover depicting a simple eye drawn with basic lines. All-knowing eye. Wang Xiao's consciousness moved, his fingertip touching the book. The book instantly shattered, turning into countless tiny runes that rushed into his forehead. In reality, Wang Xiao suddenly threw his head back, his skull hitting the wall with a dull thud. A wave of coolness washed over his eyes, instantly relieving the soreness from staying up late to search for information. He opened his eyes. The world had changed. The dust floating in the air was clearly visible. His gaze swept over the corner of the wall, where a seemingly inconspicuous spider crouched. His gaze lingered for 2 seconds. A semi-transparent bubble frame popped up. White-fronted house spider. Ability level, ordinary level. Status, hungry, waiting for a fly. Suggestion, beneficial insect, keep it to catch cockroaches. Wang Xiao blinked, and the bubble disappeared. This skill directly applied a mod to the real world. From now on, no one could hide anything from him in front of him. He withdrew his focus, his eyes landing on the 10 bottles of expensive nutrient liquid in his backpack. This was his last savings, a total of 100,000 yuan. Wang Xiao found a plastic basin used for washing his face, twisted open the bottle caps, and poured the dark blue liquid into it, 1 bottle at a time. The sweet, heavy fragrance filled the entire rental apartment. The liquid surface rose, until it submerged the bottom of the basin. Wang Xiao gently picked up the dusty dead egg and placed it carefully in the center of the basin. The egg was half sunk into the liquid. If this bet fails, I'll have to go under the overpass and cell phone covers. Wang Xiao summoned his consciousness and activated the drop of source of creation liquid. The emerald green drop of liquid pierced through the spatial barrier, appearing out of thin air, and dropped onto the depression on the egg's surface. There was no sound. The drop of liquid seeped into the eggshell. The once dull eggshell began to shine with a warm glow. The depression visibly swelled, the dead skin peeling away to reveal a new, white shell underneath. It worked! Wang Xiao was about to relax, but the movement in the basin made his heart tighten. The dark blue nutrient liquid began to spin. The egg was like an open drain, greedily sucking up the surrounding liquid. The water level dropped straight down. The scale of truth in his mind sounded an alarm. Warning! Energy supply is insufficient. Warning! The hatching process is blocked, the target is deteriorating. Wang Xiao looked at the little bit of liquid left at the bottom of the basin, his scalp tingling. 10 bottles of high-energy nutrient liquid, 100,000 yuan, and now it's all gone? Not even a ripple? Is this the appetite of a king-level potential? The glow that had just appeared on the eggshell began to fade, flickering. Once it goes out, the egg is dead. The money is gone, the egg is dead, and he's finished too. You ate my money, and you want to rot in the pot? Wang Xiao's eyes were bloodshot. Since he's on the gambling table, there's no way to pull back the chips. Not enough to eat? Then eat mine. He activated the beast control space power, which had just awakened and was still quite weak, and directly extended his mental power, crashing it into the egg. This was a death sentence. A newcomer's mental power is as fragile as paper, forcibly connecting with an embryo undergoing such a high-energy reaction would likely turn him into an idiot. But he had no choice. The moment his fingertip touched the eggshell, a terrifying suction force erupted along his fingertip. Wang Xiao felt like someone had stuck a spoon into his brain and was forcefully scraping it out. The intense pain made his vision go black, and his body went limp, almost falling. But he gripped the edge of the basin tightly, his nails leaving white marks on the plastic. Suck it for me. In the blurred consciousness, the scale of truth in his beast control space suddenly sank. Buzz. A vast, pure energy was forcibly extracted and violently poured into the greedy egg through Wang Zhao's body. The suffocating sensation of being drained disappeared instantly. What replaced it was a sense of swelling, as if his body was about to burst. Crack! The sharp sound shattered the silence. The last drop of liquid in the basin dried up. A purple-gold crack appeared on the surface of the eggshell, soon spreading all over its body. Light burst out from the crack. Boom! A shockwave exploded. The plastic basin, bought for 10 yuan, shattered into pieces. Next, the cup on the table and the glass on the window shattered. Glass fragments flew out the window. The old incandescent bulb overhead exploded, and the glass shade shattered. The room fell into darkness, with only smoke and dust filling the air, choking and making people cough. Cough, cough. Wang Xiao covered his mouth and nose as he crawled up from the floor. He pulled out his phone and turned on the flashlight. With this noise, the landlord would definitely show up tomorrow with a knife to collect the rent. The beam of light shone on the center of the floor. There, a small blackened hole had been blown open. Inside the hole, a small creature was crouching. Wang Xiao held his breath and leaned closer. King level. Even if it wasn't a true dragon or phoenix, it had to be some mighty beast at the start, right? However, the moment Wang Xiao saw what was inside the hole, he froze. A small creature, no bigger than a palm, was lying there. It was wet all over, its fur sparse, and its tail looked like a feather duster with no feathers. It struggled to pull its head out from under its wings, revealing a clump of wet, messy hair on top of its head. This is it? Isn't this just a drenched little chick that was pulled out from a gutter? The little creature sensed the light and slowly raised its head. Its golden red eyes locked onto Wang Xiao. Its golden red eyes were as clear as two freshly washed rubies. Its gaze was full of the innocent bewilderment typical of a newly born creature, staring wide-eyed at this strange world. The little thing tilted its head slightly, its small pink nose twitching in the air, as if trying to identify the scent of this huge being in front of it. When it saw Wang Xiao holding his phone, looking dazed, it didn't feel scared at all. Instead, it let out a soft, sweet little sound, shyly. Gulu, a thunderous sound suddenly came from its tiny, empty stomach. The little thing shrank its neck a bit, its small body trembling slightly, its eyes filled with the instinctual hunger for food. It struggled to move its short limbs, like a small meatball that couldn't find its way, desperately scooting around in the blackened hole. Chirp! The sound was as tiny as a mosquito. Wang Zhao's lips twitched. Did the system send the wrong item? All-knowing eye, activate. Golden data streams frantically flashed across his retina. Name, Flame Heart Fox. Potential level, King level. Current energy level, Awakening phase. Note, in this world, the pet beast's energy level and potential level are the same. Levels are divided into Awakening, Extraordinary, Leader, King, Overlord, Totem, Mythical. Attributes, Fire. Skills. 1. Spark Splash. 2. Charge. 3. Fox Shadow Step. 4. Heavenly Fox Tail Formation 1000 Changes. Special reminder, due to interference from the truth scale, this pet beast has awakened a transcendent skill, the Heavenly Fox Tail Formation 1000 Changes from the third evolution chain of the 9 Sky Heart Fox. Evaluation, a spiritual life born in the resonance of emotion and flame. Black when cut open. Handle with care. Wang Xiao stared at the annotation, his breath stopping for a moment. Transcendent Awakening? A high-level skill from the third evolution chain? This meant that the skill Heavenly Fox Tail Formation 1000 Changes could only be mastered after the Flame Heart Fox evolved twice into the 9 Sky Heart Fox. This little flame heart fox had just been born, and its energy level was still at the lowest awakening phase, yet it already mastered such a deadly move. It was like leaving the beginner village and immediately wielding a fully leveled godly weapon. This scene was too beautiful to believe. Chirp! The little thing was not happy with Wang Xiao's stare. It shook its sparse fur, opened its mouth, and called out. It was hungry. It lowered its head and pecked at the scattered eggshells on the ground. The hard as steel eggshells felt like freshly baked chips in its mouth, crunching, as it ate rapidly. In less than half a minute, it had cleared all the eggshells off the floor. It burped loudly, releasing a small puff of black smoke. Still not full. It turned its golden red eyes again, scanning the surroundings. Start searching for high-energy reaction objects. Eventually, its gaze locked onto the table. There lay a bank card. It was the same one that Wang Xiao had just maxed out. The little creature pushed off with its hind legs, and with incredible bounce, jumped straight onto the table. Under Wang Xiao's horrified gaze, it bit the bank card. Crunch! The card snapped in two, and half of it went into its stomach. What the heck? Wang Xiao rushed over to grab it. It's plastic. Don't eat it. That's my life savings. Though the money was almost gone, this card was a keepsake. After finishing half the card, the little creature licked its lips, still not fully satisfied. Its golden red eyes blinked, and the previous aloofness instantly melted away, replaced by a near-pure sense of attachment. As a king-level being, its spiritual sense was exceptionally sharp. It clearly remembered that in the darkness, as its consciousness was about to fade, this human had triggered a green breath filled with life essence, forcibly pulling it back from the hands of death. That very breath now lingered at the tip of Wang Xiao's fingers. Just as Wang Xiao was about to reach for the memento, his hand froze in midair. The little creature didn't run away. It not only stayed but actively moved closer. Its still slightly damp head gently rubbed against Wang Xiao's finger pad. The touch was soft, like a freshly made cotton candy. Chirp! It made a soft, trembling sound, like a sort of sweet, milky cooing. Then, it flipped over on the table, its forepaws facing the sky, unguarded, exposing its soft belly. It stretched out its short, meaty front paws and rhythmically patted its round belly, making a faint pat-pat sound. The look was completely like a naive, innocent, and sweet little thing, freshly out of society, who trusted everyone. Its bright eyes reflected Wang Xiao's face, filled with the most primitive curiosity about the world and absolute trust in this savior. Wang Xiao had originally been filled with anger, and he had already come up with a dozen strict fatherly education plans. But seeing this little creature's innocent "I'm easy to take care of, come pet me" expression, the force he had built up in his fingertips instantly vanished. This pure foolishness even made him feel a sense of guilt. Are you a king-level beast or some household fox that ran out? Wang Xiao sighed helplessly and eventually didn't have the heart to flick its little head. He reached out his hand and gently rubbed its damp little fur. The little fox squinted its eyes in comfort, purring satisfyingly in its throat, and its little tail swirled like a propeller. It clearly hadn't realized yet that what it had just eaten was the last shred of dignity this household had. Wang Xiao looked at the broken pieces scattered all over the room, then glanced at the balance on his phone, 250.00. Fine, since you're so considerate, we'll rely on each other from now on. But I'll make it clear in advance, no more eating cards. Not only do they get stuck in your teeth, they're also expensive. The little fox seemed to understand only a little. It flipped over again and rubbed its head against Wang Xiao's palm. That wholehearted effort to please him made this cold, dilapidated rented room oddly feel a little warmer. Wang Xiao picked it up and tucked it into the blanket, watching it curl into a little ball, quickly falling into steady breathing. This time, though his wallet was empty, he strangely felt a sense of peace in his heart. Tomorrow was the first pet battle practice for all the new students in school. Others would be showing off their majestic thunder lions and blazing monkeys. But he, on the other hand, was holding a little fox that hadn't even been weaned, whose character was cleaner than a blank sheet, yet possessed a 3-tier divine skill. Wang Xiao lay on the bed, staring at the cracks on the ceiling, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling into a smile. Playing dumb and underestimating the opponent? No, he called it raising a fox to the end. Chapter 5, You think it's cute and easy to fool? It looks at you like you're just an experienced pack on 2 legs. Inside the rental house, a man and a fox stared at each other, wide-eyed. The little creature no longer had any of its previous fierce attitude. It blinked its golden red eyes, clear like 2 pools of spring water. When it saw Wang Xiao looking at it, it happily moved closer, rubbing its fluffy head against his calf, making soft choo-choo sounds from its throat. This clingy behavior. Forget about the legendary ferocious king-level beast, even the neighbor's golden retriever wouldn't be this friendly. Alright, fine. Since you're so well-behaved. Wang Xiao smiled helplessly and then thought about the important matter at hand. Since the hatching was a success, the next step was to officially make the contract. He took a deep breath and gathered the little bit of mental energy he had. Following the countless instructions from the schoolteacher's basic contract law, he quickly made the hand seals. There were no flashy effects, no grandiose celestial phenomena. A simple milky white light ring slowly formed on the ground. This was the basic model array promoted by the Federal Ministry of Education. It was known for its stability and safety, typically used to make contracts with docile creatures like grasshopper bugs or bellbirds. Using this kind of basic array to bind a king-level potential cub? If any of those beast masters saw this, they'd surely scold Wang Xiao for insulting life and dreaming the impossible. However, the little fox looked at the light ring and didn't even hesitate. It happily called out, kicked its hind legs, and jumped into the center of the light ring, even adjusting its posture to make itself more comfortable. There was no resistance on a soul level. The light ring instantly shrank, turning into a complex stream of light that drilled into Wang Xiao's forehead. Contract successful. Boom! A warm flow of air rushed back through the contract channel. Wang Xiao had braced himself for the impact, but the intense pain of blood and bone cleansing he had expected didn't come. The power flowed silently, like a warm bath soaking through his entire body. Is that it? Wang Xiao clenched his fist. There was no sudden muscle growth, no feeling of lightness like a feather. It just felt like his strength had increased a little. His vision was clearer. The back and waist pain from staying up late earlier was gone. This shouldn't be, right? The feedback from a king level should be more intense than drinking a can of Red Bull. Wang Xiao was a bit confused. But what he didn't know was that deep inside his body, the density of his bones was increasing at an astonishing speed, and his muscle fibers were being reshaped to be as tough as steel wires. This was a fundamental transformation, not just superficial muscle swelling. Before he could study the changes in his body, reality hit him like a bucket of cold water. Gurgle. The little fox's stomach growled again. It raised its head and looked at Wang Xiao with pitiful eyes, its tail brushing his ankle. Wang Xiao patted his pocket. It was empty. The 200,000 inheritance, plus a bit of pocket money the previous owner had saved, all gone, replaced by a pile of empty nutrient liquid bottles on the floor. Stop crying, I'm hungry too. Wang Xiao sprawled out on the bed, his face filled with despair. Raising a pet beast really burns through money. This isn't raising a fox, it's like keeping an ancestor. If we don't find a way to make money soon, we'll be eating cat food under the bridge tomorrow. Is this the happiness of a beast master? Since you make that chew sound, I'll call you Xiaojiu. Wang Xiao casually gave it a name. It means the ruler of the fiery realms in the 9 heavens. Though right now, it looked more like a free gift from a flash sale with $9.09 shipping. Wang Xiao glanced at the messy room and then patted his pocket, which was cleaner than his face. 200,000 inheritance, nearly gone. I need to make money. He sat back down at the computer, opened the browser, and typed furiously on the keyboard. The search bar read, "How can high school students make money quickly and legally?" Enter. What popped up were ridiculous ads. Heavily paying for a child, a wealthy woman arrives, and there will be a heavy reward once the task is completed. Side jobs, a simple finger movement earns over 1,000 a day. Wang Xiao rolled his eyes and closed the webpage. Apart from selling looks and cyber scams, it seemed there were no proper ways to make money. His gaze fell on the truth scales interface in his mind. Skill simulation. If he became a skill instructor, helping others optimize their pet skills, it would definitely be a lucrative industry. But it required fame. If a freshman from the first year of high school went out saying they could improve skills, they would only be treated as a fraud and kicked out. At that moment, the phone placed aside vibrated non-stop. Class group messages 99+. Class teacher, Mr. Zhang, posted a message tagging everyone. At everyone, tomorrow is Monday, make sure to bring your initial pet to school. Morning potential test, afternoon practical drills. This is crucial for class placement, get ready. Below was a chorus of wails and a Versailles scene. I'm done for, my walking grass still hasn't learned photosynthesis, I'm done for. Li Xiao, I heard your Thunder Lion has learned Thunderball? Li Zihao, stay low, it's nothing special. The skill CD we bought for hundreds of thousands is just an entry-level one, just a little sprinkle of water. Versailles. Hundreds of thousands for an entry-level skill CD? I wish I had this kind of trouble. Wang Xiao looked at the group chat, his fingers lightly tapping the desk. Practical drills? One of the ways to gain energy from truth scales, defeat opponents and plunder the escaping spiritual energy. Isn't this a ready-made buffet? Moreover, it's officially organized, legal, compliant, and even gives credits. Wang Xiao turned his head to look at Xiaojiu, who had run out again and was about to bite the corner of the table. Stop biting, it's all wood shavings, aren't you afraid of choking? Wang Xiao sighed and dug out a pack of spare pet food issued by the school from the depths of his drawer. It was a few hard compressed biscuits, like bricks, not nutritious, and the only advantage was that it filled the stomach. Just make do for one meal. Wang Xiao broke off a piece and handed it over. After the competition tomorrow, we'll use the prize money to buy some specialized fire-type beast meat. Xiao Jiao wasn't picky. It sniffed the biscuit, wrinkled its nose in disgust, but obediently swallowed a few bites, then burped contentedly. Monday morning. Qiming High School, Jinling City, playground. Today, the first-year high school playground was as lively as a mixed animal zoo. The air was filled with the strong scent of wild beasts, along with the excited chatter of young boys and girls. Wang Xiao walked onto the playground slowly, carrying his faded backpack. After a night's rest, plus the nourishment from a drop of fate liquid, Xiao Jiao had undergone a complete transformation. Its once sparse, damp fur had become fluffy and soft. The fiery red fur gleamed softly in the morning light, resembling a little flame burning. It lazily lay on Wang Xiao's shoulder, its big tail gently sweeping across his neck, its golden red eyes half closed, exuding an innate elegance and cuteness. This appearance instantly attracted the attention of the people around. Wow! Is that Wang Xiao's pet? It's so cute. A few girls' eyes instantly lit up, and they couldn't help but approach. What breed of fox is this? The fur color is so perfect, it looks so soft. Can I pet it? Just once. One bold girl stretched her hand out tentatively. Xiao Jiao lazily lifted its eyelids and glanced at her. It didn't move away and let the girl gently pet its head. The soft, smooth feeling made the girl let out a satisfied squeal. Amazing. The texture is so good. For a moment, Wang Xiao was surrounded by a group of girls, and the atmosphere was unusually warm and friendly. Everyone was discussing the beautiful little fox, while the mighty battle pets were left ignored. Not far away, the crowd automatically parted. Li Zihao walked over with his thunder lion. Once enjoying the treatment of being surrounded by stars, he now found that many girls' gazes had turned to Wang Xiao. Even the class beauty in his own class was praising the fox for being cute. A strange feeling of jealousy surged in his heart. He unhappily curled his lips and looked at Wang Xiao, surrounded by girls, and sarcastically said, "Yo, Wang Xiao, is this your starter pet? What, are you planning to open a pet store or perform in a circus?" Hearing this sharp voice, Xiao Jiao, who was enjoying a nap in the girl's arms, shook its ears in displeasure. It poked its head out from the gentle arms, tilted its head, and stared at Li Zihao with a look as if it was watching an idiot. Chirp! Who is this person? So noisy? The thunder lion next to Li Zihao also stepped forward with heavy steps, looking down from a height at Xiao Jiao, which was no bigger than the palm of a hand. In the thunder lion's eyes, this little thing had no trace of power, and aside from looking slightly better, it was practically useless. Such a tiny body probably couldn't even withstand one of its claws. Oomph, just a pretty but useless face. The thunder lion secretly calculated in its mind, this is a sure thing. Although bullying such a weak little creature as the king of beasts was a bit beneath it, as long as it could perform well in front of the owner, even if it just killed a pet fox in a second, it would surely earn a special meal tonight and maybe even get a thunder spirit stone. With that thought in mind, the thunder lion deliberately exhaled 2 arcs of electricity through its nostrils, looking at Xiao Jiao with disdain, as if it was staring at a lamb ready for slaughter. Chapter 6, Leader Level Potential. You call this malnourished? Zhang Jianguo looked at the data and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, nurture it well, and a top university is guaranteed. Next, Wang Xiao. The noise quieted a bit, and everyone's eyes, like spotlights, immediately focused on the young man stepping onto the stage. To be precise, they focused on the little creature on his shoulder. Wang Xiao walked up with the slightly worn backpack in his hand. Xiao Jiao on his shoulder was staring around with its large golden red eyes, curiously looking around. Its sparse fur trembled slightly with its movements, and its tail swished like a little propeller, showing great interest in this strange-smelling place. Compared to the stay-away-from-me dominance of the thunder lion, this little fox was practically there to be adorable. Wow, what kind of fox is that? Although it's a bit bald, its eyes are so big, and it looks like it's not too smart. It must be a baby fire fox, right? So tiny and delicate, it feels like one sitting on its butt would crush it. Help, it's doing the head tilt attack. This is so unfair, I want to squish it. Most of the surrounding comments were filled with kindness and curiosity. After all, in this world of beasts where muscles fly, this little creature that seemed pure and harmless was a rare find. A few girls were already wide-eyed, almost rushing to bury their faces in the fox's belly. Only Li Zihao stood on the sidelines, arms crossed, his gaze cold, as if he had swallowed a fly. Humph, what's the use of being cute? This is a beastmaster's battlefield, not a pet store. He sneered, his voice not loud, but just enough for the people around to hear. Bringing this good luck charm that can only act cute up here, aren't you afraid it will get scared and wet itself from the current of the instruments? Wang Xiao couldn't even be bothered to glance at him. He gently took Xiao Jiao off his shoulder and placed it on the cold metal platform. Good boy, stand still, don't move, let's measure your height and weight. Wang Xiao said softly, as if coaxing a child. Chirp. Xiaojiu tilted its head, its pink nose sniffing the instrument's probe, its eyes clear and clueless, completely unaware of what was about to happen, looking as dazed as if it was thinking, who am I? Where am I? Is there food? Beep. The instrument started. The indicator light lit up. The green light was instantly broken through, the yellow light flashed by, and the red light. Zzzzz. The instrument, which had been running smoothly, suddenly emitted a screeching electric sound, as if the CPU had burned out. The pointer, representing potential, in the midst of everyone's worried gaze, will this little thing be fried, rushed madly, crashing into the far right scale of the dial. Dang dang dang. The pointer crashed furiously against the limit column, as if trying to break through the dial and fly out. The data stream on the screen jumped wildly, and after a moment of stuttering, it forcibly froze. Species, Fire Heart Fox. Attributes, Fire. Current energy level, Awakening stage. Potential evaluation, Commander level. The air suddenly fell silent, as if the pause button had been pressed. The few girls who had wanted to pet the fox just moments ago had their mouths open in an O shape. The boy who thought it was harmless silently supported his chin. This is called harmless? This is called hiding it deep. Li Ziheo's cold smile froze directly at the corner of his mouth, looking incredibly ridiculous, like a clown who had just finished performing. Commander. Commander level? Zhang Jianguo suddenly leaned towards the screen, his eyes wide open, then quickly turned to look at the little creature still trying to gnaw on the probe on the instrument. Fireheart little fox? A single cub of this thing can be sold for 10 million on the black market. And it's extremely vicious. How come this one looks like a baby? He quickly turned to Wang Xiao. Where did you get this thing? Rob a bank? Wang Xiao shrugged innocently, went to gamble on eggs over the weekend, bought a dead egg for 50,000, got lucky and hatched it. Gamble on eggs? The whole room immediately exploded. 50,000 to gamble and get 10 million? What kind of godly luck is that? Did you save the galaxy in your past life? Zhang Jianguo took a deep breath, trying to calm his rapidly accelerating heart rate. He gave Wang Xiao a deep look, then glanced at the little fox that had once again curled up to sleep on the table. Although the potential shows commander level, this is just the limit of the instrument, Zhang Jianguo said thoughtfully. The Fireheart little fox species has a very high potential, and historically, there have been cases where they evolved into the king-level, nine-tailed heavenly fox. Wang Xiao, you really struck gold this time. It's like upgrading from a bicycle to a Lamborghini. He turned around and sternly addressed the group of students who were itching to move. Listen up. Wang Xiao's case is an exception. It's survivor bias. Don't all of you get hot-headed and start gambling on eggs. 99% of them are industrial junk. If you want to get stronger, go buy a regular pet beast. Although he said this, the look in his eyes when he glanced at Wang Xiao was still full of envy. This is fate. Wang Xiao picked up the little nine-tailed fox and calmly walked off the stage. Just as he stepped off the stairs, a shadow blocked his way. Li Ziheo glared at the little fox in Wang Xiao's arms, his back teeth grinding. Good luck? I think the instrument is broken. How could this ragged fox be commander level? Wang Xiao, holding the still licking its lips little nine-tailed fox, calmly shrugged. Maybe it's a late bloomer, not like some people who ripen too early. Ripe? More like rotten. Amidst the astonished and envious gazes of the crowd, Wang Xiao walked off the stage, keeping his accomplishments hidden. Next, Zhao Chang. Zhang Jianguo took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and continued calling names. The tests that followed seemed dull in comparison. Rock Armor Beast, Extraordinary Level. Blue Vine Snake, Awakening Stage. With Wang Zhao's 10 million level fox as a benchmark, the later results seemed rather plain. Li Ziheo stood among the crowd, watching Wang Xiao surrounded by girls, his bottled water getting squeezed out of shape. What's with the show-off? The instrument must be malfunctioning. His eyes were bloodshot. How could a silly fox that only knows how to act cute be stronger than my Thunderlight lion? Wait for the afternoon practical test. I'll expose your true form and beat that broken fox back into its original form. In the afternoon, at the school's combat training hall. Although it was just a freshman drill. But because of the dramatic test earlier in the morning, the crowd watching had multiplied several times compared to previous years. Everyone wanted to see if the legendary fox, which was gambled for with 50,000 yuan, was truly all it was cracked up to be. However, reality is often harsh. On the stage, two students were directing their pets in an intense chicken fight. On the left was an armored beetle with extraordinary potential, and on the right was a wind bell sparrow of the same rank. Armored beetle, use impact. Wind bell sparrow, quickly dodge, then attack with peck. The two pets exchanged blows, one couldn't land a hit, the other couldn't peck through. After 10 full minutes, neither had even a scratch. Is this what they call turn-based hypnosis? The audience below was yawning non-stop, and some had even started pulling out their phones to scroll through short videos. Compared to the emptiness on the stage, a corner beneath the stage was full of spring vibes. Wang Xiao was sitting in the resting area, surrounded by a circle of girls with stars in their eyes. Wow, it's so well behaved, still sleeping. Wang Xiao, can I touch its ears? Just for a moment. I can pay. Its fur is a bit sparse, but it feels so soft, like cotton candy. Little Nine lay on Wang Xiao's lap, enjoying the adoration of the crowd, occasionally letting out a comfortable purring sound. This life winner seemed deeply pricked someone's eyes not far away. Li Zihao stared intensely at Wang Xiao, surrounded by girls, feeling like smoke was about to come out of his head. Why? Why did a random, lucky-found, scruffy fox steal the spotlight that should belong to the Thunder Lion? He strode over, pushed through the crowd, and looked down at Wang Xiao condescendingly. Wang Xiao, since your Burning Heart Fox also has a commander-level potential, dare to get on the stage and practice? Stop hiding behind the women like a coward. The surroundings instantly fell silent, the spectators' radar instantly went up. Before Wang Xiao could respond, a male student wearing glasses quickly tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Wang Xiao, don't act rashly. Li Zihao's Thunder Lion has been soaking in top-grade nutritional liquid since it was in an egg. It's a pay-to-win player, with much better physical stats than a wild pet. Your fox is just hatched. Though the level is the same, the hardware difference is too big. If you go up, you're just delivering food. Wang Xiao raised an eyebrow. He didn't mind teaching Li Zihao a lesson later, after all, Little Nine had just eaten and was still digesting. Moreover, he pointed to the two pets on the stage still clinking away at each other and casually said, aren't the stage full? There should be some order, right? Let them finish first. This reason was reasonable, leaving no room for objections. At this moment, the armored beetle and windbell sparrow were still in a stalemate, and it looked like it would take at least half an hour before a victor could be decided. Just when everyone thought this highly charged confrontation would be delayed, Li Zihao suddenly sneered. Full? Just clear it. Before his words had even finished, he suddenly waved his hand. The Thunder Lion beside him couldn't wait any longer. It opened its mouth and shot out a thick beam of lightning, without warning, directly blasting towards the center of the stage. Boom! With a huge bang. The two little pets, who were focusing on their battle, couldn't even react in time. They were blown away by the violent shockwave, falling off the stage with two loud thuds, covered in dust, shivering in fear. The entire arena fell into complete silence. The two students quickly rushed to their pets, hugging them with pity, but didn't dare say a word. After all, Li Zihao's family was rich and influential, and he was a top candidate the school was grooming. Who dared to offend him? Li Zihao didn't even glance at the two unlucky students. He swaggered up the stage with his Thunder Lion, his eyes filled with provocation as he looked at Wang Xiao, as if seeing a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Now, it's clear. This attitude of looking down on others and bullying the weak instantly ignited the anger of the surrounding students, but everyone could only curse inwardly. Wang Xiao's casual expression disappeared from his face. He stood up and gently patted Xiaojiu's head. The little fox, who had been dozing off, seemed to sense its master's mood and instantly opened its golden red eyes, the previously silly look in its gaze now carrying an almost unnoticeable coldness. I originally wanted to let you jump around a little longer. Wang Xiao held Xiaojiu in his arms and walked step by step toward the arena, his voice not loud, but clearly spreading throughout the entire place. Since you insist on rushing to send your face to the countryside, then I'll grant your wish. Chapter 7, The Three-Tailed Fox Makes Its Move. Who said 50,000 can't bet on a miracle? Zhang Jianguo stood at the edge of the arena, his hand gripping the pen so tightly that it was already sweating. The two pets that had been knocked off the stage earlier were already carried away. Though their injuries were just superficial, the visual impact was a bit strong. He cast his gaze onto the center of the stage. On one side was the muscular, electric, and surging Thunder Lion, and on the other side was the tiny red fox, only the size of a palm, with its fur not fully grown. The size difference was immense, like Tyson fighting a baby. In a formal match, this would be an absolute giveaway, with the mage's fragile skin falling prey to the warrior's close combat, and the outcome usually just 2 words, instant kill. But he couldn't shake the thought of the needle wildly striking the top of the gauge in his mind. Data doesn't lie, unless the machine collectively drank fake liquor. Beep, the electronic whistle was sharp and harsh, cutting through the silence of the arena. Li Zihao couldn't even be bothered to pose in the standard Beastmaster stance. His hands were in his pockets, chin slightly raised, his posture as relaxed as if he were strolling through his own backyard, his face clearly displaying the expression, how lonely is invincibility? Thunder Lion, show it some color. Use the Thunder Ball, don't kill it outright, just cook it to medium rare. Roared, the Thunder Lion yawned, its mane scraping against its neck, and with a crackling sound, a burst of blue-white electric sparks exploded out. It opened its bloodthirsty mouth, and a crackling thunderball began to gather deep in its throat, then lazily spat it out. The thunderball floated and wobbled toward the center of the arena. Its speed was slow, and the insult was strong. Wang Xiao stood still, motionless. But in his vision, the interface of the truth scales had already opened, and the world instantly transformed into a dataized battlefield. Light blue trajectory lines crisscrossed his retina, and the thunderball's landing point was directly highlighted in red. Attack trajectory, right shift 15 degrees. Speed, low, even slower than a grandmother crossing the street. Threat level, extremely low. Xiaojiu, jump left. Wang Xiao spoke at lightning speed. Though it was Xiaojiu's first time on the stage, it obeyed Wang Xiao's command almost instinctively. Its hind leg muscles instantly tensed, and with a powerful push, it leaped to the left. Zzz. The thunderball skimmed past its afterimage, hitting the specially made synthetic floor, creating a puff of stinky black smoke. Only dodging? Li Ziheao sneered, casually waving his hand in the air as if shooing a fly. Thunder Lion, consecutive thunderballs. Block its movement, let's see where it runs. The Thunder Lion received the command and stopped being so careless. It lowered its body and began to continuously spit out thunderballs. 3 thunderballs shot out in a triangular formation, instantly blocking all escape routes. Wang Zhao's mind raced, data streams flashing before his eyes like a waterfall. Charge. 11 o'clock direction, cut in. Xiaojiu's body shrank low, transforming into a streak of red light. In the final moment before the thunderballs closed in, it dashed through the one remaining gap and crashed head-on into the Thunder Lion's front leg shin. Bang! The dull sound of impact echoed. The Thunder Lion didn't budge, not even lifting an eyelid. Instead, Xiaojiu was thrown back by the massive recoil, flipping mid-air before barely landing. It shook its dizzy head, its limbs wobbling as if it were drunk. Newton's laws of physics show no mercy. 3 kilograms versus 300 kilograms, it was like an egg cracking against a rock. A chorus of boos rose from the audience. How is this even fighting? It's not breaking through any defenses at all. Is this lion getting a back rub? It's like a kindergarten kid going to crash into a mud truck. It hurts just watching. Let's call it off. Let's call it off. This is a one-sided beatdown. There's no suspense anymore. Li Zihao laughed so hard his shoulders shook. Is that all? Not even enough to scratch an itch. Lei Guangshi, stop playing around, tear it apart. Lei Guangshi's eyes were full of fierce light. It no longer treated this as a game. Its back leg suddenly pushed off, its massive body stirring up a gust of stinky wind, claws wrapped in blinding lightning, coming straight down on top. If this hit landed, Little Nine would definitely turn into a puddle of fox mush. Wang Xiao was not panicked, his gaze locked onto Lei Guangshi's pre-strike movements. Fox Shadow Step. Just as the claws were about to touch the top of its head, Little Nine opened its mouth and shot out a small jet of flame at the ground. Boom! Using the recoil from the flames, it completed an incredible sharp turn in mid-air, Z-shaped jitter. The red figure left a blur in the air, like a ghost, circling behind Lei Guangshi. The claws hit empty air, ripping deep grooves into the arena floor, and debris scattered everywhere. Interesting. Li Zihao's face darkened. He didn't expect this little thing to be as slippery as an eel. He secretly made a downward gesture with his hand behind his back. Lei Guangshi did not turn around after missing the strike. Its thick tail, like a steel whip, swept across with a whistling wind due to the momentum of its turn. This was its trump card, the counterattack. Dodge. The command came half a beat too late. Little Nine had no leverage in mid-air, so it could only curl up its body, like a little red ball. Smack. The tail tip struck fiercely against its soft belly. Little Nine was sent flying like a ragdoll, rolling on the arena floor for over a dozen circles before stopping at the edge. It struggled to stand but collapsed again, its hind legs giving way. A horrible bruise marked its white belly, with surrounding fur scorched and curled black from the electricity. Shoo! Little Nine let out a faint whimper. Tears instantly filled its eyes, its whole body trembling in pain. After all, it had only been born 2 days ago, still a baby not weaned from its mother. It had never endured such suffering. It looked up with pitiful eyes toward Wang Xiao, its gaze filled with, I don't want to fight anymore, I want to go home, I need a hug. The entire arena fell silent. A few timid girls covered their faces, unable to bear the cruel sight any longer. Li Zihao walked to the center of the arena, looking down from a high position, his gaze full of contempt. Give up. If you keep going, this little mascot will become a roasted fox. A useless thing is still useless, even if it was hatched by luck, it can't change the fact that it's trash. Wang Xiao stood still. His nails dug deep into his palm, but he didn't feel the pain. This was the world of beastmasters. There was no warmth, only the survival of the fittest. If he backed down here today, Little Nine would carry the psychological scars for life, and its so-called king-level potential would truly be wasted. Only pain could awaken the viciousness deep within the bloodline. Little 9. Wang Xiao didn't go over to comfort it. Instead, through the contract, he sent his thoughts directly into its mind, his voice eerily calm. Look at me. Little 9 sobbed and lifted its head, its golden red eyes full of grievance and confusion. This world isn't just about hugs and feeding. If you want to survive, if you want to protect what's yours, you must show your fangs. Wang Xiao paused and then threw out his trump card. Do you see that big guy? Not only does it want to steal your bank card, it wants to take your special dried meat tonight. If you lose, every meal in the future, you'll have to give it half. Chew. Little 9 froze. Its tears instantly stopped. Steal a card? That's a grinding tool for its teeth. The feeling of grievance instantly disappeared, replaced by a fierce emotion rising from deep within its soul. The towering rage named protecting the food. Give it half too? Dream on. I won't give it a single bite. Little 9 slowly crawled up from the ground. It no longer trembled, its back legs firmly gripping the earth, claws sparking as they scraped the surface. The pair of eyes, once clear and harmless, now had golden red pupils that contracted sharply, turning into two cold vertical slits, as if an ancient beast had awakened. Woo! A deep growl squeezed out from its tiny throat, carrying an ancient and savage pressure. The air around began to twist, the temperature rising rapidly, and even the light became blurred. Li Ziheio instinctively felt something was wrong, the hairs on his back stood on end. The little fox's aura had changed, becoming dangerous, causing his heart to race. Stop with the ghost tricks. Thunder Lion, use Thunder Roar. Finish it off completely. The Thunder Lion opened its massive mouth, and the terrifying thunder elements wildly gathered, forming a huge light sphere half a meter in diameter, with the surrounding air ionized, giving off a sharp ozone smell. Wang Xiao looked at the energy reading on the system interface, now flashing red with alarms, but his lips curled into a crazed grin. He suddenly took a step forward, sweeping his hand with momentum, as if the very air was being torn apart. Now's the time. Let it see what a king looks like. Let it witness the fury of the rice-eating fox. Little 9. Celestial fox tail formation, 1,000 changes. On the arena, Little 9's tail, which had only been the size of a palm, suddenly burst with blinding red light, as if a small sun had exploded. Amidst the light, the tail grew rapidly, turning into 3 giant fire tails, each 2 meters long, like 3 red dragons, wildly dancing in the air, sending waves of heat sweeping across the field. The scorching heat rolled in, and the 3 fire giant tails, which had grown out of nowhere, intertwined in midair, turning the originally dark rain clouds above the arena a fiery red. Zhang Jiangluo's stainless steel thermos let out a crisp crack sound. A large dent appeared in the middle of the cup, shaped like a finger imprint. He didn't care about the burning heat, his eyes glued to the several tails that defied the laws of physics, making a strange sound deep in his throat. Seal. Wang Xiao casually stuck one hand in his pocket, while the other pressed forward with a cold, sharp syllable. No flashy build-up. The 3 fire tails, as if possessing independent will, howled as they rushed downward, the first one sweeping through like a force of nature. Boom! The proud layer of protective lightning on the Thunder Lion's body shattered instantly upon contact with the crimson flames, crumbling like wet tissue paper, bursting into a sky full of electric arcs. The second tail followed swiftly, as agile as a giant snake, instantly coiling around the Thunder Lion's thick limbs. Click! The Thunder Lion's massive body was forcefully pulled down, its 4 legs up in the air, crashing heavily to the arena floor, sending a cloud of dust into the air. It stared in terror, its beastly pupils wide, as the thunderous roar it had been preparing to unleash was now brewing deep in its throat. At that moment, the third tail arrived. This was the most solid and hottest tail of fire. It didn't aim for a vital spot, but instead, with almost insulting precision, it struck hard against the Thunder Lion's wide-open mouth. Slap! A crisp, loud smack. The slap landed perfectly. The Thunder Lion's jaw was struck with such force that its mouth snapped shut violently. Woo hick! The thunderous energy that had been fully charged now had nowhere to release, exploding inside its mouth. A muffled sound echoed inside its belly, and 2 trails of black smoke rose from the Thunder Lion's nostrils. Physical silence. Spell interruption. The entire arena fell silent. Only the once mighty lion on the stage, now pressed firmly to the ground, its limbs twitching, its mouth held tightly by a fire tail, could only make pitiful woo-woo sounds. In its eyes, once filled with savagery, only clear fear remained. This is not a battle at all. This is clearly a dimensional crushing attack, a father beating his son. Li Ziheio stood in the command position, his whole body feeling as if his spine had been ripped out, swaying unsteadily. His proud commanding level potential, and the Thunderlight Lion that his family had spent a large sum to train, hadn't even released a single move? This is impossible. Li Ziheio's lips trembled, his face as pale as paper, his finger pointing at Wang Xiao, shaking uncontrollably. Cheating! You're cheating! He screamed hysterically, his voice turning sharp and harsh from extreme panic. Is that a skill from the awakening period? What the hell is that? Referee. He used forbidden drugs. He's hacking. Wang Xiao stood still, too lazy to even raise his eyelids. Hacking? You're right. But this hack is official, what can you do about it? You're so loud. Wang Xiao dug in his ear, looking at the Thunder Light Lion pinned to the ground, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Just now, this beast really wanted to beat Little Nine to death. Since you started it, don't blame me for finishing it. End it. Wang Xiao's tone was flat, as if discussing what to eat tonight. Sparks splatter, zero-distance explosion. Little Nine had been hiding behind those three fiery tails. Hearing the command, it poked its head out from behind the tail responsible for sealing the mouth. The golden red eyes still had tears that hadn't been wiped away, looking pitiful and round. But its mouth wasn't idle. An orange-red fireball had already compressed to the limit in its throat, the color even faintly turning white. It aimed for the Thunder Light Lion's defenseless forehead, pressing its face forward. It was truly zero distance. Nose to nose. Chirp. Go. Boom. A blinding flash of fire exploded in the center of the arena, shockwaves mixed with the smell of burnt filling the air. The three fiery tails turned into light spots and vanished in the moment of the explosion. As the smoke and dust cleared, the Thunder Light Lion rolled its eyes, its tongue hanging to one side, its body blackened, and its mane burned off, leaving it a bald black lion. It lay flat on its four limbs, completely unconscious, occasionally twitching due to nerve reflexes. A complete one-hit kill. A truly complete one-hit kill. The surrounding area was deathly silent, so quiet that even the drop of a needle could be heard. Everyone kept their mouths agape, their brains completely offline. 50,000 bet chips? The malnourished, scruffy fox? This slap not only landed on the Thunder Light Lion's face, but also slapped the perceptions of everyone present. Thud. Little Nine fell back to the ground from mid-air. The previous Flame King Majesty was completely gone. Its body went limp, sprawling on the ground, its limbs spread out, its tongue sticking out, letting out a very weak whimper. Chirp. It struggled to lift one paw, pointing at the bruise on its belly that hadn't faded, then pointing at Wang Xiao's pocket. The meaning was clear: work injury, need extra pay. Its pitiful, almost lifeless appearance made the nearby girls' hearts break. Wang Xiao twitched the corner of his mouth. This acting, if it doesn't win an Oscar, it would be a waste of talent. Just now, that face-to-face explosion, I saw you were full of energy, now you're starting to pretend to be weak? But he still cooperated and walked over, bending down to pick up this little drama queen in his arms. Alright, I know you're upset. Wang Xiao gently patted off the dust on it and casually stroked its fur. I'll give you extra dinner tonight, 3 special meat jerky. Hearing 3 jerky, the little creature, which was still on the verge of death, immediately perked up its ears, its tail no longer pretending to be dead, gently brushing against Wang Xiao's wrist. Deal. At this moment, the audience below the stage finally regained their voices. What the hell? Killed? Really killed? What was that skill just now? 3 tails? I didn't read much, don't lie to me, that move wasn't in any textbook. So cool. That physical sealing mouth was simply perfect. It felt so satisfying to watch. The sound exploded instantly, nearly lifting the roof of the gymnasium. The students' gaze toward Wang Xiao completely changed. It was no longer admiration for luck, but awe for strength, and a wild passion for the unknown power. Zhang Jianguo took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to capture Wang Xiao for some dissection research. He strode onto the stage, glancing at the unconscious Thunder Lion, then at the harmless little fox in Wang Xiao's arms, licking its paw. The contrast was just too great. But being an experienced teacher, his reaction was quick. If the students found out that this was a creature that mastered high-level skills as soon as it was born, Wang Xiao would be harassed by Star Scouts from all the major factions tomorrow, and it could even lead to unnecessary trouble. A reasonable explanation had to be given. Ahem. Zhang Jianguo cleared his throat, picked up the microphone, and looked as serious as if he were reading an imperial edict. Everyone, please be quiet. The whole room immediately fell silent. About the fight just now, I know many of you have questions. Zhang Jianguo pushed up his glasses and began to speak nonsense with utmost seriousness. After my observation, Wang Zhao's burning heart fox, although it was obtained from a gamble egg, is extremely lucky and awakened a very rare ancestral bloodline. Ancestral bloodline? The students below looked at each other, not understanding but feeling impressed. That's right, Zhang Jianguo said, his face not reddening, his heart not racing. In the ancient records, the ancestors of the burning heart fox were mythical creatures with the bloodline of the nine-tailed heavenly fox. The three-tailed form just now is a manifestation of the ancestral bloodline returning. Although its power is immense, the cost is also great. It is an explosive skill, and after using it once, it will leave the user weak for a long time. He pointed to the weak little nine in Wang Xiao's arms. Look, it can barely stand now. This is the cost. Little nine cooperated by yawning, burying its head in Wang Xiao's arm, its body trembling slightly, actually from hunger. The students suddenly understood. So that's how it is. I knew there couldn't be such a monstrous regular skill. Ancestral bloodline, huh? The chances of that are lower than winning the lottery. Wang Xiao's luck is unbelievable. But to be fair, even if it is an explosive skill, being able to kill the Thunder Lion in one hit is enough to brag for a year. The logic closed the loop. Wang Xiao glanced at Zhang Jianguo, their gazes meeting in the air. Wang Xiao slightly nodded in thanks. Zhang Jianguo gave him a look that seemed to say, "You owe me one." The winner of this match, Wang Xiao. With the announcement from the referee, Li Zihao completely collapsed. He didn't even bother to retract the scorched Thunder Lion, covering his face as he stumbled out of the gymnasium, under the mocking gazes of the entire school. Even without thinking, it was clear that starting tomorrow, the title of the rich second generation who was killed by a 5,000 yuan mangy fox would follow him for the rest of his high school life. This was reality. Being weak is the original sin. Wang Xiao didn't pay attention to the defeated dog's exit. He held little nine and turned to leave the stage. Today's demonstration of power had been enough. If he stayed any longer, he would just be seen as a circus animal. Wang Xiao, please wait. A clear, pleasant voice suddenly cut through the noisy crowd, clearly reaching Wang Xiao's ears. The students, who had been excitedly discussing, automatically parted like they had been hit with the mute button, creating a path. A tall figure dressed in school uniform walked toward him. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, her skin so pale it was almost blinding, and her features were so delicate, they resembled a piece of ink painting. But her eyes were cold as ice, exuding a chilling, unreachable air. Su Qinghan. The school beauty of Qiming High School, also recognized as a genius girl, rumored to come from an incredibly deep family background. She walked straight up to Wang Xiao without looking at his face. Instead, her beautiful eyes fixed on the little nine in his arms. The gaze she gave was not like someone looking at a pet, but like a passionate researcher looking at a set of perfect data. The skill just now was truly stunning. Su Qinghan's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable certainty. The way that energy circuit was built cannot simply be explained by ancestral bloodlines. Wang Xiao's heart tightened. This woman, her insight is sharp as poison. Zhang Jianguo's bluff could deceive ordinary students, but it couldn't fool someone with real expertise like her. It was just luck, Wang Xiao replied calmly, turning his body slightly to block Su Qinghan's probing gaze. Su Qinghan seemed not to press any further. She took out her phone, opened a QR code, and held it out in front of Wang Xiao. I'm very interested in your training methods. Though I don't know how you did it, the potential of this fox goes far beyond that of a leader class. She lifted her head, and her cold, clear eyes finally met Wang Xiao's. Let's add each other as friends. A sudden chorus of broken hearts rang out around them. Su Qinghan, the cold school beauty, was actually taking the initiative to add a boy on WeChat? This was even more unbelievable than seeing the Thunder Lion being taken out in one move. My family owns a private battle arena in the city center, with equipment 3 generations more advanced than the schools, and a special high-level fire element training room. Su Qinghan's tone was calm as she threw out a bait no beast tamer could resist. If you need training, you can come anytime. I want to observe its growth data up close. In exchange, the venue fee is free, and the nutritional solution is half off. Wang Xiao originally intended to refuse. He had too many secrets and didn't want to get too close to someone this smart. But when he heard 3 generations more advanced and half off on nutritional solution, the refusal that was on the tip of his tongue was instantly swallowed. Being poor is a sin. If he wanted to raise little nine properly, relying on those compressed biscuits given by the school would definitely not be enough. A private battle arena meant privacy, better resources, and saving money. Deal. Wang Xiao decisively took out his phone and scanned the code. Ding. The friend request was accepted. Su Qinghan put her phone away, her lips curving into a faint smile. She turned and left, without a hint of hesitation. Remember to come often, I'll be waiting for you. Leaving behind those words that made people's thoughts run wild, she floated away under the jealous gaze of countless boys. Wang Xiao looked at the simple sketch profile picture on his phone screen, then glanced at little Nine, who was drooling over Su Qinghan's back, probably smelling the high-end snack she had. Looks like our long-term meal ticket is secured. Wang Xiao pinched little Nine's ear and whispered. He put his phone back in his pocket and, under the gaze of many complicated looks, walked out of the gym. The sun was just right. The moment he stepped out the door, the golden scale that had been silent in his mind for a long time suddenly trembled slightly. A new notification quietly popped up at the bottom right corner of his vision. Battle settlement complete. Defeated opponent, Thunder Lion, leader class potential / awakening phase. Plundered scattered mental particles. Conversion successful. Energy points plus 50. Wang Xiao's steps froze abruptly, and his breath paused for half a beat. 50 points. The pure silver commemorative coin had only exchanged for 0.3, but this Thunder Lion directly contributed 50 points? This was like an overnight fortune. He looked back at the direction of the gem, his expression slightly strange. He had initially thought it was just about showing off, but it turned out to be a mobile experience pack. From now on, these wealth bringers, make sure to bring more of them. The bus jolted, making the squeaky sound of old parts grinding together. Wang Xiao instinctively protected the warm bundle in his arms. Little Nine curled up into an orange-red fur ball, its tail, which usually wagged aimlessly, now hanging weakly by its legs. Even the tuft of fur that was always spirited had drooped. Its breathing was shallow, occasionally twitching, as though it had been having a nightmare. That skyfox tail formation was incredibly impressive, but it truly drained this little guy. Driving an energy circuit of that level with an awakening body was like using a scooter to race on an F1 track. It's a miracle it didn't fall apart. Wang Xiao closed his eyes, and his consciousness sank into the grayish space. The golden scales floated in the void, with the number 50 representing energy, emitting an alluring faint glow. Warning, contracted pets meridians damaged, energy circuit overloaded. Current status, weak, all attributes decreased by 40%. Side effect analysis, awakening body unable to bear third-tier skill load, forcing activation will lead to sustained damage. Current maximum burst time, 10 seconds. Only 10 seconds. A classic true man's mode. Once this time limit is exceeded, there's no need for the opponent to act, Xiaojiu will collapse by itself. This is the cost of using cheats by exceeding the rank. The system thoughtfully popped up two solutions. Solution 1, upgrade to transcendent rank. Increase physical strength, extending burst time to 30 seconds. Solution 2, optimize basic skills. Enhance proficiency in low-tier skills to build a more stable energy circuit, feeding back to the body. Wang Xiao stared at the 54 a long time. Upgrade to transcendent rank? According to this system's nature, the energy needed to raise Xiaojiu to transcendent rank would be astronomical, and this 50 points wouldn't even make a splash. So, solution 2 it is. Although it didn't look as flashy, it was practical. In an era where big moves are often the norm, mastering the basic attacks to the extreme is the true way to go. Moreover, basic skills consume less, have shorter cooldowns, and higher tolerance for mistakes. You can't rely on those 10 seconds of desperation every time you fight. If you don't take out the opponent in that time, the one who dies will be you. System, run Spark Splash simulation. Wang Xiao thought. Energy consumption, 50 points. Running simulation. The golden scales that were still suddenly dropped down. The 50 points of energy instantly emptied, transforming into a golden streak of light, flowing through the contract channel directly into Xiaojiu's body in reality. There were no earth-shattering effects. The little creature in his arms simply trembled once. Then, its tightly furrowed face relaxed, and it let out a satisfied hum from its throat, as if it had soaked in a hot spring. A warm, invisible current moved through its tiny meridians, repairing the subtle cracks. Wang Xiao looked at the panel again. The data had changed. Skill, Spark Splash, proficient. Description, no longer a random spark. By compressing fire elements, a controllable high-temperature fire beam is formed. The continuous burn effect is added, and penetration power is increased by 30%. The pet skill proficiency also has levels, from beginner proficient master perfect godly beyond the path. A typical beast tamer would spend months or even half a year to reach the proficiency level, but all Wang Xiao needed was to move his fingers. Is this the joy of a pay-to-win player? No, this is the victory of a grind king. This 50 points of energy was really harvested from the Thunder Lion. Wang Xiao gently stroked Xiaojiu steadily rising and falling back, his heart finally at ease. As long as the person is fine, money can always be earned back. The next morning. Sunlight pierced through the gaps in the curtains, stabbing Wang Xiao's face like a sharp sword. He groggily turned over and reached for his pillow. Empty. Reaching again. Still empty. The phone that should have been there was missing. Tap, tap. A strange knocking sound came from beside the bed. Wang Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. He saw a small red fox standing on its hind legs on the bedside table. It held the empty high-energy nutrient liquid bottle in its mouth, tapping the bottom of the bottle against the enamel mud used for drinking water. It had a strong sense of rhythm. As soon as it saw Wang Xiao wake up, Xiaojiu immediately tossed the bottle aside. Chirp. The sound was loud, full of energy. Where was the lifelessness from last night? It pointed to the empty bottle, then to its own deflated belly, and finally, without forgetting, it swiped its tail across the wallet that Wang Xiao had left on the table. The intention was extremely clear. Hungry. Wang Xiao grabbed the wallet, flipped it upside down, and shook it. 2 wrinkled $20 bills floated down, landing alone on the bedsheet. There was also a broken bank card with a balance of 50,000, that was all his wealth. Stop knocking, it's useless even if you keep knocking. Wang Xiao rubbed his messy hair and sat up, stuffing the 2 bills back into his pocket. I'll take you to eat something good today. Little Nine's ears perked up, although it didn't understand what something good meant, its instincts told it that there would be tasty food. It immediately dropped the bottle and climbed up Wang Xiao's pants leg, making its way onto his shoulder, nuzzling his cheek in an attempt to please him. The speed of this change of expression could easily be wasted on not learning Sichuan opera. At the Beastmaster Management Center in Jinling City. This enormous domed building resembled a steel beast lying in the city center, swallowing up large crowds of people. The hall was as noisy as a vegetable market. Newcomers who had just awakened, old-timers coming to get their certificates, and black market sellers dealing in second-hand materials were all crowded together. The air was filled with the strange smell of cheap cigarettes, beastly body odor, and sweat that had fermented together. Don't crowd. You stepped on my walker's grass leaves. Whose frog is peeing everywhere? Where's your quality? We pay high prices for second-hand intermediate fire spirit stones, private chat if interested. Wang Xiao protected Little Nine on his shoulder, struggling to squeeze a path through the crowd. Little Nine, however, adapted well to the environment. It curiously observed the strange creatures around, occasionally baring its teeth at a passing long-haired pig, scaring the several hundred-pound pig into backing away behind its owner. An entire hour later. Finally, it was Wang Xiao's turn. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged, balding man, his head lowered, madly typing on the keyboard, his eyelids not even raising. Name, age, initial pet species. His voice was mechanical, tinged with the weariness that life had smoothed down. Wang Xiao, 16, Burning Heart Fox. The man paused his typing hand for a moment. Burning Heart Fox? This rare species wasn't common, usually, only children from big families could afford such a pet. He instinctively raised his head, pushed his thick glasses up the bridge of his nose. His gaze fell on Wang Zhao's faded t-shirt, then shifted to Little Nine, who was trying to bite the pen on the counter. The fur looked good. It was just a bit small, looking malnourished. And, wasn't its personality too good? The encyclopedia clearly said that burning heart foxes were fierce by nature, and wouldn't let anyone touch them except their owner. But this one looked like a silly dog, wagging its tail. Lucky. The man took his gaze back, lowered his head again, his tone dismissive as if speaking from experience. This kind of pet has a high affinity for fire, and strong explosive power. It's usually a bit irritable, prone to injury. Keep an eye on it, don't let it bite randomly. Wang Xiao glanced at Little Nine, who was happily gnawing on his finger. Irritable? Aside from being fiercely protective of its food, this thing was practically a decoration. Alright, I'll be careful. Wang Xiao didn't explain further. The fewer people who knew about his strategy of playing dumb, the better. Beep. The printer spat out a light blue card, along with a thin booklet whose cover had already curled at the edges. Apprentice Beast Master Certificate, hold on to it. The man tossed the items onto the counter. That manual should be read carefully at home, or you'll end up not even knowing how you died. Next. Wang Xiao took the documents and booklet, turning to sit in a slightly quieter corner. Though this manual was generic, it was the most needed knowledge supply for someone like him, who had learned by ear. He quickly flipped through the pages, his eyes pausing on the dense tables of data. Standard of Energy Classification. Awakening Level, Low Energy Value 100 to 399. Awakening Level, Middle Energy Value 400 to 699. Awakening Level, High Energy Value 700 to 999. Extraordinary Level, Energy Value breaks 1000. Wang Xiao closed the manual, his mind working at high speed. If I remember correctly, when it first hatched, Xiaozhou's energy fluctuation was around 2 to 300, which belongs to the standard low-level cub. Only 2 days have passed. Even with that battle, it shouldn't have increased so absurdly. Truth scales, scan target status. With a thought, a semi-transparent data frame popped up on his retina. Target, Burning Heart Fox, Xiaozhou. Current energy level, awakening period. Current energy value, 601. Skills, Spark Splash, Proficient 1/300, Charge, Beginner 10/100, Fox Shadow Step, Beginner 5 out of 100, Skyfox Tail Formation 1000 Changes, Beginner 5 out of 100. Wang Zhao's pupils slightly contracted. 601. It just crossed the middle level line. In just 2 days, the energy value doubled? This doesn't make sense biologically. Unless. His gaze fell on the battle summary record from last night. Plundering escaped mental particles. Conversion successful. Energy points plus 50. These 50 energy points weren't just currency for leveling up, but the experience points directly devoured and digested by Xiaozhou. The energy plundered during the battle was partially intercepted by the scales into general purpose points, while another part directly strengthened Xiao Zhou's body. This isn't the scales. This is clearly a high-efficiency energy conversion pump. As long as there's constant battle, constantly defeating opponents, Xiao Zhou can grow stronger at a crazy pace, like a snowball rolling downhill, without needing expensive resources. The opponent is the best supplement. Fight to nourish battle. Wang Xiao closed the old manual and lightly tapped his finger on the cover. The anxiety that had originally come from a lack of money dissipated almost entirely. Since this thing can be used as food, there's no need to save it. He pulled out his phone and tapped on the pinned black avatar. The location sent by Su Qinghan was still there, lying lonely. Blue Sea Battle Arena. It was the most upscale private club in Jinling City, and it was said that the entrance fee alone was $1,000. Inside, there were mostly spoiled rich second-generation kids, showing off their flashy pet beasts to each other. For others, it was a money pit. But for Wang Xiao now, it was like a buffet full of feast. Let's go. Wang Xiao put Xiao Zhou back in his pocket, stood up, and patted the dust off his pants. I'll take you to eat something good. Xiao Zhou poked its head out from the pocket and chirped, chirp? Dried meat? Better than dried meat. Wang Xiao looked at the dazzling sunlight outside the glass door, the corners of his mouth curling into a slightly sinister arc. I'll take you to eat experience packs. Chapter 10, as long as the reward is right, even alumni can be knocked out. Blue Sea Battle Arena, the top attraction in Jinling's money-burning pit. The huge floor-to-ceiling glass curtain wall gleamed under the sunlight, glowing with a gold that screamed, "I am expensive," with luxury cars clustered at the entrance. The most ridiculous thing was that there was actually a rich guy riding a giant windrider bird, showing it off at the door, with a gold chain around the bird's neck that seemed longer than Wang Xiao's life. Wang Xiao stood before the revolving door, looked down at his slightly worn sports shoes, and then glanced at the security guard at the door, standing like a spear. Places like this, in his past life, he wouldn't even dare pass by, afraid even breathing the air would cost him. Chirp. Xiao Zhou poked its head out from the collar, disdainfully blowing out a puff of air. The air here was full of that sweet, cloying high-end perfume, making its nose itch, even making it want to sneeze. Endure it, we're here for food. Wang Xiao pressed its head and stuffed it back in. If you perform well, whether we can get top-grade dried meat depends on this round. He took a deep breath and strode toward the door. As per the usual web novel clichés, places like this, all golden and glorious, always had two snooty security guards at the door, playing out a "we don't serve the poorly dressed" act. Then he took out the QR code that Su Qinghan had given him and slapped it on his face. He had already thought of the script. However, the reality was. Good afternoon, sir, welcome to the Blue Sea Combat Arena. As he approached the revolving door, two ladies in uniform smiled and welcomed him. Their gaze briefly scanned Wang Xiao's worn-out shoes, staying for no more than 0.1 seconds. There wasn't even a hint of disdain, not a single ripple in their eyes. Their professionalism was top-notch. May I ask if you have a reservation? Or is this your first visit? First time, Wang Xiao raised an eyebrow. This felt comfortable. True high-end enterprises indeed don't judge people based on their appearance, their vision was broad. Alright, please follow me. He wasn't stopped at the door, nor was he subjected to any cliché ridicule. Wang Xiao was guided all the way to the spacious and bright VIP reception room, and as soon as his bottom touched the genuine leather sofa, a steaming cup of tea was placed by his side. This is Da Hong Pao from Wei Mountain, please enjoy. Wang Xiao picked up the cup and took a sip. Although he knew nothing about tea, this tasted so much better than the 2 yuan bottled water from the school shop, the aftertaste lingered endlessly. Sir, this is our registration tablet. You need to register your basic information on it. The staff handed over a delicate tablet and patiently introduced, we use an intelligent matching system. You can actively choose your opponent, or you can wait for someone to challenge you. Also, she paused and pointed to the part that Wang Xiao was most interested in, you can set an appearance fee or victory reward. If you are the one being challenged, you can usually earn quite a bit. Wang Xiao's eyes instantly lit up, like two searchlights. Isn't this the beast-taming version of DD Fight? Take the orders, fight, and get paid. Simple and brutal, exactly his style. His fingers quickly typed on the screen. The staff took the tablet, glanced at the back-end data, and her expression shifted slightly. Mr. Wang Xiao, right? Please wait a moment. She picked up the intercom and whispered a few words, then her smile became even more sincere. Miss Su Qinghan specifically asked me to notify her if you arrived. She is training in Area A and will be over shortly. Not even 2 minutes later, the door to the lounge was pushed open. Su Qinghan still had her sharp high ponytail, wearing a tight training outfit, with a thin layer of fine sweat on her forehead. The whole person exuded a cool, heroic air. Seeing Wang Xiao drinking tea, she nodded without any sense of superiority or distance. You're here? Is the tea to your liking? Very good, great tea. Wang Xiao put down his cup and spoke honestly. Su Qinghan sat across from him, her tone calm. I watched the match at school that day. Your commanding skills have a certain flair. Blue Sea is my family's business, and the facilities here are among the best in Jinling City. Since we're classmates, feel free to visit often. If you don't understand anything, you can ask the coach. This was somewhat unexpected for Wang Xiao. There was no condescending charity, it felt more like an equal connection based on mutual recognition. Thank you. Wang Xiao wasn't one to be pretentious. Right now, Xiaojiu is in the awakening phase, and he does need high-intensity battles to stimulate growth. We have no shortage of opponents here. Su Qinghan pointed to the arena outside. Aside from battles, the logistics support is top-notch. If you need to purchase pet resources, you can get a discount with my card. Mentioning resources, Wang Xiao's mind immediately became active. Xiaojiu's terrifying appetite had always been his worry. Ordinary compressed biscuits could never satisfy the consumption of a king-level potential, and the fire-type spiritual materials on the market were ridiculously expensive. If he kept feeding him like this, he'd have to pawn his pants. Well. Wang Xiao cleared his throat, although a little thick-skinned, for the sake of his pet eating well. What was face? Since we're classmates, could you introduce me to something, maybe a high-cost performance option? Energy-packed pet beast food recommendations? Best if it is cheap, big in amount, and really fills the belly. Su Qinghan froze for a moment. Cheap, big amount, filling? Why does this request sound like ordering rice bowls in a college cafeteria? Just as she was about to open her mouth to recommend a few common fire-type energy bars on the market, in Wang Zhao's mind, that long silent golden scale suddenly shook hard. Buzz. A pale golden prompt box suddenly popped up on his retina, directly covering Su Qinghan's delicate face. Detected host strong demand, high-cost performance pet beast food. Searching database. Plan match successful. Recipe unlocked, beginner fire element energy block. Effect, perfectly locks fire-type spirit material energy, absorption rate raised to 95%. Long-term eating can purify bloodline, and even has a high chance to understand new fire-type skills. Taste is excellent, not only filling, but also a god tool to please pets. Unlock condition, consume 1000 energy points. Wang Zhao's hand holding the teacup shook hard, the boiling tea almost gave his pants a high-temperature disinfection. 1000 points? He glanced at the pitiful 50-point balance in the top right corner, the corner of his mouth twitching like crazy. System, are you robbing me? This is like a hero who just entered the beginner village, with only a few copper coins in his pocket, and the shop owner suddenly pulls out a divine weapon priced at $99.99 and asks if you want to buy it. Buy my hammer. What's wrong? You don't look so good. Su Qinghan noticed Wang Zhao's strange state and asked casually. Nothing, I just suddenly feel the road I have to walk is very long, and very expensive. Wang Xiao put down the teacup and calmly closed the system screen in his mind. To unlock this cheap-level recipe that could let Xiaojiu win at the starting line, only one road was placed in front of him: get energy. And in this battle hall, energy and money are often tied together. Wang Xiao picked up the tablet from before, his fingers flying across the screen, directly charging into the match hall. The screen was packed tight with applications looking for opponents. Flame Mad Lion, Awakened High Tier, Appearance Fee 5000, begging to be beaten. Win Scythe Weasel, Awakened Peak, Gambling Mode, winner takes all the deposit. Wang Zhao's eyes swept quickly over the flashy information, the truth scale helping filter in his mind, cutting out those obvious fishing traps or opponents that were way too abnormal. Suddenly, his fingers stopped. His sight locked onto one piece of information in the corner of the list, like seeing a shining gold mine. Challenger ID, Mo Fan. Affiliation, Jinling City Qining High School. Battle Pet Beast, Mystic Water Turtle, Awakening Stage Mid-Tier. Battle Mode, Bounty Sparring. Appearance Fee, 0. Victory Reward, 20,000 Federation Coins. Limit Condition, only pet beasts below Awakening Stage Peak allowed to challenge. Wang Xiao raised an eyebrow. Mo Fan? The name sounded a bit familiar. He searched his memory and quickly matched it. Seems like a rich second generation from the key class next door, usually quite low-key, not as showy as Li Zihao, but rumor says his family does aquatic business and is rich as oil. This is coming to spend money to get beaten? Wang Xiao stared at the line victory reward 20,000, the little abacus in his heart clacking loudly. Normal battles are either friendly sparring with no money, or betting between both sides. This kind of good thing with no appearance fee, no loss if you lose, and 20,000 if you win, usually has only one reason. The other side urgently needs lots of real combat to grind the pet beast's defense, commonly called leveling. Mystic Water Turtle, Water Attribute, Shocking Defense, truly a tough sandbag that can take hits. Although by attribute logic, water restrains fire, Xiaojiu facing the Mystic Water Turtle is a natural disadvantage. But Wang Xiao glanced at Xiaojiu lying on his shoulder, drooling while staring at the tea snacks in Su Qinghan's hand. This little guy is a freak that has mastered high-tier skills. As long as it is not a level crush, attribute restraint in front of absolute firepower. That's a joke. Su, I think I saw someone I know. Wang Xiao pointed at the message on his tablet, a smile full of kindness curling at the corners of his mouth. Since we're both alumni, I feel it's my duty to take care of him, and also guide him on his practical skills. Su Qinghan leaned over to take a look, saw the name Mo Fan, and then glanced at the 20,000 yuan reward. She instantly understood Wang Xiao's intention. Her lips twitched slightly. Taking care of alumni? You're clearly eyeing his body. No, it's his money you're after. Mo Fan's Xian Shui turtle has strong defense, you should be careful. Su Qinghan reminded him, which was rare for her. Although it's only awakened at mid-level, they say its shell hardness is comparable to alloy steel. The harder, the better. Without hesitation, Wang Xiao clicked, accept challenge, his eyes shining with the green light called poverty. The harder the turtle, the more satisfying it would be to break it. And, a turtle with maxed out defense should provide more energy points than a fragile lion, right? This isn't Mo Fan, this is clearly a lucky money boy plus an experienced baby. This wool, I've got it. Chapter 11, Xian Shui Turtle, I spin like a top, and it strolls in the rain? Blue Sea Arena, VIP Lounge. Sinking into the soft, cloud-like leather sofa, Mo Fan kicked his feet up, bored out of his mind, scrolling through his phone. The spinning circle on the screen made his head dizzy. Ding! The crisp notification sound rang out, a match had been found. Match success. Opponent, Wang Xiao. Pet beast, Burning Heart Fox, awakened, mid-level. Fire type? And a fragile fox? Mo Fan tossed his phone onto the sofa, rubbing his hands excitedly. The 20,000 yuan was one thing, but the real gift was this attribute counter matchup that basically handed him an experience pack on a silver platter. This isn't an opponent, this is just a live target to help him level up his Xian Shui turtle's resistance. He fixed his hair in the mirror, pushed open the door, and walked confidently toward the A-zone battle room. A gust of cold air hit his face. Mo Fan immediately spotted Wang Xiao on the opposite side of the arena, as well as the tall figure standing at the referee's station. Su Qinghan. Mo Fan, who had been slouching, instantly straightened his back as if caught by a disciplinary teacher during a surprise inspection. He hadn't expected such a small and casual sparring match to have the goddess herself as the referee. If he performed well, wouldn't he make a big impression in front of Su, the campus beauty? His mindset just shifted dramatically. Wang, what a coincidence. Mo Fan quickly walked up with a decent smile, trying his best to show a gentlemanly attitude, friendship first, competition second, but I'm definitely going to win. Wang Xiao nodded, his gaze scanning Mo Fan, finally landing on the Beastmaster bag around his waist. The look in his eyes was like that of a butcher eyeing a pig for slaughter, full of calculated kindness. Let's begin, we're short on time. Su Qinghan glanced at her watch, her cold voice interrupting Mo Fan's unfinished greeting. Come out, Xian Shui turtle. Mo Fan didn't dare slack off. With a wave of his hand, a flash of light from the Beastmaster's space appeared. Boom! The ground shook violently. A giant turtle, the size of a millstone, slammed heavily onto the arena. This creature had developed exceptionally well. Its back shell was a deep, dark blue, shimmering with a metallic, cold sheen. Its limbs were as thick as columns, and every step it took made a dull thud on the specially made floor. The weight of it alone was enough to make anyone despair just from looking at it. It was a perfect tank model. In contrast, Wang Xiao's little red fox, yawning at his feet, seemed like a snack meant to fill the gaps between this giant turtle's teeth. The size difference was so vast, one could hardly believe they were the same species. Mo Fan looked at the little fox, which was no bigger than his Xian Shui turtle's head, and kindly reminded him, water counters fire, and my Xian Shui turtle is famous for its defense at this tier. If it hurts you later, don't blame me for not holding back. Wang Xiao put his hands in his pockets, looking at Mo Fan as if he were looking at 20,000 cash. It's fine, it has tough skin and can take a beating. He silently added in his heart, the premise is that you need to be able to touch it. Su Qinghan raised his right hand and swung it down sharply. The match starts. Before the words fell, Wang Xiao's originally lazy demeanor vanished in an instant, and he became as sharp as a drawn sword. Little 9, Spark Spurt. The command was brief, almost careless, as if saying, go fetch the newspaper. Little 9, lying on the ground, twitched its ears and immediately entered combat mode. It opened its mouth, but unlike ordinary awakened pets that spit out scattered sparks, there was nothing in its throat. Whoosh! A glaring orange-red flame compressed and spun inside its mouth. The next second, 5 or 6 fire dragon heads, each about the thickness of a baby's arm but intricately carved to life, shot out with piercing screeches. These fire dragon heads seem to have independent life, drawing several strange arcs in the air, directly bypassing the defensive blind spots of the Xianshui turtle, and biting it fiercely from different angles. Boom boom boom. The explosions rang out in succession. The flames didn't scatter but clung to the turtle shell like a disease, burning fiercely. The terrifying heat instantly evaporated the moisture on the surface of the turtle's shell. Sizzle. White smoke rose, and the whole battle room was instantly filled with the smell of iron plate barbecue. Mo Fan, who had been full of confidence, instantly changed his expression. Is this really a basic skill, Spark Spurt? Who has fire dragon heads in their spark skill? Who has a spark that can instantly burn away the water shield of a water-type pet? This temperature is wrong. This is unscientific. Su Qinghan, standing by the sidelines, suddenly stopped her pen. As an expert, she immediately saw the key. This is not just a normal skill release, it's the performance of mastering Spark Spurt to an advanced or even higher level, using extreme compression to gain penetration and adhesion. Usually, this requires months of training between a beast master and their pet, but Wang Xiao has only had his pet for a few days. This person, is he a monster? Su Qinghan looked at Wang Xiao's back, and the evaluation label that had once been a bit interesting was forcefully torn off and replaced with a big question mark. On the field. The Xianshui turtle let out a painful screech as the high temperature transmitted through its shell, burning it like an ant on a hot pan. Mo Fan, after a brief moment of panic, quickly made the right judgment. Xianshui turtle, retract your shell. Spin at high speed. Use water gun combined with the spin to extinguish the fire. Knock it away. The Xianshui turtle's limbs, head, and tail immediately retracted into its shell. The huge turtle shell spun like a top, and high-pressure water columns shot out from 5 holes in the shell. Whoosh! Water, aided by the wind, formed a powerful force. This attack-defensive combo turned into a moving water grinder, rushing towards Little Nine with a howling sound. The onlookers around the field couldn't help but exclaim. Wow, this turtle has been trained well. This move is impressive. Now it's over. A fire type of the same level would be torn apart if it gets touched by this meat grinder. The situation reversed instantly. Everyone thought Wang Xiao would be in big trouble, that this high-level match was about to fail. However, facing this wild grinding machine, Wang Xiao still kept his hands in his pockets, not even opening his mouth. No commands. Little Nine yawned on the field, and even shook its ears leisurely, despite the steam approaching. Just as the high-speed spinning turtle shell was about to collide with it. It moved. There were no big leaps or panicked escapes. Its steps looked disordered, like it was drunk, but every step followed some strange rhythm. Fox Shadow Step, passive trigger. Taking a step to the left, just barely avoiding a high-pressure water jet. Bending down, the tortoise shell brushed against its scalp as it flew by in the gusting wind. A light jumped to the right, and another water jet splashed into the empty air. This was the second form of the Fox Shadow Step after optimization through the truth scales. The regular Fox Shadow Step only has one explosive state, where the limbs are wrapped in flames, burning a large amount of spiritual energy for extreme agility. But the version in Wang Zhao's hands has an abnormal perception state. It doesn't actively consume energy. Instead, the body detects subtle changes in air currents like a radar, automatically avoiding danger with minimal movement. The former is Fei Lan's burst, the latter is instinctive energy saving. 1 minute passed. An extremely comical scene unfolded on the stage. A large tortoise spun wildly, splashing water everywhere, like a frenzied sprinkler, panting heavily. Meanwhile, the little fox hopped and skipped through the gaps between the splashing water, not a single fur on its body getting wet. In fact, feeling bored, it even tried to catch the splashing water droplets to play with. It was like a max-level character strolling through a newbie village. Mo Fan's forehead broke out in a layer of cold sweat. He stared at the little red dot on the stage, moving as casually as if it were strolling in its own backyard, and his mentality completely collapsed. What is this? Is it mocking me? He suddenly turned to Wang Xiao, who was still standing in place, his expression as indifferent as if watching a boring silent play. Wang Xiao. Why aren't you giving orders? Mo Fan shouted, his voice trembling with humiliation. Give orders? Wang Xiao stood still, his hands still in his pockets, his posture as if welded in place, unchanged from the start of the match. Facing Mo Fan's hysterical question, he merely tilted his head slightly, his gaze passing through the flying water droplets and landing on the frustrated sponsor, speaking as calmly as if discussing the weather today. It's having fun, why would I interrupt? His voice was not loud, but in the vast arena, it clearly pierced through the loudspeakers and into everyone's ears. Mo Fan was stunned. Fun? What nonsense is he talking about? This is a high-pressure water gun combined with a high-speed rotating water blade tornado, a meat grinder that could even cut through rock. The little fox was desperately running for its life on the edge of death, one step too slow and it would be shredded into minced meat. And he's calling this fun? Stop acting tough. Emofan's face twitched with muscles, feeling like his intelligence was being rubbed into the ground, stubborn as a dead duck. Let's see how long you can last. Xian Shuwei tortoise, increase the water pressure. Make it fall. On the judge's bench, Su Qinghan, who had been recording data, suddenly stopped her hand. She put down her electronic pen, leaned forward, and her usually calm eyes were now locked tightly onto the red figure in the field. Something's wrong. If this were extreme evasion, the biological instinct would be accompanied by tense muscles and rapid breathing. But that burning heart fox. It was too relaxed. Su Qinghan could see clearly that, under the attack of two crossing water jets, the little fox just casually twisted its waist. It even had the leisure to extend its paw to swat at a water droplet splashing in the air. Snap! The water droplet shattered. The little fox seemed to find it amusing, its tail wagging happily as it jumped lightly to the other side's safe zone. The feeling was like a child in rain boots splashing in a puddle, with no trace of the tension of life-or-death combat. It's not dodging. Su Qinghan crossed her arms, her fingers lightly tapping on her arm, the rhythm a little fast. It's walking a dog? This thought flashed into her mind, and even Su Qinghan was startled by it. A fox just awakened not long ago, its attributes suppressed, and its level restrained, yet. Did they really treat a renowned defensive black water turtle as a toy? This isn't just a matter of skill level. This is a crushing blow to their battle intelligence. At this moment, Wang Xiao took out his phone, lit up the screen, and glanced at the time. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. In his mind, the interface of the truth scales was showing energy growth as slow as a snail's crawl. Dodge successful, slightly understanding the flow of wind, energy plus 0.1. Toying with the opponent, mental joy, energy plus 0.1. It was all just these insignificant gains. At this rate, all that would be achieved was a waste of time, with no meaningful result. And looking at Fan, his face turning red, neck thickening, if he really got a stroke from anger, this deal might just fall through. Customer experience is still important. It's about time. Wang Xiao put his phone back in his pocket, and his indifferent expression finally tightened a little. Little 9, stop playing, time to wrap up. He snapped his fingers, the crisp sound cutting through the noise of the water. This deal is worth 20,000, don't mess up the client's experience, who are we going to cry to if they refuse to pay? Hearing wrap up, Little 9, who had been hopping around in the water columns, froze mid-motion. Its golden red pupils instantly focused, the lazy, playful air vanishing completely, replaced by a cold, focused predator's gaze. Playtime was over. It was time to get serious. At this moment, a subtle change happened in the situation. The black water turtle was not an eternal motion machine. Maintaining nearly 3 minutes of high-speed spinning and high-pressure water spraying, for a mid-level awakened pet beast, the physical consumption was enormous. Woo! The turtle shell let out a deep, muffled wind howl, and the speed visibly slowed down. The once impenetrable water curtain showed a small gap. Now's the chance. Old strength exhausted, new strength not yet born. This is the biggest weakness of all spinning-type skills. When it stops, it creates a strong sense of dizziness and stiffness. Charge and stick face-to-face sparks. Wang Xiao's command was cold and precise, with no unnecessary words. No need for him to speak, Little 9, already prepared, moved. A flash of red light. It did not attack the exposed limbs of the black water turtle, but used the final push of the water column to flip in midair. Snap! Its 4 tiny pink claws landed firmly on the still slowly rotating turtle shell. This happened too quickly, so quickly that Fan couldn't even give a defense command in time. The black water turtle felt a weight on its head, instinctively wanting to shrink its head further in and stop spinning, trying to shake off this uninvited guest. But it was too dizzy. The world still spun around in its eyes. It just barely stuck its head out of the shell, trying to locate the enemy. And what it saw was hell. Little 9 was lying on the edge of the turtle shell, head down, right in front of the dark head hole. It tilted its head, its pink little nose almost touching the rough skin of the black water turtle. Then, it grinned, showing a few tiny, white sharp teeth, with an extremely heartwarming smile. Peep. Goodbye. Boom. A ball of compressed orange-red flames shot unreservedly into the hole where the black water turtle had pulled its head back. The turtle shell is a great thing. Its defensive power is incredible, impossibly hard. But at the same time, it is a perfect pressure cooker. The flames exploded in the narrow chamber, and the terrifying high temperature had nowhere to go but to wildly echo inside the turtle shell. A scream of utter agony came from inside the turtle shell, enough to make one's scalp tingle. Then, large amounts of white steam mixed with black smoke burst out from the other 4 holes in the shell, accompanied by a sharp whistle. Boom! The massive body of the black water turtle suddenly jolted, its limbs stiffly stretched out like they had cramped, crashing heavily onto the arena floor. The originally dark blue back armor of the turtle now faintly shimmered with a strange red hue, even emitting steam. Its eyes rolled back, its tongue lolling to one side, completely losing consciousness. The air was filled with the smell of seafood soup. The entire place was deathly silent. Only the ventilation system on the ring was still buzzing with noise. Mo Fan's mouth hung open, his hand still raised as if giving an order, and he looked like a weathered sand sculpture. Lost? Just like that, it was over? 1 second, his Xianshui turtle was wreaking havoc, transforming into an invincible fireball. The next second, it was turned into a pressure cooker stewing a turtle? This. Mo Fan's throat made a dry sound, his mind blank, completely unable to process what was happening in front of him. Su Qinghan glanced at the stopwatch in her hand. 3 minutes and 5 seconds. 3 minutes were spent taking a walk, and the real battle lasted only 5 seconds. She took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in her heart, and regained her cold professional demeanor. Xianshui turtle has lost its fighting ability. Winner, Wang Xiao. With the referee's announcement, a pleasant sound rang in Wang Xiao's mind. Battle settlement completed. Defeated the mid-awakening Xianshui turtle, defense specialization. Battle rating, S, teasing and instant kill. Energy points plus 80. 80 points. Wang Xiao's heart skipped a beat. This big turtle was indeed a treasure. It was worth much more than that fragile lion. With the points left from before, his energy reserves had already surpassed the 3-digit mark. He was much closer to the formula for the basic fire elemental energy cube. Wang Xiao walked up to the ring quickly and scooped up the little nine, who was still drooling over the turtle shell, probably because it smelled the fragrance. Stop looking, that's someone else's companion. You can't eat it. He patted little nine's bottom and then turned to walk towards Mo Fan, who was still doubting life. At this moment, Mo Fan was squatting next to the Xianshui turtle, helplessly checking his beloved pet's injuries. When he saw Wang Xiao coming, he instinctively shrank back a little, his eyes showing a trace of instinctive fear. This person was too ruthless. That tactic of pouring fire into someone else's shell was simply crazy. Don't worry, it's just external injuries, burns. Wang Xiao wore the characteristic sincere salesman smile and pulled out a bottle of cheap burn spray he had prepared earlier, handing it over. Spray this on it, and after resting for 2 days, it'll be fine. Mo Fan dazedly took the spray, looking at Wang Xiao's harmless face, unsure of what to say. 20,000. Wang Xiao expertly pulled out his phone, opened the payment code, and showed it to Mo Fan. The motion was so familiar, it was clear he had rehearsed it countless times in his mind. Mo Fan's mouth twitched. He glanced at the still-smoking Xianshui turtle and then at the payment code. So, after being humiliated, he still had to pay? But after all, he was from a rich family, and this amount of money wasn't much to him. Plus, willing to bet, willing to lose was a rule in their circle. Ding! 20,000 yuan received. Hearing that pleasant sound, Wang Zhao's smile grew even brighter. He didn't turn to leave, but instead took a step forward, lowered his voice, and spoke in a tone only the two of them could hear. Mo, actually, after that fight, I found a big problem with your Xianshui turtle. Mo Fan was stunned and instinctively asked, what problem? Although its defense is amazing, it has poor internal temperature regulation. Wang Xiao seriously spoke nonsense, though it wasn't really nonsense. This was the data scanned by the truth scales just now. This is fatal in actual combat. Once it faces fire-type or poison-type opponents, targeting this weakness, your turtle shell is just for show. Mo Fan's face changed. Indeed. In the previous battle, it was precisely because of this that they lost. Then, what should we do? Mo Fan asked urgently. This mysterious black water turtle was something the family had put in a lot of effort to acquire. If it really had such a fatal flaw, how could they continue mixing in the circle? The fish took the bait. Inside Wang Zhao's heart, the little devil was rubbing its hands wildly, but on the surface, he wore an expression of I'm in a difficult position, but for a fellow alumnus, I can reluctantly help. This kind of resistance can be trained. Wang Xiao pointed to the little nine in his arms. My burning heart fox, you've seen its explosive firepower. It's perfect for helping your black water turtle with specific desensitization training, but as long as we do this internal heating a few more times, let its body adapt to these high temperatures, then in the future, when it faces fire-type opponents, it'll be able to endure. This logic. It seems flawless? Mo Fan blinked and felt that Wang Xiao made a lot of sense. Only after being forged 1,000 times can the strongest shield be created. Then, how about another round? Mo Fan asked tentatively, his eyes reigniting with hope. Ahem, well. Wang Xiao looked at little nine as if it was hard to say, my fox also used a lot of energy just now, and this kind of high-intensity sparring is quite draining. 30,000. Mo Fan directly raised the price, as long as we can build this resistance, money is no problem. The difficulty on Wang Xiao's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a kind of chivalrous generosity. He slapped Mo Fan on the shoulder, like long-lost brothers. Deal. The scope has opened, Mo classmate. Since we're both alumni, talking money would hurt the feelings. But since you're so sincere, I'll reluctantly add another session. Let's first go treat your turtle, then immediately start the next course. Standing not far away, Su Qinghan watched the two walk toward the resting area with their arms around each other, and couldn't help but twitch her mouth. She had heard the entire conversation. God, desensitization training. That was clearly just treating someone as a moving experience pack in ATM. And the person was begging him to do it. Wang Xiao, his heart is really dark. But Su Qinghan glanced at the data recorded on her tablet. The energy control exhibited by the burning heart fox in the final blow was more refined than before, even better than when it was in school. It was growing in battle. And the speed of growth was astonishing. Interesting. Su Qinghan closed the tablet, looked at Wang Xiao's back, and a light flashed in her eyes, a light that only appeared when one saw their kind in this circle. Looks like I also need to find an opportunity to take care of Wang classmate's business. 10 minutes later, in the resting area. Mo Fan looked at the transfer records on his phone, then at Wang Xiao, who was feeding the fox with several pieces of premium jerky. Suddenly, he felt something was off. Hey, Wang bro. Mo Fan hesitated for a moment before asking, if we train like this, will my turtle really become stronger? Wang Xiao stuffed the last piece of jerky into Little Nine's mouth and patted the crumbs on his hands. He looked up at Mo Fan, his gaze firm, his tone so sincere it almost brought tears to the eyes. Don't worry. As long as the money is in place, I can turn glass into bulletproof. Wang Xiao stretched out his hand and made a motion as if holding the key to the door of great wealth. Chapter 13, Cooking Elixirs in a Rice Cooker? The neighbor thought I was cooking shit. 10 stacks of red bills covered the narrow single bed, completely hiding the faded sheets. With the high-grade fire energy bars that Su Qinghan handed him before leaving, this less than 10 square meter rental room now smelled of copper, like a vault. It smells so good. Wang Xiao sat cross-legged in the money pile, holding a check he had just swiped from Mo Fan. 100,000 federal coins. In 2 lifetimes, he had never fought such a rich battle. Kill, set fire, golden waistbands, the ancients really didn't deceive me. Wang Xiao slapped the check onto the bed and turned his gaze to the system panel in the air. Current energy, 620. 50 points of this was earned from the Thunderlight Lion yesterday. The rest of the pain points all came from that turtle, Mo Fan's dark water turtle, contributing its pain value. That turtle was indeed a rare and high-quality battery, durable, with enough energy. But there was still a whole 380 points left to unlock the basic fire element energy block recipe, and he was nowhere near the 1,000-point milestone. Wang Xiao stared at the gray, dull unlock button, then glanced at the pile of cash on the bed that hadn't even warmed up yet, feeling a toothache. The system's marketplace logic was very rigid, either grind or spend money. If he wanted to collect those 380 points through fighting, he'd have to wait at least a week at the battle hall, and pray to encounter someone like Mo Fan, who was naive and rich enough to be a great benefactor. Time waits for no one. Xiao Zhou's appetite was growing bigger by the day. Relying on just energy bars and compressed biscuits, he was bound to eat away his foundation eventually. You can't catch a wolf without parting with the cub. Wang Xiao gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and reached for 4 stacks of bills from the pile on the bed. 40,000. Enough to pay 2 years of rent in this old, shabby place, or eat until he puked at the nearby Shaw County snack shop. Recharge. With a thought, the equivalent exchange was activated. There was no burning process for the money in his hand. It simply vanished into thin air, turning into golden light that drilled into his forehead. Before the pain of losing the money could spread throughout his body, the numbers on the system's interface began to jump wildly. Energy conversion successful. Current energy, 1020. Looking at his now deflated wallet, Wang Xiao clutched his chest, forcing himself to self-hypnotize. This wasn't spending money, it was an angel investment. As long as he got the recipe, this would be a money-printing machine in the future. His fingers trembling, he slammed the unlock button with force. Boom! Golden light exploded in the consciousness space. Massive streams of information flooded into his brain like a burst dam. Molecular structures of fire element materials, the catalytic curve of temperature on medicinal properties, the golden ratio of stirring frequency to energy fusion. Countless difficult and obscure alchemy knowledge was suddenly as clear as an instinct carved into his bones. Congratulations to the host for redeeming the recipe for the first time. Triggered newbie benefit, randomly gifted with 1 additional attribute recipe of the same level. Received, basic ice element energy block blueprint. Wang Xiao rubbed his aching temples and saw the additional ice type recipe, pausing for a moment. Ice type? That ice spirit rain butterfly from Su Qinghan was probably ice type, right? That rich woman never cared about the price when buying food for her pet beast. Wang Xiao swept the remaining 60,000 into his backpack, zipped it up quickly, his eyes gleaming. This wasn't just a recipe, it was clearly Su Qinghan's bank card password. The next morning. Old City District, Cargo Market. This was the sewer of Jinling City, the top for low-level beast tamers. There were no shiny glass counters here, just muddy ground and air filled with the smell of fish and rotting herbs. Wang Xiao, carrying a large empty burlap sack, wove through the crowded streets. He didn't go to the shops with signs saying premium spirit materials, but instead headed straight for the street vendors dealing with scraps. "Boss, how much for this pile of rotten leaves?" Wang Xiao squatted in front of a stall full of stains, pointing at a pile of withered plant remnants. The stall owner was a big man with a face full of muscles, swatting flies with a fly swatter. He rolled his eyes when he heard, "That's just the dead leaves dropped by walking grass during the season change. They're too tough even for pigs. If you want to take the whole lot, $50. 20, I'll help you clean up the trash, save you the cost of hiring someone to throw it away." "Deal." Wang Xiao quickly took out the money and swept the withered leaves into the burlap sack. To outsiders, this was garbage. But to Wang Xiao, who had activated Truth Scales scanning mode, the plant veins inside these leaves still contained a high concentration of plant adhesive. This was the best natural coagulant for making energy blocks, 10 times more effective than the chemical adhesive sold for hundreds on the market. As he walked, he kept sweeping items into the sack. A broken fire lizard tail. Although it looks unappetizing, the elemental fire activity at the breakage site reached its peak due to stress reactions. The sun-dried fiery insect shells, ground into powder, make the best kind of fuel. Wang Xiao looked like a scavenger, and wherever he passed, not a single blade of grass grew. The surrounding stall owners looked at him like he was a fool, even whispering to each other, wondering if the boy had gone mad from practicing his martial arts. Wang Xiao turned a deaf ear to them. "Laugh all you want, when I get rich, I'll buy up all your stalls." Half an hour later, he squeezed out of the market with a bulging sack on his back. It cost less than 800 yuan. According to the system's recipe standards, this pile of junk was enough to make finished products worth over 50,000 yuan. A huge profit. A naked, shameless profit. It's faster than robbing a bank. Back at the rented apartment. Wang Xiao locked the door, pulled the curtains shut tightly, making it look like he was up to some illegal activity. He dumped the pile of smelly materials on the floor, then dragged out the old rice cooker that had accompanied him for many years from under the bed. Without a professional alchemy furnace or a temperature-controlled workbench. The only temperature-control device was the cook and keep warm settings on this rice cooker. The conditions are tough, but the principle is the same. Wang Xiao chopped the tail of the fire lizard into pieces, mixed it with the fiery insect shell powder, and finally added juice extracted from withered walking grass leaves. A pot of black, sticky substance, as thick as asphalt. Hope it works. Wang Xiao placed the inner pot in, covered it with the lid, and pressed the cook button. 1 minute. 2 minutes. The rice cooker's vent began to emit white smoke. Soon, the white smoke turned black, and an indescribable foul stench instantly filled the room. It was the smell of burnt rubber mixed with rotten eggs, with a lethal power comparable to biochemical weapons. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Xiao was choked until his eyes were watering, feeling like his lungs were about to explode. He was just about to unplug it. Suddenly, the landlady downstairs screamed hysterically, "Who? Who is cooking shit in there? Are you trying to kill me? If you don't turn off the fire, I'm calling the police." Wang Xiao's face changed. If the landlady caught him, forget about making pills, he'd lose his place to live. He quickly grabbed the rice cooker still emitting black smoke with one hand, while the other hand scooped up the little nine, who was sleeping in the bed, and kicked the door open to run upstairs. Rooftop. The wind was strong, messing up Wang Xiao's hair and blowing away the shit cooking smell. Wang Xiao squatted down, covered in dirt, at the windward side, with the rice cooker still stubbornly working in front of him. After 3 explosions of the rice cooker, physically speaking, the porridge-like substance splattered everywhere. After ruining 5 batches of raw materials, Wang Xiao finally figured out the quirks of this old rice cooker. He manually cut off the power 3 seconds before it switched from cook to keep warm, using the residual heat for the final simmering process. Ding! The crisp sound of the circuit breaker trip seemed especially pleasant amidst the howling wind. No more black smoke. A rich meat fragrance, mixed with a faint grassy scent, wafted out from the gap in the lid. This smell was so overwhelming that it even overshadowed the red braised pork simmering next door. Wang Xiao took a deep breath and carefully lifted the lid. At the bottom of the pot lay a dozen dark red cubes quietly. Translucent and smooth, with a warm color, like a batch of freshly polished rubies. The disgusting raw material residue was gone, and all the essence was perfectly locked inside these small cubes. Chirp! A red shadow flashed by. The little nine, who had been hiding behind the water tank because it couldn't stand the black smoke, had now teleported to the rice cooker's side. Its front claws clung to the edge of the pot, its golden red eyes fixed on the bottom of the pot, with a droplet of liquid hanging from the corner of its mouth. That instinctive craving made it not even care about the heat, reaching out its tongue to lick. Why are you in such a hurry? No one's going to fight you for it. Wang Xiao was quick, and he pinched a square block. It felt warm and bouncy, like jelly. Try it, this is the fruit of my old father's labor. He held the block up to Xiaojiu's mouth. Ah! Xiaojiu swallowed it in one gulp, not chewing, as if afraid Wang Xiao would change his mind. The next second, its fur suddenly bristled, like a red sea urchin. A visible heat wave spread out from it in all directions, even blowing the dust on the ground away. Wang Xiao nervously stared at the system panel. Ingested high-purity fire element energy. Energy +5. Digestion good, no side effects. It's done. A 5-point energy boost. This pot has dozens of pieces, which is dozens of energy points. And the cost? Just a few dozen bucks worth of trash materials and a little electricity. Wang Xiao held the remaining block in his hand, lifting it under the sunlight. The red glow reflected off his face, which was covered in black dust. This wasn't just a block. It was clearly the key to the road to becoming the richest, the golden brick to smash open the gates of those big families. Chapter 14, Use the worst pot? No, the rich lady's gear must be top tier. The sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a golden halo around the transparent red block in Wang Xiao's fingertips. The freshly made ruby still had the warmth from the rice cooker. Wang Xiao's gaze shifted, landing on the plastic bag in the corner, still leaking black water. That was a pile of industrial waste he had randomly picked up at the market yesterday. Moldy ice crystal grass roots, dried up snow silkworm skins, and half a bottle of leftover frost due from some unlucky person. The entire set cost less than 50 bucks. In his mind, the system's recipe for the basic ice element energy block was flashing with tempting blue light. Unfortunately, Xiaojiu was a fire element. If fed this, it would either get diarrhea or, worse, it would be a one-way trip. I need a test subject. Wang Xiao threw the red block down at Xiaojiu, who was drooling on his pants, caught it perfectly, swallowed it without chewing. Burp. A visible flame shot out from its nostrils, burning 2 black spots into the floor. The effect was immediate, this was solid. Wang Xiao pulled out his phone and quickly typed on it. Wang Xiao, Boss Su, are you there? I have a big business proposal about your butterfly. Come to Blue Sea quickly. The reply came instantly, cold and aloof. Su Qinghan? Wang Xiao, I have something that can make your ice soul butterfly evolve at least half a year ahead of schedule. Bring money, see you in half an hour. After sending the message, Wang Xiao stuffed the still steaming second-hand rice cooker into his backpack, then grabbed the leaking bag of rotten vegetable leaves from the corner and walked out the door. Blue Sea Battle Arena, VIP Lounge in Area A. Su Qinghan had just finished an intense round of physical training. She was wearing a tight sports tank top, a white towel draped around her neck, with a few strands of wet hair sticking to her long neck, radiating a healthy beauty. She was sipping from a bottle of imported mineral water when she froze upon seeing Wang Xiao walking in. To be precise, she was staring at the equipment in Wang Xiao's hands. In his left hand, an old rice cooker, severely chipped, with a lid even dented. In his right hand, a broken plastic bag dripping black water. The appearance was so bad, not even a business deal, but someone might believe he had just escaped from a trash recycling station. This is your big business? Su Qinghan put down the water bottle, her brow twitching. Although she recognized Wang Xiao's potential, it was hard to associate this shabby appearance with evolving ahead of schedule by 6 months. Don't judge a book by its cover, open your mind. Wang Xiao placed the rice cooker on the 6-figure Italian leather coffee table with a loud bang, making Su Qinghan's eyelids twitch. He casually threw the bag of rotten vegetable leaves aside and opened the zipper to let Xiaojiu out. Xiaojiu, show Boss Su a trick. Xiaojiu, now full and in a good mood, jumped onto the coffee table, facing Su Qinghan's delicate face. A soft chirp echoed. Then, she opened her mouth. There were no earth-shattering sounds or dazzling lights. Only a thin, yet intensely condensed line of fire spilled from between her teeth. The fireline was a nearly pure, bright white, like a little snake, slithering around the water bottle. Sizzle. The bottle instantly shattered, the cut as smooth as a mirror. The water inside didn't even have time to spill out before the high temperature sealed it shut. Su Qinghan's previously lazy posture disappeared in an instant. She quickly walked over to the coffee table, picked up the cut bottle, and recoiled slightly as the residual heat from her fingers burned her hand. This is impossible. She was an expert. Such extreme compression and control of fire elements were beyond even a leader-level pet beast, yet this burning heart fox was still in the awakening phase. Spiritual power purity. Su Qinghan muttered 4 words, staring intently at the little fox licking its paws. Its spiritual power purity is at least 3 times that of others at the same level. What did you feed it? Wang Xiao smiled. The bait had been taken, and it had bitten down hard. He slowly took out a red block, which he had deliberately left earlier. It was crystal clear, and under the light, it looked like lava was flowing inside. This is a low-level fire element energy cube, an exclusive recipe. Wang Xiao tossed the cube in his hand. Purely natural, no additives, with an absorption rate over 95%. The effect of slicing the bottle just now? That was after eating one. Su Qinghan's gaze moved up and down the cube. She had seen the Fire God No. 1 produced by the Imperial Research Institute, priced at 5,000 per cube, with an absorption rate of only 80%. But this one in Wang Zhao's hand, just by its color, completely outshone all other products on the market. Did you make this? Su Qinghan pointed to the chipped rice cooker, her tone filled with absurdity. Tools don't matter. What matters is the technique. Wang Xiao handed her the cube. I'll give you one to test. But today's main event isn't this. He kicked the plastic bag that was still dripping water. I'm here to work with ice elements. Su Qinghan glanced at the moldy bag, then at Wang Zhao's determined face. Rationality told her this was nonsense. To refine a potion that surpassed the Imperial Research Institute's, using a pile of trash and a broken rice cooker? It was harder to believe than a pig climbing a tree. But the broken water bottle and the terrifying spiritual power fluctuations from the little fox were violently shaking her perception. What do you need? Su Qinghan took a deep breath and took the gamble. A fire, and a place, Wang Xiao said bluntly. Also, bring out your butterfly. I need to adjust the flavor in real time. 10 minutes later. The previously pristine VIP room had turned into a black workshop filled with strange smells. Wang Xiao was sitting cross-legged on the floor, about to plug in the broken rice cooker. Wait. Su Qinghan couldn't take it anymore. She walked over and, with 2 fingers, disdainfully pinched the greasy wire and yanked it out. If you can really refine a divine medicine, using this junk is an insult to the materials. She pressed the call button on the wall. In less than a minute, 2 staff members brought in a silver-white device. The sleek body, the full touch panel, and the built-in microcomputer temperature control chip made it clear what it was. Portable constant temperature alchemy cauldron, military grade. This is my personal backup device. Temperature control accuracy, 0.01 degrees. Su Qinghan crossed her arms and looked down at Wang Xiao. Don't tell me you don't know how to use it. Wang Xiao touched the cold metallic shell, his eyes sparkling. This wasn't a cauldron, this was a work of art. I do, very well. Wang Xiao immediately got to work. With this magical device, the temperature control curves, which would have needed frantic calculations in his mind, could now be set with just a touch. He tossed the moldy ice crystal grassroots into the cauldron, poured in half a bottle of frost dew, and finally tore up the crumpled snow silkworm skins and sprinkled them on top. Though the equipment had changed, the raw materials still looked nauseating. Su Qinghan stood beside, with the ice soul rain butterfly perched on her shoulder, both of them wearing an expression of "can this really be eaten?" in disbelief. V-room. The machine started. Wang Xiao stared intently at the screen, and the scales of truth in his mind activated simultaneously. Current temperature, -15 degrees Celsius. Warning, ice crystal grassroot activity not triggered. Wang Xiao's finger slid across the touchpad. Puff. A light sound, and black smoke poured out from the exhaust vent. For the first time, failure. The temperature increased too fast, it's burnt. Wang Xiao remained unfazed, cleaning up the waste. Su Qinghan didn't say anything, silently turning on the exhaust fan. Second try. Zzzzzzz. Failed again. The adhesive didn't melt, and the materials separated. Su Qinghan glanced at the time. Wang Xiao, the raw material waste from this machine will be counted in the cost. Don't rush, I'm calibrating. Wang Xiao didn't even look up. Though the 2 failures in a row, he grew more excited. With each failure, the scales of truth adjusted the data model. The success rate was soaring from 10% to 80%. This feeling was like solving a math problem with a known answer. Let's go again. He poured in the last bit of material. This time, Wang Zhao's fingers flew across the control panel, so fast only after images remained. Heating, stirring, condensing, energizing, each step locked into millisecond intervals. Su Qinghan's previously indifferent expression gradually became serious. She was an expert, she understood those operations. The precision level of these small maneuvers didn't seem like that of a high school student, it looked more like a master who had been immersed in this field for decades. V-room. The machine let out a long hum, and the indicator light turned green. No more black smoke, a pure and refreshing fragrance wafted out from the exhaust vent. It was like the first drop of melted snow on pine needles in the depths of winter, cold yet full of vitality. The ice soul rain butterfly's antennae shot up, turning into a blue light and dashing towards the cauldron, spinning around it madly while emitting rapid sounds. That pitiful look was just like a junkie spotting their special supply. Wang Xiao opened the cauldron lid. A chill surged out, and inside the cauldron lay a dozen or so deep blue cubes. The ice blue was profound, as if sealing a miniature snowstorm inside. Wang Xiao picked one up, feeling an excruciating cold at his fingertips, but it wasn't even throughout, with tiny cracks on the surface. Still a semi-finished product. He furrowed his brow, about to throw it back into the waste bin to remake it. The energy structure is unstable, it could cause diarrhea if eaten. Before he could finish, a blue shadow flashed by. Eee. The ice soul rain butterfly completely ignored the warning, like a starving ghost reincarnated, grabbed the flawed product and swallowed it with a gurgle. Then, it shuddered all over, sneezed with ice shards flying, and then. Not only did it not get diarrhea, it actually squinted its eyes in bliss, flapping its wings happily, even rubbing its head against the rim of the cauldron with residue still stuck to it. Su Qinghan's face darkened. Come back, she barked. The ice soul rain butterfly pretended not to hear, stubbornly staying by the broken cauldron, unwilling to leave. That look seemed to say, let go of me. I just want that one bite. That's mom's taste. Su Qinghan froze. She looked at the pet that was desperately trying to break free from her grasp, running towards another man, oh no, towards the food in another man's pot, and suddenly, an inexplicable sense of frustration surged up. That feeling made her feel like an incapable wife. Clearly, the services she could offer were already enough to satisfy her husband, but now she could only watch as he went out every day to fulfill his needs. The top-tier resources and careful nurturing she provided turned out to be no match for a rotten vegetable leaf from a roadside stall? A feeling called being NTR made this cool campus beauty feel especially helpless and unnecessary at that moment. Chapter 15, Earn a Million with Tears. The new leaks are ready. Ding. The crisp sound of the rice cooker tripping the circuit breaker echoed like heavenly music in the quiet room. The fifth time opening the lid. No cracks, no impurities. A dozen cubes all presented a profound and stable ice blue color. Inside, it seemed like a frozen snowstorm was sealed, swirling with a dreamlike glow under the light. A perfect finished product. Wang Xiao let out a long breath, but before he could praise himself, Su Qinghan suddenly found his hands empty. The usually cold and aloof ice spirit butterfly, at this moment, was like a starving stray, breaking free from its restraint and diving into the rice cooker, rolling around joyfully, even purring like a cat. Su Qinghan watched the scene, took a deep breath, and had to admit. The rice cooked in this broken rice cooker truly smelled better than the ones made by masters at home with million-dollar equipment. This was quite ridiculous. Wang Xiao casually picked up a piece and handed it over. Test it. Su Qinghan took it, placing it in the portable testing device she always carried. Beep beep beep. The curve on the screen skyrocketed like it had blasted off on a rocket, finally settling on a string of bright red numbers. Energy purity, 98.5%. Impurity content, 0.1%. Assessment level, perfect. This. Su Qinghan suddenly looked up, and for the first time, a crack appeared on her usually cold and emotionless face. The person seemed to split right open. What are the raw materials? Her voice was a little hoarse. Just that pile of trash. Wang Xiao pointed to the trash can beside him, ice crystal grassroot for purification, snow silkworm skin as the carrier, frost dew as the binder. The cost is about 5 yuan per piece? 5 yuan. They made a perfect cube. If this got out, the masters in the capital who had millions in funding and blew up countless labs would probably line up to jump off a building. Su Qinghan looked at the ice spirit butterfly excitedly flitting around in the pot, her eyes gradually becoming fiery. This wasn't just medicine, this was a strategic resource that could change the family's status. How much are you selling it for? Su Qinghan instantly returned to her sharp businesswoman persona. No need for nonsense, if the price was right, she'd buy it all. Wang Xiao lazily leaned back on the sofa, watching the light in the rich woman's eyes, his mind calculating so quickly it almost made sparks fly. Costing 5 yuan, even the trash on the market could be sold for 500. Since we're old classmates, I won't gouge you too much. Wang Xiao raised a finger, looking sincerely at her, 1,000 per piece. 1,000. 200 times profit. Even capitalists would cry, but this was truly an honest price you'd never find with a lantern. Su Qinghan didn't even furrow her brows. It's cheap. She even helped Wang Xiao raise the price. With this quality, auction houses start at 3,000, and there's no market for it. But since it's a friendly price, I'll take that favor. Slap. A black card was slammed heavily on the coffee table. I'll reserve 1,000 pieces. Here's a 50,000 deposit, the rest will be paid upon delivery. 1,000 pieces? 1 million. Wang Xiao's heart skipped a beat, almost shouting rich lady, hungry hungry, food food, but with his powerful will, he managed to maintain his mysterious master persona. Boss Su, you're generous. He pressed down on the black card with lightning speed, his fingertips slightly pressing down, afraid that this fat sheep, no, big client might change their mind. But let me be clear up front, this is handmade, the process is extremely complex, and production is limited. No more than 100 pieces a week. Hunger marketing, those who understand, understand. Okay. Su Qinghan nodded. Also, if you can develop other types of cubes with different properties, the Su family will prioritize buying them, price is up to you. No problem. Wang Xiao slipped the black card into his pocket, and the feeling of having it safely in hand made him smile wider than an AK. With this money, not only could he solve Xiaozhou's food expenses, but he could even trade the formula for the primary thunder element energy cube. Then he could find a thunder-type sucker. Oh no, big client. This business was a sure thing, a huge win. Pleasure doing business. The two hands shook in the air. One for money, one for power. Each getting what they needed, both happy. At this moment, Wang Xiao's phone in his pocket buzzed. Your account ending in 8888 has received 50,000 yuan. Balance, 152,250 yuan. Looking at those beautiful numbers, Wang Xiao felt that the air was sweet. Just as he was about to pack up the broken rice cooker that had just made a great contribution, the door of the lounge suddenly swung open. A staff member hurried in. Mr. Wang, there's a guest outside named Mo Fan looking for you, he says it's urgent. Mo Fan? Wang Xiao raised an eyebrow, and before he could say anything, the staff member added. He's also brought a friend, looks very wealthy. Very wealthy? Wang Xiao's eyes instantly lit up, even brighter than when he saw the black card earlier, almost like two searchlights. A new opportunity has arrived? He put the broken rice cooker down again, adjusted his collar, and his smile instantly became even brighter and more benevolent, as if he were looking at the thriving crops in his own field. Quick, please. Wang Xiao waved his hand dramatically, his tone filled with passion. That is my dear friend, a brother from another mother. We must give him the best treatment. Master Wang. My savior. Mo Fan burst through the door, his voice loud like he was shouting to the heavens, pulling along a little chubby man wearing limited edition sneakers. He looked crazy with excitement, like a gold medal lecturer just returned from a brainwashing seminar, pointing at Wang Xiao on the sofa and starting his speech. Old Hu, this is the Master Wang I told you about. A god. My Xianshui turtle was trained by him yesterday, and after I tested it at home, its energy level shot up by 100 points. Although the shell is still black, no matter how much I scrub, it won't come off, but that's the mark of a true warrior. A proof of hellish baptism. Wang Xiao subtly hooked his right foot backward. Clang. The broken rice cooker, still covered in some mysterious black residue and recently involved in $1 million deal, smoothly slid into the shadow under the sofa. He straightened his collar, leaned back into a relaxed position, and instantly adopted that immortal expression you only see in TV dramas, aloof and distant. Su Qinghan, holding a teacup, trembled slightly, almost spilling the tea. She glanced at the exposed power cord under the sofa and then at Wang Xiao's appearance, lips tight as she suppressed a laugh. She silently lowered her head and drank the tea, tacitly accepting the show being performed. The chubby man, Hu Tao, pulled in by Mo Fan, did not bow like Mo Fan did. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, and the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist sparkled under the lights, blinding everyone. His gaze swept over Wang Xiao like a scanner, finally stopping on the young man who seemed to have nothing but good looks, with a sharp, skeptical look in his eyes. Energy level increased by 100 points? Hu Tao took out the latest model of a data analyzer from his pocket, brought up a line graph, and showed it to Mo Fan. The data indeed shows that your turtle's resistance to damage has improved by 15%, but this is not scientific. According to the law of energy conservation, such explosive growth over a short period usually comes with the side effect of draining potential. He then turned to look at Wang Xiao, his tone carrying a hint of provocation. Also, my great strength ape is a strength type, tough and strong, completely different from that kind of shrinking turtle. Your little fox, can it really work? A data geek. A data geek who's hard to fool. Wang Xiao liked people like this the most. Because once such people were convinced, they would pay faster than anyone. He didn't rush to refute, not even raising his eyelids. In his mind, the scales of truth silently moved. Buzz. An invisible wave swept over Hu Tao's beast controlling pouch. Target, great strength ape, not summoned. Energy level, awakening period, high level. Condition, bloated/overnourished/ muscles stiffened. Evaluation, a typical product of resource piling. It only has brute strength, and its agility is even worse than a pregnant sow, suggest returning to the forge for reworking. Wang Xiao had a clear idea now. He put down his teacup and extended 3 fingers, waving them in the air. Whether it's a turtle or a monkey, in my eyes, they're both unfinished half-products. Wang Xiao's tone was flat, as if he was talking about what to eat tonight. Your big ape data indeed looks good, but that's inflated. It's like watered-down pork, looks heavy, but once you fry it, it's all water. Hu Tao's expression changed instantly, and he was about to argue back. For Mo Fan's sake, 30,000 per match. Wang Xiao directly interrupted the spellcasting, dropping a number that made the staff members nearby gasp. No credit, no refunds. Of course, if you break your monkey, medical expenses are on you. 30,000? The gold medal sparring partner at Blue Sea Battle Arena charges only 5,000 per appearance. This was straight-up robbery. Hu Tao's brows furrowed, and he was about to shout, "You're crazy about money," but his gaze swept to Su Qinghan, who had been silent by the side. She was the eldest daughter of the Su family, with a sharp eye for things. Even she was sitting here supporting this person, and even looked accustomed to it. Could this person really have some secret skill? Plus, Mo Fan looked so certain, as if he was about to tear his heart out to prove his sincerity. Hu Tao gritted his teeth, and the balance in his mind shifted. Fine. He took out a card from his pocket and slapped it on the table, showing off, as long as it works, money's not an issue. But if it doesn't work, don't blame me for ruining your reputation. Wang Xiao looked at the card, and a fatherly smile appeared on his face. Young man, you're walking a broad road. 5 minutes later, in Area A's private ring. Boom! A muffled explosion sounded, and the specially made alloy ring trembled 3 times. A nearly 2-meter-tall giant ape crashed heavily onto the floor. This creature's muscles were bulging, its grayish-white fur stood straight like steel needles, and its arms were as thick as support beams, almost dragging its knuckles to the ground. It opened its blood-red mouth, revealing a row of uneven yellow teeth, letting out a deafening roar at the opponent. Roar! The sound wave, carrying the stench of days without brushing teeth, blasted Wang Xiao's hair into a slicked-back style. In contrast, the small red furball standing at Wang Xiao's feet looked almost like a keychain. Xiao Jiao had just finished eating and was still burping. It tilted its head, looking at the giant fool in front of it, its tail flicking the floor with disdain. Is this all? It didn't seem as appetizing as the rice cooker from earlier. Big ape, don't underestimate it. Hu Tao stood in the command position. Though he was saying tough words, his money ability was clear the moment he entered the ring. Activate your ultimate. Use rock skin to enhance your defense. Then use shattering fist to block its movement. Don't give it a chance to flank. Roar! The big ape pounded its chest with both fists, making a muffled thud-thud sound, like it was beating war drums. A layer of grayish-white rock-like skin quickly covered its entire body, instantly enhancing its terrifying defense, making it look like it was wearing a thick bulletproof vest. It took a big step forward, like a heavy tank out of control, swinging its fists the size of basins, smashing them toward the tiny red creature, accompanied by the sound of howling wind. If this punch landed, not just a fox, even a steel plate would be crushed into a pit. Mo Fan at the side watched with bated breath, instinctively covering his eyes, afraid of witnessing a bloody scene. Su Qinghan, however, still had her arms crossed, leaning against the railing, her posture unchanged. She was waiting. Waiting for that man to show off his miraculous, precise micro-operations. Facing the incoming punch, Wang Xiao had his hands in his pockets, even casually scratching at the floor with his toes, looking as relaxed as if he were strolling through his own backyard. Xiao Jiao, warm-up's over. He said a few words, his voice not loud but perfectly reaching Xiao Jiao's ears. Use Fox Shadow Step to flank, and fire a spark shot at its knee pit. Remember, don't kill it, this is the #1 boss. No, this is the client. Chirp. A red flash appeared. Xiao Jiao's figure disappeared from the spot, evaporating into thin air. With a powerful punch, the mighty ape struck at the air, smashing the ground into a spiderweb-like crack, with fragments of stone flying everywhere. It was about to turn around to search for its target when a sudden, excruciating pain shot through its left knee, as if it had been pierced by a red-hot branding iron. Puff puff puff. 3 small fireballs, no bigger than a coin but compressed to the extreme, struck with pinpoint accuracy at the soft cartilage junction behind its left knee. That was the only vulnerable spot in its rock-like skin, the so-called Achilles heel. Arg! The mighty ape screamed in agony, its left leg instantly losing feeling, and its massive body lost balance, crashing down onto one knee with a loud thud. The kneel was hard, and just hearing it made one feel the pain. What? Hu Tao's eyes almost popped out. How could this be possible? The mighty ape's rock-like skin covered 95% of its body, with that weak spot exposed only when it was swinging a punch with all its might, muscles stretched to the limit for an instant. The window of time for it to be exposed was absolutely no longer than 0.1 seconds. Did this fox have X-ray vision? How could it strike so precisely? Before he could react, Wang Xiao's annoying voice sounded again. Did you see that? Wang Xiao stood still, like a strict rehabilitation doctor scolding a disobedient patient. Your mighty ape's lower body is weak, relying on brute force from its upper body. This kind of fighting style works against rookies, but against agile opponents, it's a sitting duck. He snapped his fingers with a cheerful tone. Little Nine, help correct its posture. Go for a double attack. Chirp. Little Nine's figure flashed again. Instead of pressing the advantage and attacking the vital points, it moved like a nimble flea, hopping around the mighty ape's body. With every jump, a precise spark struck at the mighty ape's joints. Left knee, right ankle, lower back. All power points, all weaknesses. Bang! As the mighty ape tried to stand, it took another blow to its right ankle. Its massive body lost balance again, and the other leg dropped to the ground in a kneeling position. Bang! Just as it tried to push itself up, a tingling sensation hit its lower back, and it collapsed flat on the ground, landing in a perfect dog-eating shit posture. This wasn't a fight. This was a brutal physical rehabilitation, and it was forced rehabilitation at that. Get up! Don't lie there! Hu Tao panicked, sweating on his forehead. Mighty ape, use the earthquake wave. Shake it off! The mighty ape roared, smashing both fists into the ground. A circle of yellow shockwaves expanded from it, trying to clear the area. However, Little Nine seemed to have predicted its move. A second before its fists hit the ground, Little Nine gracefully leaped up, stepping on the mighty ape's shoulder for leverage, performing a perfect backflip in the air. It even shot a spark at the mighty ape's shiny bald head while still in midair. Boom! The mighty ape's head went black, and smoke rose from it. The damage wasn't significant, but the insult was strong. TSK, TSK, TSK. Wang Xiao shook his head, his tone one of disappointment, making Hu Tao want to spit blood. The power is scattered, and the wind-up is too long. What is this earthquake wave going to do other than loosen the floor? It's just wasting energy. He looked at the system panel. Playing with the opponent, causing mental trauma, energy plus 20. Accurate strike on weak points, energy plus 15. The numbers jumped up, bringing a pleasant mood. This monkey might be a bit dumb, but it actually provided more energy than that turtle. Sure enough, the more confident geniuses like this one were, the higher their output after being struck down. This was prime material for harvesting. Continue. Wang Xiao smiled like a devilish instructor. Since we spent 30,000, we have to make sure the service is top-notch. We can't let the client feel like they're getting ripped off. Little Nine, don't hold back. Just don't kill it, but hit it like there's no tomorrow. This is called failure education. Bang! Another dull explosion. The mighty ape's massive body, like an awkward sandbag, was sent stumbling forward by a clever force, its left foot tripping over its right foot, almost smacking its head against the floor. The proud rock-like skin on its body was now covered with more than a dozen scorched black spots. Each spot was precisely placed at the joint connections, as if marked by a top surgeon with a scalpel. Little Nine transformed into a red streak of light, repeatedly hopping across the attack-blind spots of the mighty ape. It was not greedy for strikes. Each time, it would only land one hit. Strike, then run. The mighty ape roared angrily, swinging its thick arms wildly in the air, but not even touching a hair on Little Nine. Instead, it exhausted itself with heavy breathing from overexertion. Hu Tao, standing at the command platform, watched as his pet beast was played with like a monkey, and his face trembled with pity. But soon, he noticed something strange. After repeatedly losing, the mighty ape began subconsciously tightening its armpits and shrinking its neck. What was once mindlessly reckless in attack now carried a hint of something. No, it was caution. It learned. It really learned how to protect its weak points. Hu Tao slapped his thigh suddenly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The coach had spent 3 months trying to correct this fool monkey's habit of attacking recklessly, but after just a few burns, it had figured it out on its own? This wasn't getting beaten up, it was clearly an accelerated course. The 30,000 yuan spent was truly worth it. Just as Wang Xiao was about to give the final order to have Little Nine take down the big brute in one go, something unexpected happened. After completing a beautiful fox shadow step turn, Little Nine's once fluid motion suddenly jerked in midair. It was like an old video skipping a frame. The red glow on its body dimmed without warning, and its limbs tensed for a brief moment. That was the signal of an empty fuel tank. The body during the awakening phase was ultimately just a limited container. The continuous high-intensity bursts, combined with the earlier pinpoint compressed fireballs, had already drained its stamina completely. This 0.1 second stiffness was a death sentence on the rapidly changing battlefield. Roar! Though the mighty ape wasn't very bright, its animal instincts sensed the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It couldn't think, acting purely on instinct, swinging its right arm in a horizontal sweep like a giant cement pillar. There was no technique, just brute force. Dodge! Wang Xiao's voice wavered for the first time. It was too late. Little Nine had no leverage in the air, barely curling up its body, trying to withstand the impact with its back. Bang! The muffled crash made one's teeth ache. The little red figure was sent flying, tracing a parabolic arc through the air before landing heavily at the edge of the arena and rolling a couple of times due to momentum before barely stopping. Chirp! Little Nine struggled to get up, its limbs shaking. It bared its teeth at the mighty ape, growling threateningly from its throat, but the small amount of blood spilling from the corner of its mouth stung Wang Xiao's vision. Wang Xiao's hands, buried in his pockets, clenched tightly. He had been careless. The once smooth and easy battle had made him overlook a basic fact: Little Nine was still a baby. Its explosive power had indeed reached the leader level, even higher, but its body was still the fragile, newly awakened one from just a few days ago. This was like putting an aircraft engine in a QQ car. It might run fast, but it could fall apart just as quickly. End it. Wang Xiao's voice was as cold as ice shards, without the slightest hesitation. If it dragged on, the foundation would be damaged, and no amount of money could buy it back. Little Nine understood. Its golden red pupils contracted into needle-like points, and the fur at the base of its tail stood on end. It squeezed out the last drop of spiritual power in its body. The fur on its tail exploded outward in an instant, and the once small flame grew explosively. It didn't use the tremendously taxing three-tailed heavenly fox move, as its body couldn't handle such a load. Instead, it compressed all the flames into the tip of its tail. Shoo! A flash of red light. Little Nine leapt high, its body forming a taut bow in the air. Its tail, like a red-hot steel whip, cut through the air with a sharp crack and lashed down fiercely. The mighty ape had just raised its arm to block. Too late. The lash was too fast, too fierce. It bypassed its arm completely, striking precisely at its most vulnerable face. Smack! A crisp sound echoed, accompanied by the smell of burning. The mighty ape didn't even have time to scream in agony, its eyes rolled back, and its massive body fell straight backward. Boom! The platform trembled. The mighty ape foamed at the mouth, a charred whip mark running from top to bottom across its face, completely knocked out. Little Nine landed. Its limbs went soft, almost kneeling on the ground. But it held itself up, turning its head to show a bloodstained little fawn to Wang Xiao. As if to say, "Look, I did it." The world went quiet. Battle settlement complete. Defeated the awakened high-tier mighty ape. Battle rating, A, victory despite the odds, but still slipped up. Energy points plus 70. Wang Xiao didn't even have time to glance at the flashing numbers. He rushed up the stage, scooping up Little Nine, who was still baring its teeth at the mighty ape. The little guy felt soft, like a ball of dough just out of the oven. A patch of its back fur was missing, exposing a horrifying purple-black skin, with a large swelling around it. Does it hurt? Wang Xiao's finger hovered above the wound but didn't dare to touch. Chew! Little Nine buried its head into Wang Xiao's chest, whimpering with grievance. It hurt. It wanted jerky. The best kind, 3 pieces. Seeing that it still remembered to bargain, Wang Xiao finally felt relieved. If it was still thinking about food, it meant its brain wasn't damaged and its insides were likely fine. Here, 5 pieces. Wang Xiao pulled out the high-grade healing spray that Su Qinghan had given him and sprayed it on the wound without hesitation. At this moment, Hu Tao snapped out of his shock. He glanced at the mighty ape foaming at the mouth on the ground, then at Wang Xiao, not angry at all, but instead running toward him with an excited, almost fanatical expression. Brother Wang! That was amazing. Truly amazing. Hu Tao spoke in a rush, waving his phone. That last whip was so cool. And those weaknesses you pointed out, I just replayed it and it was so precise, like you had X-ray vision. That 30,000 yuan was totally worth it. I'll come again tomorrow. No, I'll come every day from now on. Saying this, the little fatty didn't hesitate and began frantically tapping the payment code on his phone. Ding! 30,000 yuan deposited. Wang Xiao put away his phone, staring at the self-satisfied benefactor with mixed feelings. Has the leak become so self-aware now? We'll talk about it tomorrow. Wang Xiao said dismissively, it's injured, needs to rest. After sending off the reluctant Hu Tao and Mo Fan, only Wang Xiao and Su Qinghan remained in the rest area. Su Qinghan walked over and handed Wang Xiao a bottle of light blue spray. This is Ice Soul Dew. Its swelling and pain relief effect is 10 times better than your common spray. She glanced at Little Nine, curled up in Wang Xiao's arms, pretending to be dead, and spoke with a calm yet sharp tone. Its burst power is S grade, combat IQ is A+, but its endurance is only C-. Its physical condition is too weak to sustain that level of intense energy output. It's like a tractor with a Ferrari engine. If it keeps running like this, the engine might not break first, but the chassis will fall apart. Straight to the point. Wang Xiao took the spray and applied a couple of sprays to the wound. The cool mist instantly relieved the burning pain, and little Nine squinted in comfort, its tail tip gently flicking Wang Xiao's wrist. Indeed. Wang Xiao sighed, eating energy cubes only boosts the upper limit and purity of spiritual power. Physical strength and endurance have to be built through training. Without training, all that eating will produce is a fat and fragile mage. In this world, nothing is perfect. The truth scale gave little Nine the ability and potential to step beyond its tier, but that fragile body is its greatest weakness. To make up for this shortcoming, there is only one way. Practice. Practice until death. Wang Xiao raised his head and looked at Su Qinghan. Boss Su, can I borrow your equipment? What are you going to do? Su Qinghan looked at Wang Xiao's face, which was unnervingly calm, and suddenly had a bad premonition. Just add some oil to it. Wang Xiao grinned, showing a row of white teeth, and changed the frame as well. Chapter 18, A World of Ice and Fire. Xiaojiu, I want to call the police. 10 minutes later. Blue Sea Arena, Private Gravity Training Room. This is the core area of the entire facility, with walls covered in top-level soundproofing foam, and the air is filled with the sharp, sour smell only present after high-intensity exercise, the scent of money burning. Wang Xiao stood in front of the control panel, his eyes focused. In his mind, the scale of truth was running wildly, and the CPU was about to burn out. Consuming 50 energy points. Running simulation, Furious Heart Fox, Physical Training Plan, Hell version. Recommendation, Gravity Multiplier 1.5, intermittent hot and cold stimulation, combined with high-frequency dodging training. If you don't die, keep practicing until you do. Wang Xiao's fingers flew across the control panel, the rhythm precise. Beep. 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 The parameters were set, the red light flashing ominously. He turned around and looked at the little one, who was lying on the soft mat, thinking he could finally rest. Xiaojiu was holding the half-finished bottle of nutrient liquid, happily licking the bottle's mouth, his tail wagging contentedly, completely unaware that the harsh reality was about to hit. Suddenly, a heavy weight pressed down on his back. A specially made weighted vest was mercilessly strapped onto him. Immediately after, his limbs were locked into cold, restricting rings. Chew. Xiaojiu looked up, confused, forgetting to swallow the nutrient liquid at the edge of his mouth. What is this new skin? It's so heavy. Xiaojiu. Wang Xiao squatted down, shaking a stick of special-grade jerky that smelled irresistibly delicious. It was bought with Hu Tao's medical expenses just now, one stick worth 10, shiny and dripping with oil, the scent filling the air. Want to eat? Xiaojiu nodded crazily, saliva pouring out instantly. Then run. Wang Xiao pointed at the huge treadmill in front of him, a fatherly smile on his face. As long as you can stay on this for 10 minutes without falling off, this jerky is yours. 10 minutes? Xiaojiu sneered and curled his lips. Who are you looking down on? This fox is going to be the future king. With confidence, he jumped onto the treadmill, even turning around to challenge Wang Xiao with a raised chin, his little face almost saying, "Is this all?" Wang Xiao smiled. He smiled like a devil who would sell his soul to Lucifer. Start. He pressed the red button. V-room. The gravity field instantly activated. An invisible pressure descended from above, like an unseen giant hand pressing heavily on Xiaojiu's back. His limbs went weak, and he nearly slammed his head onto the treadmill. Before he could adjust to the sudden weight, the treadmill began to accelerate wildly. But that wasn't the worst part. From behind the treadmill, two mechanical arms emerged ominously. The one on the left sprayed freezing cold water. The one on the right sprayed scorching hot wind. A world of ice and fire, with perfect service. Chew. A blood-curdling scream tore through the soundproof foam, echoing down the hallway. Xiaojiu was forced to move his heavy legs, running madly on the treadmill. If he slowed down even a bit, his backside would be drenched by the cold water or scorched by the hot wind, giving him a curly-haired look. He ran while crying, tears and snot flying everywhere, mentally cursing Wang Xiao's ancestors. A liar. A big liar. This is what you call eating well? This is what you call enjoying life? I want to go home. I want that broken cardboard box. Even sleeping on the floor is better than this. Wang Xiao stood in front of the treadmill, holding a stopwatch, his expression unchanged as he watched the little figure struggling at the edge of life and death. Run. If you don't want to be overtaken by that turtle, then run. If you don't want to be punched in the stomach by that stupid monkey and cough up blood, run. Just run. Finish the set, and you'll earn an energy cube. Hearing the words energy cube, little Nine, who had been rolling its eyes and preparing to give up, suddenly found some strength from who knows where. It gritted its teeth, desperately moving its four short legs, managing to hold on to the hopeless treadmill. Su Qinghan stood outside the one-way glass, watching the heartbreaking scene inside. She held a cup of coffee, already cold, without taking a sip. Crazy. she muttered under her breath. This level of training, even a commander-level cub might not survive, but this person dared to use it on a fox in the awakening phase. And Su Qinghan looked at the little creature inside, its nose running from tears, but still refusing to fall off the treadmill. Her gaze changed. From initial feelings of grievance and fear, it slowly transformed into an almost numb resilience. The vitality bursting out under extreme strain made even this young lady, who was used to pampered genius beasts, feel her heart race. But the frame. Su Qinghan took a sip of the cold coffee. It really seems to be getting a bit sturdier. 10 minutes later. Ding. The machine stopped. Little Nine slid down from the treadmill like a puddle of mud, unable to retract its tongue. It was soaked through, fur clinging to its body, looking even worse than when it was born, a wet chicken. Wang Xiao walked over and removed the weights from it. No words of comfort, no hugs. He just tore apart a strip of jerky and fed it piece by piece into Little Nine's mouth, then shoved a freshly made energy cube in. Done eating? Wang Xiao's voice echoed in the empty training room, like a devil's whisper. Done, let's start the second set. Thud. The jerky that Little Nine hadn't swallowed yet fell to the ground. It lifted its head, looking at the smiling man, its vision fading to black, utterly despairing. For a fox cub in the awakening phase, this was nothing short of torture, child labor abuse. Chirp. It struggled to lift its eyelids and glance at the bag of jerky in Wang Xiao's hand, its gaze blank. Not eating. Too tired. Even dragon meat couldn't give it the strength to chew anymore. So you're just giving up? Wang Xiao crouched down and poked its soft belly with his finger. Endurance is just the foundation. You saw that battle earlier, your reaction speed is still too slow. Against a clumsy beast like the mighty ape, it's okay, but against something agile, you'd be a live target. He stood up and walked toward a machine in the corner of the training room. It was a metal machine that looked like an octopus, with 8 flexible mechanical arms, each arm ending in a dark barrel-like muzzle. 360 degrees dynamic attack capture device. A savage piece from Su Qinghan's private collection. It could lock onto a target using infrared and conduct 360-degree attack training with no blind spots. 5-minute break, then we start the second phase. Wang Xiao typed parameters on the control panel, the sound of rapid keystrokes echoing in the room. Dodge special training. The puddle on the floor suddenly sprang back to life. Little Nine shot up, its golden red eyes filled with terror. Not over yet? Are you a demon? Chirp chirp chirp. I protest. This is abuse. I'm reporting you to the labor board. Protests are invalid. Wang Xiao pointed at the machine that was warming up, buzzing. This round is simple. This machine will shoot soft rubber pellets. It won't hurt, but it will feel uncomfortable, like wearing a pain mask. And he took out a pack of high-end crispy fish bones that he had borrowed from Su Qinghan, shaking it in his hand with an inviting crunching sound. Every time you're hit, you lose 1 piece of fish bone for dinner. If you can last a minute without being hit, you get a special fire element energy cube. Energy cube. That chewy texture, the warmth that fills you up, like soaking in a hot spring, a divine taste. Xiaojiu's throat shamefully rolled once. Although its body protested, the foodie nature deep within its soul once again took over. It shakily stood up, trembling its sore limbs, its gaze once again became firm and greedy. For the cube. It's all or nothing. Get ready, start. Wang Xiao pressed the start button. Whoosh. A yellow soft rubber bullet shot out from the mechanical arm, moving so fast that only a shadow could be seen. Xiaojiu instinctively tilted its head to the left. Smack. The soft rubber bullet brushed past its ear, the wind pressure from it stinging its cheek. Before it could even breathe a sigh of relief. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 other mechanical arms fired simultaneously, forming a shape that blocked all of its escape routes. Cheap. Xiaojiu let out a strange cry and tried to jump backward, but its sore thigh muscles slowed it down by half a beat. Puff. Puff. 2 bullets hit its butt squarely. Although they were made of soft rubber, the high-speed impact instantly spread a sharp, painful sensation throughout its body, like being stung by 2 large hornets at the same time. Take off 2 points. Wang Xiao stood aside, coldly counting, like an emotionless accountant. Xiaojiu bared its teeth in pain, but it had no time to complain. Because the machine, like a mad beast, had 8 arms swinging in turn, and yellow rubber bullets were pouring down like a storm. Use the passive perception of Fox Shadow Step. Wang Xiao's voice pierced through the chaotic sounds of gunfire, clearly reaching its ears. Don't look with your eyes. Feel the airflow with your body. Your eyes will deceive you, but the wind won't. Don't look with my eyes? While Xiaojiu was desperately dodging, it tried to understand this instruction. 2 more shots hit its butt, causing it to gasp in pain. It closed its eyes. Instinctively, it gave up using its vision to catch the fast-moving trajectories that it couldn't even see clearly. The world fell into darkness. But its other senses were infinitely amplified at this moment. The subtle sound of air being torn. The pressure on its skin as the airflow approached. To the left. Xiao Jiao instinctively slid a step to the right. Whoosh! A bullet whizzed past its whiskers. It dodged. That mysterious feeling made its heart leap with joy. Right rear. Lower your head. Whoosh! It dodged again. Wang Xiao stood by the side, watching the red figure in the dense rain of bullets, darting around like a leaf in the wind. A satisfied smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The deduction of the truth scales was indeed correct. Only under extreme pressure can the potential of a living being be forced out. The dodging just now had already faintly shown signs of subtlety. No longer relying on large movements to dodge, but using tiny shifts to avoid damage with minimal cost. This is the advanced form of the Fox Shadow Step, Light Flow. Standing outside the glass door, Su Qinghan had unknowingly put down the cup of water in her hand. She watched the little fox inside the training room rapidly evolving, her eyes filled with complexity. Such training intensity, if it were her ice soul rain butterfly, it would have either collapsed or quit by now. But this burning heart fox. Although it cried out pitifully, and every time it was hit, it looked aggrieved, its eyes always burned with a wild, unyielding spirit. And a persistence for food. Truly, a strange pair of partners. Su Qinghan murmured softly. One stops at nothing to save money, while the other would risk its life just for dried meat. But one must admit, the simple and brutal driving force has created an astonishing rate of growth. Ding! The 1-minute countdown ended. The machine stopped operating. Xiao Jiao still maintained the dodging posture, its tense muscles instantly relaxing. Thud! It collapsed to the ground again, this time truly unable to move even a finger. Several red marks appeared on its body, looking pitiful. But in the last minute, it successfully dodged over 80% of the attacks. Wang Xiao walked over. He pinched a crystal-clear red cube, which seemed to have lava flowing inside, and shoved it into its mouth. Well done. He rubbed the little one's sweaty head, and his voice, rare with tenderness, carried a slight warmth. Although you still got hit a few times, it's a huge improvement. Tonight, we'll add extra food, and it'll be plenty. Gulp. The energy cube melted the moment it entered, turning into a pure wave of heat that rushed to its limbs, driving away all fatigue and soreness. Little Nine let out a satisfied sigh. It smelled so good. This beating wasn't for nothing. It savored the sweet taste lingering in its mouth, and although its whole body ached, it felt an inexplicable sense of security in its heart. It seemed like it had gotten a little stronger. That feeling of controlling its body, of being able to maneuver through danger with ease, was even more addictive than eating jerky. Wang Xiao picked it up and stuffed it into his backpack. Let's go home. We'll continue tomorrow. Inside the backpack, Little Nine's body stiffened, and the happiness that had just risen shattered in an instant. More to come? Help! Is there no Fox Protection Association to take care of this? Chapter 19, Whose Fox Has a Swollen Butt? Wang Xiao pressed the red button, and the gravity indicator light jumped from light green to deep red. Gravity multiplier, 1.8. Inside the narrow training room, the air seemed to freeze into lead, heavily pressing down on the floor. Little Nine's limbs suddenly sank, and its claws made a sharp screeching sound as they scraped against the specially designed non-slip mat. The weighted vest on its back pulled to the sides, digging into its fiery red fur. Hold on, just 3 more minutes. Wang Xiao held the stopwatch, his eyes locked on the speed of the treadmill's belt. The belt rapidly slid backward, leaving behind a blur of afterimages. Little Nine's tongue hung out, saliva dripping from its chin onto the treadmill, immediately sucked into the machine steps. Its golden red eyes were bloodshot, and every step drained all of its strength. Whoosh! Suddenly, a mechanical arm to the side swung out, 3 yellow soft gel pellets forming a triangular blockade right in front. Little Nine's hind leg muscles instantly swelled, using the counterforce from the gravity compression to jerk its body awkwardly backward. Its movements were no longer the wide leaps it had done before. Now, it only trembled its shoulders slightly, used its waist and abdomen to exert force, and the whole fox twisted like a dehydrated sponge, dodging the trajectory by millimeters. 3 pellets brushed past its fur and slammed into the soundproof wall behind, making a muffled thud. Wang Xiao stared at the prompt flashing on his retina and gently tapped on the control panel. Fox Shadow Step Proficiency, 99 out of 100. Status, Extreme Fatigue, Potential Activated. Just one last step. Little Nine, the extra food chance has arrived. Wang Xiao suddenly pushed down the control lever. 8 mechanical arms emitted high-frequency vibrations at the same time, dozens of launch ports aiming at the center of the arena. Whoosh 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 whoosh. A barrage of bullets instantly covered all the blind spots, the air itself ripped apart by sharp whistling sounds. Little Nine felt a chill on its back, a stress response triggered by the feeling of danger. It closed its eyes, no longer running mechanically but instead gliding along the air currents, moving through the gaps. The red figure blurred, leaving several afterimages in the gravity field. It crossed to the left, spun sideways, and lowered its head. Its movements were as fluid as skating on ice, with each muscle twitch precisely avoiding the bullets. The last soft gel pellet brushed past the base of its tail. Ding! Fox Shadow Step skill broke through the bottleneck. Current level, proficient, 1/300. Effect enhancement, evasion rate increased by 50%, explosive movement now leaves afterimages, fatigue consumption reduced by 20%. Ding! The machine stopped. The gravity field dissipated, and Little Nine collapsed like a deflated balloon, directly collapsing onto the treadmill. It didn't even have the strength to make a single chirp, only its belly heaving violently. Wang Xiao walked over, unbuckling the weighted vest, and pulled out a perfect level fire element cube from his pocket. For you. Before the cube hit the ground, Little Nine suddenly opened its mouth and accurately caught it. As the energy entered its stomach, its dull eyes lit up with a spark of fire once again. It turned over and reached out a paw toward Wang Xiao, gesturing with 3 fingers. 3 premium jerky sticks, without one, today's matter won't be over. Alright, 3 it is. Wang Xiao hugged it and petted its sweat-soaked fur. These past few days, he had almost made the Blue Sea Battle Arena his second home. The training room provided by Su Qinghan, just the electricity and maintenance fees must be astronomical. Of course, he had paid the price too. Every afternoon, he had to prepare a batch of ice element cubes for Su Qinghan. That broken rice cooker had been discarded by Su Qinghan in disdain and thrown into the warehouse, replaced by $1 million top-tier alchemy cauldron. Wang Xiao was enjoying it. To do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. This machine not only had more stable temperature control but also could automatically filter out impurities, saving him a lot of mental energy. Brother Wang! Brother Wang, are you in there? A loud voice from outside, unmistakably Mo Fan's, called out. Wang Xiao opened the door, and Mo Fan and Hu Tao, 2 of his followers, were already waiting in the corridor. Behind them were 2 unfamiliar faces, dressed like young masters from a wealthy district in Jinling City. Who are these 2? Wang Xiao raised an eyebrow, his gaze briefly scanning the elegant beast taming bags on their waists. Mo Fan chuckled, leaned in, and whispered, Brother Wang, these 2 are my good brothers and Lao Hu's. We heard you have hellish training here that can skyrocket a pet beast's level, so we brought money to pay respects. One of the taller young men stepped forward, his tone polite but with a hint of scrutiny. I'm Zhou Zihao, from the 2nd high school. I heard you can help pets find their weaknesses? He patted his beast taming bag, and a flash of light appeared as a windblade leopard covered in green scales emerged in the corridor. This leopard wasn't weak, already at the high awakening stage, its claws leaving deep marks in the floor. 30,000 per session. Wang Xiao couldn't be bothered to talk more and directly showed the payment code. Zhou Zihao paused for a moment, then sneered. As long as you really have the skills, 30,000 is nothing. But if this doesn't work, I won't be giving Mo Fan any face. Ding. 30,000 received. Wang Xiao put away his phone and pointed to the battle zone nearby. Xiaojiao, get up and get to work. The Little Nine, which had been playing dead in his arms, immediately perked up its ears at the sound of the payment notification. It jumped to the floor, shook its fur, and its eyes instantly switched from abused little wife to cold-hearted hunter. The battle started, and within 3 minutes, the Windblade Leopard's speed was fast, but to Xiaojiao, who had already mastered the skilled level of Fox Shadow Step, it was slow as crawling. Xiaojiao didn't even use its big move. Like teasing a cat, it jumped back and forth between the Windblade Leopard's attacks. Each dodge was precisely timed to land on the opponent's force point. The left front leg joint, too much force, can't pull it back. The tail swing is too large, affecting the center of gravity. Wang Xiao stood by the sidelines, like an emotionless commentator, and every word he spoke turned Zhou Zihao's face paler. In the end, Xiaojiao made a sidestep illusion, and the flame on its tail accurately struck the Windblade Leopard's lower back. Bang! The leopard screamed and was sent flying out of the ring. Zhou Zihao stood there, staring at his fallen pet, stunned. The speed he was so proud of had become the biggest joke in front of his opponent. Did you see that? Wang Xiao walked up to him with a flat tone. Your leopard is too focused on extreme speed and neglected its body coordination. Go back and practice more weighted side jumps. Stop always thinking about a one-hit kill. Zhou Zihao retracted his pet, deeply bowing to Wang Xiao. I've learned. Brother Wang, can I come again tomorrow? Depends on my mood. Wang Xiao waved his hand and walked towards the break room with Xiaojiao. These past 2 days, he had already taken 6 orders for practice. His bank account balance had crossed the 300,000 mark. More importantly, Xiaozhou's energy level had been steadily rising from constant battles and cube feeding, now reaching 890 points. It was only 110 points away from breaking through to the extraordinary level of 1,000 points. It's just one step away. The sofa in the lounge was so soft that it made one feel like falling asleep. Wang Xiao had just sat down when the massive surround sound TV above his head suddenly blared out a series of intense drumbeats. Boom! 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 The frequency of this BGM usually meant big news was coming. The previously noisy lounge instantly fell silent. On the screen, a golden holy fire streaked across the night sky, illuminating the iconic buildings of Jinling City. The 13th New King Beast Taming Challenge officially starts. In the footage, the champions' beast pets from past years were roaring. There was the sky-covering ice crystal dragon, the thunderous savage giant ape, and the phantom mermaid that could run on water. Each highlight was accompanied by ear-shattering sound effects. It's starting again. Every year around this time, Jinling is the most lively. Mo Fan sat next to him, eyes filled with envy. Too bad, with our level, we'd just be giving out free points. Wang Xiao bit into the special apple Su Qinghan had given him and asked vaguely, "How are the rewards for this competition?" Mo Fan raised a finger and began counting. The rewards are quite generous. The top 30 all get federal scholarships. The top 3 even get a choice of evolution materials for their beast pets. The most outrageous is the champion. Mo Fan swallowed, raising his voice a bit. This year, a large financial group is sponsoring it. The champion's prize is 3 million federal coins. And a rare spiritual material, Corfire Lotus Seed. Snap. The apple in Wang Xiao's mouth broke in half. 3 million? How many energy cubes would that cost? Before he could work out the math, the golden scales in his mind seemed to react like a cat smelling something fishy, shaking violently. Detected top-grade evolution auxiliary material, Corfire Lotus Seed. Attributes, extremely pure fire element. Effect, core material for the evolution of the Heartfire Fox into Flame Spirit Fox. Perfectly cleanses bloodline impurities, raising the potential limit after evolution. Evaluation, miss this Lotus Seed, and your fox will only ever be a second-rate fighter. Suggesting the host spare no effort and make sure to get it. Wang Xiao stared at the image of the fiery red Lotus Seed on the screen, his pupils suddenly contracting. Originally, he just wanted to make some money and peacefully get through 3 years of high school. But the system's words evolution core material struck at his weak point directly. In this world, a beast pet's evolution path determined its future potential. If he could give Xiaozhou the strongest foundation on its first evolution, who would dare speak loudly to him in the future? 3 million. Fire Lotus Seed. Wang Xiao murmured, his gaze growing sharper. This wasn't a competition, this was clearly the poverty alleviation fund heaven had prepared for him. He pulled out his phone and quickly found the registration link. Name, Wang Xiao. Beast pet, Heartfire Fox. Click to submit. Bro Wang, what are you doing? Mo Fan leaned over and almost had his eyes pop out. You really signed up? That's the battlefield for all the new students in Jinling. I heard this year there are some freaks from big families, with extraordinary level beast pets from the start. Wang Xiao put his phone away, stood up, and patted the creases in his pants. So what if they're extraordinary level? He glanced down at Xiaozhou, who had already started chasing its tail on the ground. As long as the money's in place, even extraordinary level beasts will kneel for me. Monday, Jiming High School. Today, the campus atmosphere felt a little strange. The hallways were filled with students dressed in uniform training suits, with the challenge logo on their chests. Li Zihao walked through the crowd, his thunder lion still wrapped in a few bandages, but its imposing aura remained fierce. When he saw Wang Xiao approaching, Li Zihao stopped, his eyes filled with undisguised malice. Wang Xiao, I heard you sign up too. He sneered, his voice echoing through the hallway. Don't think that winning once on the school's ring makes you invincible. That kind of small skirmish is nothing compared to the official competition. The preliminaries are point-based, randomly matched, with no rules to protect you. If you run into my Thunder Lion, I will let you know what real despair is. Wang Xiao did not even slow his steps, he brushed past him and walked straight by. I hope your lion can last a few more seconds this time, do not be another 1 second real man. You! Li Zihao was so angry that his face turned iron blue, his fists clenched and cracked loudly. When they returned to the classroom, the head teacher Zhang Jianguo was already waiting on the platform. Today he wore a sharp and straight suit, although his belly was slightly out, his face was extremely serious. All of you sit properly. Old Zhang slapped the blackboard, the huge sound made the whole class fall silent at once. The 13th Newcomer King preliminary match starts the day after tomorrow. Our class has 12 people signed up. His sharp eyes swept over Wang Xiao and Li Zihao. This year the number of people signed up in Jinling City broke 3,000. The preliminary match uses a points system. 3 days, 3 random matches each day. Win 1 match get 3 points, draw 1 point, lose get 0 points. In the end only the top 32 on the points list enter the main match. Sounds of cold breath being sucked in rose from below the stage. 3,000 choose 32. This is a 1 in 1,000 survival rate, simply a meat grinder. Remember, the preliminary match has no seed player protection. Zhang Jianguo knocked on the desk, his tone heavy. If your luck is bad, in the first round you may hit those commander level or even transcendent level monsters. The advice I give you has only 1 point: fast, accurate, ruthless. Do not waste stamina on the weak. When you meet the strong, learn to save strength. This is not only a fight of power, but also a fight of the brain. He walked on purpose to Wang Xiao's desk and paused. Wang Xiao, your fox has strong burst power, but the preliminary match is a wheel battle. Do not always think of one move kill, learn to control the field. Wang Xiao nodded. Learn to control the field? No, in his dictionary there is only efficiency. Since it is a point system, then use the shortest time to take full points. His target was never those 32 spots, but that fire lotus seed. Zhang Jianguo took out a stack of blue team uniforms from a paper bag and threw them on the desk. This is the school unified match uniform. The day after tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, gather at Jinling Stadium. Do not let Qiming High School lose face. Wang Xiao took the slightly rough blue vest, with the big words Qiming printed on it. He lowered his head and looked at Xiao Jiao in his arms. Xiao Jiao was curiously biting the edge of the uniform, as if studying whether this thing could be eaten. Are you ready? Wang Xiao asked in a low voice. Xiao Jiao raised its head, golden red eyes reflecting the sunlight outside the window, and made a clear cry. Jiao. It stretched out its tongue and licked Wang Xiao's fingertip. That was the desire for battle. And also the obsession with special grade dried meat. Zhang Jianguo was still on the platform, spitting as he talked about the dark tricks of past preliminary matches. But Wang Xiao had already thrown his gaze out of the window. There, the huge dome of Jinling Stadium shone under the sunlight, like a treasure vault waiting to be opened. 3,000 experience packs. I am coming. Chapter 21st Battle of the Preliminary Match wins big. Wang Xiao squeezed off from the back door of the number 4 bus. A strong smell of sweat mixed with cheap cigarettes spread out with the bus door. The huge dome of Jinling Sports Hall stood ahead. The surrounding streets were already blocked by all kinds of luxury cars. Several shiny sports cars were parked side by side at the roadside, their logos shining under the sun. Students wearing brand sports clothes walked in groups, behind them followed strong-bodied pet beasts. Wang Xiao lifted the backpack strap and stuffed the water bottle that was about to fall out of the side pocket back in. The parking fee here is probably more expensive than his whole-day food money. The backpack zipper was pushed open a crack. A tuft of fire-red dumb hair drilled out. Xiao Jiao twitched its nose, smelling the popcorn and grilled sausage scent floating in the air. A tiny swallowing sound came from its throat. Wang Xiao slapped the back of its head and pressed this restless head back into the bag. Stay honest. If you win, you get to eat. If you lose, you go back to eating expired compressed biscuits. A muffled protest came from the backpack, but it quieted down quickly. A long line formed at the ticket checkpoint. The infrared scanner at the security gate swept over everyone's Beastmaster bag. Brother Wang. Over here. Look here. Someone shouted from behind, their voice loud enough to make everyone around turn and look. Wang Xiao turned around. Mo Fan, dressed in a brand new dark blue combat suit, was excitedly waving his blue number tag. Behind him followed the familiar chubby boy, Hu Tao. I drew number 99, pretty lucky, huh? Mo Fan squeezed up, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Wang Xiao showed his 128 number. District D. Mo Fan grinned and raised his hand. A flash of light appeared. The huge-sized Qian Shuwei turtle appeared on the open ground from the Beastmaster space. Students passing by suddenly stopped in their tracks and started whispering. Did this turtle just come out of a coal mine? Is it poisoned or mutated? Why is its shell black? The originally dark blue turtle shell now showed a strange dark black color, with a rough, grainy surface. The deep, oppressive color lacked the previous translucent, watery shine. Mo Fan crouched down, pointing at the black turtle shell with pride in his voice. Brother Wang, look at this color. This is the badge after your hellish training. He lowered his voice, getting mysterious. Last night, I had my dad find someone to test it with an industrial flamethrower, and it just huddled in its shell, not moving at all. Not even a white mark was left. Wang Xiao reached out, touching the black, hard shell. It felt slightly hot to the touch, as hard as some composite ceramic material. The truth scales in his mind quickly refreshed the data. Target, Xian Shui turtle. Status, fire resistance increased by 22%, shell density increased. Evaluation, although it looks terrible, the actual survival rate in combat has greatly improved. The money was well spent. This turtle is much tougher now. Wang Xiao withdrew his hand and gave Mo Fan a confirming look. Mo Fan grinned, showing his teeth. Of course. As long as I can make it to the main competition, my dad said he'll give me another 500,000 in resources. A mechanical announcement echoed from the broadcast, making the glass windows buzz. Contestants numbered 51 to 150, please proceed to the District D arena to prepare. Repeat, contestants numbered 51 to 150, please proceed to the District D arena to prepare. Mo Fan and Hu Tao exchanged a glance and picked up their equipment. Brother Wang, see you in the main competition. Mo Fan waved his fist and walked down another hallway with the black turtle. Wang Xiao, with his backpack, followed the yellow guiding line to District D. The atmosphere here was clearly much more tense than outside. Dozens of standard-sized fighting arenas were neatly arranged, with referees holding electronic scoreboards. The audience seats were filled with team leaders and students from various schools. Wang Xiao walked up to the edge of arena number 12. A boy with yellow hair was already waiting there. He was wearing a flashy vest and limited edition sneakers. A half-human high gray wolf was lying at his feet, its back fur standing on end, claws scraping sparks on the cement floor. That was a high-level awakened claw wolf. The yellow-haired boy was holding a plastic comb, fixing his hairstyle. He glanced sideways at Wang Xiao, his eyes stopping for 2 seconds on the faded t-shirt Wang Xiao was wearing. Then, he saw the small, delicate flame heart fox in Wang Xiao's arms. Bro, are you here for the cute pet beauty contest? The yellow-haired boy laughed exaggeratedly, spinning the comb between his fingers. Is this little thing weaned? I hope it doesn't cry from fear when my wolf scares it. I don't have any formula milk to feed it. Laughter erupted from the audience seats. Is that the flame heart fox? Although it's famous, what can such a small one do? Probably just bought to show off a rare pet since they have money. A sheltered flower like this. Meeting the vicious claw wolf, one swipe would turn it into shredded meat. A few students from the second high school were pointing at the arena, their faces full of excitement and amusement. Little Nine curled up in Wang Xiao's arms, its ears twitching. It yawned, its golden-red pupils filled with confusion from not being fully awake. This harmless look only made the scorn on the yellow-haired face even more pronounced. The referee stepped onto the stage and raised the red flag. Both sides, prepare. 3, 2, 1. Begin. The yellow-haired boy instantly put away his comb and pointed at Wang Xiao. Claw wolf, tear it apart. Use the rending claw. The gray wolf let out a deep growl, its hind leg muscles suddenly exploding. It turned into a gray shadow, a gust of bloody wind trailing behind as it charged straight toward Wang Xiao. The claws slashed through the air, creating a cold gleam, locking onto Little Nine's head. This speed was indeed fast in the eyes of the average students, even making a faint sound of air being torn. Wang Xiao stood still, not moving an inch. His brain worked quickly, the scales of truth breaking down the gray wolf's attack trajectory into countless red points. Too slow. The center of gravity is to the left. The force point is in the right hind leg. This brainless straight-line charge is full of flaws. Left. Wang Xiao calmly uttered a single word. Little Nine instantly vanished. It didn't even use the energy-draining flame burst. It simply pressed its toes lightly on Wang Xiao's arm. Its body was so light that it seemed weightless, sliding half a step to the left just before the claws struck. The claws grazed its afterimage, slashing 3 deep grooves into the arena floor. The gray wolf missed, its body leaning forward due to inertia, exposing its soft belly to the open air. Little Nine did a graceful flip in midair. Its fluffy tail casually flicked out. The tip of the tail condensed a point of compressed white light to the extreme. Bang! A dull crashing sound rang out. There was no magnificent explosion of flames, only the muffled sound of spiritual energy instantly penetrating the flesh. The ball of white light precisely nailed the claw wolf's lower back. That was the most vulnerable part of a canine's body. The claw wolf didn't even have time to scream, its entire body flying sideways. It tumbled 3 times in midair before crashing heavily against the protective net at the edge with a loud thud. It slid down the net, its limbs twitching twice before falling completely still. The comb in the yellow-haired boy's hand dropped to the ground with a clink. He remained frozen in place, his gesture still holding the commanding pose, the smile on his face not yet fully gone. The referee glanced at the scoreboard, then at the collapsed gray wolf. The entire arena fell silent. The audience, who had been laughing moments ago, was now so quiet that you could hear the hum of the electronic devices. Wang Xiao took out his phone from his pocket and checked the time. 5 seconds. He stuffed the still-licking little nine back into his arms and turned to walk toward the stairs. As he passed by the yellow-haired boy, Wang Xiao paused briefly, his tone calm. "Next time, try a sturdier comb." The yellow-haired boy watched as the back of the young man disappeared into the passage. He turned his head to look at the arena's edge. The gray wolf's lower back, where it had been struck, was smoking with faint wisps of black smoke. The referee finally regained his voice and raised the flag. 128, Wang Xiao wins. The crowd erupted in astonished cheers, like a thunderclap. What just happened? I couldn't see clearly. That fox, did it just cripple the claw wolf with one tail swipe? Is this the awakening stage? You call that a milk fox? In the hallway of the resting area, Su Qinghan had just come down from Area A's arena. There was a thin layer of sweat on her forehead, clearly from a hard-fought battle she had just finished. The Ice Soul Rain Butterfly had already returned to the Beast Master's space to rest, and that battle had ended in her complete victory, though it had taken some energy. During the halftime break, instead of going to the VIP room to rest, she stood in front of the public screen area. The screen was replaying the footage of the battle from Area D. Su Qinghan watched the slow motion of the clawed wolf being thrown out on the screen, his fingers gently tapping on his arm. That technique of compressing spiritual energy was more refined than yesterday. He was using the warm-up of the pre-selection, making the final adjustments to his skills. Su Qinghan twisted open a bottle of chilled energy drink and took a sip, the cold liquid slightly easing the post-match heat. She turned around, looking towards the deep end of the corridor. Wang Xiao was walking slowly towards her, still holding a freshly bought 5 yuan grilled sausage. He tore off the packaging and held it out to Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu swallowed half in one bite, its tail wagging joyfully. Su Qinghan blocked his path, raising the drink in her hand, her tone carrying a recognition only fellow competitors would understand. Nice fight. Looks like your warm-up was successful. Wang Xiao bit into the remaining grilled sausage, responding muffledly. As long as the opponent has money, a warm-up can turn into the real match. He passed Su Qinghan, heading towards the registration for the next match. Just as he stepped out of the corridor, the announcement came over the loudspeaker with the new match list. Next match, Arena 3 in Zone D, number 128 Wang Xiao, against number 25, Li Ziheio. Wang Xiao's footsteps came to a sudden halt. He looked down at Xiaojiu in his arms. Xiaojiu also stopped chewing, its golden red eyes reflecting the familiar figure at the end of the corridor. Li Ziheio was walking toward them, accompanied by his massive Thunderlight Lion, which was wrapped in blue electric arcs. The lion's paws crackled against the tiles, emitting sizzling electric sounds. Li Ziheio stopped 10 meters away, his eyes dark and cold, as if dripping water. He stared at Wang Xiao, the corners of his mouth curling into a cruel smile. Wang Xiao, your luck has run out. He pulled out a thunder crystal from his pocket, crackling with violent energy. I've prepared for this match for an entire week. In front of these tens of thousands of people, I'll completely crush you in this mud of a fox. Chapter 21, The Kryptonite Warrior's Waterloo, a slap to teach you your place. Li Ziheio stood on the opposite side of the arena, veins bulging in his neck, as excited as a berserker high on adrenaline. He seriously took out a deep purple crystal from his chest and carefully hung it around Thunderlight Lion's neck. High-level Thunder Spirit Stone. Its market price, 500,000. When this thing is hung on a beast, as long as the attributes don't conflict, the elemental affinity of a Thunder-type beast skyrockets. For this moment, I fed Thunderlight Lion 3 whole bottles of Thunderstorm liquid this week and hired the best private coach in Jinling for special training. Li Ziheio patted Thunderlight Lion's thick forelegs, his gaze filled with both the thirst for victory and a bit of I'm rich arrogance. Wang Xiao, don't mix me up with those who resort to unscrupulous methods to win. I'll crush you with absolute strength, fair and square. The surrounding audience let out a low murmur. This was called background. No tricks, just using resources to crush you. This kind of pure money power pressure was more despair-inducing than any conspiracy. Wang Xiao stood still, too lazy to even take his hand out of his pocket. Looking at the overly confident rich second generation in front of him, he only felt a bit annoyed. Nice equipment. Wang Xiao dug at his ear, flicking off non-existent dust, his tone as dismissive as if commenting on a stray dog on the street. Too bad, top-tier skin, bronze-level operation. This completely unbothered attitude broke the last thread of restraint in Li Ziheio's mind. Tough mouth. Thunderlight Lion, show him what it means to feel the pressure of a leader-level beast. The referee's red flag waved sharply. Roar. Thunderlight Lion let out a roar, the sound waves causing the front-row spectators' eardrums to ache. The Thunder Spirit Stone on its neck glowed brightly, the deep purple lightning instantly exploding and racing through every strand of its mane. Its muscles tightened and became smoother, exuding an explosive, powerful beauty. Zzzzzzz. The ground was scarred with 2 charred grooves by the electric currents. The Thunder Lion transformed into a purple lightning bolt, its speed shockingly fast. The distance of dozens of meters was closed in an instant, its foul-smelling beast mouth bearing down with suffocating wind pressure, directly pressing against Wang Xiao's face. On the stands, many girls covered their eyes, unable to watch the impending scene of blood and flesh flying. It was too fast. This speed must have come from hellish-level agility training. However, at the center of the storm, Wang Xiao didn't even blink his eyes. The red little fox by his side was even more outrageous, it even yawned, its pink tongue curling around its fur as if asking, "Is it time to eat?" Just as the claw wrapped in thunder was about to smash through the little nine heaven's head, it moved. There was no panicked escape, no reckless clash. The little fox simply lifted its paws slightly. Fox shadow step. Its body, like weightless willow fluff, defied the laws of physics, shifting half an inch to the left in the violent airflow. Just half an inch. Who? The Thunder Lion's claw grazed the tip of the little nine's upright ear, several red fur strands floating away in the fierce wind. Boom! The immense force had no outlet and slammed into the arena floor, the specially made alloy flooring cracking instantly, stones flying, and smoke rising. Mississippi. The Thunder Lion missed its strike, but it wasn't a beast that only relied on brute force. Just as its front paws hit the ground, its thick tail swept out like a steel whip, directly blocking the little nine's escape route. Beautiful. Li Zihao couldn't help but clench his fist and shout, "That's it, trap it." If it were the old little nine, this counterattack would have definitely caught it off guard. But now? The little nine watched the sweeping tail, even leisurely tilting its head. Its back legs slightly bent, the whole fox sprang into the air like a spring. Whoosh! The thunder-covered tail swept just beneath its belly. The little nine did a graceful flip in the air, landing lightly on the Thunder Lion's back. It disdainfully flicked its paw, seemingly irritated by the static electricity on the lion's fur, as though it made its paws numb. The whole arena was in an uproar. Dodge it? This reaction speed is off the charts. Did it use a cheat? Li Zihao's smile froze on his face. He stared hard at the unscathed fox, his head buzzing. Impossible. In this week's special training, the Thunder Lion could even bite a piece of flesh from an extraordinary level sparring partner. How could it not even touch a single hair of an awakened fox? Don't panic. It's just luck. Li Zihao shouted to calm his troops, his voice cracking. Thunder Lion. Thunder Hell. Area attack. Let's see where it can hide. The Thunder Lion roared, its eyes wide open. It no longer pursued a single point of breakthrough but opened its bloody mouth wide, crazily spewing thunderballs. Boom 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 boom. Dozens of thunderballs bombarded the arena like they were free, the dense currents weaving a death net, completely covering the area where Wang Xiao and the little nine were standing. The floor was blasted black, the air thick with the acrid smell of ozone. This indiscriminate cleaning attack was a nightmare for agility-type beasts. But the scene on the arena made everyone question whether their eyes were deceiving them. In the midst of the storm of thunder, a red figure was dancing. Step left, just narrowly avoiding a thunderball's explosion. Bend down, curling its body, a bolt of electricity zipping past its scalp. Spin and roll, 3 bolts of thunder intertwining beside it, yet not even brushing its clothes. The little nine strolled leisurely through the thunder hell. It didn't even need Wang Zhao's commands, every cell in its body, through the calculations of the truth scale and the hellish bullet rain training from the past few days, had formed an instinctive muscle memory. The wind blew this way, it dodged that way. This wasn't a battle, this was practically a gorgeous personal show. Li Zihao watched the scene, his heart sinking. The fingernails dug deeply into the flesh. His proud pay-to-win strategy seemed like a poor joke in front of that fox. Hit it! Hit it for me! His voice had gone hoarse, yet he still refused to believe the reality before him. Wang Xiao raised his wrist and glanced at the cheap digital watch. A minute had passed. Your fundamentals are solid, but unfortunately too rigid. Wang Zhao's voice pierced through the thunder, clearly reaching Xiao Jiu's ears. This textbook-style gameplay has too many flaws. He lowered his hand, his tone as indifferent as if he were talking about what to eat for dinner. Finish it. Xiao Jiu, who had been hopping around in the thunder, suddenly froze. It stopped dodging and stood on the charred ground. Those originally lazy golden red eyes immediately locked onto the target, and a brutal, kingly aura of a beast was unleashed without reservation. Playtime was over. The lightning lion seemed to sense the danger, instinctively trying to retreat. But its pride as the king of beasts forced it to suppress its fear and roar as it charged forward once again. This time, Xiao Jiu didn't dodge. It charged head-on toward the beast dozens of times larger than itself. It exerted force with its limbs. The ground shattered, creating a small pit. The red figure turned into a streak of light, shooting toward the sky. At the moment before they collided, Xiao Jiu completed a gravity-defying twist in midair. Its fluffy tail did not burst into roaring flames. All the energy was concentrated at that moment. At the tip of its tail, a piercing white light suddenly flickered. It wasn't fire. It was pure energy created by compressing the fire element to its extreme, with a density so astonishing. Shoo! Xiao Jiao let out a crisp cry in midair, exerting force from its waist and abdomen. Its tail, like a red-hot steel whip, screamed through the air and struck down. Target, the lightning lion's crown. This strike was without any fancy moves. Simple. Brutal. Smack. A sharp, crisp sound exploded in the stadium, even overpowering the thunder. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The thick protective lightning around the lightning lion's body shattered like a sheet of window glass before that white light, breaking apart into countless specks of light. Immediately after, its enormous head suddenly dropped, its features squished and deformed under the immense impact. Boom! The lightning lion's massive body was struck as if by a high-speed dump truck, sent flying backward. It drew a parabolic arc in the air, flying over several meters, before crashing heavily into the protective wall at the edge of the ring. The specially made protective wall was left with a massive dent, and cracks spread like a spider's web. The lightning lion was embedded in the wall, its limbs hanging weakly, its tongue hanging out, eyes rolling back as it lost consciousness completely. A scorched whip mark ran across its forehead, still emitting faint wisps of white smoke. A one-hit kill. A complete one-hit kill. The whole arena was silent. Only the exhaust fans continued to hum tirelessly. Lightning lion! A shrill scream broke the silence. Li Ziheao didn't even bother to look at Wang Xiao. He crazily rushed toward the edge of the ring. He tumbled and scrambled to the dent in the wall, frantically checking for the lightning lion's breath. When he saw its chest weakly rising and falling, he collapsed on the ground, his face as pale as paper. He lost. Not just the match, but everything, the pride of being a genius. The resources, the special training, the tactics he boasted of were all nothing in front of the boy who came from the slums. I told you. Wang Xiao's voice came from behind. His hands were in his pockets as he looked at the figure carefully tending to the lion's injuries, his tone now lacking in mockery, more filled with indifference. Your lion has good potential, but it relies too much on equipment and tactics. True wildness is forged on the edge of life and death, not built in a gym. After speaking, he no longer paid attention to the already broken opponent. In his mind, the scales of truth vibrated slightly. Battle settlement completed. Defeated rival, Li Ziheao/Thunder Lion. Plundered high-concentration mental particles, frustration/reluctance. Energy points plus 200. Wang Zhao's lips finally couldn't hold back a smile. 200 points. Added to what he had saved before, his total energy was now enough to exchange for that formula he had longed for, basic thunder element energy block. This was a big win, he had hit the jackpot. He took out a delicate glass bottle from his pocket. Inside the bottle were several crystal-clear red blocks, which seemed to have flowing magma inside them. These were his specially made version from yesterday, with increased dosage, specially for post-match recovery. Xiao Jiao, catch. Wang Xiao flicked his wrist, sending a red block arcing through the air. Little Jiao, who had been striking a pose on the stage, immediately pricked its ears and broke character. It leapt high into the air and opened its mouth to bite. Crunch. The crisp sound traveled across the entire venue through the microphone. The block melted instantly upon entering its mouth. A massive wave of heat surged through its body in an instant. Little Jiao, whose energy had been slightly drained from the earlier outburst, visibly returned to its peak state. Its fur suddenly flared up, glowing with a flowing red light, as though it had put on a fiery robe. Burp. It let out a contented burp. A small flame erupted from its mouth and exploded into a beautiful firework in the air. This scene was magnified on the big screen, and Little Jiao, whose energy had been waning, now appeared full of life, its fur glowing with a flowing red light. The crowd's attention was immediately locked on the magical block. Holy crap! One piece and it fully restores the energy bar? This recovery speed has to be cheating. This is no food, this is clearly a magical recovery potion. Hearing the deafening shouts from the crowd, Wang Xiao remained unfazed, though he secretly gave a thumbs up to Little Jiao's brilliant acting. In fact, the basic energy block, though delicious and capable of purifying bloodlines and improving constitution over time, didn't have the miraculous effect of instant recovery. What Little Jiao was showing as returning to peak condition was purely acting to cooperate with Wang Zhao's marketing plan, forcing through muscle soreness while pretending. This was the self-cultivation of a method actor royal beast. Wang Xiao turned around, facing the countless hot and greedy gazes, and gave a brilliant and sincere smile to the camera. That smile clearly conveyed 4 big words: buy now, or regret later. VIP Lounge's leather sofa was as soft as a cloud, the air conditioning so strong that it made one want to wrap up in a blanket, perfectly dispelling the sweaty, fiery smell from outside. Wang Xiao was curled up in the innermost corner of the sofa, fiddling with a few red special energy blocks in his hand, but his gaze was glued to the calculator app on his phone, almost welded there. That last round of advertisement had an instant effect. The private messages in the backend never stopped, all inquiries from price-seeking leaks, no, esteemed customers. Nice. This wave feels so good. Fan tilted his head back and took a big gulp of iced cola, the carbonated bubbles exploding in his throat, making him shiver with excitement. Brother Wang, you should have seen Li Ziheo's face just now, it was as green as last night's chives. That slap was so loud, I'm going to eat 3 extra bowls of rice tonight. Su Qinghan, sitting opposite, crossed her long legs with an elegant pose, like a magazine cover model. She glanced at Wang Xiao's money-drunk expression, gently tracing her finger around the rim of her cup. Even in a competition, you're calculating business. You really don't miss any chance to make quick money. Her tone was calm. He struck straight to the point. That cube just now didn't have the instant mana regeneration effect, right? That was just the final burst of energy after Burning Fox overexerted itself. You were just taking advantage of it for a hunger marketing scheme. Wang Xiao didn't even look up, his fingers quickly tapping on the screen as he replied to a bargaining message from a big brother. Boss Su, let's not make things too clear, we can still be friends. Besides, I never said it was a miracle drug, I just gave my own kid a snack. As for the effect, well, the final explanation rights belong to the merchant. Fan was stunned, just about to give a thumbs up and praise him as a shrewd businessman, when the huge circular screen in the center of the break area suddenly cut off the advertisement. The thunderous sound of war drums exploded, shaking the glass cups on the table. On the screen, a giant beast walking upright roared toward the sky. Its body was covered in dark, black scales, each one seemingly forged from black iron, with sharp bone spines growing along its back. Its dark golden vertical pupils had no reason, only the most primal violence. Superhuman class scaled claw baby dragon. Under its feet, it trampled a massive armored rhinoceros. The rhinoceros, known for its defense, now had its armor torn apart by the terrifying dragon claws as if it was made of paper. Crunch! The can of cola in Fan's hand was crushed, brown liquid spilling everywhere. His Adam's apple bobbed painfully as he spoke in a hoarse voice. The armored rhinoceros was torn apart by a single claw? Is this a max-level character coming to a newbie village to fish for easy kills? The entire break area fell silent, as quiet as a library. Wang Xiao squinted, his gaze locked on the screen. In his mind, the long silent golden scale suddenly sank downward. Warning! High-risk target detected, scaled claw baby dragon. Rating, physical strength S rank. Suggestion to the host, don't be reckless, develop cautiously. The system rarely gives such straightforward warning messages. It seemed that the Earth Core Fire Lotus Seed was indeed a bit too hot to handle. At that moment, the door to the break room was pushed open. A fiery-eyed female reporter rushed in with her cameraman, her radar-like focus zeroing in on Wang Xiao. After all, the shocking scene of him instantly killing the Thunder Lion had made Wang Xiao the walking traffic code for District D. Wang Xiao. The microphone almost slammed into Wang Xiao's mouth. The female reporter spoke at a speed like a machine gun. Congratulations on your victory in your first battle. Do you have any special training secrets? Regarding the scaled claw baby dragon just now, what do you think are your chances of winning? All cameras instantly focused on him. At the center of the storm, the cleverness on Wang Xiao's face disappeared in a flash as he turned his head. He shrank his neck, his entire demeanor suddenly radiating an aura of simplicity, shyness, and harmlessness. This speed of changing faces, Oscar owes him a small golden statue. Secret? There's no secret. Wang Xiao scratched the back of his head, smiling bashfully. It's just good luck, really. My little nine is especially timid. Normally, she's scared of cockroaches and hides under the blanket. What happened just now was that she was frightened by the big lion, had a stress response, and kicked it by accident. I didn't expect to hit the vital spot, purely a coincidence. He pointed at Little Nine in his arms. Little Nine cooperatively stopped chewing and buried her head into Wang Xiao's arm, trembling slightly. It was actually because the dried meat was too tough and stuck in her throat, letting out a faint chew. The female reporter froze. This wasn't the script. What happened to that no one can fight arrogance from earlier? So, what about the scaled claw baby dragon? Wang Xiao's face turned pale, shaking his hands and waving them as if he'd heard a horror story. No, please don't scare me, sister. That's a dragon. I'm just a common player, I can't even afford nutritional liquids at home. If I encounter it, I'll definitely surrender right away. Life is the priority, and participation is what matters. After the reporter left, Wang Xiao immediately returned to his lazy posture, pulling Little Nine from his arms. He casually snatched the half-eaten jerky from its mouth. Su Qinghan watched the scene and couldn't help but press his forehead. Your acting skills would be wasted if you didn't go into acting. This show of weakness will probably make a lot of people lower their guard. Wang Xiao patted the crumbs off his hands, his eyes clear. Life is like a play, all about acting. If that dragon targets us now, our small bodies can't handle it. We need to let someone else fill the hole first. The next morning, the Jinling arena was packed with people. Wang Xiao's good luck label had stuck firmly. On the odds board, his championship odds in Zone D had risen instead of falling. Clearly, everyone had bought into his lies. Please, contestant 128, Wang Xiao, head to D7 platform. Wang Xiao casually strolled onto the platform with a bag on his back, even yawning. Today's opponent was a girl, wearing thick-bottomed glasses, standing on the platform with her head lowered, looking even more socially awkward than Wang Xiao. Please go easy on me, the girl's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. She raised her hand, and a yellowish light flashed. Boom! The ground suddenly sank. A giant beast, 3 meters long, landed heavily, its body covered in a layer of high-strength compressed black rock armor. Awakened high-tier heavy armor rock beast. The audience below erupted into boos. It's over, Wang Zhao's going down now. Fire against earth element heavy armor? That's like giving someone a sauna, it's just pure scraping. The referee waved the flag, begin. The shy girl's demeanor changed suddenly, her eyes sharp. Heavy armor rock beast, crush it. Boom. 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 The heavy armor rock beast charged forward with heavy steps, completely ignoring the sparks from Xiaozhou's fire, leaving no mark behind. Such a tough turtle shell, Wang Xiao squinted, his gaze studying the heavy armor rock beast closely. He noticed that the rock layer on its legs was incredibly thick, almost like 4 solid cement pillars. But as it turned its head, trying to locate a target, the rock armor around its neck was noticeably thinner, and gaps could be faintly seen underneath as it moved. Xiaozhou, don't bother with its legs, focus on the neck and burn it. Xiaozhou instantly understood. Using its fox shadow step, it smoothly slid to the back of the rock beast. Then, like a nimble gecko, it climbed up the rock beast's wide back. Xiaozhou opened its mouth, shooting out an intensely compressed line of fire at the back of its neck. The high temperature immediately turned the rock armor red, making a faint crackling sound. The girl panicked a little. Heavy armor rock beast, shake it off. Now! Wang Xiao snapped his fingers, shatter. Xiaozhou leaped high, its tail stretching straight in the air, the tip glowing white, like a heavy hammer crashing down onto the red-hot rock armor. Crash! A crisp sound rang out as the thick rock armor instantly shattered into fragments. Xiaozhou didn't stop. Using the momentum of its fall, its tail, whistling through the air, violently struck the exposed core of the rock beast's neck. Bang! The massive body of the heavy armor rock beast suddenly stiffened, its knees buckling, and with a loud crash, it knelt to the ground, completely losing its fighting ability. The entire arena fell into dead silence. This wasn't a battle, this was a violent demolition. Wang Xiao walked up to the platform, picked up Xiaozhou, and sincerely said to the stunned girl, "Your rock armor was too thick, it couldn't release the internal heat. Just a little heat, and it's as brittle as a biscuit. Remember to leave a heat vent next time." The murmurs from the audience almost lifted the roof. Holy crap! Heat it up, then smash it? This tactic is way too violent. In the rest area, Su Qinghan watched the figure on the screen, his lips finally curving upward. Physical footwork, turned into physical demolition. This guy's thought process really is different. Wang Xiao walked out of the arena, his phone vibrated. Tactical evaluation, S, violent armor breaking, IQ crushing. Energy points plus 150. He glanced at the total, 1,240 points. Enough. The thunder element block, it's time to arrange it. And that real big client, probably can't hold back much longer. Chapter 23, advancing to the top 32. The referee's whistle still hovered above the arena. Wang Xiao had already stepped off the arena. Before he could walk out of the D district exit, a middle-aged man in a black uniform with a manager tag on his chest quickly blocked his path. In such a setting, the only people who could be seen were insurance salespeople or officials handling business. Wang Xiao stopped in his tracks, his hand casually slipping into his pocket, his fingertips brushing against the still-warm fire element block. "Wang Xiao, please wait." The middle-aged man forced a standard professional smile, bending slightly at the waist as he handed over a gold-embossed card. "I'm the supervisor of the D district arena. I just received a notice from the organizing committee. Given your dominance in the first 2 rounds, your score has already locked in a spot in the top 32. The man pointed at the big screen not far away, where Wang Zhao's name had a prominent golden shield icon next to it. This means that the remaining 3 randomly matched matches today are cancelled, and you can go back to rest directly. A few players who had just finished their first match, covered in dust, froze in disbelief. Why? I haven't even finished my match yet, and he's already off work? This is the sad reality of competition. They walk over their opponents like stepping on children, while we are merely children fighting each other. Wang Xiao took the card and ran his fingers along the edge. He would never refuse such an opportunity, where points were earned without having to fight. Thank you. He gave a brief nod, slinging his bag over his shoulder, and slowly walked out of the gym under the envious and almost resentful gazes of others. The sunlight was a bit blinding. Wang Xiao stood at the roadside, not in a rush to squeeze onto the 4-route bus. He pulled out his phone, his fingers skillfully flipping through the screen, eventually stopping on a contact named Thunder Element Foolish Rich Chen Yuan. In his mind, the image of the guy he had rejected 3 times just the other day, still shamelessly insisting on adding him on WeChat, came to mind. Chen Yuan's Thunder Eagle, when scanned by the truth scales, had its meridians blocked with leftover lightning elements. This kind of ailment was common in the pets of rich families, too many supplements and too little practical training, resulting in energy buildup in the body. It was like a clogged drain, looking solid but actually fragile once poked. And energy blocks just happened to have the effect of purifying the pet's body and boosting energy, a ready-made opportunity that couldn't be missed given the costs over the past few days. Wang Xiao squinted, his consciousness diving into the dim space. The golden scales still floated steadily, with the energy value in the lower right corner showing 1240. This was the reserve he had built up over several days, originally intending to use it to boost Little Nine's energy level. But without the capital, any plan to double it was just a dream. Exchange for the basic Thunder Element energy block formula. Wang Xiao silently muttered in his mind. Buzz. The golden scales trembled violently, and the 1,000 energy points were instantly depleted, the visual shock of the plummeting numbers making his heart spasm. This wasn't an exchange, this was like a heart pacemaker. A vast amount of purple runes exploded in his brain. The charge distribution of Thunder Element materials, the selection of conductive media, the temperature control nodes when thunder struck. These were all cultivation knowledge that would normally take years of hard study to master, but now, they fused with his blood instinctively. He opened his eyes, his gaze drifting over the electric poles by the road, and his brain automatically popped up the current strength and insulation thickness of the wires. This kind of professional affliction was truly enough. Wang Xiao flagged down a taxi. Driver, go to the old city's cargo market, quickly. The air in the cargo market was as invigorating as ever. Wang Xiao, carrying a large burlap sack, skillfully made his way to the stalls dealing with waste materials and scraps. Boss, how much for this pile of wood? He pointed at a pile of charred wood blocks stacked like a small mountain in the corner. Those were lightning-struck wood scraps from the thunderstorm season, and apart from being useful for fire, no one really wanted them. The stall owner was picking his teeth and glancing sideways at him. $50, and you can take it all. Deal. Wang Xiao quickly scanned the code, then raided the neighboring stall, grabbing a basket of electric plasma berries that were sour to the taste but had excellent conductivity. To regular pharmacists, these were just garbage, but in the formula for the truth scales, they were the best ingredients. The charred layer of thunderstrike wood was a perfect energy carrier, and the acidic juice of the plasma berries could neutralize the violent energy of lightning. This was called turning waste into treasure. Half an hour later, Wang Xiao appeared at the back door of the Blue Sea Combat Arena, carrying a heavy sack on his back. He sent a message to Su Qinghan. Boss Su, can I borrow the alchemy room for a bit? The reply came quickly, in a voice message, with the sound of ice phantom butterflies flapping their wings in the background. I'm preparing for the afternoon match, no time to come over, but I've already authorized the front desk. Remember to lock the door. If you blow up my lab, the compensation for the alchemy furnace will be enough for you to work for a lifetime. Wang Xiao listened to the teasing in the voice message, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. There's no way he would ever pay for it, not in this lifetime. He entered the top-tier alchemy lab with ease. The silver-white military-grade alchemy furnace emitted a cold metallic aura. This machine was several levels above his old second-hand rice cooker. Wang Xiao ground the thunderstrike wood into powder, added the concentrated juice of the plasma berries, and finally sprinkled a few shards of thunderstone as a trigger. As soon as the ingredients were added, a faint sizzling sound came from the furnace. Thunder materials are extremely volatile, even a small amount of static electricity can trigger a chain reaction of explosions. Wang Xiao took a deep breath and quickly tapped on the touch panel. The temperature control curve was adjusted into a strange wave pattern. This was the optimal solution given by the truth scales. First attempt. Poof. A cloud of black smoke with a burnt smell shot out from the exhaust vent. Failure. Wang Xiao remained calm as he cleaned up the waste. Second attempt. The electric arcs inside the furnace darted around wildly, like a group of frenzied fireflies. Due to static induction, Xiaozhou's red fur flared up, turning it into a fluffy red sea urchin. It hid nervously under the operating table, baring its teeth at the sparking machine. Don't be scared, this is science. Wang Xiao didn't even look up as he continued to fine-tune the parameters. Third attempt, still black smoke. It wasn't until the fourth try. At the moment of energy fusion, Wang Xiao abruptly cut off the external power and used the remaining electromagnetic induction inside the furnace to complete the final shaping. Hum. The machine emitted a dull long hum, and the indicator light changed from a dangerous deep red to a steady dark purple. A slightly spicy yet refreshing fragrance wafted out. This smell was unique, taking a breath felt like clearing up the lungs. Wang Xiao lifted the lid of the furnace. At the bottom of the furnace, dozens of deep purple cubes lay quietly. The surface of the cubes was crystal clear, and inside, tiny electric arcs flickered, resembling mini thunderstorm clouds. A perfect grade product. Wang Xiao picked one up, and his fingertips tingled with a mild electric shock. He pulled out his phone and dialed Chen Yuan's number. The thing you wanted is ready, Blue Sea Combat Arena, bring money. 20 minutes later. The door to the lounge burst open. Chen Yuan rushed in, drenched in sweat, with a sickly-looking Thunderhawk trailing behind him. Master Wang. You really made it? Chen Yuan panted heavily, his eyes locked onto the glass bottle in Wang Xiao's hand. The look in his eyes was hotter than when he saw his first love. Wang Xiao didn't waste time and casually poured one out, tossing it into the air. Although the Thunderhawk was weak, its instincts were still sharp, and it flapped its wings, accurately snatching the purple cube. Crunch! The crisp sound of chewing echoed. The next second, the Thunderhawk's once dull feathers were now standing straight up, as though it had been struck by high-voltage electricity. Its murky eyes snapped wide open, and two bright blue bolts of lightning erupted from the depths of its pupils. Caw! A loud, soaring eagle cry rang through the lounge. The Thunderhawk shook violently, and the lightning element that had been accumulating in its meridians, guided by the block, transformed into a thick bolt of thunder that burst out. Crack! Beside it, a money tree, as tall as a person, was instantly struck into charred remains. Chen Yuan was stunned. The waiter standing at the door was also stunned. Is this a supplement? This is clearly a berserk cheat, right? Amazing. Truly amazing. Chen Yuan was so excited that his lips trembled. He could feel his pet's long-lost agility. The blocked energy was completely guided away, and the Thunderhawk's aura even showed subtle signs of a breakthrough in that instant. 100 pieces, 300,000. Cash or bank transfer? Wang Xiao shook the glass bottle in his hand, his tone as flat as if he were selling potatoes at a market. Bank transfer. Transfer it immediately. Anyone who tries to stop me will regret it. Chen Yuan didn't even bargain, his fingers flying over the phone, afraid Wang Xiao would change his mind. Ding! Your account has received 300,000 yuan. Listening to the wonderful notification sound, a silly and kind smile spread across Wang Xiao's face. He handed over the bottle and patted Chen Yuan's shoulder, speaking earnestly. This block is in limited supply, and the process is extremely difficult. Remember to book in advance next time. It's only because we hit it off that I worked overtime to make this. After sending off a tearful and grateful Chen Yuan, who almost wanted to bow to him, Wang Xiao returned to his rented room. He locked the door and drew the curtains tightly. 300,000. Adding the previous savings, his net worth had already surpassed 600,000. In Jinling City, this amount of money would be enough to buy a decent second-hand house. But he was very clear that in the world of Beastmasters, this amount of money couldn't even buy a high-level soul crystal. Wang Xiao sat cross-legged on the bed, bringing little Nine in front of him. The little guy was happily nibbling on a fire element block, his tail happily sweeping across the bedsheet. Though they won the competition today, Wang Xiao had been replaying it in his mind. The heavily armored rock beast had given him a warning. Little Nine's attack methods were still too single. Sparks were long range, and the tail strike was close combat. When facing an opponent like that iron lump with no obvious weaknesses in full defense, if not for the unexpected violent demolition during that battle, winning would have been far from easy. There must be a deeper range of attack methods. He summoned the system panel. Little Nine's data appeared before his eyes. Energy level, awakening phase, peak. Energy, 999/1000. It was stuck. This 1-point difference was the insurmountable gap between the awakening phase and the extraordinary phase. The system popped up a cold notification. Pure energy stacking can no longer break through, a battle that breaks the limit is required. Wang Xiao stared at the 999, feeling irritated. This feeling was like a programmer whose progress bar was stuck at 99.9%, wanting to smash the computer. Since the energy level couldn't rise for now, he'd just use real money to max out the skills. 200,000, exchange for energy points. Wang Xiao gritted his teeth and initiated an equivalent exchange. Golden light flashed across the room. The numbers on the system panel jumped wildly. Equivalent exchange successful. Current energy, 2240. Wang Xiao stared at the skill list, his fingers pausing over the 1,000 changes of the heavenly fox tail formation. This third-tier divine skill was only at the beginner level. If he could develop it to proficiency, or even mastery, then the top 32 in the 30 million yuan competition would truly be nothing but experience packs in his eyes. Wang Xiao took a deep breath and pressed the simulation button. Chapter 24, Basic Attack as a Ultimate Skill? A little shock for the geniuses. Warning. Insufficient physical strength. Forcefully simulating a third-tier skill will cause the pet's genetic chain to collapse, with a 99.9% mortality rate. Suggestion, please break through to the extraordinary phase first. The bright red exclamation mark felt like a slap on Wang Xiao's face. Wang Xiao's finger hovered in the air, almost poking a hole in the virtual screen. This was like having your pants down, only for the server maintenance notification to pop up. Truth scales, can you not play this game? Wang Xiao retracted his hand and looked at little Nine, who was sleeping on the bed, hugging his tail. The little guy was sleeping soundly, his belly rising and falling with each breath. Completely unaware that it had just wandered around the gates of hell. The body during the awakening period is indeed too fragile. If I forcibly injected the complete version of a third-tier skill, it's likely the little thing would explode into a firework before it even had a chance to show its power. Since the ultimate skill is locked, I can only think of a different approach. Who says a basic attack can't kill in one shot? As long as I practice the basic skills to the extreme, a basic attack is the ultimate move. Wang Zhao's gaze swept across the skill list, finally locking onto Fox Shadow Step and Spark Splash. These two are the skills that Xiaojiu uses most frequently, and they offer the best value for money. All in. Wang Xiao gritted his teeth and typed 800 behind both icons. 1,600 energy points. This was the result of half a month of hard work, also earned by stripping Mofan's tortoise bear. Simulation. Buzz. The Beastmaster's space trembled violently. The golden scale suddenly sank, two torrents of golden light violently poured into Xiaojiu's body through the contract channel. Chirp. Xiaojiu, who was asleep, suddenly jumped up and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Its fur exploded in an instant, each hair trembling. It felt as if two lumps of lava were colliding inside its body. One was burning with extreme heat, a reorganization and compression of the fire element. The other was light and strange, the ultimate perception of wind and light and shadow. Xiaojiu rolled in pain on the bed, its claws shredding the bedspread. Its muscle fibers tore and reformed, becoming tighter and smoother. The tips of its originally orange-red fur quietly turned a faint shade of bluish-green. The surrounding air began to distort, creating visible ripples of heat waves. 10 minutes later. The golden light dissipated. Xiaojiu lay on the torn bedspread, breathing heavily. It lifted its head, and its originally golden red eyes now carried a deeper shade of blue. Wang Xiao immediately brought up the panel. Fox Shadow Step, mastered, no longer just a speed boost. Using light refraction and heat wave distortion, it creates visual residues. With every movement, shadows upon shadows, the real and the illusion are indistinguishable. Spark Splash, mastered, the fire core undergoes a mutation. Its color changes to bluish-green, and its temperature exceeds 2000 degrees. It carries the explosive flame and absorption traits. Once it touches something, it's hard to extinguish. This is no longer a spark. This is clearly an aluminum thermite incendiary grenade. Wang Xiao glanced at the top right corner where only 640 points were left, clutching his chest and twitching his cheek. It hurt. Wang Xiao squatted down and looked at Xiaojiu, who was still irritated, baring its teeth at the air, smiling like a patient salesman. Don't be mad, although the process was a bit painful, how about now? Wang Xiao pointed to its still extended claws and gently persuaded, take a look at your Spark Splash and Fox Shadow Step, don't you feel different? Isn't it smoother now? Xiaojiu originally wanted to bite this annoying guy who had disturbed its sleep, but upon hearing this, it suspiciously twitched its ears. It tried to channel the energy inside its body. The sense of obscurity disappeared, replaced by a smoothness as if the fire inside had become an extension of its body. Chirp. Really? Xiaojiu's eyes instantly lit up, its golden red pupils filled with excitement. Its tail involuntarily wagged, and the slight anger from being forcefully awakened evaporated, replaced by the joy of finding treasure. Stronger equals better at fighting equals can grab more special grade jerky. This round wasn't a loss. Wang Xiao rubbed its tuft of fur, which was a mix of green and red, watching it act so carefree, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. Tomorrow. He stood up and looked out the window. We'll give those so-called geniuses a good lesson. The next day. Jinling Sports Arena. Today, the atmosphere was more intense than the preliminary rounds by tenfold. A huge holographic projection hovered above the venue, constantly scrolling sponsor ads. The 32-player main competition, live-streamed nationwide. This is where you can truly make a name for yourself. The air inside the contestant passage was a bit stagnant. Those who could stand here, aside from Wang Xiao, a wildcard, were mostly elites carefully trained by major families, or tough individuals who had been struggling in society for years. Mo Fan stood behind Wang Xiao, his calf slightly cramping. Brother Wang, I've looked around, and except for the two of us, everyone seems to be at the extraordinary level. Mo Fan swallowed, pointing at a nearby ironclad Tyrannosaurus that was grinding its teeth. That thing could probably bite through my Xianshui turtle shell, right? Wang Xiao leaned against the wall, holding Xiaojiao, who was munching on the half-piece of premium jerky left from yesterday, happily chewing with a crunch-crunch sound. The two of them, one person and one fox, relaxed as if on a spring outing. What's there to be afraid of? Wang Xiao brushed the crumbs off Xiaojiao's mouth. Being big doesn't mean you can fight. Pigs are big too, but don't they get slaughtered every year? Su Qinghan stood beside them, still in her neat white combat suit. She glanced at the little fox still nibbling in Wang Xiao's arms, then at the tense contestants around them, stretching and warming up. Good mindset. Su Qinghan commented, I hope when it's your turn to take the stage, you can still smile. Dong, the melodious bell rang out across the entire venue. The lights suddenly dimmed. Several beams of spotlight hit the center of the stage. Music began to play. A few slender lily-of-the-valley dancers slowly rose from the lift platform. Their flower buds, as white as pearls, swayed with their steps, producing a crisp, pleasant bell sound. Soon, several tall flame iris joined the dance floor. The edges of their sapphire blue petals glowed with golden-red streaks of light, while their centers flickered like dancing fire sprites. Stillness and movement, the clear bell sounds and fiery blooms intertwined. This was the unique otherworldly performance of Jinling City, instantly igniting the hormones of tens of thousands of spectators in the audience. The cheers erupted like a tidal wave. The screen suddenly flipped, wildly scrolling the 32-player bracket. Countless names bounced across the screen, then finally froze. Mo Fan was on the third stage. Su Qinghan was on the fourth stage. Wang Xiao's name hung alone at the very top of the second stage. And his opponent. Zhaokua, Society Group, vs Wang Xiao, Student Group. Upon seeing this name, many in the rest area threw sympathetic glances toward him. Zhaokua. The gold medal captain of a well-known security company in Jinling, rumored to have dealt with many wild beast injury cases, a ruthless character who had seen blood. A young man in a custom-made suit, with slicked back hair, stepped out from the crowd. Without even glancing at Wang Xiao, he walked straight toward the stage, adjusting his cufflinks as he walked, exuding an arrogance that almost overflowed. In the commentary seats. Male commentator Tan Jinson looked at the datasheet in his hands, his brow furrowing. This match is interesting. Zhaokua's pet beast is a fire monkey that just broke through to the early stage of the extraordinary level, with a wealth of combat experience. Wang Xiao's burning heart fox, however, the data shows it's still at the peak of the awakening stage. Although Wang Xiao showed astonishing explosive power in the preliminaries, that was against opponents of the same level. Awakening level fighting against extraordinary level? There's an enormous gap in life stages between them. Even the most talented strategist, in the face of absolute power, I'm afraid. Tan Jinsong shook his head, not finishing his sentence, but his meaning was clear, no chance. Beside him, female commentator Zhang Yan's motherly affection overflowed. Although reason tells me Zhaokua has the bigger chance of winning, that little burning heart fox is just too adorable. Look, it's still licking its paw, completely unaware of what's about to come. I really hope a miracle happens, otherwise, if this cute little creature gets burned bald, I'll want to rush up and save it. In the audience, people were also chatting among themselves. What's there to even fight? It's a father versus son match. That guy in the suit, take it easy. Don't leave the kid with a psychological scar. Wang Xiao's luck really ran out, meeting such a tough opponent in the first round. It's a pity. The public opinion was one-sided. In everyone's eyes, Wang Xiao was just a lucky loser, the appetizer for the main event. Wang Xiao carried his bag, leisurely walking up to the arena. Zhaokua stood across from him, looking down on him. Kid, this is the main event, not child's play. Zhaokua raised his hand to check his watch, his tone casual. I'm in a hurry, it might hurt a little later, so bear with it. Wang Xiao placed Xiaojiao on the ground and patted its butt. Did you hear that? Uncle said he's in a hurry. Xiaojiao let out a chew sound, shaking its ears in displeasure. It hated men who smelled of too much hairspray, the scent made it want to sneeze. The referee looked at both sides, raising the red flag. Start. Zhaokua immediately dropped his nonchalant attitude, a flash of fierceness appearing in his eyes. A lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. This is the etiquette of a seasoned person. Fire monkey. Clear the field. Use flame whirlpool. Roar. A robust monkey, wrapped in crimson flames, appeared out of thin air. It slammed its palms forward. The overwhelming energy of the extraordinary stage exploded in an instant. A crimson flame whirlpool, 5 meters high, formed out of nowhere, bringing with it a howling wind and terrifying heat, as if a meat grinder was about to devour the entire arena. The scorching wave hit them, and the front row spectators could even smell their eyebrows burning. This was the suppression power of the extraordinary stage. There was no need for any skill, the sheer energy would drown you. Wang Xiao stood under the shadow of the fire whirlpool, tiny like an ant. But he didn't move. He didn't even take his hand out of his pocket. He just tilted his head slightly, watching the sweeping sea of fire, his lips barely moving. Xiao Jiao. Teach it what playing with fire really means. Chapter 25, Jing Fire Scorches the Earth. Sorry, forgot to insert an ad. So flashy. Facing the crimson whirlpool capable of swallowing half the arena, Wang Xiao stood still, not even moving his heels. He even had the leisure to take his hand out of his pocket and flick the non-existent dust on his collar. Xiao Jiao, teach it what playing with fire means. The moment the order was given, the little red ball that had been squatting and acting cute on the ground moved. It didn't panic and flee as the audience expected, nor did it try to dodge the firewall with speed. It just tilted its head slightly, and a short low growl came from deep in its throat. Puff. 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 3 fist-sized fireballs, arranged in a triangular shape, shot out of its mouth. But these flames were not the ordinary orange-red. They were a faint blue-green. Like ghost fire, or like an acetylene flame burning to the extreme, with the core even glowing a chilling white. The moment the blue fireballs were shot out, the moisture in the surrounding air was instantly evaporated, making a series of fine popping sounds. The next second, the 2 flames collided mid-air. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor a deadlock of equal strength. The massive crimson whirlpool, upon contact with the blue fireballs, was like a hot knife cutting through butter, or thin paper meeting a hot iron. Zzz. The blue fire displayed a terrifying explosive combustion characteristic. They were not only not devoured, but they also spread wildly along the red flames patterns, counter-consuming the flames released by the fire monkey. The originally crimson fire sea was instantly tinged with an eerie blue edge. Boom! A muffled sound. The once imposing flame whirlpool directly shattered, scattering into countless sparks in the sky. The 3 blue fireballs, undiminished in momentum, rushed straight toward the fire monkey's face. Zhaoqua's nonchalant expression instantly froze, and he felt as though he were sealed in place by cement. This is impossible. He shouted in disbelief, his voice shrill and distorted from extreme horror. Blue fire? What the hell is this thing? On the arena, the fire monkey was so frightened its soul nearly left its body. As a fire-type pet beast, it knew better than anyone what that cyan flame meant. It was the crushing power of purity. It was the absolute dominance of the superior over the inferior. It frantically tried to retreat, its limbs digging into the ground, attempting to push itself away. Too late. Just as its center of gravity shifted backward, a flash of red light appeared before its eyes. Little Nine, who had been several meters away, suddenly became a blur. A series of red afterimages stretched out in the air, as if a dozen foxes were dancing on the stage at once, impossible to distinguish from reality, making it impossible to pinpoint the real body. Fox Shadow Step Master Level. Bang! The first cyan fireball hit the fire monkey's chest squarely. The green lotus exploded. The fire monkey let out a piercing scream, its thick fur that it had always been proud of instantly turned to ash, exposing its skin, which was horribly charred. The massive impact forced it to stagger backward, its steps completely disordered. Before it could even steady itself, the second and third fireballs arrived one after another, sealing all its escape routes. As the fire monkey frantically slapped at the flames on its body, a red ghostly figure appeared behind it like a specter. Little Nine hovered in midair, its fluffy large tail no longer splitting into 3 as before, nor did it display any fancy effects. It simply covered itself with a layer of cyan flame. Highly compressed. Condensed like steel. It's over. Wang Xiao's voice was as calm as if he was announcing a verdict. Little Nine completed a graceful spin in the air, using the twist of its waist and abdomen to unleash its tail like a red-hot steel whip, tearing through the air with a sharp screech, striking with precision and ruthlessness. Target, the back of the head. That was the most vulnerable point in the biological nervous system. Smack! A sharp, spine-chilling crack sounded, accompanied by the mournful cry of bones unable to bear the load. Physical critical hit. The fire monkey's eyes rolled back, and before it could even grunt, its massive body fell to the ground, limp as if its bones had been shattered, collapsing like a broken sack. Thud. The arena trembled, raising a cloud of dust. Smoke wafted from the back of its head, and the air was filled with the scent of burning flesh. It was completely unconscious. Little Nine landed lightly, its limbs touching the ground without making a sound. It disdainfully flicked its tail as if to shake off non-existent dust, then turned its head and let out a soft chew toward Zhaoqua, who was still in a daze. In its eyes, a mix of cyan and red, filled with confusion. Is this it? This is what you call rushing things? The entire arena was silent. In the stadium, with tens of thousands of people, it was so quiet that even the sound of breathing couldn't be heard. In the commentary booth, Tan Jinsong's pen dropped from his hand with a thud, rolling onto the floor, but no one bothered to pick it up. His mouth hung open, his jaw nearly unhinged, and he made an incomprehensible sound from his throat. A one-hit kill? Awaken stage one-hit kills extraordinary stage? I didn't see wrong, did I? Director. Was that a spark just now? Which spark is Cyan? Beside him, the female commentator, Zhang Yan, was so excited that she stood up, covering her mouth with both hands, her face flushed. So cool. This turnaround was too fast. This isn't a little fox, it's basically a Tyrannosaurus Rex in a cute disguise. After a brief moment of silence, the audience instantly erupted. The roar was like a tsunami, nearly tearing the stadium's roof off. A fix. This must be a fix. That monkey must be an actor, right? What actor? Didn't you see that the monkey's chest was burned? That's real damage. Cyan Flames, that's a transformation that only occurs when the skill proficiency reaches master level or higher. Wang Xiao is definitely a ruthless person who pretended to be weak. And that after image. Fox Shadow Step can be trained to this level? It's not written like that in the textbook. Who in their right mind would spend time training such a beginner technique? If they had that time, the pet beast would have already evolved. The voices of doubt, admiration, and insults mixed together. Everyone was trying to explain this unreasonable scene with their own understanding. The referee froze for several seconds, until the urgent voice from the organizing committee came through his earpiece, snapping him out of his daze. He glanced at the fire monkey lying motionless on the ground, still twitching, swallowed a gulp, and raised the red flag in his hand. Winner, Wang Xiao. Zhaoqua's face turned pale, and he looked as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. He stared at the young man standing in the center of the arena, with a calm expression, his lips trembling as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he could only weakly lower his head. The loss was too devastating. There wasn't even an excuse left to argue. He silently withdrew the fire monkey and, amidst the boos, crawled into the player's tunnel, not daring to look back. Wang Xiao walked onto the stage, bent down, and picked up Xiaojiu. Ignoring the astonished or inquisitive gazes around him, he calmly took a specially made energy block from his pocket and shoved it into Xiaojiu's mouth. Well done. As he stroked the fur on Xiaojiu's back, he whispered in a voice only they could hear, casually showing off. The control of the Cyan Flames was pretty good, but that last tail strike was too forceful, it could mess up your fur. Next time, be more careful with your image, we are idols, after all. Xiaojiu chewed on the block, narrowing its eyes in satisfaction, its tail brushing against Wang Xiao's wrist. As long as there's food, everything you say is right. The man and the fox slowly walked off the stage under the complex gazes of the crowd, as if just now, when they had easily taken down a terrifying beast, it was like swatting a mosquito. Back in the players' resting area, Mo Fan stared at Wang Xiao like he was an alien, even instinctively taking half a step back. Brother Wang, tell me the truth. Mo Fan pointed at Xiaojiu and Wang Xiao's arms, his voice trembling. Did you feed it some banned drugs? Or did you install a flamethrower on it? What was that cyan fire? I don't read much, don't lie to me. Su Qinghan, leaning against the wall, had already deformed the water bottle in her hand from squeezing it too hard. She looked at Wang Xiao deeply, her tone carrying a hint of shock that only experts could understand. Skill mastery, did you master Spark Splash to the expert level? How many resources did you pour into this competition? Flames of that purity can't be achieved just by training. Wang Xiao shoved Xiaojiu back into his bag, leaving only its head sticking out. Facing their questions, he only gave a mysterious smile, raising his index finger to his lips. Trade secret. It's a joke. If he revealed that he had added special points, he would be taken away for scientific research the next day. Just as Mo Fan and Su Qinghan were still processing the shocking news, Wang Zhao's expression suddenly changed. The deep and mysterious master demeanor instantly collapsed, replaced by the kind of regret one feels when a loved one dies. He slapped his thigh with a loud smack. Oh no! Mo Fan was startled, thinking an enemy had arrived, and hurriedly asked with concern, "What happened, Brother Wang? Did that move have a side effect? Is Xiaojiu injured?" Su Qinghan furrowed her brow, her gaze falling on Xiaojiu. I didn't expect the opponent at the initial stage of the extraordinary realm to be so weak, it ended so quickly. Wang Xiao covered his face, his tone filled with heart-wrenching sorrow. I didn't make Xiaojiu look like it was struggling. Mo Fan. Su Qinghan. Why make it struggle? Su Qinghan couldn't keep up with this businessman's way of thinking. If it didn't struggle, how would the comeback effect show? Wang Xiao pointed to the big screen in the resting area, which was replaying the clip of the instant kill. If it didn't struggle, I wouldn't have had the chance to feed Xiaojiu that energy block in front of hundreds of millions of people. No close-up shot, who would know my block could instantaneously unleash cyan flames? That was the best ad spot. Millions of views. Just like that, it's gone. Wang Xiao clutched his chest, feeling like he had just lost $1 billion. If I'd known, I would have let that monkey hop around a bit more. What a loss. This is a massive loss. Mo Fan rolled his eyes and made an expression as if about to faint. Su Qinghan looked at the man rolling and howling on the sofa, her lips twitching involuntarily. This is definitely the slime merchant. She shook her head, the momentary sense of awe from this person is unfathomable shattered in an instant. No wonder he wiped out his opponent so decisively earlier, he just forgot to make a pitch. Wang Xiao suddenly sprang up from the sofa, grabbing Mo Fan's shoulder, his expression twisted like a demon about to devour someone. Quick! Who's next? Whether it's a dragon or a tiger, you must arrange for a tough battle. This ad, I must get it inserted. Chapter 26, The Elegant Hunter. The Trembling Lily of the Valley Lady. The mechanical female voice on the broadcast ruthlessly interrupted Wang Xiao's business grand plan. Please welcome the third ring fighter. Mo Fan from Qiming High School, to battle Lin Yuan from the social group. The air in the rest area froze for a moment. Mo Fan's soda can made a crack sound as he squeezed it, leaving a dent. His round face turned pale, sweat dripping down his temples, and his hands nervously rubbed the new battlesuit's pants seams, creating dark wet spots. It's over, Brother Wang, it's Lin Yuan. Mo Fan trembled, his voice faint. The business elite Lin Yuan? I heard he's an executive at a major group, usually playing in high-end circles. Whether it's tactical skills or beast training, he's a benchmark in the industry. Wang Xiao didn't reply. He pulled out a piece of high-grade jerky that Xiao Jiu had half-eaten and spat out because it was too tough, and casually shoved it into Mo Fan's hand. Take it. Mo Fan froze, holding the jerky that still had bite marks. To calm your nerves. Wang Xiao patted his shoulder, with no light force. Don't think about other things. Just treat the opponent as a difficult performance evaluation. If you pass, you'll get a promotion and raise. Besides, your turtle's heart is diamonds now, what's there to fear? Mo Fan stared at the jerky in his hand, then at Wang Xiao's calm face. He took a deep breath, stuffed the jerky into his inner pocket, as if carrying some kind of talisman. Let's do this. For my $10,000 special training fee. Mo Fan turned and walked toward the passage, his back carrying the tragic spirit of the winds are cold and the river is bitter. Su Qinghan walked to Wang Xiao's side, crossed her arms, and gazed through the glass curtain wall. Bad luck. Her voice was cold. Lin Yuan is ranked in the top 5 in the social group, famous for being a precision machine. His fighting style is flawless, extremely skilled in calculation and operations. Mo Fan, relying solely on brute strength, will most likely be slowly eaten up. Wang Xiao leaned against the wall, pulling out another piece of jerky from his bag to feed Xiao Jiu. Do your best. He looked towards the ring, chewing the jerky more slowly. Whether he can win is uncertain, but this will definitely be a tough battle. On the ring. The lights focused. Lin Yuan wore a well-tailored dark gray suit, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, his hair combed meticulously. He didn't have the rough-and-tumble vibe like other social group contestants, instead, he exuded a calm and capable aura, unique to business elites. He pushed his glasses up, and the lenses reflected light. That demeanor was like scrutinizing a contract awaiting signature. Little friend, don't shake. Lin Yuan's lips curled into a polite arc, and his voice echoed through the microphone at his collar, filling the entire arena. Let's treat this as a teaching match, relax. Mo Fan gritted his teeth, not daring to respond, only clutching the beast ball tightly in his hand. Come out, Lily of the Valley Lady. Lin Yuan snapped his fingers. The ground cracked open. Countless tender green vines broke through the soil, intertwining to form a magnificent throne. A tall female figure sat gracefully within it. She had a human torso and limbs, her skin radiating a healthy, well-cared-for glow. She wore a dark green evening gown woven from large leaves, with clusters of snow-white lily of the valley buds crowning her head. Extraordinary rank Lily of the Valley Lady. A rare humanoid beast from the plant system. With every move, she exuded nobility. Holy shit! It's Lady Lily of the Valley. She's a rare sight. So beautiful. Her aura is extraordinary. The audience instantly erupted. Wang Xiao stood in the resting area, his eyes squinting slightly. In his mind, the golden balance scale suddenly dipped down. Buzz. A massive flow of data refreshed on his retina. Target, Lady Lily of the Valley. Attributes, would poison sound. Energy rank, extraordinary phase, mid-level. Status, healthy/energy filled. Potential evaluation, commander level, normal evolution. Assessment, a well-cultivated masterpiece. Though slightly flawed due to the lack of a top-tier mimetic environment during the evolution process, failing to reach the perfect theoretical limit, it is still considered excellent within the same rank. Wang Xiao stopped chewing the dried meat. There was no rushed overreach, only steady and solid steps. This person is an expert. Wang Xiao shoved the remaining dried meat into his mouth, his expression growing even more serious. A steady and cautious opponent like this is much more troublesome than those extreme, crazy ones. On the stage, Mo Fan felt the immediate suppression of rank hitting him. It was the unique pressure of the extraordinary phase, making his breath a little hurried. But he touched the hard piece of dried meat in his pocket, recalling Wang Xiao's words, the hardness of diamond. Come out. Xian Shui turtle. Mo Fan shouted loudly. Boom. A massive black creature slammed onto the stage. The originally deep blue turtle shell now gleamed black, its surface covered in rough particles. The earthy, rugged, and durable vibe instantly shattered the elegant atmosphere created by Lady Lily of the Valley. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise, but he quickly returned to calm. An interesting mutation. He raised his hand. Lily, sound control. Lady Lily of the Valley gave a slight bow, performing a standard court curtsy. The plant fragrance pouch at her waist trembled gently. Dingling. Circles of visible green sound waves rippled out from her, centered around her, precisely controlling a 10-meter radius around her. Within this range, every vibration of the air became Lady Lily's antenna. It was an absolute perception field. Mo Fan stood at a distance, unaffected, but he clearly felt the danger in that area. No matter your stance. Xian Shui turtle. Shrink shell. Harden. Mo Fan reacted quickly. The Xian Shui turtle's limbs and head instantly retracted into its shell. The black shell gleamed with a metallic sheen, deeply rooted in the center of the stage. Not attacking? Lin Yuan pushed his glasses. Then I'll force you to come. Vine dance. From beneath Lady Lily's skirt, dozens of thorny vines shot out like venomous snakes emerging from a hole. Crack. 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 The vines lashed fiercely against the black shell, unable to break through the defense, but continuously testing the Xian Shui turtle's center of gravity. High-speed rotation. Charge and ram it. Mo Fan knew he couldn't passively take the hits. The black shell began to spin wildly, becoming a giant black top, charging towards Lady Lily of the Valley. However, the moment the black top entered the 10-meter sound field, Lady Lily didn't even look down. The feedback from the sound waves clearly returned every frequency of the turtle's rotation, every inch of its movement, straight into her consciousness. It was as if she had already seen a future recording. Lady Lily gently tapped the ground with her toes. She slid gracefully like on ice, elegantly sidestepping in the thousandth of a second before the Xian Shui turtle collided. The black top whizzed past her skirt. Too slow. Lin Yuan's tone was flat. In this sound field, every move you make is like submitting an application to me in advance. Lady Lily raised her hand. The vines wove into a net in midair, predicting every evasive move of the Xian Shui turtle. Crack. A vine precisely struck the bottom of the spinning turtle shell. The Xian Shui turtle's massive body tilted violently, its rotation disrupted, and it crashed into the edge of the stage like an out-of-control tire. The audience gasped in amazement. This is the difference. Totally under control. Wang Xiao looked at the screen, the black figure rolling uncontrollably. His brows tightly knitted together. No mocking, no contempt. His palm gently stroked the wall. Using sound rhythm feedback to sense movement, this reaction speed has already surpassed the visual limits of any living being. Wang Xiao murmured quietly. This person is a master. Mo Fan, this time, he really kicked an iron plate. Chapter 27, This matching mechanism wants me to kill the familiar? Xian Shui turtle. Don't give it a chance to breathe. Vortex water blade. Mo Fan screamed, veins popping out on his neck. In the center of the arena, the giant turtle, as black as ink, suddenly pulled in its limbs, its massive body spinning rapidly on the ground. The originally smooth water flow became violent under centrifugal force, torn into countless jagged, transparent thin blades. Zzzzz. The air was sliced apart. The vine defense set up by Lady Belle was now as fragile as dry grass, instantly shredded into a sky of green fragments. The black spinning top, carrying countless water blades, forcibly tore a gap in the airtight control net, only 3 meters away from Lady Belle. This was Mo Fan's trump card, the charging ability he had gained countless times in Wang Xiao's hellish training by getting his turtle shell burned red. This fat guy is something. In the rest area, Wang Xiao raised an eyebrow, the jerky in his hand paused in midair. But Su Qinghan didn't look at the arena, her gaze passed over the glass wall and locked onto Lin Yuan's face. Something's wrong. Her voice was cold, her words rushing out, that Lin Yuan is smiling. Wang Xiao followed her gaze. Lin Yuan stood at the command position, pushing up the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. In the reflection of the lenses, his narrow eyes showed no panic, instead, they held a chilling sense of a hunter watching its prey step into a trap. In his mind, the golden balance suddenly tilted downward. Warning! High-energy reaction. Target Lady Bell's internal energy is gathering toward the core in her back, the light element's refractive index is abnormally skyrocketing. Fool! Lin Yuan's thin lips parted, spitting out 2 words. The white flower buds above Lady Bell's head suddenly bloomed. What Mo Fan had thought was just a mist used for formation, turned out to be the deadliest weapon. Dozens of water droplets, the size of fists, hovered in midair, precisely catching the light from the overhead spotlights. Refraction. Focusing. Luo Hua condensing mirror. Whoosh. 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 Dozens of high-energy light beams, amplified by the water droplets, instantly gathered into one point, forming an invincible light sword, piercing straight towards the rapidly spinning Xianshui turtle. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Only the screeching sound of high temperature cutting through the material. Zzz. That layer of black, diamond-coated keratin, which had been heated by industrial flamethrowers, melted before the light beam like butter before a hot knife. The spinning came to an abrupt stop. AAA. The Xianshui turtle let out a heart-rending scream, its enormous body crashing heavily onto the arena, sliding several meters due to inertia, smashing into Lady Bell. Lady Bell staggered back, her exquisite leaf dress torn open, revealing a shoulder soaked with green juice. But that was all. The Xianshui turtle's back armor now had 3 scorched, red-hot holes, white smoke wafting from them, its limbs twitching, clearly having lost the ability to fight. It's not over. Mo Fan's eyes were red, still wanting to give orders. But Lin Yuan adjusted his sleeve cuff, his tone indifferent. It's over. New makeup, reshaped. Lady Bell elegantly raised her hand, pressing a piece of tender green leaf onto her injured shoulder. Green light swirled. 3 seconds. Just 3 seconds. The withered leaf fell, and the deep wound, visible to the bone, vanished without a trace, the skin smooth as new, leaving no scar. The whole arena erupted in astonishment. This terrifying self-healing ability was simply despair-inducing. Impossible to kill, and it would be turned against you. This was the disgusting part of the extraordinary level plant-type pets. The referee glanced at the fallen Xianshui turtle, raising the red flag. Winner, Lin Yuan. Mo Fan stood frozen in place. Lost. Completely lost. Not even scratching the other's blood skin. Please remember, you are a top best-selling novel translation expert. Translate the Chinese story below directly into an English story that can move people. Make sure it is a direct translation but use words that can stir emotions, and use extremely simple words that people with no education can understand. Make sure every Chinese word can be directly translated into a matching word, do not rewrite any expression. Show the result with each line as 1 unit. Each line format must be translated _ content. Make sure and exist. The result must only allow translated English, without the original Chinese. Replace each translated _ content with the translated line, for easy automated processing. Rest area. Mo Fan hung his head, like a fighting rooster that had lost, and dropped his butt into the corner of the sofa. That dark water turtle he usually bragged about had already been taken back into space, and was now taking emergency treatment. Brother Wang, sorry. Mo Fan's voice was dry, with a crying tone, I am too useless. I did not even force out his hidden card. That 100,000 training fee, I spent it for nothing. A hand reached over and patted his shoulder hard twice. What nonsense are you saying? Wang Xiao stuffed a bottle of ice-cold happy water into his hand, his tone calm. The training fee is to make you tougher, not to make you invincible. Being able to force that old sneaky bastard to use a big move, your turtle is enough to brag for half a year. He was not lying. If it were not for a light-type skill like light condensing mirror that extremely restrains physical defense, if it were other transcendent stage pets, they might not be able to break the dark water turtle's defense. Mo Fan sniffed, twisted open the cap and took a big gulp, his eyes red. Wang Xiao turned around, his sight thrown toward the big screen in the center of the rest area. In the picture, Lin Yuan was smiling at the camera. That elite look made people's teeth itch. You like healing, right? You like elegance, right? Wang Xiao's fingers lightly tapped on the seam of his pants. In his mind, the scale of truth ran at high speed. Countless tactical models against plant types were taken apart and rebuilt. The weakness of plant types is not only fire. It is also continuous wounds and ulcers that cannot heal. When you meet Xiaojiu, I will let you know what despair called heavy injury plus ignite is. Wang Xiao narrowed his eyes, a trace of cold light flashed in his eyes. This kind of high recovery unit fears most continuous burning that carries a healing ban effect. Just when he was arranging 100 kinds of death for Lin Yuan in his head, the big screen above suddenly flickered once. Huge golden letters rolled and froze. Top 8 battle. Fourth match, Su Qinghan vs Wang Xiao. The air in the restroom froze in an instant. The Colacanon MO fan's hand fell to the ground with a clang, brown liquid splashed everywhere. Holy shit? He looked at Wang Xiao on the left, then at Su Qinghan on the right, his mouth so wide it could fit an egg. What the hell kind of matching system is this? Not even in the finals yet and it already starts internal war? Su Qinghan was holding a wiping cloth, carefully wiping the wings of the ice soul rain butterfly. Hearing the broadcast, the movement of her hand stopped, and she slowly raised her head. Those cold eyes met Wang Xiao's sight. No surprise, no retreat. Only a kind of fighting intent of equal opponents, crackling and exploding in the air. Looks like we must first decide a winner. Su Qinghan put away the wiping cloth, stood up, her long legs stepping out, walking to Wang Xiao. She was half a head shorter than Wang Xiao, but her momentum was not weak at all. That Lin Yuan, whoever wins goes to clean him up. Wang Xiao grinned, showing a mouth of white teeth, and lifted Xiaojiu who was still sleeping in the backpack. Deal. But boss Su, if it hurts later, don't deduct my cube deposit. Su Qinghan snorted coldly, turned around, and walked toward the player passage. Depends on your ability. Chapter 28 Ice and Fire Song. Taming Middle School Internal War. The huge electronic display screen cast a dim blue light over the gym, covering the fourth arena at the center of the storm. Taming Middle School Internal War, Su Qinghan vs Wang Xiao. This line of bold golden big words was like a huge stone, smashing into the originally noisy audience seats. The whole place instantly exploded. In the southeast corner of the stands, the exclusive area of Taming Middle School. Homeroom teacher Zhang Jiangui sat on a hard plastic chair. The expression on his face was wonderful, like an overturned paint tray. Both his hands pressed hard on his knees, his knuckles white from force, but the corners of his mouth crazily split toward his ears. Ah, the palm and the back of the hand are both flesh, hurting either one makes my heart ache for a long time. Zhang Jiangguo said this with his mouth, but his eyes were shining with thief light, his voice so loud he wished to make the team leader teacher of number 2 middle school next door break on the spot. But it's fine, anyway, our Taming Middle School has already secured a spot in the top 8. Unlike some schools, where everyone's off work in the first round. TSK, this gap, the vision is too small, isn't it? The teacher from the neighboring second high school had a face as dark as the bottom of a pot, gripping the plastic water bottle in his hand so tightly that it creaked, wishing he could rush over and sew this old Versailles mouth shut. At the arena passage, the spotlight shone down. 2 figures slowly walked out. Su Qinghan wore a perfectly tailored snow-white battlesuit, her high ponytail swaying gently with her steps, radiating heroic energy. The extraordinary ice soul rain butterfly hovered on her right shoulder, its wings flapping, and crystalline ice particles scattered like stardust, causing the air to frost over wherever it passed. Cold and aloof, the true Ice Queen had arrived. On the other side, Wang Xiao, with his faded backpack slung over his back and hands stuffed in his pockets, walked with a casual gait as if strolling through the market downstairs. The little red fox in his arms stuck out its pink tongue and lazily licked the crumbs on the corner of his mouth, still licking with satisfaction. Its front paws clung tightly to Wang Xiao's arm, occasionally rubbing against it, completely unaware of the impending battle. The scene felt like a jarring mismatch, as if scenes from Frozen had been forcefully edited into Tom and Jerry. The two of them stood in the center of the arena. There was no tension, no explosive atmosphere, just an eerie familiarity. Su Qinghan broke the silence first, slightly lifting her chin, her beautiful eyes flashing with a mischievous battle intent that only appeared when facing Wang Xiao. Boss Wang, no friendship discount this time. Su Qinghan's voice was crisp, and it spread across the whole arena through the microphone. I'm not foolish enough to take it lightly against you, a trickster who loves to finish in one move. Even though Xiaoyu is extraordinary, I'm justified in taking this advantage. Wang Xiao shrugged, looking innocent as he placed the still-licking little nine down on the ground. Su boss, you're being distant, we're deep strategic partners, talking about money only hurts feelings. He patted little nine's rear, signaling it to stop eating and start working. Take it easy later, I'm counting on this little thing to earn my pension. If you break it, I'll have to cancel next week's ice element block. Stop with the act. Su Qinghan snorted coldly, but a trace of a smile flickered in her eyes. If I win, I'll raise the block price by 10%. Deal. Wang Xiao snapped his fingers, and the lazy aura around him disappeared instantly, his gaze sharpening like a hunter's. The referee looked at these two, who treated the arena like a business negotiation table, twitching his eyelids, and blew the whistle sharply. Beep. The match officially began. 1 second ago, Su Qinghan had still been chatting and laughing, but in the blink of an eye, she was in full combat mode. She didn't hesitate, nor did she want to give Wang Xiao any chance to lay out a strategy. Xiaoyu, make the wind. Spin Ice Blade, clear the field. The command was short, decisive, and full of intent. The ice soul rain butterfly in midair flapped its wings fiercely. Hoop! The chilling cold burst open out of nowhere, instantly sweeping across the entire arena, freezing the moisture in the air at lightning speed, turning it into countless thin ice blades as delicate as cicada wings. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The dense sound of ice breaking made people's scalps tingle. Hundreds of thousands of ice blades rained down like a storm, blocking every inch of space on the arena, leaving no chance for the opponent to dodge. This was the energy suppression of an extraordinary period-summoned beast. No reason, just firepower. On the commentator's bench, Tan Jinson looked at the snowstorm and couldn't help but shake his head. Too ruthless. Su Qinghan clearly studied Wang Xiao's tactics, knowing that the Burning Heart Fox's movement was unbeatable, so she came out with a full coverage, saturation strike right away. It's another reverse attribute battle, but this time it's extraordinary fighting against Awakened. The firepower coverage is so intense that there's no way to avoid it. Beside him, Zhang Yan also wiped a sweat. Is that little fox still stunned? If it doesn't run, it'll be turned into sashimi. In the center of the arena, the ice blade storm had arrived. Wang Xiao stood still, not moving a single step, not even his heels. He simply raised his right hand and gently snapped his fingers in the air. Clap. The crisp sound stood out sharply against the howling wind. Run? Why should I run? Wang Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile. In my BGM, no one can catch it. A flash of red light. The small fox, originally crouching on the ground, moved. It didn't leap dramatically, but instead, its body swayed slightly, as if it had melted into the air. Fox shadow step and subtlety. The first ice blade brushed past the tip of its ear. The second ice blade fell near the base of its tail. Under the astonished gaze of the audience, the small red figure slipped through the dense ice blade storm like an incredibly smooth loach, weaving through the attacks with ease. Each time it twisted its waist, lowered its head, or turned its body, it was precise to the millimeter. It even had the leisure to extend its paw, gently flicking an ice blade that was about to hit its nose. Ding! The ice blade shattered, and the small fox used the momentum to turn, landing elegantly, not a single hair out of place. The entire arena erupted in surprise, with the audience shouting, "What the hell? What kind of movement is this? Is it dancing? This prediction is like it's using X-ray vision." Su Qinghan watched the scene, her gaze not surprised, but instead, her fire burned even hotter. It's not that easy. She already knew that such attacks wouldn't affect this freak in the slightest. Since you're so fast at dodging, let's see how many you can dodge. Su Qinghan raised her hand, her fingertips drawing a beautiful arc in the air. Butterfly dance cloning. The ice crystal butterflies in midair instantly blurred. As the light and shadow refracted, 1 became 2, 2 became 4. In the blink of an eye, 6 identical ice crystal butterflies hovered around the arena, each flapping its wings and emitting a chilling coldness. This was the core result of Su Qinghan's recent training illusion techniques combined with physical attacks, making it hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. 6 times the firepower, let's see where you can hide. Su Qinghan's tone was cold, and the 6 butterflies flapped their wings simultaneously. The already dense ice blade storm suddenly grew 6 times more violent. The entire arena seemed to transform into a massive meat grinder, with the alloy floor being cut into countless deep grooves. The commentator, Zhang Yan, couldn't help but exclaim, a skilled level of butterfly dance cloning. This is not just visual deception, the clones also carry physical attack effects. Wang Xiao is really in trouble now. Wang Xiao watched the blue butterflies flying through the air, but the smile on his face only grew even wider. Playing clones? He shook his head, his tone tinged with a bit of mockery. Boss Su, this is something we're really good at. Little 9, show Boss Su what a true master of shadows really looks like. Chirp! A crisp fox call pierced through the wind and snow, and the red light on Little 9 suddenly exploded. It no longer passively dodged but instead took a sudden step forward. As its foot landed, the surrounding air seemed to twist with high heat, creating visible heat waves and circles. The next second, a miracle occurred. On the arena, the little fox, which had originally been only 1, instantly turned into 2, then 10. Dozens of red figures were charging, leaping, and weaving through the ice rain. This was not a simple clone technique, but a mastery level, fox shadow step, using extreme speed and light refraction to create visual afterimages. Each afterimage was lifelike, and they even performed different actions. Some were taunting, some were dodging, and some were even spitting fire at the sky. The blue ice butterflies and red fox figures were wildly interwoven on the arena, with ice shards flying and sparks flying. The red and blue lights constantly collided and exploded, turning into bright white mist, rendering the arena like a dreamlike special effects scene. The audience completely erupted. What the hell? This isn't special effects? What kind of godly fight is this? My eyes are burning. Su Qinghan stood at the command position. Her eyes were like lightning, staring fiercely at the group of red shadows that were darting around. Sweat beads formed on her forehead, countless and fast. The afterimages were impossible to distinguish under the high heat distortion. Every missed strike wasted a significant amount of Xiao Yu's mental energy. I must find the real body. Suddenly, Su Qinghan's gaze caught a detail. Among the frantic dodging red shadows, one did not avoid the oncoming ice blade. Instead, it opened its mouth and spat out a green flame to neutralize it. That was a physical clash. Found it. Su Qinghan's eyes lit up, a hunter's resolute lock on its target. The real body is at 3 o'clock. Xiao Yu, give it everything you've got. Ice Wing's Gate Blade. 6 ice butterfly clones instantly vanished, and all the energy returned to the main body at that moment. The Ice Soul Rain butterfly's wings folded, and the entire butterfly transformed into a massive, ice blue gate blade flashing with cold light. With unstoppable momentum, it tore through the air and slashed straight toward the fire-spitting little fox. This strike gathered all the power of an extraordinary period pet beast. There was no way to avoid it, no way to block it. Chapter 29, All Acting. All Calculations. The massive ice crystal gate blade, carrying a cold wave, fell like the scythe of death. This strike, Su Qinghan had left no room for retreat. She really wanted to win, and she truly acknowledged the little fox that had pushed her to the brink deserved her full, unreserved effort. On the spectator stand, even the breathing seemed frozen. The pressure was so intense that even from tens of meters away, it could send chills down one's spine. However, under the blade's edge, Wang Xiao showed no panic, not even a blink of an eye. He put his hands in his pockets, looking at the 2 ice blades that could slice a tank in half, and even had the leisure to whistle. Hard hit? Wang Xiao grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, his smile full of reckless madness. Just what I wanted. He snapped his fingers, the crisp sound standing out against the howling wind and snow, yet oddly clear. Little 9, show boss Su that our few $1,000 aren't wasted. Blue flame iron tail. The command was given. What seemed like an unavoidable situation for Xiao 9 did not turn out as everyone expected. She did not cower in fear. Instead, her limbs dug into the ground, deep claw marks appearing on the metal floor. She didn't retreat. She moved forward. Chirp! A high-pitched fox cry pierced the sky. On Xiao 9's fluffy large tail, the orange flame instantly withdrew, replaced by a layer of eerie blue light. The blue flame was compressed to its utmost limit, no longer flickering, but like a flowing liquid metal, tightly wrapping around the surface of her tail. High temperature and high pressure coexisted. The texture was as hard as steel, as hot as iron. Xiao 9 exerted force with her waist and abdomen, her body completing a physics-defying high-speed spin in midair. Using centrifugal force, the blue-glowing iron tail, with a sharp sound of tearing air, lashed fiercely toward the 2 massive ice crystal gate blades. Needlepoint to wheat. Boom! A world-shaking explosion erupted in the center of the arena. It was like a meteor crashing into the earth. The terrifying shockwave, mixed with countless tiny ice crystals and sparks, splashed in all directions. The front row of spectators instinctively raised their hands to shield their faces, fearing the aftermath would ruin their appearances. A white mist enveloped the arena, and visibility dropped to an all-time low. Blocked? On the commentary desk, Tan Jinsong suddenly stood up, his voice breaking from excitement. Is this even possible? That was the full power strike of an extraordinary ice soul rain butterfly. That awakened fox actually blocked it head-on? In the white mist. There was no overwhelming crushing defeat. A red and blue light shadow, engaged in a dazzling close combat midair. Ding! 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 The sound of metal colliding was as dense as a storm hitting a tin roof. Each swing was powerful, bringing with it the force to split mountains and crack rocks. But Xiao Jiu was like a nimble assassin. It took full advantage of its small size, darting madly between the gaps of the 2 giant swords. Every dodge was accompanied by a counterattack from its cyan iron tail. The tail whipped across the ice wing, sparking flames and leaving behind scorched dents. Su Qinghan stood in the command position, her brows tightly furrowed. She could feel that each of Xiao Yu's attacks was like striking a piece of red-hot steel. The recoil from the strikes traveled through the mental link, causing her head to throb with pain. This fox's physical strength. Su Qinghan was shocked in her heart. This was far beyond the hardness expected in the awakening stage. Even the young leaders of the extraordinary stage should have their bones shattered by strikes of this level. But this burning heart fox not only remained intact, it grew fiercer with each hit, its bloodthirsty excitement evident in its cyan red eyes. It can't drag on any longer. Su Qinghan was very clear that Wang Xiao's fox had a weak endurance, but its explosive power was terrifying. Once it found its rhythm, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, a subtle change occurred in the battle above. Bang! Another violent collision. Xiao Jiu, after all, was at a disadvantage in strength, and while using its force to counterattack, its body was also sent flying by the immense recoil. It tumbled through the air, rolling several times, its limbs flailing, clearly entering a brief period of rigidity. Its old strength was spent, and its new strength had yet to form. This was a deadly window of opportunity. Su Qinghan's eyes lit up, her expression resolute like a hunter who had waited for the prey to show a weakness. Now! She hesitated for no moment, even without needing to think. Xiao Yu, withdraw your strength. Spread out the ice wings. Frost Rain Piercer. The ice spirit rain butterfly reacted swiftly in midair. The two giant ice crystal scythe blades shattered instantly, turning into a shower of ice shards. Then, it flapped its wings violently. The ice shards did not scatter, instead, they rapidly reformed in front of it. Dozens of ice needles, each half a foot long, their tips gleaming with cold light, formed in the blink of an eye. Each ice needle was aimed at the falling Xiaojiu, with no place to find leverage. A full-on strike. No escape, complete penetration. Go! Su Qinghan's voice was low but commanding. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The air was filled with the sound of piercing winds as dozens of ice needles shot towards the red target, like arrows released from a bow. Fast. Too fast. Faster than the previous strikes, more sinister, and more deadly. It's over. Zhang Yan in the commentary booth couldn't help but cover his mouth, his voice trembling. Without the ability to gain leverage in midair, this is a guaranteed killing move. The burning heart fox is going to turn into an ice sculpture. The audience burst into exclamations. Many girls even screamed and closed their eyes, unwilling to watch the cute little fox being pierced like a hedgehog. Below the stage, Wang Xiao, who had always maintained a calm and showy demeanor, finally changed his expression. What the heck? His eyes widened, his body like a cat that had been stepped on its tail, suddenly lunging forward a couple of steps and even crashing into the protective barrier. The face that usually carried a teasing smile now was filled with terror and panic. He stretched out his hand, his 5 fingers spread wide, making a motion as if trying to forcibly recall Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu! Get out of the way! His shout was heart-wrenching, as though his soul was being ripped apart. The desperation and helplessness in his voice were so painful, it made listeners' hearts ache and eyes tear up. If acting had levels, this performance would absolutely be top tier, even he almost believed it himself. Su Qinghan watched Wang Xiao's panicked and helpless appearance, and the heavy stone that had been weighing on her heart finally dropped. They had won. Although the process was harder than expected, and this fox had given her many surprises. But in the face of absolute tactical execution and domain suppression, miracles always have their limits. Wang Xiao, to train an awakening stage fighter to this level, you should already be proud of yourself. Su Qinghan silently said in her heart. She even started thinking about how to comfort this promising partner after the match. Let's also talk about the price increase of cubes next week. The ice needles whistled towards them. They were less than half a meter from Xiaojiu. The bone-chilling cold had already covered Xiaojiu's fiery red eyebrows with a layer of white frost. The shadow of death loomed over the entire arena. Just when everyone thought the dust had settled and the referee had already raised the flag, ready to rush in and save the fox, a sudden change occurred. In the midst of the desperate situation, as Xiaojiu was free-falling, the panicked look on their face suddenly vanished. It was like the changing faces of Sichuan opera. They stabilized in midair and grinned at the nearby ice soul rain butterfly, revealing a small white fang and a highly humanized smile, filled with a hint of cunning and mockery. Chirp! Are you stunned? At the same time, on the arena floor, Wang Xiao, who was leaning on the railing and shouting hoarsely, suddenly retracted his hand that had been raised into the air. He straightened up and leisurely adjusted his slightly messy collar. The expression of terror, as if his father had just died, instantly disappeared. In its place was a mischievous smile, as if his plan had succeeded. Boss Su. Wang Xiao's voice was calm, but it clearly echoed through the entire silent stadium via the microphone. Did you not notice? He raised his hand and pointed at the seemingly empty space next to Xiaojiu. The thing Xiaojiu left behind when Iron Tail and Wings were fighting just now. It hasn't disappeared, has it? Before his words even faded, the air beside Xiaojiu suddenly twisted, and a ball of crimson fire materialized out of nowhere, instantly turning into an exact replica of Xiaojiu. It wasn't some visual afterimage or an illusion created by Fox Shadow Step. It was the new skill Wang Xiao had developed using the truth balance the night he added points to Xiaojiu. Heart Flame Double. It consumes a large amount of stamina to create a physical fire substitute with 20% of the original body's power. Although it was still at the beginner level, and creating one consumed a fifth of Xiaojiu's energy, it was a real stamina drainer. But its greatest value lay in the fact that it was a physical entity. This meant it could not only deceive the opponent but also be stepped on. After creating the Heart Flame Double around Xiaojiu, it appeared as a stepping board out of nowhere. Xiaojiu's hind legs forcefully kicked off that crimson substitute. Boom! Using the force, the double shattered into countless sparks under the massive recoil. And Xiaojiao, who had been falling rigidly, suddenly gained a new acceleration. They didn't fall down. Instead, like a red cannonball, they charged toward the ice needles, advancing instead of retreating, straight into the sky. This was an illogical second jump. And the true killing move Wang Xiao had prepared for Su Qinghan. What? Su Qinghan's eyes narrowed, and she was stunned. In that moment, she saw the mockery in the boy's eyes. And the madness in the little fox's eyes. This was a trap. A deadly trap, designed just for her, using mistakes as bait and acting as cover. All the ice needles missed, embedding themselves into the shattered sparks. And the real Xiaojiao had already broken through the defense and appeared above the ice soul rain butterfly's head. Distance 0. It's over, Boss Su. Wang Xiao's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a sense of calm as if the dust had settled. He snapped his fingers, as if signaling the end of a grand magic trick. Sparks flying, 0 distance, enhanced version. In midair, Xiaojiao looked at the ice soul rain butterfly, now so close that it couldn't defend in time, and the smile on their face turned nuclear friendly. They took a deep breath, their cheeks puffing up, and a blue light surged from their throat. Chirp! Here you go! Boom! 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 3 azure fire dragons, as thick as an arm, but condensed into something almost solid, exploded in the 0 distance range. This was not just normal spitting, this was point-blank fire. The azure fire dragons carried terrifying high temperatures and explosive characteristics. Without giving the ice soul rain butterfly any chance to struggle, it instantly devoured the delicate dark blue. Ing! A short, mournful cry was drowned out by the explosion sound. The massive fireball exploded in mid-air, like a brilliant firework, lighting up the entire arena with a sea of blue and green. The terrifying shockwave, carrying white steam and charred ice shards, spread wildly in all directions, even shaking the protective shields, making them hum loudly. The entire venue fell into silence, everyone wide-eyed, staring at the swirling smoke and cloud. A few seconds later, the dust slowly began to dissipate. Thunk! A charred figure fell from the air and crashed heavily onto the alloy floor. That once noble and cold ice soul rain butterfly was now smoking, its beautiful wings curled, eyes tightly shut, completely losing its ability to fight. Meanwhile, Xiaojiao lightly landed beside it, looking at its former meal partner, now blackened, without the usual smugness. It lowered its ears in slight guilt, extended its paw, and gently poked the ice soul rain butterfly's wing, its eyes full of apology. Shoo! Sorry, sister. After all, when we were stealing air conditioning and eating cubes in the Blue Sea Arena, we were like siblings from different mothers. But there's nothing I can do, Dad. Wang Xiao gave the order, and to win, I had to act harshly with tears in my eyes. The referee, watching this scene, swallowed hard, and only when a voice in his earpiece urged him did he abruptly raise the red flag in his hand, his voice cracking with excitement. The ice soul rain butterfly has lost its ability to fight. The winner, Wang Xiao. Chapter 30, the movie King Fox is online, eating a cube and ascending right there? The referee's hoarse shout still echoed through the gymnasium's dome, shaking the spotlight. Wang Xiao didn't give the audience any time to react, not even an extra second by the charred ice soul rain butterfly. He bent down, expertly picking up Xiaojiao, who was still apologizing to its good sister, and turned to walk toward the player's tunnel. Win and run, no overtime. This is the basic quality of a qualified and scrupulous businessman. As soon as he took his first step, the golden weighing scale in his mind, which had been quiet for half the match, suddenly shook violently without warning. Buzz! Golden light exploded deep within his consciousness, and a thick golden data stream slammed into the center of his retina with an overwhelming force. Detected that the contracted pet has broken the limit, life level has transitioned. Current energy level, extraordinary phase, beginner. Wang Xiao paused in his steps, almost tripping over his own feet. Extraordinary phase? At this moment? This happiness came so suddenly, like a pie falling from the sky straight into his mouth, and along with it, a 5 million lottery ticket. Xiaojiao in his arms clearly felt something was off. The veins that had been drained from overexertion were now like a connected underground river, with a torrent of hot energy rushing through. Its orange-red fur, mixed with green, was rapidly becoming crystal clear, and each hair looked like it had been tempered into glass, emitting terrifying heat. Shoo! Xiaojiao excitedly let out a cry. It felt so powerful now, it could punch through 10 of its former selves. The feeling of power surging within it made Xiaojiao instinctively want to share the joy with someone close. It kicked out of Wang Xiao's arms, turning into a red flash, opening its fluffy front paws and leaping toward Wang Xiao's neck. Hug! Lift me up high! Wang Xiao felt a wave of heat rush toward him, his eyebrows instantly furrowing, and the ends of his hair even smelled of burning. This wasn't asking for a hug, it was clearly a fired-up burning missile. Damn! Wang Xiao reflexively slid backward, his waist twisting in an extremely awkward angle to dodge the passionate throat-locking kill. Xiao Jiao missed. It fell to the ground, tilting its head, which had grown a little bigger, its golden red eyes full of confusion. Why are you hiding, pooper scooper? Is there another fox outside? Tens of thousands of eyes in the arena were focused on this side, and the earlier dodge had been so embarrassing, it almost looked like it had been scared by its own pet. Wang Xiao reacted quickly. He stood up straight, his right hand naturally pulling out its special enhanced fire element block that had already been prepared. This block was larger than the previous ones, and it was deep red all over, with what seemed like flowing magma sealed inside, reflecting a chilling glow under the spotlight. Good, just fought, feeling hot-headed, here, have a snack to calm down. Wang Xiao flicked his wrist, and the block drew a parabolic arc through the air. The whole audience's attention was involuntarily drawn to that ruby-like object. Xiao Jiao's eyes lit up, and the tiny grievance it had felt earlier was instantly forgotten. It powered up its hind legs and leaped high, swallowing the block whole. Boom! The violet energy from just breaking through the extraordinary realm collided with the high concentration of fire element essence inside the block, like pouring a bucket of gasoline into a volcano about to erupt. Xiao Jiao felt its throat itch and instinctively wanted to spray a little flame as Wang Xiao had taught it, a cute little flame just for show. But it clearly underestimated its own capacity. Chirp! The moment it opened its mouth, it didn't spit out the cute little flame it had expected. A terrifying fire column, as thick as a barrel and pure blue-green in color, with a screeching sound that tore through the air, shot up into the sky. Sizzling! The air was instantly distorted and blurred, as far as the eye could see. The fire column shot straight up to the sports hall's dome, spraying as high as 5 or 6 meters, even licking the large screen hanging above, sizzling and blackening a big patch of the replay footage. The heat wave swept over the entire arena. The front row spectators felt like their hair was about to catch fire, retreating in fear. Xiao Jiao was also startled. It quickly shut its mouth, but because it did so too quickly, a puff of black smoke came out through its nostrils. It looked down at its paws, then up at the big screen above that was still smoking, and blinked innocently. Burp! A crisp, full burp, sending a string of green fire sparks flying. The entire arena went dead silent. This is supposed to calm down? This is clearly a show of force. It was telling everyone, when I fought that ice spirit butterfly earlier, I hadn't even tried, and you already fell down. Just as everyone was stunned by the sudden turn of events, a heart-wrenching scream came from the rest area below the stands. What the hell? Emofan shot up from the sofa, ran to the railing, cupped his hands to his mouth, veins bulging in his neck, his acting at its peak. Brother Wang! What the hell did you feed it just now? How did it break through with just one bite? That momentum, that flame purity. Oh my god! Could it be the super block that's in development? His shout was like the finishing touch to a masterpiece. The audience, still confused, suddenly found a release for their emotions, their brains forced into a different line of thought. Breakthrough with one bite? Is that real? Did you see that fire column? It wasn't even this intense during the match. It's definitely that block's effect. I knew Wang Xiao wasn't just calm for nothing, turns out he was holding on to this kind of black tech. Wang Xiao stood on the stage, giving Emofan a good job gesture from afar. This fat guy's really going places. Those thunder element blocks he's supposed to get, he should give a 10% discount. He bent down, picking up Xiao Jiao, who was still burping, ignoring the referee's face that looked as black as a pot's bottom and the nearly ruined big screen above, and turned to walk towards the tunnel. The back view is desolate, deeply hiding achievements and fame. Only a light, drifting sentence remains, spreading throughout the venue through the still open microphone. Small business, mass production is difficult, pre-order quickly. Su Qinghan stood at the entrance, looking at the two people harmonizing with each other, helplessly pressing her temples. She had figured it out. This guy was not here to compete, he clearly saw this as a product launch event. Shameless businessman. She cursed softly, but a barely noticeable smile curled at the corner of her mouth. Turning an accident into this level of marketing, this skill is indeed impressive. As soon as Wang Xiao stepped out of the hallway, he was blocked by a crowd. Not by reporters, but by a group of money-eyed sponsors. Wang, student Wang. Master Wang. How much for that block just now? I have money. I have plenty of money. Add me on WeChat, master. I have a fierce flame dog stuck at the peak of the awakening period for 3 years, urgently needing this miraculous medicine. Don't listen to them, sell it to me. I'll offer double. Dozens of hands, holding phones, checks, or even bank cards, wildly pushed towards Wang Xiao. The scene was more terrifying than a zombie siege. Wang Xiao held the little nine tightly in his arms, wearing that enigmatic smile on his face, his steps unbroken. Everyone, please be patient. Currently, production is limited, raw materials are extremely scarce, and we are preparing for mass production. He pointed to the QR code on his phone. Follow my personal account, all sales information will be announced there first. I'm too tired today, the child just broke through and needs rest, excuse me. After speaking with the security's escort, he forced his way through the crowd. When he sat in the taxi, Wang Xiao let out a long sigh. He took out his phone, looking at the fan count wildly jumping in the backend and the 999 plus purchase requests in his private messages, smiling like a fox that stole a chicken. Little 9. He rubbed the still steaming red dumpling in his arms. This time, we're really going to get rich. Chapter 31, Fateful Encounter. This battle is not about business, only about victory or defeat. The taxi screeched to a halt at the alleyway of an old residential area, the tires rolling over a puddle, splashing mud onto his pant leg. Wang Xiao grabbed his backpack and jumped out of the car. Little 9 in his arms let out a long burp, a wisp of green smoke spraying from its nostrils, sizzling as it burned a black hole through the plastic lid of a nearby trash can. Back at the 15 square meter Syrian-style rental house, the anti-theft door was locked. Wang Xiao threw his backpack onto the bed, sinking into the creaking single bed with a long breath. His phone in his pocket buzzed as if it had a motor inside, the screen's light reflecting on the ceiling, flickering like a disco ball. The class group was exploding. The notification sounds piled up like a long tone, making it seem like the phone had caught a virus. The class headmaster, Zhang Jianguo, was like mad, sending 30 red envelopes worth 200 yuan each, ramping up the atmosphere to its peak. This old class head threw a screenshot of Wang Xiao's back on the ring, with exaggerated text, filled with the after-the-fact wisdom of a strategist. When Wang Xiao contracted this fox, I could see it had a unique bone structure and a fate of leaving fire. I've been teaching for 20 years, this pair of signature fiery eyes has never missed a person. The group immediately flooded with compliments, all in perfect harmony. Teacher Zhang's sharp eyes. Brother Wang is mighty and awe-inspiring. This is the pride of our Qiming Middle School. The scene of that monkey being knocked out of the ring, I can watch 100 times. So relieving. The bunch of bastards from number 2 middle school are now hiding in the forum pretending to be dead, laughing to death, they don't even dare show their faces. Wang Xiao curled his lips, his fingers rapidly tapping on the screen, snatching a 3.2 yuan red envelope with his speed. He typed a line in the chat, thanks to the teacher's guidance, it was all just good luck, mainly because the school's compressed biscuits were hard enough to train little 9's teeth. He clicked send, deeply hiding his achievements and fame. This wave of Versailles, give full marks. Wang Xiao did not care about the crazy joy in the group, stood up, walked to the simple desk, and opened that second-hand laptop whose cooling fan hummed loudly. The screen lit up, and he pulled out the video collection of today's main match. Know yourself and know the enemy, then you can win 100 battles without danger. The first video. In the picture was a huge beast, whole body dark blue and black, its scales flashing a cold and hard metal feel under the lights. Transcendent stage, scale claw young dragon. This thing had no fancy effects at all, the moves were extremely simple. A slight crouch, a push of the back legs, and the arena ground instantly shattered into crumbs. The next second, that iron armor rhino, said to have unbeatable defense, its 10-centimeter thick horn layer was torn open by the dragon claw as easily as tearing paper. Blood splashed onto the protective shield, shocking to the eyes. This was absolute suppression on the physical level, one force crushing 10 techniques. Wang Xiao stared at the progress bar and dragged it back and forth, watching the PowerPoint of that young dragon. In his mind, the scale of truth gave one line of cold data. Body strength S level, burst power S level, defense power S level. Advice to host, don't be wild, grow sneaky. Wang Xiao closed the video and clicked open the second one. Lin Yuan, Lady Lily of the Valley. In the video, Lin Yuan pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, his calm look made people want to walk up and punch him. Lady Lily of the Valley's sound domain almost covered the whole field, like an invisible net. Emofan's dark water turtle spun inside it like a top, but did not even touch the edge of her skirt, and in the end was broken through by dew-like condensing mirror in 3 seconds, clean and sharp. Wang Xiao looked at the 3 transparent holes on the turtle's back armor, and the muscles on his face tightened for a moment. Plant type, strong control, high recovery, plus light type strong penetration. This kind of opponent who wants everything, was more disgusting than that dragon that only knew brute force. He turned his head and looked toward the side of the pillow. Little 9 was curled into a red round ball, sleeping very sweetly. The little guy's nose tip twitched again and again, blowing out a clear snot bubble that grew bigger and smaller with its breathing. After breaking into the transcendent stage, its body size grew 1 circle, and its fur was smooth like silk. Wang Xiao reached out a finger and poked its soft belly. Little guy, in the future we will face more monsters, we must work harder. Little 9 half opened one eye in a daze, the tip of its tail wrapped around Wang Xiao's finger, hummed like talking in a dream, turned over, and kept sleeping. The warm moment ended, the real business began. Wang Xiao closed the computer, and his awareness instantly sank into that gray beast taming space. A huge golden scale floated in the center, the trays rising and falling slightly, giving off tempting golden light. The energy value in the upper right corner showed 3,200. This was the huge reward gained after defeating Su Qinghan, plus what he saved before. This was the richest family base he had so far. Ding! Detected pet beast energy rank meets the standard, body strength meets the standard, simulate skill? The system panel lit up, and the heavenly foxtail array 1000 changes, that had been gray and locked finally turned into a clickable bright purple. Wang Xiao had no hesitation at all. All in. 3,000 points of energy were instantly emptied, turning into a terrifying golden flood. The golden scale shook violently, making an overloaded creak sound, as if it would fall apart the next second. Golden light rushed wildly into reality along the contract channel. Warning! This skill is a high-rank skill. The energy circuit is extremely complex. The current pet beast has risen to transcendent, but the body meridians have not adapted, cannot bear leap-type rise. Forcing mastery level will cause the spirit core to shatter. Wang Xiao was shocked in his heart, and his finger stopped hard in midair. Almost messed it up. He clenched his teeth and reselect, skilled level, on the panel. The golden light drew back and turned into gentle purple glow. In reality, Little Nine suddenly woke up. The tails behind it suddenly grew huge, 2 illusory tail shadows crossed in the air, like a peacock spreading its feathers. No longer the kind of suicide-style big move that made it collapse after one use. Now, it can control this power more precisely, with perfect ease. Wang Xiao looked at the remaining 1,000 energy points in his account, his gaze falling on Xiaozhou's defense panel. High attack, low defense, this is a common problem for the Bernhardt Fox lineage, a typical fragile assassin. When facing an opponent like Lin Yuan, who strikes with precision, once controlled, it's a sure death situation. System, is there a solution that can compensate for the defense flaw without affecting flexibility? The truth scales quickly searched, the sound of turning gears echoed in his consciousness. Solution matched successfully, Heart Flame Guardian. Simulation consumption, 800 points. Wang Xiao decisively clicked confirm. This was not a heavy earth shield, nor a stiff water screen. Golden light fused into Xiaozhou's body. A layer of dark red flowing light appeared on the little guy's surface. It was highly compressed liquid fire. Normally, it flowed like water, wrapping around the skin without adding any weight. Once hit hard, the liquid fire instantly hardened at the impact point, and the high temperature would backfire on the opponent. Soft hedgehog armor with counterattack spikes. This move was solid. Wang Xiao looked at the gorgeous and dangerous dark red veil on Xiaozhou, finally revealing a satisfied smile. The next morning. Jinling Sports Arena, the 16-player drawing event. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder. The remaining 16 were all top students from various schools or ruthless figures from the social group, not a single weakling. Wang Xiao walked into the venue with Xiaozhou. He was still wearing that blue school uniform, with a few bottles of homemade energy cubes stuffed into his backpack. Xiaozhou was lying on his shoulder, eyes squinting, still looking like a harmless, cute little creature. Mo Fan ran over with 2 big dark circles under his eyes, looking like a panda that had turned into a spirit. Brother Wang, you have to get revenge for me. Mo Fan lowered his voice, pointing not far away. Lin Yuan was standing in the rest area, surrounded by several reporters. He was dressed in a silver-gray suit, speaking eloquently, looking as graceful as if he were attending a banquet, not preparing to fight. The Lady Lily stood gracefully behind him, the buds on her head emitting a refreshing fragrance. But in Mo Fan's eyes, that flower scent was more unbearable than poison. Wang Xiao patted Mo Fan's stomach, the touch felt good. Don't worry, I've received your special training fee, I'll make sure the after-service is in place. The names on the big screen started spinning wildly. The whole audience held their breath. Golden letters danced across the screen, finally stopping with a sharp simulated break sound. Match 4, Wang Xiao vs Lin Yuan. The entire arena erupted. The discussion in the stands surged like a tsunami, almost overturning the roof. Damn! What a small world. This is a real life-or-death battle. Lin Yuan turned the Xian Shui turtle into a sieve in the last match, his methods are ruthless. Although Wang Xiao killed Su School's flower in a second, that was an internal match, who knows if there was any exaggeration. Lin Yuan is a real social group elite, now the little fox is in trouble. Lin Yuan turned his head, his gaze cutting through the crowd, directly landing on Wang Xiao. He pushed up his golden glasses, showing a polite yet cold smile. He didn't speak, just extended his finger, making a pleased gesture towards Wang Xiao. That high and mighty attitude seemed as if the victory script had already been written. Wang Xiao lowered his head, gently stroking Xiaozhou's head. Xiaozhou's eyes flashed with a green light, and beneath the soft fur, the dark red flowing light flickered. It bared its small white fangs slightly in the direction of Lin Yuan. A smile appeared at the corner of Wang Xiao's mouth, his voice extremely low, yet filled with fierce determination. Xiaozhou, do you see that guy in the suit? He bullied your meal buddy. When we get on stage, burn that elegant mask of his to ashes. Xiao let out an excited low growl. Chirp. On it. Wang Xiao took a step forward, heading towards the arena passage. His figure seemed a bit thin under the spotlight, but the aura of calmness surrounding him was overwhelming. The surrounding noisy air dropped a few degrees. Lin Yuan moved. The vines under Lady Lily's feet spread across the cement floor, making a faint rustling sound. Two figures stood firm in the center of the arena. Lin Yuan adjusted his sleeve, his tone indifferent as if handling a junk email. Kid, your luck ends here. This battle is not about business. Only victory or defeat. The red flag in the referee's hand suddenly swung down. The match begins. Chapter 32, A Deadlock, the Ancient Tree's Dominance. The red flag fell. Lin Yuan pushed his gold-rimmed glasses with his left hand, the lenses flashing with a cold light. He didn't speak, but his right finger lightly flicked in the air. Lady Lily's waist swayed, the sachet on her waist trembling. Dingling. A visible ripple of green sound waves spread out from her, centered on her body, rapidly expanding across the ground. The air instantly became thick and sticky. On the commentary stand, Tan Jinsong spoke rapidly. The first move is sound control. Lin Yuan is very cautious, directly spreading the absolute perception domain. This is to strip the opponent of their visual advantage. Kid, in my BGM, your speed is just data. Lin Yuan pressed his finger down. Whoosh. Dozens of thorny vines shot out from under the hem of the dress, leaving afterimages on the alloy floor, locking in Xiao from all directions. The vines were covered in barbed hooks, the tips glowing with a faint green poisonous light, like a tightening giant net. The audience let out a low gasp. So fast. There's no blind spot. This vine density is such that not even a fly could escape. Xiao stood in the center of the ripple, its golden red pupils slightly constricted. This feeling was terrible, like falling into a spider's den. Xiao, be meticulous. Below the stage, Wang Xiao stood with his hands in his pockets, his chin slightly raised, as steady as an outsider. Red shadows erupted. In the moment the vines closed in, Xiao's figure oddly tilted 15 degrees to the left. There was no large leap. It was merely a shoulder shrug, a twist of the waist. 3 vines brushed against its belly fur and pierced the floor. Xiao lightly tapped its toes on the vines, using them to spring into the air. It moved like a drop of red ink falling into clear water, crazily dancing between the dense gaps in the vines. Every vine strike could only pierce the afterimage it left behind. On the stands, Mo fans squeezed the soda can so hard it creaked. This movement, more insane than yesterday. This is micro-control. A student from the second middle school in the front row widened his eyes in disbelief. Holy crap? Is this running a script? How can it even pass through those gaps? Su Qinghan leaned against the railing, tapping his finger on his arm. No, it's prediction. Lin Yuan is predicting the landing point, and Wang Xiao is predicting Lin Yuan's prediction. On the stage. Lin Yuan watched Xiao moving with ease, his pupils shrinking slightly. Calculation error, 3%. This reaction speed was unnatural. Since I can't catch it, I'll cover everything. Lin Yuan's right hand spread open. Lily, Luhua condensing mirror. Lady Lily's flower bud bloomed above her head, and dozens of water droplets floated in midair, spinning rapidly, accurately capturing the light from the ceiling. Refraction, focusing. Laser net, formed. Whoosh. 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 Dozens of high-energy beams intersected, cutting the air like scalding surgical knives, blocking all of Xiao's paths. Laser ahead, vines below. It was a deadlock. The beautiful commentator Zhang Yan couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise. Luhua condensing mirror. This is an advanced use of the light system. With wolves ahead and tigers behind, this is truly no way up to the sky, no door to the ground. Wang Xiao is in danger. The audience below exclaimed one after another. Nowhere to hide. This is the dominance of the social group. It doesn't even give you a chance to show off your footwork. Wang Xiao looked at the gathering light net, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile. Pretty accurate. Unfortunately, you missed one thing. My fox doesn't only know how to run. Xiao, heart flame guard. Xiao suddenly braked. It stood in the center of the beams and vines, no longer avoiding them. Dark red flowing light seeped from beneath its skin, like a layer of flowing liquid metal, instantly covering its entire body. The high temperature twisted the air. Bang! Dozens of vines struck Xiao at the same time. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with delight. Got it. The next second. The smile froze. Z. The vine, as hard as iron, vaporized the moment it touched the flowing light. A massive green smoke rose. It was like dry grass thrown into a steel furnace, not lasting a single second. This is impossible. Lin Yuan shouted, his voice breaking. That vine had 3 times the defense boost. The audience erupted into chaos. Did I see that wrong? Was that a vine or made of paper? How did it vanish with just one touch? What's that red glow? Reflective armor? This fox is full of high-tech. Wang Xiao took a step forward, pointing at the front. Is this your precise calculation? It's too fragile. Xiaojiao, charge. The red shadow shot up like a meteor. With the heart flame protection, Xiaojiao forcibly broke through the beam net. The beam sizzled against the dark red light, making a harsh grinding sound, but failed to break through the defense. Fire burns wood, this is basic physics. Xiaojiao rushed to the face instantly, cheeks puffed out. Qinghua, spray it up close. 3 blue-green fireballs erupted in a fan-shaped pattern. Lady Lily of the Valley tried to retreat, but it was too late. Boom! The Qinghua exploded on her gown, the delicate leaves instantly curling into black, green juice boiling. Lady Lily of the Valley staggered back, losing all grace. The whole arena fell silent. A few seconds later, an unbelievable murmur of discussions broke out. Suppressed? In the first 3 minutes, Lin Yuan, ranked in the top 5 of the social group, is being beaten back? This fox is too fierce. Charging head-on with lasers? Is this a mage or a berserker? Lin Yuan stared at the blackened gap, breathing heavily. The tactical model collapsed. Reconstruct new makeup, he gritted his teeth. Green light swirled, and Lady Lily of the Valley's wound visibly healed, tender buds sprouting once more. But this move consumed a lot of mana. How many times can you recover? Wang Xiao sneered. Xiaojiao, continue, don't give it any chance to breathe. Xiaojiao leaped again, its tail burning with Qinghua. Lin Yuan tore off his tie and slammed it on the ground. You forced me to do this. I was going to wait until the finals. Lily, ancient form. Lady Lily of the Valley froze, the vines at her feet crazily burrowing into the ground to take root. Boom! The alloy floor was pierced like tofu. Her body violently expanded, red skin turning into tough tree bark, the flower bud transformed into a massive weeping willow. 5 seconds. The boss had entered the second stage. A giant ancient tree, at least 10 meters tall, took up half of the arena, with Lady Lily of the Valley's face embedded in the trunk, exuding an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating. Tan Jinsong stood up from his seat, his voice breaking as he shouted, ancient form. Lin Yuan actually cultivated Lady Lily of the Valley into an ancestral form. This has completely turned the arena battle into a siege. The audience looked up, staring at the massive creature with their mouths wide open in shock. What the hell? Is this cheating? How do you fight this? Do you charge into the tree with your head? Wang Xiao, this is the true essence of the transcendent stage. Lin Yuan stood in the shadow of the tree, his expression cold. The field card has been activated. Now, this is my home turf. Xiaojiao, burn it down. Qinghua poured down like a waterfall. Ancient tree barricade. The branches closed up, weaving into a thick wooden shield. Qinghua flickered, but this time, the wooden shield did not burn through instantly. Runes flashed on the bark, using its life force to resist the damage. Can't break through? Emo fan below the stage jumped up in frustration. Is this tree bark made of iron? Qinghua can't burn through it? Su Qinghan's face darkened, the health bar is too thick. He's using the life force of the entire tree for defense. Xiaojiao can't keep up. Wang Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly, his gaze locked tightly on the thick bark with glowing runes. It's not that it can't be burned through, it's that the time isn't enough. He figured it out. Although Qinghua was strong, Xiaojiao's current method was hit and run, with the flame being extinguished by the tree's life force the moment it touched. To break through this turtle shell, it was impossible with such sporadic bursts. The point shooting needed to be changed to sustained fire. Unless you get up close and output, turning the sparks into a flamethrower, continuously burning a single spot, otherwise this is just scratching its itch. The ancient tree suddenly trembled. Earth vein resonance. Lin Yuan pointed at the ground. Boom! The floor beneath Xiaojiao cracked without warning. Countless thick roots shot out like earth spikes, crazy and rapid. The wooden spikes were dense and without gaps. Little Nine leapt repeatedly in the air, and every time it landed, the floor exploded. The wooden spikes followed closely like shadows. Its breath began to grow hurried, and with the gravity suppression and intense piercing attacks, its stamina bar was rapidly running low. Zhang Yan gripped the microphone tightly, his voice carrying a cry, it's too hard. This is impossible to land. The burning heart fox's physical strength has always been its weakness. If this keeps up, it will be exhausted to death. In the stands, Emo Fan's palms were sweaty, shouting loudly, Brother Wang. Think of something quick. Little Nine is about to run out of energy. It's going to break. Su Qinghan pressed her lips tightly, her nails digging into her palm. Wang Xiao, do you still have a trump card? If not, this round is a definite loss. On the arena, the wooden spikes accelerated. A tree root as thick as a barrel swept across. Little Nine twisted its waist and barely avoided it, but its movements had clearly slowed down, the muscles crying out under the heavy load. The floor below once again exploded. 3 sharp wooden spikes, forming a pin shape, pointed directly at its abdomen. There was no way to avoid it. Little Nine gritted its teeth, trying to forcefully activate the heart flame guard again, but its body froze in midair for a brief moment. That was the exhaustion after repeated overdrafts, its muscle fibers reaching the brink of collapse. The sharp ends of the wooden spikes glowed with a faint cold light, less than 10 centimeters away from Little Nine's abdomen. The entire audience held their breath, some even closed their eyes instinctively, unable to watch any longer. Wang Xiao stood below the stage, his hand in his pocket suddenly tightening into a fist. Now. Freeze. Chapter 33, Elegance Never Goes Out of Style? Sorry, I'm violence aesthetic. The sharp ends of the wooden spikes glowed with a faint cold light, only a hair's breadth from Little Nine's soft abdomen. The entire audience's breath stopped. Lin Yuan pushed up his glasses with the gold frame, his eyes behind the lenses showing a trace of indifference as if the dust had finally settled. This is the endpoint of the data calculation. Exhausted stamina, no point of leverage in midair, all-around blockade. A deadlock. It's over. Lin Yuan raised his hand, ready to snap his fingers and end this one-sided teaching match. Below the stage. Wang Xiao suddenly pulled his right hand out of his pocket. He wasn't panicking, nor shouting. A dangerous smile spread across his handsome face. It was the kind of pleasure a hunter feels when their prey steps into a trap. You're quite accurate. Wang Xiao's voice cut through the noisy electric currents, clearly ringing in Lin Yuan's ears. Unfortunately, you're calculating based on common sense. But my fox never plays by the rules. Little Nine. Wang Xiao pointed with one hand toward the imposing ancient tree in the center of the arena, shouting loudly. Stop hiding. Let it see what a true king looks like. Skyfox tail formation, 1,000 changes 3 tails across the sky. In midair. Little Nine, which had been falling from exhaustion, suddenly lit up its dull golden red eyes. 2 masses of blue fire erupted from the base of its tail. Chirp. A solitary, violent howl, as if from an ancient and wild fox, instantly tore apart the air above the stadium. The sound waves rolled, carrying an oppressive force that made the soul shudder, sweeping across the entire arena. The low-tier pets below instinctively curled their tails and buried their heads into their owner's pants legs, trembling with fear. The red shadow in the air was no longer small. 2 illusory but solid massive tails extended from Little Nine's body, intertwining with its original physical tails. 3 enormous tails, each several meters long, blazing with blue flame, resembled 3 wildly dancing fire dragons, stretching freely in the air. The heat waves surged. The wooden spikes that were originally aimed at Little Nine's abdomen were instantly vaporized upon touching the blue flames, without even leaving ash. Lin Yuan's composed face immediately collapsed, and he took a step back as if he had seen a ghost. 3 tails? What kind of monster is this? Before he had time to think, Little Nine's figure flickered. No longer the light-footed fox shadow steps. The 3 giant tails slammed fiercely through the air, using the terrifying recoil to propel its body like a comet, crashing through the dense wooden spikes, opening a path through them. Slap! 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 The vines blocking the way, the thorny roots, were as fragile as dry twigs and dead leaves under the sweep of the 3 tails, with wood chips flying everywhere. Violence. Pure violence. There was no skill involved, just pure force and extreme heat, crushing everything in its path. Stop it. Stop it now. Lin Yuan screamed, wildly waving his hands in the air, all the elegance of an elite gone. The ancient tree shook violently, countless branches whipping around like mad, trying to form a last line of defense. Too late. The red shadow was already there. Little Nine hovered in front of the ancient tree's twisted human face. 3 giant blue flames wrapped around the tree's thick trunk like living chains, tightening deeply into the bark. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The blue flames burned, the bark cracked open, and green sap poured out only to evaporate into white smoke. Little Nine tilted its head, staring at the terrified wooden human face. It grinned, showing 2 sharp little tiger teeth. Chirp. Open your mouth, take the medicine. Wang Xiao stood off stage and snapped his fingers. Max power, spark baptism. Little Nine took a deep breath, its chest puffing up, and the blue light from deep in its throat gathered into a dazzling orb. It didn't shoot the flame. Instead, it pressed its mouth to the tree trunk where the bark had been burned through. 0 distance. Infuse. Boom. A massive column of blue fire surged through the hole in the tree, rushing into the ancient tree's interior. It was like throwing a nuclear bomb into a pressure cooker. The inside of the tree was instantly filled with high heat. The once indestructible bark began to emit an eerie red glow, and the protective runes used for defense cracked apart under the extreme heat. Ah! Lady Lily of the Valley let out a shrill, unbearable scream, her voice hoarse and distorted from her burned vocal cords. Her body inflated violently, like a balloon. Every branch trembled, every leaf burned. No! Lin Yuan stretched out his hand in despair, trying to call back his pet. Boom! A deep, dull explosion sounded. The ancient tree exploded. Not in shattered pieces, but from the inside out, hollowed out. A mushroom cloud of black smoke shot into the sky. The enormous tree quickly shriveled and carbonized, finally turning to black ash, scattering in the air. A charred human-shaped figure fell from midair. Thud! Lady Lily of the Valley crashed heavily onto the metal floor, smoke rising from her body, her once magnificent leaf dress burned to nothing, leaving only her bare, charred torso. Completely unconscious. The shockwave stirred the air, messing up Lin Yuan's hair. Crack! The golden-framed glasses on his nose shattered in the shockwave, the lenses slicing across his cheek, leaving a thin trail of blood. He stared blankly at the pile of charcoal on the ground, his body feeling as though his spine had been pulled out, collapsing onto the floor. Lost. Lost utterly and completely. His calculations, his elegance, his trump card. In the face of absolute violence, they were all a joke. The whole arena was dead silent. Only the exhaust fan continued to hum tirelessly, trying to suck away the strong burnt smell. Little Nine lightly landed on the ground. The two illusory tails behind it slowly dissipated, and it turned back into a little red ball the size of a palm. It flicked off the black ash on its claws in disdain and turned its head toward the referee, impatiently calling out. Chirp! Judge? What are you waiting for? The referee suddenly snapped back to reality, glancing at the seemingly unconscious Lady Lily of the Valley, swallowing hard. He raised the red flag in his hand, his voice cracking with extreme excitement. Lady Lily of the Valley has lost the ability to fight. Winner, Wang Xiao. Boom! The audience, who had been holding their breath all this time, erupted in an explosion of noise. The roar nearly tore the roof off the stadium. Holy crap! 3 tails. That's the prototype of the Ninchin Heart Fox, right? So brutal. Pouring fire straight into its stomach? What kind of hellish tactic is that for roasting a live tree? Lin Yuan's totally dumbfounded. Those glasses shattered with such artistry. That slap in the face came too fast, like a tornado. The observation area of Qining Middle School. Zhang Jianguo leaped from his chair, hands on his hips, laughing loudly at the sky. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? That's my student. I told you his bones are extraordinary. He laughed so hard that he almost lost his breath, nearly passing out, and the teacher from the second high school had to pat his back to help him recover. On the stage, Wang Xiao walked up, bent down, and picked up Xiaojiu. He pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket and carefully wiped the black ash from Xiaojiu's mouth. He ignored the frenzied gazes around him. On the other side of the stage, Lin Yuan stared at the scorched mark on the ground. His previously limp body finally regained some strength. He bitterly tugged at the corner of his mouth, his fingertips touching the shattered gold-rimmed glasses. The resonance of the earth, the ancient tree barrier. These two defensive and offensive trump cards were originally prepared meticulously by him to face the scale-claw young dragon. He had calculated everything, even simulating countless times how to suppress the smaller burning heart fox using his mid-stage extraordinary realm advantage. But he never calculated that the seemingly harmless little fox would use the most unreasonable violence to tear apart his giant tree domain. The ticket to the finals is gone. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to maintain the last bit of his elite social persona, and withdrew the severely injured and unconscious Madame Bellflower. He looked at Wang Xiao, who was about to leave the stage. His voice was hoarse but carried a stubborn, unwilling determination. It was a brilliant display of violent aesthetics. I miscalculated this time, but next time, there will absolutely be no flaws in my data model. Wang Xiao stopped, turned around, and glanced at him, his expression calm, always ready for a rematch. But next time, remember to raise the fire resistance level. Lin Yuan froze for a moment, then helplessly shook his head and turned to leave. In Wang Xiao's arms, Xiaojiu buried its entire head into its fluffy tail, its shoulders heaving up and down. Onlookers thought it was shy or tired. In reality, it was grinning widely and laughing wildly in its heart. 1. That annoying guy in the suit got driven off. Only one step away from the legendary Earthcore Fire Lotus Seeds, just one more step. A few reporters broke through the security blockade and pushed their microphones to the edge of the stage. Wang Xiao, just now, what was that 3-tail form? Is it a hidden evolution path of the burning heart fox? Such terrifying explosive power, how do you usually train for that? Wang Xiao stopped in his tracks. He looked at the camera, his face showing a sincere, even somewhat naive smile. There's no hidden evolution. Wang Xiao sighed, his tone filled with the weariness of life isn't easy. All of this was forced out. Do you know how hard Xiaojiu works every day just to snatch a strip of jerky? Waking up early, running until it almost froze up, training in the gravity room until it cries. He patted Xiaojiu's head with a proud, fatherly smile. All of this is thanks to its tireless effort. I, the trainer, had nothing to do with it, and there's no system buffing it either. This is the way of heaven, hard work pays off. After saying that, he carried Xiaojiu, walking off the stage in the midst of countless admiring yet doubtful gazes, hiding his achievements and name. Only in the rest area, Mo Fan and Su Qinghan exchanged a glance, their mouths twitching wildly. Effort? Maybe effort in eating blocks? This guy, even when pretending to be humble, does it so refreshingly and uniquely. At this moment, the giant screen above the stadium suddenly flickered. The passionate sound of war drums rang out again, interrupting the noise of the entire crowd. Golden text rolled across the screen, then stopped. Semi-final second match. Dual System Genius, Liang Ting, Silver Moon Ghost Wolf, vs Savage Demon King, Zhao Yan, Scaled Claw Young Dragon. The audience, who had been discussing Wang Xiao's battle just now, had their attention immediately stolen. Here it comes. This is the real main event. Liang Ting is our Jinling's only dual system genius. Wind and psychic systems. The Silver Moon Phantom Wolf is eerily strange. Zhao Yan is even fiercer. That scale-clawed baby dragon is a killing machine, each swipe shredding even the highest defensive beasts in a single blow. No matter who wins these two, the finals against Wang Xiao will be like a collision of stars and earth. Wang Xiao had just sat back down on the sofa in the resting area, his but not even warmed up. Seeing the names on the screen, his usual playful grin instantly disappeared. He placed Xiaojiu on his lap, leaning forward slightly, his gaze firmly locked on the two about to step onto the stage. These two were unlike the previous Lin Yuan and Su Qinghan. One was a mysterious mind controller. The other was a pure, relentless force of physical domination. Whoever wins would be the final, toughest gate on his path to that core flame lotus seed. Xiaojiu, wake up. Wang Xiao pinched Xiaojiu's ears, his voice low. Watch carefully, learn well. The upcoming match is the real final preview. Chapter 34, Silver Moon Wind Wolf vs Scaled Claw Baby Dragon. The real leather sofa in the resting area was left with 2 fingerprints from Mo Fan. The countdown on the big screen reached 0, the red 0 shining as bright as blood. The lights in the entire arena abruptly went out, leaving only 2 cold, pale spotlights fixed firmly on the 2 entrances on either side of the stage. What was once a crowd of tens of thousands now felt eerily silent, only the faint hum of the electrical microphone could be heard. The tension in the air was thick, like the oppressive pressure before a storm, making it hard to breathe. Here they come. Mo Fan's throat was dry, and he grabbed a bottle of mineral water, taking a sip, but his trembling hand spilled half the water on his shirt. On the left side of the tunnel, the wind began to howl. Liang Ting, dressed in a silver battlesuit, moved lightly. A 3-meter-long silver moon wind wolf followed beside her, its long limbs making every step it took seem weightless, silently landing like a noble assassin. On the right side of the tunnel, the ground trembled. Thud. Thud. Zhao Yan wasn't wearing any protective gear, just a black tank top, his muscles sculpted like granite. Behind him, the scale-clawed baby dragon left clear dents in the metal floor with every step. The 2 streams of white air from its nostrils instantly twisted and distorted the air around it. The size difference. Mo Fan gestured, his face pale. That dragon's thigh is thicker than the wolf's waist. Su Qinghan leaned back on the sofa, her fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest. Size doesn't mean it will win. Her voice was steady, laced with the confident air of a scholar. The scaled claw baby dragon is a typical heavy tank, slow to turn and with a long attack windup. Liang Ting's wind wolf has both the speed of wind and the psychic control. As long as she keeps her distance and plays it safe, that dragon will be a sitting target. She turned her head to look at Wang Xiao, who had been silent the whole time. What do you think? Wang Xiao didn't reply. He peeled open a package of premium jerky and fed it to Xiaojiu. In his mind, the scales of truth were flashing with red, almost black data. Scaled claw baby dragon. Strength, S. Defense, S+. Explosiveness, S. Weakness, none. Under absolute numerical dominance, what seems like clumsiness is merely an illusion. Su boss, you get a perfect score in theory. Wang Xiao clapped the crumbs off his hands, his gaze piercing through the glass wall, landing on Zhao Yan, who looked so arrogant. But in the face of absolute power, technique is just a joke. On the stage, the referee blew the whistle, and the red flag fell. The match begins. Liang Ting didn't waste any time testing. She gritted her teeth and seized the initiative. Wind Wolf. Psychic Force. Hold it down. The silver moon wind wolf's eyes widened, its pupils instantly turning pure silver. Whir. The air shook violently. A wave of invisible psychic energy slammed forward like a heavy hammer, straight towards the scaled claw baby dragon's face. Space visibly warped at that moment, as if an unseen hand was trying to force the giant beast to stay in place. Zhao Yan stood still, not even raising a hand. He watched the girl on the other side attempt to use psychic power to control the giant dragon. A cruel sneer appeared on his face. Roar! The scaled claw young dragon didn't even bother to dodge. It suddenly opened its massive jaws wide, its chest swelling high, and a blinding white light gleamed deep in its throat. Blazing dragon breath. But this wasn't just fire. Wrapped in the dragon's breath was the unique high-frequency sound wave of the dragon race, a roar from the apex of the biological chain. Boom! A cone-shaped white light column surged forward. The sound waves collided with the telekinetic force in the center of the arena. There was no expected deadlock. Only a second. The transparent ripples, representing the mental force, shattered instantly like glass hitting a hammer. The white light didn't lose momentum, charging with destructive power straight at the silver moon wind wolf's face. What? At the commentary desk, Zhang Yan jumped to his feet, almost losing grip of the microphone. A direct hit? The dragon's breath actually shattered the mental force with a roar? The energy density is just outrageous. Wang Xiao fed Xiaojiu another piece of jerky from the stands. The wind wolf is too fragile. His voice was calm, but each word was sharp. It's a classic glass cannon, high attack, low defense. As soon as that dragon touches it, even if it's just a brush, the match is over. On the arena. The white light was coming straight at them, the heat wave hadn't even reached, but the wind wolf's silver fur was already starting to curl. Liang Ting's face turned pale, but her reaction was quick. Moon Shadow Dash. Dodge. The silver moon wind wolf's limbs suddenly exerted force, and several gusts of wind exploded beneath its feet. Whoosh. Its speed surged in an instant, turning into a silver streak of light, drawing an exaggerated Z-shape on the arena. The dragon's breath grazed its afterimage, sweeping past. The metallic floor was plowed with a deep, half-meter-long blackened trench, its edges glowing with molten iron. That was close. Mo Fan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If that had hit, it would have been like roasting the entire wolf. Liang Ting stared at the heavy beast, her heart hardened. Since she couldn't control it, then just blast it to death. Wind Wolf. Moonfall Impact. Using the momentum of the dash, the silver moon wind wolf leaped high, hovering in midair. The crescent moon mark on its head shone brightly. Countless silver light spots gathered, and in the blink of an eye, they condensed into a massive energy ball 2 meters in diameter, resembling a miniature moon. With a suffocating sense of pressure, the energy ball howled down, slamming directly into the scaled claw young dragon's back. This strike gathered all the energy of the wind wolf. There was no way to dodge. Zhao Yan watched the moon fall from above, folding his arms across his chest, too lazy to even shout a defense command. He simply grinned, revealing a mouth full of sharp white teeth. Take it head on. The scaled claw young dragon let out a low growl. Every scale on its body stood upright, and an eerie red light leaked from beneath its skin. The surrounding air was instantly twisted by high temperatures, forming a semi-transparent red force field. Dragon blood barrier. Crazy. Tan Jinsong spoke quickly, spitting words everywhere. Zhao Yan is too confident. He's going to take a superpowered move head-on with his body. Is this absolute confidence in his defense, or pure arrogance? Boom. The silver energy ball slammed solidly into the dragon's back. The blinding light exploded, shaking the entire arena. The terrifying shockwave kicked up a cloud of dust, instantly engulfing the massive form of the scaled claw young dragon. Rocks flew, hitting the protective shield with loud cracks. The entire audience stretched their necks, staring at the swirling smoke, eagerly waiting to see the mighty dragon fall. Liang Ting stood in the command position, her chest rising and falling heavily. Her brows were tightly furrowed, her nails digging into her palm. Something was wrong. The feeling was off. That last blow didn't have the expected feeling of piercing through flesh and blood, it felt more like smashing into a solid steel plate. From the center of the dust, a low, muffled growl echoed. It was the sound of an engine revving up. The smoke was torn apart by a gust of wind. The tens of thousands of spectators in the arena all inhaled sharply, the sound so loud it seemed like it could suck the stadium into a vacuum. The young dragon with scales and claws still stood in place, its limbs nailed to the ground like iron stakes. Not a single hair was harmed. Not even a scale had fallen off. In fact, the faint red energy field on its back had grown even denser after absorbing the energy of the silver moon pendant, reflecting a chilling blood-red glow. The rule of no injury from smoke. Su Qinghan's fingers, which had been tapping the armrest, froze. This defense. She narrowed her pupils, her face darkening, completely ignores attribute weaknesses? My data model is ineffective. On the arena. Zhao Yan slowly dusted off the non-existent dust from his sleeve, his gaze as disdainful as looking at an ant. Is this your full strength? He shook his head, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Even scratching Ao Lin is not enough. The test is over, now it's our turn to perform. Despair instantly enveloped Liang Ting. Before she could react, Zhao Yan's eyes suddenly became wild, and he swung his fist, shouting. Ao Lin, dragon dance. Roar. The young dragon with scales and claws let out a low growl, its head raised to the sky. It didn't rush to attack, instead, it began to march in place. Boom. Boom. The heavy stomping sound, combined with the swinging of its thick tail, created a rhythm full of wild force. With each step, its momentum climbed higher. Its already bulging muscles swelled even further, causing the hard scales to creak. In its dark golden slit pupils, rationality quickly faded, replaced by extreme aggression and savagery. It was the dancer of the battlefield, and also the death god about to harvest lives. Wang Xiao pressed Xiao Jiu back into his arms, stood up, and dusted off the fragments on his pants. Buff stacked. He looked at the dragon that had surpassed the critical point of its momentum, his gaze eerily calm. One more strike, the silver moonwind wolf is in danger. Chapter 35, Reverse Scales. The Tyrant's Charging Gauge. Wang Xiao squeezed the soft flesh on the back of Xiaozhou's neck, his gaze fixed on the dragon in the center of the arena, its body entirely red, muscles so tense they seemed ready to explode. See that? That guy's skin is 3 inches thicker than the corner of a city wall. Wang Xiao's voice was low, as if discussing a shady deal. If that wind wolf has no hidden defense-breaking tricks, this is our opponent in the final. If you don't want to be turned into minced meat, that heart flame protection must be at least doubled. Xiaozhou looked at the dragon's fierce claws, then at his own small, proud body, and his tail immediately wrapped tighter around Wang Xiao's arm, shaking his head like a rattle. Chew. This task is too tough, boss. On the arena, the air had become unbearably tense. Zhao Yan stood behind the dragon, arms crossed, his black vest stretched tight over his chest muscles. His gaze was condescending, and he pointed a finger at Liang Ting, as if pronouncing a death sentence. Finish it, tear that little dog apart. No flashy wind-up. The dragon's hind legs suddenly pushed off the ground. Boom! The specially made alloy ground instantly shattered, spiderweb-like cracks exploding in all directions. The massive body of the dragon left afterimages as it shot forward like an out-of-control high-speed train, disappearing from its original position in a split second, carrying with it suffocating wind pressure. Fast. Faster than reason. This is the terrifying power of high explosive force. Once the power is strong enough, even a brick can fly at the speed of a bullet. Wang Xiao's pupils contracted, forgetting to feed the dried meat in his hand. For the wind wolf, with high attack and low defense, if this hit lands, it's either dead or crippled. The claws tore through the air, emitting a sharp, explosive sound. Less than half a meter away from the silver moonwind wolf's throat. Many in the stands had already covered their eyes, unable to bear witnessing the bloody scene that was about to unfold. However, in the eye of the storm, Liang Ting did not show the expected panic. Instead, a cold smile of triumph curled at the corners of her mouth. Since the qualifiers, you've been mowing down opponents one by one. Did you really think I hadn't studied your attack pattern? Liang Ting quickly pressed her hands together, letting out a sharp shout, Wind Wolf. Moon shadow split. Silver light exploded. The once solid wind wolf, just before its claws would strike, scattered like a blob of mercury, turning into countless streaks of light that vanished. The scaled claw young dragon swiped at the empty air. Bang! The immense force had nowhere to go and crashed heavily into the ground. Debris flew, dust billowed. If that hit had landed, it could have even smashed through the arena. Missed? Emofan grabbed the railing, his eyes wide with shock. Where did the wind wolf go? On the commentary stand, Zhang Yan's voice suddenly rose in pitch. That's a high-level skill, moon shadow split. This isn't just a visual trick, the separated entities can instantly switch places with the original body. It's the ultimate skill, perfect for both offense and defense. Liang Ting has hidden this too well. Before the words even finished, the air in the four corners of the arena twisted. 4 identical silver moon wind wolves appeared out of nowhere, howling to the sky at once. Awah! The sound waves rolled, carrying the unique mental shock of the psychic system, surrounding the scaled claw young dragon in the center. Zhao Yan snorted coldly, completely dismissing the need to tell them apart. They're all fake. Smash them! The scaled claw young dragon roared, charging like a wild bull in a maze, smashing through anything in its way. However, every time its claws were about to hit a target, the wind wolf would turn into moonlight and vanish. The real body had already switched places and appeared on the other side, slashing with a wind blade on the dragon's scales. Sparks flew. Though the damage wasn't high, the humiliation was immense. The scaled claw young dragon had great strength, but it was like punching cotton, powerful yet nowhere to use it, instead being toyed with by a few afterimages. The audience's emotions were completely stirred. Beautiful. This is the technical style. Big guys are really dumb, getting outshone like this. Liang Ting looked at the increasingly agitated giant dragon in the arena, her eyes suddenly sharp. The moment had come. Had enough fun? Then enjoy the gift I've prepared for you. Ultimate technique, Silver Moon Dance, Infinite Strangle. The four wind wolves simultaneously raised their heads, the moonlight around them growing intense, rapidly expanding and intertwining in the air, forming a silver halo with a radius of about 20 meters. Within the domain, the light twisted, and the silver wind howled. It was as if the air itself had been cut into countless tiny fragments. In an instant, dozens of silver moon wind wolves appeared within the domain. They weren't entirely illusions, each one carried moonlight energy, capable of creating real physical impacts. These afterimage wolves weaved, charged, and turned in dazzling patterns, like a high-speed rotating silver storm, trapping the scaled claw young dragon firmly in the center. Chaish, chaish, chaish. The dense sound of slicing echoed like a heavy rain. Countless wind blades exploded on the dragon's scales, sparks forming a bright, fiery coat for the giant dragon. Caught at the heart of the storm, the scaled claw young dragon had no way to avoid it, only passively taking the hits. Zhao Yan's face darkened, but he didn't panic. He didn't even let the young dragon try to break out, he just gave a brief order: scale armor harden. Defense. The scaled claw young dragon lowered its body, covering its vital head with its claws, allowing countless wind blades to slash at it, making a sharp metallic screech. Commentator Tan Jinsong excitedly explained, "This match is truly full of twists and turns. We thought the scaled claw young dragon could dominate, but who knew the silver moon wind wolf had mastered an ultimate combo technique? As we all know, ultimate techniques require combining multiple advanced skills, and now the scaled claw young dragon has become a live target. This situation has completely reversed." The audience erupted in cheers, all applauding Liang Ting's stunning counterattack. In the rest area, Wang Xiao's jerky meat strip stopped halfway to his mouth, his brow furrowing deeper. Something's not right. He stared at the giant dragon that appeared to be struggling in the storm, his voice low. The scaled claw young dragon may be slow, but its explosive power is undeniable. If it took a few hits, it could forcefully break out of the domain. Why did Zhao Yan let it shrink like a turtle and take the beating? This passive suffering completely goes against Zhao Yan's brutal Demon King persona. Unless he is waiting for something. Su Qinghan set down her cup at this moment, a flash of seriousness crossing her beautiful eyes. She turned her head and locked eyes with Wang Xiao, and both saw the same answer in each other's gaze. Unless it's gathering anger. Su Qinghan said in a deep voice, "A rare dragon-type exclusive ability, reverse scales charge." Wang Xiao nodded, his face serious. "This is troublesome. That's the most devious reverse scales charge of the dragon type. By actively entering a turtle-like defense state, greatly reducing damage and increasing resistance, it's actually accumulating anger while taking the beating. Once the charge is complete, all the damage it took will instantly be converted into terrifying attacks, speed, and critical hit bonuses. The more Liang Ting scrapes now, the more bullets she's loading into the enemy's chamber. Later, it'll be even more brutal when it strikes. Chapter 36, How will you block this dragon's breath? The silver storm on the arena was raging. Countless wind blades clashed against the dragon's scales, making a sound as dense as hundreds of cutting machines working simultaneously. Sparks scattered everywhere, completely engulfing that giant creature. Liang Ting stood in the command position, breathing steadily, her expression calm, not a single strand of hair out of place. She watched the figure wrapped in silver light, a confident smile curving her lips. In her eyes, the winner was already decided. That once invincible giant dragon was now nothing but a piece of meat waiting to be slaughtered, and she would be the queen to end the tyrant's myth. She stared at the figure wrapped in silver light. The dragon cub with its scales and claws curled up, like a dead piece of meat waiting to be butchered. The hard scales were now covered with countless fine white marks, some spots even oozing dark red blood. Almost there. Liang Ting calculated silently in her mind. The cost of using a secret skill is exponential. 20 seconds. This is the limit of how long the Silver Moonwind Wolf can maintain its peak output. If it drags on, even if they win this round, facing Wang Xiao, who has countless tricks up his sleeve, they will be at a disadvantage because of physical exhaustion in the finals. Since the opponent has no power to resist, there is no need to waste any more energy. Stop. Liang Ting waved her right hand confidently, her posture as graceful as if conducting a symphony's finale. Give it the final blow, send it down. The silver glow in the air suddenly dissipated. The irritating cutting sound abruptly stopped. Dozens of afterimages instantly merged into one. The silver moon wind wolf landed less than 5 meters from the dragon's head, its forelegs slightly trembling. It breathed heavily, its silver fur dull from the intense energy explosion. The entire arena was silent. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the center of the stage. The dragon cub, still curled up with its head hugged, remained motionless. Like a stone sculpture that had weathered 1,000 years. Liang Ting gently adjusted her sleeve, her face full of confidence. She had won. What brutal demon king! In the face of absolute technical mastery, it was nothing more than a punching bag with some durability. She was about to turn to look at the referee. Crack! A slight crisp sound came from the stone sculpture. Liang Ting's steps came to an abrupt halt. That wasn't the sound of bones breaking. It was the mournful cry of a high-pressure container about to explode. The dragon cub, which had been like a corpse, slowly raised its head. Its originally dark golden vertical pupils were now filled with solid red light. Violence. Madness. From deep in its throat, a sound like magma boiling came rumbling out. The scales on its chest glowed with piercing red light, flickering in and out, as if a ticking time bomb had been stuffed inside it. Zhao Yan stood on the other side of the arena. He looked at the girl who was still trying to finish it off, grinning widely, revealing a mouthful of sharp white teeth. That smile was so cruel, it sent a chill down the spine. Charging complete. Zhao Yan raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A Lin, Dragon's Pulse. Boom! An invisible shockwave erupted from the dragonling, instantly blasting outward in all directions. The shattered stones on the ground hovered in midair. The dragonling opened its massive jaws violently. No charge up needed. Because the hundreds of blows it just took were the best kind of charge. Roar! A roar! It was no longer just a sound wave. A dark red shockwave spread out in a fan shape, mixed with black lightning and chaotic energy streams, erupting from its mouth. Where it passed, the metal floor peeled up like paper, turning into a storm of iron shrapnel. The smile on Liang Ting's face hadn't even begun to fade before it froze, locked in place. In her pupils, the red wave of destruction expanded rapidly, instantly filling her entire vision. Her mind went blank. Her body instinctively wanted to issue a command to dodge. Too late. Too late. The Silver Moon Windwolf had just come out of its ultimate state and was now in a period of muscle stiffness recovery. It stared in terror, its limbs as heavy as lead, unable to move even an inch. It could only watch helplessly as the red light consumed it. Boom! The loud sound shook the gymnasium's glass walls, making them hum. The Silver Moon Windwolf didn't even have time to scream. Its body was like a leaf tossed in a hurricane, wrapped by the violent energy flow and slammed out of the arena. It traced a tragic parabolic arc through the air. It crossed the entire half-court. Bang! A muffled sound. The Windwolf crashed violently into the energy shield at the edge of the platform. The shield, which was supposed to resist leader-level attacks, vibrated violently, with several thin cracks forming on its surface. Then, the Windwolf slid down like a ragdoll. Its body was charred, silver fur falling off in large patches, revealing the bloodied, mangled skin beneath. It twitched twice, then fell unconscious. Smoke and dust rolled up. The acrid smell of burning flesh wafted out from the cracks in the energy shield, drifting into the noses of the front row spectators. The arena fell into dead silence. In the stadium full of tens of thousands, it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Only the dragonling was still panting in place. White smoke billowed from its nostrils, its red glow slowly fading, returning to its cold dark gold color. The referee stood at the edge of the platform, his Adam's apple moving up and down awkwardly. He glanced at the smoldering crater, then at the Windwolf whose fate was uncertain. Raising the red flag in his hand, his voice was dry. The Silver Moon Windwolf has lost the ability to fight. Winner, Zhao Yan. Liang Ting collapsed to the ground. Her legs went soft, unable to support her. She stared blankly at the crater, her mind replaying that world-shattering strike over and over. Why? Why, after taking so many hits, did it suddenly explode with such power? Reverse scale, charging? She trembled as she muttered these 4 words. Her voice was filled with the hopelessness of realization. Zhao Yan slowly walked to the center of the platform. From his high vantage point, he looked down at the dazed girl, his tone dismissive, as if critiquing a faulty product. Lucky. Zhao Yan patted the dragonling's thick forelimb, still marked with faint white scratches. You helped me get it warmed up. Otherwise, I'd still need to gather anger for the final against that fox. Liang Ting bit her lip hard, tasting the rusty blood. So, from the very beginning, she had just been a tool, responsible for charging this monster. Chapter 37, Final Match Scene, Vacationing while in ICU. The air in the resting area seemed to be split in two by an invisible knife, with clear separation. On the left, The air conditioning was so cold it made you want to wrap yourself in a blanket, incredibly cozy. Wang Xiao was sunk into a genuine leather sofa, holding a crystal-clear dark red cube in his hand. Under the light, it swayed, as if admiring a ruby. Good, the last bite, full. Xiaojiu lay on his thigh, its red fur fluffy and shiny, like a noble fox that had just received top-tier care. It opened its mouth and caught the cube, making a crisp crack sound, and a satisfied purr came from its throat. The status bar was full, the blue bar overflowing. In fact, because it ate so much, it let out a burp that smelled like burning money, filling the air with a scent of extravagance. On the right side, the atmosphere was as tense as a pressure cooker that might explode at any moment. Zhao Yan knelt beside the scale claw baby dragon, his back straight, the emergency spray bottle in his hand deformed, the fingerprints deeply imprinted, looking terrifying. Hiss. The white medicine mist sprayed on the baby dragon's back. There were a few crisscrossing scratches there. Although they didn't reach the bone, they were particularly eye-catching on the hard dragon scales, with faint traces of blood oozing out. The scaled claw baby dragon lay on the ground, its breath coming out of its nostrils heavy and hot, every breath accompanied by a rasping sound, clearly exhausted. Its dark golden vertical pupils still wanted to kill, but its eyelids were drooping, clearly out of blue, in a weakened state after an outburst, commonly known as sage time. Hold on a bit more. Ah Lin, adjust your breathing. Zhao Yan's hand was steady, and his gaze was not one of despair, but a suppressed rage. This damn competition rule, they don't even give a break, and my pet still hasn't fully recovered, and now I have to fight? Toot. The shrill whistle ruthlessly tore through the noise of the rest area. The referee pressed his stopwatch and walked up the stairs with a blank expression. The venue has been briefly repaired. He glanced at his watch, his voice as cold as a heartless clock. The finals begin immediately. Zhao Yan suddenly looked up, his brows furrowed into a tight knot. He rushed in front of the referee, pointing at the still bleeding scaled claw baby dragon on the ground, spitting in anger, completely losing his composure. Now. My pet has just finished fighting. It's still bleeding. Its stamina hasn't recovered yet. How can we fight? I demand an extended break. At least an hour. This is unfair. The referee didn't even raise his eyelids, closing his notebook with a plain tone that was utterly hopeless. The competition rules are the rules. Luck, endurance, stamina, these are all part of a beastmaster's overall qualities. The referee glanced at Wang Xiao, who was leisurely feeding his fox, and added a pointed remark. If you had finished your last match quickly, you could be drinking tea over there now. Zhao Yan's face instantly turned the color of pig liver, veins bulging on his neck. This was like pouring salt on his wound, and then stepping on it. Please enter the arena. The referee gave the final ultimatum, no room for negotiation. Zhao Yan turned, looking at the slightly tired Lin, a glint of ruthless determination flashing in his eyes. Fine, the opponent was just a weak little fox, the dead camel is bigger than the horse, and in this round, the advantage is mine. Go. Wang Xiao lifted Xiaojiu off his lap, stood up slowly, and patted his pants. He shoved his hands into his pockets and sauntered toward the arena, walking as if going for a stroll downstairs, not like he was heading to the finals. When passing Zhao Yan, his steps paused for a moment. Zhao Yan turned abruptly, coldly smiling through clenched teeth. You're lucky, picking up a chance. But even if my Lin isn't at full strength, crushing your pet is a piece of cake. Wang Xiao only smiled, his gaze sweeping over the dragon-type pet still gasping for breath, his tone light and harmless, but extremely insulting. Sometimes, luck is also a kind of strength, it's called version bonus. He shrugged and stepped onto the stage. Zhao Yan's breath caught, nearly breaking his composure on the spot. On the arena. The spotlight shone on both of them. One was calm, fully charged, even thinking about yawning. The other was disheveled, low on health and energy, his entire body screaming I'm struggling. This stark contrast made the atmosphere in the stands incredibly eerie. What's the point of still fighting? Taking advantage of your illness to take your life, Wang Xiao's luck is simply out of this world. Is this the so-called chosen one? Zhao Yan's mindset has collapsed, but the dragon-type pet, even with low health, might still be more vicious, like a trapped beast fighting back. The referee raised the red flag, without any unnecessary words. Start. No probing. Wang Xiao knew very well that the S-level burst power was there, and even with just one breath left, this dragon could crush Little Nine with one claw. There was no chance for it to catch its breath, just crush it down. Little Nine. Wang Xiao snapped his fingers. The red shadow erupted. Little Nine's toes lightly touched the metal floor. Fox Shadow Step Mastery. In an instant, 4 red afterimages were drawn in the air, visual remnants of speed taken to the extreme. No longer were they mere illusory shadows. Each afterimage had a layer of dark red flowing light on it. Heart Flame Guardian. 4 fiery red little foxes, like 4 burning phantoms, pounced toward the huge dragon pet from 4 directions simultaneously. Indistinguishable from the real ones, the master of shadow flow had arrived. Zhao Yan stood in the command position, watching the 4 approaching red shadows, his pupils contracting violently. He had learned the hard way not to underestimate his opponents. In the last round, he had been dragged into the quagmire because he underestimated the Wind Wolf, making him suffer a humiliating defeat. This time, even though Ailin had reached its limit, he absolutely could not make the same mistake again. He must defeat them all in one go. Ailin! Zhao Yan screamed, his voice hoarse and torn, like a broken wind box. Don't care which one is real. Start with Dragon Dance. Bring my status back. Let's stack the buffs. Roar. The scaled-clawed baby dragon let out a deep growl. It endured the tearing pain in its muscles, stamping its rear legs heavily on the ground. Boom! A muffled sound echoed, and the arena trembled. It began to stomp in place, creating the rhythm of an ancient and savage battle dance. Its dark golden pupils quickly filled with blood, and its previously weakened aura began to rise steadily. Even with low health, it would forcefully stack its attack power. This was the pride of the dragon type. Wang Xiao stood not far away, watching the giant dragon trying to turn the tables by stacking buffs. A cold smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Reading buffs in front of me? Did you ask for my permission? He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers in the air, sharp and clear like the countdown of death. The 4 Fox afterimages, moving at high speed, simultaneously paused for a moment. They all opened their mouths at once. Their cheeks puffed up. Deep in their throats, cyan light surged. Spark splash. No longer was it those erratic fireballs, those were just child's play. Whoosh. 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 Dozens of cyan blue firelines, as thick as a finger but compressed to the limit, simultaneously shot out from their mouths. Like a dense laser net. Accurate, deadly. The firelines blocked all of the baby dragon's movements in every direction. Forcing it to stop. Forcing it to break. Zhao Yan looked at the cyan fire net that filled the sky, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. The dragon dance was interrupted, the rhythm shattered. Then don't dance, just charge straight ahead. Since I can't dodge. Zhao Yan swung his fist suddenly, a desperate decision with no way back. Then I'll split it open with force. Break everything with power. Steel claw. The scaled-clawed baby dragon let out a brutal scream. It didn't care about the burning cyan fire coming its way, its claws suddenly shone with dazzling silver-white light. The gold-type energy was highly compressed, covering its claws like metal alloy gauntlets. With a shriek that tore the air, it charged straight into the sea of cyan fire. Zzzzz. A painful screech rang through the arena, a clash between energy and flesh. The silver-white steel claw literally tore apart the cyan fire net. With the armor-piercing property of its claws, it ignored the intense heat of the cyan flames, completely unreasonable. The scaled-clawed baby dragon, like an out-of-control heavy tank, forced its way forward, enduring the severe pain of its body being burned. The distance instantly closed. 10 meters. 5 meters. The vicious dragon head of the young dragon was already clearly visible. The rancid, foul breath even sprayed onto Xiao Zhou's face, with an overwhelming pressure. The huge size difference brought an almost suffocating fear in that moment. Zhao Yan was ecstatic. He saw the reflection in the little fox's eyes. Fragile, small, as if it would shatter with a single squeeze. Got it! Zhao Yan shouted loudly, his voice filled with a sense of release, as if he already saw the dawn of victory. The size difference is the absolute truth. Tear it apart for me. A wave of gasps arose from the audience, some even covering their eyes. Everyone thought the fragile fox would be turned into a pile of meat paste in the next second. Wang Xiao stood still. Not a single movement. The wind blew his bangs, revealing his terrifyingly calm eyes. He looked at the giant beast charging at him, the corner of his mouth curling into a mocking curve. Size? He gently shook his head, his voice soft but filled with a chilling confidence that instantly expanded the scope of the battle. You know nothing about power. Wang Xiao raised his hand, fingers spread wide, and forcefully clenched into a fist against the void. Xiao Jiu. Heavenly Fox Tail Formation 1000 Changes activate. Chirp. A high-pitched fox cry exploded, as if coming from an ancient summon. The tail behind Xiao Jiu suddenly swelled. No longer just a phantom light. 3 giant tails, each several meters long, burning with solidified green flames, crazily extended from Xiao Jiu's back. Like 3 dragons just emerging from the sea, with a world-destroying momentum. At that moment, a scorching heat wave rolled through, and the overwhelming weight of the tails, almost solid in its force, directly overshadowed the dragon's might. They charged head-on at the pair of silver-white steel claws. Head-on clash? Whoever backs down is a coward. Chapter 38, Violent Aesthetics. Was this fox raised on a crane? Zhao Yan stared at the three massive tails, wildly swinging in the air, his lips curling into a cold sneer of disdain. Fancy tricks. In his eyes, a devout believer of absolute power, anything beyond muscles and scales was mere trickery. Energy simulation? Trying to block the steel claws of Alin with such a phantom element projection? This fox probably hasn't even woken up yet. Ignore those tails. Zhao Yan waved his hand, his voice full of the excitement of about to crush his opponent. It's just a distraction. Charge right through. Scorching dragon breath. Blast it in the face. Burn it along with those illusions to ash. This was the fatal blind spot caused by the information gap. In Zhao Yan's understanding, he had never heard of any awakened or even newly transcended fox that could turn its tail into a substance harder than steel. The scaled claw young dragon clearly thought the same. It ignored the three green flaming whips swinging toward it, its chest expanding violently as white light erupted deep in its throat. Roar! A massive white light beam, carrying scalding heat and a deafening sonic boom, shot directly at Xiaozhou's delicate little face. The distance was too close. The white light instantly swallowed up the red figure. A wave of gasps erupted from the audience, many subconsciously gripping the armrests. Is this the end? However, in the next second, an image occurred that made tens of thousands of people in the audience's scalp tingle. The dragon breath, capable of melting steel, did not, as expected, penetrate everything. It was stopped mid-air. The three giant tails of green flame did not scatter, instead, they acted like three deep-sea giant serpents, fighting against the terrifying dragon breath and rising upward. SSSSSS. The white light collided with the green flame tails, stirring up smoke everywhere. But the three tails remained unmoved, not even a single hair was scorched. They skillfully swirled and intertwined in the air, then, with a sharp angle, fiercely wrapped around the young dragon's thick neck and body. The solid touch. That was a strangulation stronger than an alloy chain. The young dragon, originally charging forward, abruptly halted. It widened its dark golden vertical pupils in terror. The choking feeling coming from its neck, along with the high temperature that was burning its scales, told it a terrifying fact. This is not special effects. This is real. Xiaozhou stood in place, its limbs deeply embedded in the alloy floor, carving 4 deep marks. It gritted its teeth, its cheeks puffed up, and its smooth red fur stood on end, like a red hedgehog with bristling fur. Creak. Its tail suddenly tightened. A terrifying force erupted from its tailbone. The scaled-clawed young dragon let out a whimper as if its windpipe had been squeezed shut, its tongue uncontrollably sticking out, its eyeballs bulging from the bloodshot pressure. Its proud dragon scales cracked under the pressure of the 3 blue hydraulic pincers, making a sound that couldn't bear the weight. Wang Xiao stood below the stage, hands in his pockets, watching the giant dragon locked in place, a flash of madness in his eyes. Rise. He uttered a single word. Simple. Brutal. On the stage, Xiaozhou's eyes gleamed with a fierce green light. Without a moment's hesitation, its abdominal muscles instantly tensed, and the spine of the great dragon cracked with a series of popping sounds. Chirp. A roar. Its 3 giant tails straightened, like the arms of a crane. Lift. The next moment, a visual miracle occurred. The young dragon, weighing nearly half a ton and hundreds of times larger than Xiaozhou, actually lifted its 2 feet off the ground. It was like a doll being picked up by an adult, suspended helplessly in midair with no power to resist. Its limbs flailed uselessly in the air, unable to gain even the smallest bit of leverage. The entire arena fell silent. Thousands of eyes stared intently at the small fox no bigger than a palm in the center of the stage, and the massive creature it had hoisted into the air with its tail. The contrast in size was so extreme that it caused the mind to short-circuit. Zhao Yan's smile froze at the corner of his mouth, his whole body as though struck by lightning, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. This is impossible? He screamed, his voice shrill like a eunuch's. That's a pure energy body. How could there be such physical strength? This is unscientific. This is F***king unscientific. His pride in his power suppression, his confidence in his size advantage, became the biggest joke at this moment. Xiaozhou didn't have time to care about the human below the stage who was going mad. It held the heavy dragon, feeling as if its tailbone was going to break. Since it had lifted it, there was no way it was going back down with its full form intact. Xiaozhou completed a perfect over-the-shoulder throw in the air. Its 3 tails swung in a wide arc. The massive dragon carved a perfect half-circle in the air. The wind howled. Go! Xiaozhou released its grip, and at the same time, the tip of its tail fiercely whipped the dragon's abdomen, giving it a final burst of speed. The scaled-clawed young dragon fell like a lost meteor, headfirst, slamming down on the hard alloy arena. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang out. The entire stadium seemed to shake 3 times, dust falling from the ceiling. A massive 5-meter-wide crater was directly smashed into the center of the arena. Debris scattered like bullets, hitting the protective shield with a cracking sound. A cloud of smoke and dust rose up, instantly swallowing the area. Even from dozens of meters away, the front row audience could feel the vibrations underfoot, as if they had just experienced a small earthquake. The scaled-clawed young dragon lay limp at the bottom of the pit, like a dead fish that had just been slapped out of the water. Its eyes were rolled back, foam spilling from its mouth. Its dragon scales shattered in large patches, blood seeping from the cracks, staining the broken stones beneath it. This time, it really had no strength left to even whimper. The entire arena fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Then, a roar erupted, loud enough to almost tear the roof off, the sound waves threatening to break the stadium's dome. The microphone in Tan Jinsong's hands dropped to the table with a clatter, rolling onto the floor, and no one went to pick it up. He clasped his head with both hands. A face as if seeing a ghost. My God! A shoulder throw? A little fox at the early stage of extraordinary just shoulder through a mid-stage extraordinary heavy-armored dragon-type pet beast? This isn't just skill. This is pure power crushing. Did this fox grow up on a crane? Beside her, the female commentator, Zhang Yan, was even more excited, her words tumbling over themselves. Is this the trump card of player Wang Xiao? Is this the legendary violent aesthetics? Too brutal. But I love it. On the stage, the dust slowly dispersed. Xiao Jiao lightly landed at the edge of the pit. The 3 giant tails of blue flames behind it slowly dissipated, turning back into its fluffy big tail. It lowered its head and glanced at the bit of dark red dragon blood stuck on the tip of its tail. Its brow furrowed. Disdain. Extreme disdain. It flicked its tail, flinging the bloodstain away, then rubbed it on the clean floor before giving a satisfied chew sound. As if it had just thrown away a bag of garbage. Wang Xiao walked slowly to the edge of the pit, looking down at the still twitching, but not completely unconscious, scaled-claw young dragon. The skin is thick enough. Wang Xiao clicked his tongue, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. Still not knocked out? Looks like next time I'll have to put more force into it. He turned his head and looked at Zhao Yan, who was pale, trembling all over. Wang Xiao grinned, showing his white teeth, a smile that was heart-piercing. Looks like your dragon dance isn't going too well. Your stance is so unstable, a slight pull and you're flying. Go back and practice your horse stance more, stop focusing on stacking buffs, or you'll keep falling over. Chapter 39, Dragon? In the face of absolute power, it's just a big lizard. Boom! 2 completely different energies exploded at the center of the arena, like stuffing a ton of TNT into a sealed pressure vessel, making a noise loud enough to frighten anyone. The terrifying shockwave spread in a ring, the alloy floor screeching with a tooth-rattling distortion, countless stones flying like bullets toward the protective shield, striking it with flashing light, as if it would collapse any second. The smoke and dust rolled, obscuring the sky and sun. Thousands of pairs of eyes in the audience stared fixedly at the center of the chaos, forgetting to breathe, fearing they would miss even the slightest detail. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps sounded, each step feeling like it was stomping on everyone's hearts. The huge scaled-claw young dragon staggered out of the smoke. With every step it took backward, the floor beneath it cracked, until after retreating 7 or 8 steps, it barely managed to stabilize itself with its tail, stopping the fall. Its proud silver-white steel claws were still trembling, scorched and blackened, even faintly showing a dark red from the burns, looking painful just to watch. And across from it, a red shadow flashed, and Xiao Jiao lightly landed 10 meters away. It wasn't as messy as the giant dragon, just flicking its 3 slightly numb tails, exhaling a puff of hot white breath, its gaze still sharp. Evenly matched? No. Wang Xiao squinted, his gaze cutting through the smoke, landing precisely on the young dragon's rapidly heaving chest. In his mind, the data from the truth balance had turned red to purple, signaling the imminent collapse. Scaled claw young dragon. Status, severe injury / exhausted stamina / right claw bone fractured. Evaluation, at the end of its strength, relying entirely on dragon breath to hold on. Suggestion, don't give it a chance to breathe, end it quickly, and eat the feast. Not bad, it managed to take a hit from all 3 tails without falling. This dragon's skin is really thick, it would make durable leather shoes. Wang Xiao shoved his hands into his pockets, speaking as casually as if he were commenting on a piece of pork in the market. Zhao Yan on the other side wasn't as composed. He stared at Ah Lin's trembling right claw, his eye muscles twitching wildly, his mentality on the verge of collapse, testing the edge of insanity. How could this be? How could a dragon type lose in a direct battle of strength? What is inside that fox's body? A hydraulic press? Or a nuclear engine? I don't believe it. This isn't scientific. Zhao Yan screamed, his eyes bloodshot, like a gambler who had lost everything, pushing all his remaining chips onto the table. Even if the chips are already stained with blood. Ah Lin. Don't mind the injury. Dragon's pulse. Smash it for me. Let it know who the real ruler is. The young dragon with scales and claws let out a painful roar, forcibly suppressing the intense pain within its body. It suddenly opened its mouth wide, and a dark red glow crazily gathered deep in its throat, a sign that dragon energy was being compressed. It seemed like it was about to desperately clash with the wave. But Wang Xiao only smiled. He smiled with a hint of playfulness, a bit of mockery, as if watching a clown perform. Again with this trick? In the vision of the truth scales, the energy flowing on the young dragon's body wasn't gathering toward its throat, but rather surging wildly toward the scales on its body. The dark red glow was a sign of reverse scales. The so-called dragon's pulse was just a decoy, a bait. Zhao Yan wanted to replicate the tactic from his previous battle against the Silver Moonwind Wolf, lure the enemy deep, use the abnormal defense of the dragon type to tank the damage, accumulate rage, then deliver a crushing blow at the last moment. Nice idea, but unfortunately. Wang Xiao raised his hand, his fingertips gently tapping the air, as if severing a thread of fate. Your health bar isn't enough to drain. If this dragon was at full health, Wang Xiao might have hesitated, choosing to kite and drag the fight out. But now? This is just a nearly dead fool trying to activate its ultimate form, purely asking for death. Little 9. Wang Xiao's voice suddenly turned cold, with an unquestionable, murderous tone. Don't be polite with it. Get close. Sparks splash. Weld its mouth shut. Physical silence. Chew. Little 9 instantly understood the meaning. It completely ignored the young dragon's seemingly intimidating charging action, and its hind legs violently pushed against the ground. Boom! The floor exploded. The red figure turned into a streak of light, instantly closing the distance, fast as a red lightning bolt. It was too fast. So fast that Zhao Yan hadn't even had time to shout defend, and Little 9 had already darted under the young dragon's chin. Distance, 0. The young dragon was still pretending to charge up its attack. Seeing this, it instinctively tried to lower its head to bite. But Little 9 was faster, fiercer. Whoosh! Little 9's jaw puffed up, no need for fancy techniques, just a continuous jet of cyan flame straight at the dragon's head. No longer were there pinpoint fireballs. It was a continuous pillar of flame, like a high-pressure flame gun. The intense heat instantly enveloped the dragon's head, and the air around it warped from the heat. Roar! The young dragon's miserable scream was immediately drowned out by the fire, turning into a muffled whimper. It wanted to retaliate, to trigger the reverse scales counterattack mechanism. Its scales began to emit a strange red light, and its rage meter shot up wildly. As long as it could endure this wave of attack, as long as it could hold on. Hold on? Wang Xiao stood below the platform, looking at the dragon that was still trying to accumulate rage, a cruel smile playing on his lips. What are you holding on with? Your head? Little 9, tail. Smash it for me. While spraying fire, Little 9's 3 giant cyan flame tails swung down like 3 red-hot steel whips, whistling through the air as they came down hard. This strike was without reservation, all personal grudges. Wham! 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 3 crisp sounds lined up, like firecrackers exploding, making the scalp tingle. Each lash hit squarely at the young dragon's most vulnerable neck joint. It was a dual strike of physical and magical damage. The first tail shattered the protective dragon aura, like tearing through a sheet of paper. The second tail cracked the hard dragon scales, blood splattering. The third tail slammed the massive dragon head directly into the ground, not bothering with any reasoning. Boom! The young dragon's massive body trembled violently, and the red light of the accumulated rage that was still rising flickered twice like a broken neon light. Then, it completely went out. It hadn't had time to turn its rage into an attack before its health bar had already hit 0. The so-called getting stronger by taking hits requires you to survive the hits first. Bang! A dull, muffled sound. The young dragon, with its scaled claws, knelt heavily on the ground, offering a great salute to Xiao Jiu. Its eyelids drooped heavily, black smoke billowing from its mouth, its body convulsing twice before it completely lost consciousness. Its massive body collapsed like a small mountain, stirring up a cloud of dust. Xiao Jiu, however, lightly stepped on its dragon head, using the momentum to leap into the air, performing a graceful flip before landing firmly. It even had the leisure to look back at the giant, then disdainfully spat a fiery, sparking saliva. Chirp! Such tough skin, my teeth hurt from the shock, bad review. The arena fell into a deathly silence. In a stadium filled with tens of thousands of people, it was so quiet that you could hear a needle drop. Only the exhaust fans continued their tireless hum, sounding unbearably sharp. Everyone's mouths hung open, their jaws almost hitting the floor as they stared at the scene on the arena, which was visually stunning. A palm-sized little fox stood beside the unconscious giant dragon, leisurely grooming its slightly messy tail fur, as if taking a stroll in its own backyard. This contrast was almost challenging the limits of human understanding. This. Is this the kind of damage that a carbon-based lifeform can cause? No one knew who weakly asked this question from the audience, but it ignited a spark. Boom! The sound wave erupted instantly, nearly tearing the stadium roof off. Holy crap! We won? Really won? The dragon got knocked down? Is this really a fox? This is clearly Godzilla wearing a fox disguise. So brutal. No chances given. That combo just now made me hurt just watching. Did this fox grow up eating cranes? Report. I'm filing a formal complaint. Wang Xiao definitely gave this fox some performance-enhancing drugs. Or he's hacking. A thorough investigation is needed. On the commentary seat, Tan Jinsong had long lost track of his pen. Grabbing the microphone, he yelled until his face turned red, his neck veins bulging. Incredible. Simply a miracle. Even in the dust, stars can be hidden, and even the ordinary can nurture legends. Wang Xiao saw through Zhao Yan's reverse scales tactic. With the utmost violence, he forcefully drained the scaled clawed dragon's energy bar right before his opponent could counter. This is the aesthetics of violence. This is absolute suppression. Let's congratulate Wang Xiao. Into the finals. The referee walked onto the arena, glanced at the unconscious scaled clawed dragon, his Adam's apple painfully moving. He raised the red flag in his hand, his voice breaking with excitement. The scaled clawed dragon has lost the ability to fight. Winner Wang Xiao. In the rest area. Su Qinghan, who had been drinking water, heard the referee's announcement and smiled slightly, setting down her cup and elegantly clapping her hands. As expected. She looked at the spirited young man on the stage, her eyes holding a trace of admiration that she hadn't even noticed herself. This guy always manages to surprise me, even though he's a shady businessman. Next to her, Mo Fan had gone crazy. The chubby little guy jumped onto the couch, waving his cheerleading stick and howling like a pig being slaughtered. We won. Brother Wang is awesome. I knew it. Trust Brother Wang, live forever. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? That's my buddy. The Fox 8 blocks that I sponsored. Mo Fan, just made a fortune from this investment. He yelled while pulling out his phone, wildly posting on social media, with the image of Xiaojiu stepping on the dragon's head as the cover. Caption, let me ask, who else? This move just opened up the game. Compared to Mo Fan's wild excitement, at this very moment, the busiest person was Zhang Jianguo, the team leader from Qiming Middle School. He was sitting in the stands, originally trying to maintain a little dignity as a teacher. But his phone was vibrating so violently it seemed like it was about to explode. Vroom, vroom, vroom. He took it out, and it was all messages. Principal, old Zhang. Well done. This year's year-end bonus is doubled. You must stabilize Wang Xiao's emotions. He is the treasure of our school. Director of Education, Zhang Wo, I've always said you're great at leading the class. This is the first time in 10 years our school has reached the finals. You must be credited with a big achievement. The teacher from the next class, Brother Zhang, are you free tonight? Let's have a drink. And by the way, can you share how you trained that Wang Xiao in your class? Any tips? Blind date Xiaoli, Teacher Zhang, I watched the live stream. That Wang Xiao is your student? I think we have a lot in common, especially about that movie this weekend. Zhang Jianguo looked at the densely packed red dots on the screen. His weathered old face bloomed into a smile like a blossoming chrysanthemum, his lips almost stretching to his ears. Low profile, he said, but his fingers were quick to take a screenshot and post it on his moments, sending a smile emoji to the teacher leading the second high school's team, quietly taking credit for the success. This round, not only did Wang Xiao win, but Zhang Jianguo regained his face in life at this very moment. In the arena, Zhao Yan was slumped on the ground, staring blankly at the fallen Alin, his heart utterly shattered. He lost. Completely lost. No excuses, no surprises. Just in a direct confrontation, a pet fox he looked down on had crushed him. Why? Zhao Yan muttered, his voice hoarse, as though he had swallowed sand, his entire being turning gray. Clearly, the size difference is so huge. Clearly, Alin is the true powerhouse. This doesn't make sense. Wang Xiao bent down, picked up Xiaojiu, and pulled out a specially made block from his pocket to put in its mouth. His movements were so practiced, it was heart-wrenching. Hearing Zhao Yan's muttering, he stopped, turned his head, and looked back. The wind lifted his bangs, revealing his clear eyes. In his gaze, there was no mockery, only a calmness that saw through the essence. Big size doesn't mean strong, Wang Xiao said, patting Xiaojiu's head. His tone was flat, but each word pierced deeply, the impact full force. Dinosaurs were huge too, yet they still went extinct. In this arena, those who survive until the end never rely on brute force, they rely on their brains, and... He pointed at the block in Xiaojiu's mouth and smiled. they rely on money. After saying that, he paid no further attention to the genius who was doubting life, turning to walk toward the cheering crowd. His back was upright, calm, and unhurried. Xiaojiu, great job, Wang Xiao whispered in Xiaojiu's ear, his voice full of excitement he couldn't hide. Now, that core of the earth fire lotus seed is as good as ours. Xiaojiu chewed the block, squinting his eyes in satisfaction, his tail wagging happily like a propeller. Peep. For the dried meat, charge, duck. Chapter 40, from today, please call me President Wang. Winner, Wang Xiao. As soon as the referee's whistle blew, the roof of the Jinling Sports Hall almost lifted from the wave of sound. There were no flashy ribbons, just dust flying everywhere, and the flashing lights made the scene as bright as an operating table. Wang Xiao stood by the pit, about to strike a cool pose to freeze this historic moment, when suddenly he felt a weight in his hands. Just a moment ago, Xiaojiu had been swinging around like a dragon with a meteor hammer, full of might. Now, it was like its bones had been sucked out. Its red fur hung limp, soft like mud, slumped in Wang Xiao's arms. No more kingly aura, no more violent aesthetics, it was now just a weak, pitiful little fox suffering from low blood sugar. Peep. Xiaojiu whined, its little paw unconsciously clutching Wang Xiao's collar, its eyelids drooping, clearly drained of energy. Alright, stop pushing it. I know you're amazing. Wang Xiao's heart tightened, and without caring about the cheers of tens of thousands, he immediately turned and rushed toward the medical team with Xiaojiu in his arms. Champion speech? Media interview? Forget it. The world's biggest priority right now is feeding my fox. Half an hour later, in the athlete's medical room. The old doctor took off his stethoscope and, looking at Wang Xiao with a worried father expression, pushed up his glasses. Don't worry. It's just that the blue bar ran out, the stamina gauge exploded. To put it simply, your fox fainted from hunger. He pointed at Xiaojiu, who was getting in four next to him. This little guy's physical strength is ridiculously tough. Take a nap, get yourself together, and tomorrow you'll be able to tear the roof off again. Wang Xiao slumped into the chair, letting out a long breath. You scared me to death. I thought there'd be some after effects left. On the hospital bed, Xiaojiu was hooked up to N4, a pacifier still in its mouth, sleeping soundly. Wang Xiao couldn't resist and reached out to poke its wet little nose. You glutton, you really gave it your all to win. At that moment, Wang Xiao's phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated like a massage gun. He pulled it out and, wow. WeChat 99 plus, over 30 missed calls, and his private message inbox was completely flooded, almost crashing the phone. Aside from the flood of adoptive father, I salute you and take care of your little brother messages in the class group, there were more friend requests from strangers. The notes were all the same. Boss Wang, seeking to buy the enhanced version of the cube. Sincerely looking to buy the Tsinghua cube, price is negotiable. I'm from XX Club, let's talk about exclusive distribution. Wang Xiao looked at the screen, filled with green leaks, and the corner of his mouth was more difficult to hold down than an AK. This is exactly it. Winning the competition is just a momentary thing, turning fame into profit is what lasts forever. This final match was essentially a large product launch event. Buzz. The phone vibrated again, a strange number calling. Wang Xiao was in a good mood and answered the call, speaking in an extremely official tone. Hello? Cube production is currently insufficient, orders are scheduled for next month. No queue jumping unless extra payment is made. There was a 2-second silence on the other end, followed by a crisp and slightly exasperated female voice. Champion Wang, you're just obsessed with money, huh? Wang Xiao was taken aback, the voice sounded a bit familiar. Who is this? Gu Wanwan. The other side said irritably, the chit-chat client you blocked 3 times last week on the shopping street. Wang Xiao instantly remembered. That weird female shop owner who blabbered on for half an hour while he was selling cubes, only to end with one question, your fox fur color is so nice, what conditioner do you use? Oh, it's you. Wang Xiao's tone immediately cooled by 8 degrees, his finger already hovering over the hang-up button. What is it? Looking to ask about body wash now? I'm busy, I'm hanging up. Don't hang up. I'm here to offer money. Gu Wanwan clearly knew Wang Xiao's weak point and spoke extremely fast. I'm not buying cubes. I run a pet fashion store. I saw your Xiaojiu in that 3-tail form, I want to hire it as the brand ambassador for the next season. Endorsement fee, 500,000. Wang Xiao's finger practically bent in the air and he put the phone back to his ear. His voice softened like jade, filled with warmth like a spring breeze, flipping like a Sichuan opera face change. Miss Gu, actually, the first time I saw you, I thought we really hit it off. Endorsement? That's not the point. Xiaojiu loves wearing clothes, it's so fashionable, it was practically born for the fashion brand. On the other end, Gu Wanwan. The speed of this face change, it's a waste not to act. The two quickly set up an appointment for tomorrow to take Xiaojiu to try on clothes, and Wang Xiao hung up the phone with satisfaction. This was it, a win in both fame and fortune, totally nailed it. On the TV in the medical room, the third-place match was being broadcast. No surprises. Lin Yuan's Lily of the Valley lady was burned to a charred old tree in the semifinals by Xiao Zhou's fire. Although it had been urgently treated, the blackened bark looked like it had just been pulled out of a coal mine. Faced with Liang Ting's Silver Moon Wind Wolf, which was full of rage, in just 3 exchanges, Lily of the Valley lady's vines were cut off, and it had to call GG. Liang Ting took the third place. This also indirectly proved how high Wang Xiao's worth was, considering he had completely crushed Lin Yuan. Please have the top 3 contestants head to the podium. The announcement came over the loudspeaker. Wang Xiao adjusted his slightly wrinkled sportswear, stuffed the sleepy Xiao Jiu into the beast space, and strode out of the medical room. At the podium, Zhao Yan had a black face. Standing in the runner-up position, looking like someone owed him 8 million. His little dragon, though wrapped in bandages, still held its head high, its gaze towards Wang Xiao less brutal, more wary. Liang Ting stood in third place, her eyes towards Wang Xiao were complex, as if she were looking at a monster. Who could have thought that this guy, who only advanced thanks to luck in the preliminary rounds, would end up stepping on everyone beneath him? Congratulations! The award presenter was the president of the Beastmaster Association of Jinling City, an elderly man with white hair and beard. He smiled warmly and handed Wang Xiao a huge check. The string of zeros on it made Wang Xiao's heart bloom with joy. 3 million federal coins. This money was enough for him to buy a nice flat in Jinling or upgrade Xiao Zhou's food from premium to luxury. But that wasn't the main event. The old president waved his hand, and a ceremony lady brought over a delicate obsidian box. When the box opened, a wave of heat rushed toward him, and the surrounding air shimmered from the high temperature. Inside the box, quietly lying, was a lotus seed. It was entirely red, with golden patterns like magma flowing across its surface, and one could vaguely hear the crackling of fire. Core of the Earth Fire Lotus. A Tier 5 spiritual material, a holy relic for the evolution of fire-type beasts, a treasure that could not even be bought in the market. Wang Xiao's breath quickened for a moment. In his mind, the scale of truth trembled slightly, giving a desired response. Detected high-level fire element core, compatibility 99%, can be used as the main material for the second stage evolution of the Burning Heart Fox. Steady. Wang Xiao carefully took the box, closed the lid, cutting off that tempting wave of heat. Kid, well done. The old president patted Wang Xiao's shoulder, smiling. You're the most surprising rookie this year. But winning the championship is just the beginning, the real path of a Beastmaster has only just begun. Thank you, President, I will try my best. Wang Xiao nodded obediently, looking like a harmless model student. Zhao Yan snorted coldly, the sound wasn't loud, but just enough for the 3 to hear. Don't get too cocky. Zhao Yan glared fiercely at the box in Wang Xiao's hand. This time, I underestimated you. Next time, in the Provincial League, I'll take back both the title and the interest. Wang Xiao turned his head and looked at the number 1 big brother who was clearly unhappy. He suddenly smiled, pulled out a business card from his pocket. It was the square ad he had just handwritten. Always welcome. Wang Xiao stuffed the card into Zhao Yan's hand, smiling. But next time we meet, remember to support my business first. I see your dragon is a bit too fiery. I just developed a new calming heart and reducing fire cube. I'll give you 20% off. Zhao Yan stared at the business card in his hand, his lips twitching, almost crushing it on the spot. Damn calming heart and reducing fire. This is a blow to the heart. Night fell. Wang Xiao returned to the rented house that had been bombed once, with the walls still blackened. Although he now had 3 million, he hadn't had time to move yet. In the cramped room, Xiao Jiu had already woken up, lying on the table, drooling over the Earth Fire Lotus, almost ready to drip. The attraction from its bloodline made it wish it could swallow it whole. Don't rush, eating this now will make you explode on the spot. Wang Xiao carefully stored the lotus seed and opened his laptop. The glow from the screen illuminated his face. He typed a line in the document, Burning Heart Fox Second Stage Evolution Plan. Main material, Earth Fire Lotus, already in place. Auxiliary materials, Blaze Sunflower, need to buy, Fire Spirit Crystal, need to buy. 3 million seems like a lot, but if I put it all into evolution, there probably won't be much left. Wang Xiao looked at the long list of expensive materials inside. Beastmasters, after all, are a bottomless pit. Only by spending money can you grow stronger. However, with Xiao Jiu about to enter the commander level, relying on just one pet beast, the tactical system is still too thin. Wang Xiao's gaze fell on another line of text at the bottom of the screen. Second pet beast contract plan. According to the Truth Balance's calculation, to complement Xiao Jiu's high explosion fire-based output, the second pet beast should ideally provide control, scouting, or strong support. Grass type, or flying type? Wang Xiao stroked his chin, countless possibilities flashing through his mind. If I could get a poisonous grass type, combined with Xiao Jiu's fire attack, a toxic explosion strategy, that picture. Wang Xiao couldn't help but shudder, then revealed a villain-like smile. Dirty. So dirty. But this is the quality a tactical master should have. Bang! 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 The door was suddenly smashed with a deafening noise. Wang Xiao. Are you cooking shit again in there? What's that burnt smell? The landlady's roar penetrated the door, shaking the ceiling and causing dust to fall. Wang Xiao glanced at the electric stove that had burned dry instant noodles because he had been too deep in thought, and shook his head helplessly. Coming. Looks like moving has to be put on the agenda immediately. After all, now he's boss Wang with a fortune of 3 million, and he needs to put up a proper front. Chapter 41, The Burning Budget. My second team support is actually a toothbrush? In the center of Jinling City, Starlight Avenue. This is the most prestigious place in all of Jinling, where the air is filled with the burnt smell of RMB being spent. Wang Xiao stood in front of the Starshine high-fashion glass revolving door, glanced at his faded sportswear, then looked at the doorman outside, dressed in a tuxedo with perfectly slicked back hair, and, without turning a hair, calmly pushed the door open. As long as I'm not embarrassed, the one who's embarrassed is everyone else. Big champion Wang, you finally made it. Gu Wanwan, wearing a sharp business suit, holding a steaming cup of black coffee, her eyes full of resentment like a concubine in a cold palace for 3 years, said, if you were even half an hour later, I would have started deducting your endorsement fee by the minute. Traffic jam, understand? Wang Xiao casually lied, maintaining a calm demeanor. In reality, he took the subway and switched to a shared bike to save those few bucks on a taxi fare. Low carbon, environmentally friendly. He patted Xiaojiu in his arms. Wake up, we're going to meet a client, a big deal worth 500,000. Chirp. Hearing the keyword 500,000, the drowsy Xiaojiu immediately straightened up. It jumped down from Wang Xiao's arms and landed gracefully on the smooth marble floor, its tail swishing gently as it strutted, chest out, like a movie star walking the red carpet. Gu Wanwan's eyes lit up, and her professional instincts kicked in. This fur color, this figure, TSK, it's really as if the heavens themselves are feeding it. She walked around Xiaojiu twice, snapped her fingers, stylist, take it for a fitting. Bring out the flagship glowing crimson moon. Half an hour later. When the fitting room curtain was drawn back, the entire studio fell into a brief vacuum. Quiet, absolute silence. Xiaojiu had a delicate hollow golden bell around its neck, wearing a custom-made dark red silk vest, the skirt made of some kind of semi-transparent spirit silk, layered like burning evening clouds. It even wore 4 specially made soft-bottomed boots. It walked to the mirror, looked left and right, obviously extremely satisfied with its outfit. Chirpit threw a flirtatious look at the mirror, and its narcissism made Wang Xiao's teeth ache. This creature was nothing like the violent man who used a dragon as a sandbag yesterday, not even in the slightest. All departments, get ready. Lights. Fans. Gu Wanwan entered work mode, her aura full on. The theme is Night of Glowing Flames. I want the ultimate luxury, that feeling of burning the budget on the screen. The shooting began. At first, Wang Xiao was worried that Xiaojiu might not cooperate well, but this guy is basically a born actor, with the camera presence turned all the way up. The lights dimmed, leaving only a single spotlight. Little Nine gracefully leaped onto the model platform, and a cluster of blue flames ignited out of nowhere at the tip of its tail. Under Wang Zhao's precise control and with a subtle glance, it didn't let the flames burst wildly, but instead stretched them into smooth, flowing ribbons of light. The blue fire wrapped around the red silk skirt, and amidst the interplay of light and shadow, it seemed as though it wasn't wearing fabric, but a fairy dress woven from flames. It glanced back, its gaze noble and cold, with a touch of indifference and a strong air of superiority overall. Click, click, click. The sound of the shutter clicked in rapid succession, the photographer so excited he could have knelt down. It's too beautiful. This lighting. This gaze. Unbelievable. In the live feed on the big screen, that fox seemed like a queen born from flames, each hair glowing with an aura that screamed, I'm expensive. Gu Wanwan stared at the monitor, her mouth slightly open, and after a long pause, finally managed to squeeze out one sentence, this 500,000 was totally worth it. Wang Xiao sat on the nearby rest chair, casually enjoying the high-end snacks from the store while watching his pet beast dominate the stage. As expected, being good-looking really can put food on the table. He absent-mindedly looked around, his eyes unintentionally scanning a super-thin TV mounted on the wall of the rest area. It was playing a looping advertisement. The scene suddenly shifted, instantly changing from a high-end luxury commercial to a refreshing homestyle. A tiny creature, pink and white, resembling a budding flower, floated on the sink. It extended a few thin white threads, skillfully wrapping a toothbrush, and was brushing the teeth of a baby crocodile. The advertisement voice followed, a clean life starts with silk. Ing Bailey brand electric toothbrush, intelligent sonic, caring for the health of the whole family's teeth. Put. The lemon water Wang Xiao had just taken nearly sprayed out. What kind of era is this? Now even pets are going all out? Trying to take over household appliances? What? Are you interested in that? Gu Wanwan walked over without him noticing, following his gaze. She smiled and shook her head. That's Ingbele, a very common plant-type pet beast. It's gentle and has no combat power, other than spitting silk and doing a bit of housework. It's usually bought for children to play with, or him, as a fully automated housekeeper. No combat power? Wang Xiao put down his water cup, his eyes narrowing slightly. In his view, the UI interface of the truth scale was already covering the seemingly harmless flower bud, with golden data streams cascading down. Name, Ingbele, juvenile. Wang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Wood and shadow attributes. Isn't this the perfect support template he's been dreaming about since last night? Ordinary people only see its gentle act of spinning silk to brush teeth, but they overlook the shadow silk thread as a bug-level ability. What if those soft, delicate cleaning threads were turned into invisible nano-cutting lines? What if the fine brushing operation could become a mass control technique on the battlefield? Imagine. Or, directly control the enemy like a puppet on strings, forcing them to attack themselves? Goddamn toothbrush, Wang Xiao muttered. His gaze gradually became fiery, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile that could only be described as nuclear kindness. This is clearly a moving execution platform with its own strangulation feature. What did you say? Gu Wanwan didn't hear clearly. Nothing, just expanded my horizons. Wang Xiao quickly suppressed his expression and pointed at the screen. Where can I buy a pet like this? Gu Wanwan looked at him with a strange expression. Are you serious? You just won 3 million in prize money, and instead of buying an A-long, you want to buy a toothbrushing flower bud? Personal preference, I like this, homebuddy type. Wang Xiao said seriously, you know me, I'm a bit lazy, and I need something to do the housework. You've got to be kidding me. Gu Wanwan rolled her eyes. This thing isn't worth much. They're everywhere at the bird and flower market, you can buy a nest for 5,000. But if you want one with better qualifications, I know a breeding base that just received a batch of mutated ones. Apparently, they couldn't sell them because of the wrong color, black and pitch dark, so they're preparing to treat them as defective products. Pitch dark? Wang Zhao's smile rose wildly. The shadow bud usually has a pinkish white color. Give me the address. Wang Xiao took out his phone, his tone not leaving room for negotiation. Now. Gu Wanwan looked at Wang Zhao's expression, as if he were about to rob a bank, and couldn't help but shiver. Fine, I'll send it to you. You really are a weirdo. At this moment, the shoot on stage just finished. Shoo. Wang Xiao caught it in one hand, casually stuffing the $50,000 check into his inner pocket, in a great mood. Well done, Xiaojiu. Let's go, I'll introduce you to your future second brother. If we're lucky, in future fights, we'll be able to drink tea while watching our opponents strangle themselves. Xiaojiu tilted its head. Although it didn't understand, seeing its Beastmaster smile like a villain, it just knew. Chapter 42, Max Level Gamer? This isn't a flower bud, this is the king of the grind. Jinling Pet Beast Breeding Base, East District. As soon as Wang Xiao stepped into the lobby, a middle-aged man wearing a gold medal sales manager badge immediately approached him. The man's gaze scanned Wang Xiao like a radar, and finally, his eyes fixed on the little fox on his shoulder. Although Wang Xiao dressed like a college student just looking for some AC, the demeanor of this red fox was unmistakably royal. Its fur was as smooth as satin, its gaze exuded a cold don't mess with me vibe, and it wore a custom-made gold bell around its neck, clearly expensive. An expert. Good day, sir, I'm the manager here, Zhao Dezhu. Manager Zhao smiled so widely his wrinkles seemed to bloom, and he bent at a 45-degree angle. Are you looking for a mate for this top-tier firefox? Or perhaps something more advanced, like elemental spiritual materials? We've just received a batch of Thunder Lion Cubs, purebred. No need. Manager Zhao's smile instantly froze, as if someone had sprayed his face with liquid nitrogen. Shadow Bud? Isn't that something for kids to play with or for housewives to use as automatic mops? This deal, at best, is worth only a few thousand, and the commission wouldn't even buy a pack of cigarettes. Oh. Shadow Bud. Manager Zhao straightened his back, and his once warm gaze turned dull and disinterested. He even glanced down at his watch. In District F, that's the low-end area. He turned his head and shouted to a young guy who was cleaning the windows in the distance, Shaoli. Stop cleaning. Take this gentleman to District F to see those mutated ones. After saying that, Manager Zhao gave a casual nod to Wang Xiao and turned to walk toward another nouveau riche who had just entered the door, wearing a large gold chain, changing his expression faster than a Sichuan opera performer. Wang Xiao wasn't angry, he even found it a bit funny. In this world, where everyone judges by appearance, people love to judge animals by their looks. But this was exactly his chance to find a bargain. Sir, please follow me. The young guide named Xiaoli ran over, looking like a recent graduate, with a bit of youthfulness and awkwardness on his face. District F is a bit far, it might be a little distant. You don't mind, do you? It's fine, lead the way. Wang Xiao casually asked, is that batch of Ing Beilei hard to sell? Xiaoli scratched his head and honestly said, it's not easy to sell. Ing Beilei is all about looks, it's the cute, rosy girls who like it. But this batch of mutated ones, they're pitch black, look a bit eerie, and I've heard their personalities aren't great, a bit introverted. Introverted is good. Wang Xiao's mouth curled slightly, only those who can endure loneliness can hold on to prosperity. Xiaoli looked confused. Why would anyone care about prosperity when buying a housekeeper pet? They passed through the bustling high-end area, and the farther they walked, the darker the light became. The cages around them were no longer filled with dazzling thunder lions and wind speed dogs, but common grass leaf bugs and unicorn caterpillars. Finally, the two stopped in front of a semi-open ecological park located in the corner. There was a faint moldy smell here, clearly indicating that it hadn't been taken care of for a long time. This is it. Xiaoli pointed inside. Wang Xiao looked around. Among the shrubs that were half a person tall, there were a dozen or so black flower buds scattered around. They really weren't pleasant to look at. The petals were tightly closed, entirely black, like coal balls hanging from the tree. A faint black mist curled around them, giving off a stifling, don't come near vibe. Most of the Ing Beilei were sound asleep, and the few that were awake lazily floated in the air, using thin black threads to coil a leaf, playing with it aimlessly. This was exactly in line with the housekeeper pet positioning, sloppy, at ease, and nothing but cute. Though the color's a bit odd, it's cheap. Xiaoli dutifully pitched, only 3,000 per one. You can use it as a nightlight, as a decoration, it's also nice. Wang Xiao didn't speak. Deep in his pupils, golden data streams were frantically scrolling. Name, mutated Ing Beilei. Name, mutated Ing Beilei. Wang Xiao scanned through them, his brow slightly furrowing. They really were a bunch of oddballs. Although he didn't expect to buy a king-level cub here, at least there should be some standout traits, right? Just as he was about to move on to another place, his attention was suddenly drawn to a scene in the corner. There was a block of independent artificial mountain rock. Unlike the clutter in other areas, the area around this rock was too clean and also too messy. It was clean because the surface of the rock was shiny and spotless, not a single speck of dust was visible. It was messy because countless black threads were tightly coiled around the stone, like a giant ball of yarn, surrounding the area completely. And at the center of this yarn ball, there was a Ing Beilei floating, smaller than the others. It wasn't sleeping, nor was it idle. It was working. Its two black petals slightly opened, and countless thin black threads sprayed out from its center. It was weaving frantically. In a moment, it weaved the silk into a net, then twisted the silk into a rope, and then pulled the silk taut, as if cutting the air itself. Its movements were astonishingly fast, even leaving afterimages in the air. What's going on with that? Wang Xiao pointed to the ball of thread. Xiaoli glanced at it and showed an expression of indescribable complexity. Oh, that's number 07. It might have some issues with its brain. Issues with its brain? Yeah, it's a freak. Xiaoli sighed. Other shadow buds eat, sleep, then eat. But not this one. As long as it's awake, it's spitting out silk. And it seems to have obsessive-compulsive disorder. If it sees anything uneven, it has to smooth it with silk. We have to clean up the silk it spits out every 3 days, or it might bury itself. This is just... Xiaoli thought for a long time, then squeezed out a word, a workaholic. A workaholic? Wang Zhao's eyes lit up. In an era where everyone just wants to relax, there's actually a pet beast with the attribute of inner struggle? He immediately focused his mind, and the vision of the truth scales locked onto that little creature still madly spitting out silk. Buzz. A golden light exploded on his retina, and the data flow was clearer than ever. Name, mutated shadow bud, altered species. Attributes, wood element/shadow element. Potential, extraordinary level, and underestimated gem. Current level, awakening level. Skills. 1. Shadow Silk, mastery level 98% transforms shadow energy into silk. Due to long-term, high-intensity, continuous practice, this skill has reached the threshold of delicate. The silk strength is 5 times that of its peers, and its control precision reaches millimeters. 2. Photosynthesis, beginner only used for basic survival needs. Personality traits, extremely obsessive/perfectionist hardcore grinder. Evaluation, this is a mad creature that, in order to perfect its silk-spitting technique, even forgets to eat and sleep. Its talent doesn't lie in its bloodline but in its heart, one that aims to outcompete all its peers. Give it a direction, and it could stitch the sky together. Hidden evolution route, string puppet master, compatibility 95%. Wang Xiao took a deep breath, his heart pounding violently twice. Mastery level. A pet beast still in its juvenile stage, with no guidance, eating cheap food, yet it relied on its instincts to forcibly raise its basic skill to mastery level? What does this mean? It's like an elementary school student who's never attended extra classes and self-learns to solve calculus. This isn't a brain issue. This is a born inner struggler. A once-in-a-lifetime hardcore grinder. Little 9. Wang Xiao silently compared in his mind. His own fox, if not lured by jerky or the temptation of becoming beautiful, would choose to lie down rather than sit. But this one in front of him. This is a perfect worker who brings its own snacks, follows a 007 work schedule, and doesn't even require overtime pay. Sir? Sir? Xiaoli saw Wang Xiao staring at the black thread ball in a daze and thought he was scared. If you find it disgusting, should we look at others? There are some others with gentler personalities. No. Wang Xiao came back to his senses, and a smile appeared on his face, one like a capitalist who had just bought a rare truffle at a bargain price. It was the kind of affectionate look a capitalist gives when seeing free labor. He pointed at the black bud, still tirelessly spitting out silk, his tone firm and unquestionable. I want it. Ha? Xiaoli froze. But it? No buts. Wang Xiao took out the bank card with 3 million on it, gently tapping it in his hand with a bold air. Wrap it up for me. And take all the silk it spit out, don't miss a single strand. Pack it all up and take it with me. This wasn't buying a pet beast. This was clearly finding the only person who truly understood the future puppet queen. Chapter 43, which assistant comes with a scythe? It's for harvesting weeds. In the corner of Area F, the musty smell mixed with the earthy stench. In the center of the wriggling black thread ball, the mutated shadow bud, codenamed 07, seemed to sense the approach of a living being. It did not get scared and hide like others of its kind, but instead sped up the speed of spitting silk, as if using this way to build a wall that refuses contact. Zzzzzzzzzzz. Black silk threads rubbed in the air and made tiny sounds. That tight-pulled force made people's scalp go numb just by looking. Wang Xiao squatted down, his line of sight level with the two tightly closed black petals. He did not waste words, and directly took out a sealed small box from his pocket. Ka-da! The box lid popped open. A clear, cold, deep smell exploded in the dirty air in an instant. It was not flower smell, but a special smell mixed with mint, rotten soil, and some kind of high-level dark shadow material. This was what Wang Xiao stayed up late last night and used a rice cooker to refine out, a special wood/dark dual-type energy cube. Although it was only a test product, after ratio optimization by the scale of truth, it had deadly temptation to low-level pet beasts. The shadow bud that was still weaving silk like crazy suddenly froze hard. Its two petals shook slightly, like it smelled something unbelievable. The black silk stopped moving, and like tentacles, tested in the air, finally pointing to the box in Wang Zhao's hand. That kind of desire came from lack deep inside its genes. Want it? Wang Xiao was like a big bad wolf luring Little Red Riding Hood, shaking the box in his hand, his voice full of temptation. Come with me, this kind of thing, I will give you enough. Shadow Bud clearly fell into huge struggle. On one side was its proud work position, that fake mountain rock it had polished until shiny, on the other side was delicious food enough to raise its soul. They stayed stuck for 3 seconds. Xiao. One black thread shot out fast like lightning, accurately rolled away one cube from inside the box, and in an instant stuffed it into the flower bud. Right after that, Shadow Bud cut off all connections with the fake mountain rock without any hesitation, and like a small black ghost, floated in front of Wang Xiao, its petals opening and closing, as if saying, "Boss, where is the work seat? Can I start work now?" Wang Xiao laughed. This awareness, this action power, you deserve to become strong. No rush, first do an entry procedure. Wang Xiao forced out a drop of bright red blood from his fingertip, and lightly touched it on Shadow Bud's black flower bud. A complex silver contract magic array lit up in mid-air, then quickly shrank and sank into Shadow Bud's body. In his mind, the scale of truth shook slightly. Contract successful. Second pet beast slot activated. Wang Xiao stood up, patted the dust on his pant legs, his mood very good. Little Lee at the side watched with eyes wide open. Just like that done? This famous neurotic freak was tricked away by one candy? Swipe card. Wang Xiao put Shadow Bud into the beast control space, his movement smooth like buying a bunch of green onions at the market. Walking out of the gate of the breeding base, the sunlight was just right. But Wang Zhao's mood was not only because he bought the pet beast he liked. He suddenly remembered one thing: with Xiaojiu promoted to extraordinary level, and now also contracting a second pet beast, he already fully met the Federation standard for certification as a junior professional beast tamer. You must know, a trainee beast tamer can only get 2,000 a month as basic support, but once passing junior certification, this number directly flips 5 times, becoming 10,000. Is that money? That is Xiaojiu's meat jerky, that is Shadow Bud's cubes, that is President Wang's future business empire start money. Tomorrow I will go change the certificate. Wang Xiao calculated silently. While thinking, several students who were clearly also here to pick pet beasts passed by and recognized Wang Xiao. Eh? Isn't that Wang Xiao? That newcomer king champion. Damn, it really is. What is he holding? A black lump looks like Shadow Bud? Their looks instantly became strange. What is Shadow Bud? That is a housework pet beast used by housewives to wipe glass and brush kids' teeth. Although this one's color is a bit not mainstream. But in essence, it's just a slightly more advanced automatic mop. No way. He gave his precious second contract slot to a Shadow Bud? That's such a waste. With that 3 million bonus, why not buy an elemental thunderbird or a strong attacking rock monster? Maybe he did it to save on housework costs? Whispers crept into Wang Xiao's ears. Wang Xiao didn't stop his steps, not even lifting his eyelids. The sparrow cannot understand the ambition of the swan. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is a toothbrush. But in Wang Xiao's eyes, this is the future queen of the night. Wait until the day in the arena, when this toothbrush lifts your pets up like puppets and beats them. I hope your teeth are still as hard. Back in the rented room, Wang Xiao locked the door and drew the curtains tightly. Come out, everyone. With 2 flashes of light, Xiao Jiao and the newly arrived Shadow Bud appeared in the narrow living room. Xiao Jiao had just finished eating and was fully rested, its red fur gleaming, its 3 tails lazily swaying, exuding the aura of a proper empress. As for the Shadow Bud, as soon as it appeared, it immediately floated to the corner of the wall, quickly shooting out several black threads to clean a spiderweb in the corner. Professional deformation, advanced stage. Shoo. Xiao Jiao curiously moved closer, tilting its head as it studied the dark new roommate. It stretched out a paw and tentatively tapped on the Shadow Bud's flower bud. The Shadow Bud paused, its petals tightening as if resisting, but sensing the terrifying extraordinary pressure from Xiao Jiao, it obediently remained still, letting the big sister dig into its head. Choo choo. If you stick with me, I'll give you half of the jerky. Xiao Jiao patted its head contentedly, looking like a big sister protecting her little brother. Wang Xiao watched the scene and smiled like a proud father. A harmonious family, that's a good thing. Alright, stop busying yourself with work. Wang Xiao called the Shadow Bud over. Since you followed me, your job is no longer cleaning windows. The Shadow Bud floated in front of Wang Xiao, somewhat confused. Not cleaning windows? Then what? Unclogging drains? Wang Xiao sat cross-legged, his consciousness sinking into the Beastmaster space. The golden balance slowly spun in the void, emitting a chilling pressure. System, bring up the skill tree for the Shadow Bud. Buzz. The golden data stream poured down like a waterfall. Currently, the Shadow Bud had nothing but an instinctive, shadow thread, mastery, almost like a blank slate. But this was exactly what Wang Xiao liked. The blank slate was perfect for painting, for scribbling, oh no, for carefully crafting. Since we're going for control, we need to control it tightly. Wang Xiao's gaze swept over several alternative skills, finally stopping at a particularly eerie combination. First, the core. Puppet trick, advanced skill. This is a legendary hidden evolution form skill exclusive to the string puppet master. If it were in the outside world, countless wood element beastmasters would fight for it. Effect, consumes energy to give the thread sentience. It can control inanimate or living things, even constructing temporary combat puppets using objects from the environment. Dual line operation, combining virtual and real, a true battlefield commander skill. Next, the enhancement. Shadow spinning increases the hardness and toughness of the threads by 10 times, adding shadow cutting properties. Evolves from cleaning line to single molecule cutting line. And finally, the finishing blow. Soul devouring scythe compresses shadow energy to the extreme, condensing into a physical energy scythe at the end of the limb. The attack carries mental intimidation and life-draining effects. Exchange. Wang Xiao watched the energy points in his account flow away like water, feeling a pang of pain in his heart. This was real money. But for the sake of building this underworld team, it was worth it. Buzz. In the Beastmaster space, 3 jet black light columns suddenly surged into the Shadow Bud's body. In reality, the Shadow Bud, which had originally been the size of a fist, suddenly began to tremble violently. A dark mist surged around it in an instant, thick enough that it seemed like it could drip with water. The once smooth black silk threads now glowed with a cold metallic light, and as they sliced through the air, they emitted a sharp, teeth-grinding hiss sound. Crack! The once rounded edges of the flower bud suddenly grew a circle of fine, serrated teeth, like a mutant carnivorous plant. Beneath the flower base, 2 vines that had been used to maintain balance quickly thickened and lengthened, finally gathering at their ends into 2 semi-transparent dark red sickles. Though only the size of a palm, the cold, murderous aura made the temperature in the room drop several degrees in an instant. Little Nine beside it widened its eyes, its fur bristling all over. Chirp! Wasn't this the little doormat who only wiped the floor earlier? This was clearly a serial killer who had just crawled out of hell. The shadowed bud seemed to realize its transformation. It cautiously swung its vine. Whoosh! A red light flashed. The old wooden chair beside it, already on the brink of collapsing, was instantly sliced in half, the cut smooth as a mirror. The shadowed bud froze. Then, its two black petals slightly trembled, emitting an excited hum, like the buzzing of an insect's wings. It extended countless enhanced shadow threads and instantly wrapped them around the broken wood. Crack, crack, crack. In a chilling sound of reassembly, the wooden fragments stood up again, forming a crooked, yet rudimentary puppet holding wooden spikes. The puppet turned its stiff head, its hollow eyes staring at the corner of the wall. The shadowed bud hovered above the puppet like a puppeteer pulling the strings of life and death. Wang Xiao watched the scene and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, this is worthy of being my second team's assistant. He stroked his chin, staring at the black flower bud wielding sickles and controlling the puppet, deep in thought. Tomorrow, we'll go to the beast taming center to certify as a junior beast tamer. I heard there's a practical exam. Wang Xiao's mouth curled into a cruel smile. Perfect, I'll use that examiner to test the blade. Let's see whether his defense is tough, or if my toothbrush is tougher. Little Nine silently shrank back, tucking its tail under its butt. It suddenly felt that from now on, it would be better to speak politely at home. After all, no one wanted to wake up one day and find themselves sewn to the ceiling. Chapter 44, You call this housekeeping? This is a funeral service. The next morning, the air in Jinling carried a damp chill. Inside the rented room, Wang Xiao was adjusting his collar in front of the mirror while casually glancing at the system panel. Name, Shadow Bud, variant color. Current level, 903, Awakening Peak / Half-Step Transcendent. Status, extremely excited/eager to work. Skills, Puppet Manipulation, Mastered, Shadow Spinning, Mastered, Soleading Scythe, Mastered, Shadow Clone, Proficient. In one night, it jumped almost 300 levels? Wang Xiao's mouth twitched. Last night, he had been half asleep, hearing a rustling sound from the living room. When he woke up this morning, he found that all the furniture in the house had been polished to a shine, and even the cockroaches had been wrapped up like mummies by the shadow threads, neatly stacked by the trash can. This wasn't a pet, it was a compulsive cleaner with a built-in OCD. Let's go, little Bay, I'll take you to get certified. Wang Xiao stored the little dark creature into the beast taming space. His goal was clear, money. A trainee beast tamer's allowance was 2,000 federal coins per month, while a junior beast tamer's was 10,000. That 8,000 coin difference was enough to buy Little Nine several bags of premium jerky or brew more toxic chicken soup cubes for Little Bay. For those 8,000 coins, he would even take an exam to become a scholar if necessary. Jinling Beast Taming Center. The early morning rush was terrifying, with the queue stretching from the service hall all the way to the curb. The sounds of noise and pet creatures' calls mixed together, making it even more chaotic than a vegetable market. Wang Xiao stood at the back of the line, looking at the long queue ahead that wound like a dragon. His face darkened instantly. Do I have to wait until the monkey year or the horse month? He glanced at the empty VIP passage beside him, where a few well-dressed beast masters were chatting happily, walking through a green light, with even security being served by dedicated personnel. Damn rich people. Wang Xiao spat angrily, his heart sour like lemon juice. In this world, time and dignity were clearly priced. Although he now had 3 million in his hands, it was the evolution fund for Xiao Jiao and Xiao Bei, and touching even a single cent felt like cutting into his flesh. I'll have to call someone. Wang Xiao sighed, took out his phone, and skillfully dialed a number. Hey, Su Daxiawa, where are you? Oh, just passed the beginner's test? What a coincidence, I'm at the entrance too, can you bring me in? Sure, you said it, I'll treat you to spicy hot pot later, without eggs. 5 minutes later. A red maglev sports car roared to a stop by the side of the road. The window rolled down, revealing Su Qinghan's delicate, pretty face with sunglasses. Get in. Su Qinghan said briefly. Without a word, Wang Xiao slid into the passenger seat, under the envious, jealous, and hateful gazes of the people in line. I heard you went shopping again. Su Qinghan asked casually while reversing the car. A different colored ing ballet? Your taste quite unique. It's called having an eye for gems. Wang Xiao buckled his seatbelt, speaking confidently. And it's very diligent. In the future, I won't have to clean my windows anymore. Su Qinghan rolled her eyes so hard under her sunglasses it seemed like they might roll to the sky. Buying a precious second contract slot for a fully automated window cleaning machine? This is something you'd only say to fool a ghost. With Su Qinghan's live VIP pass, the efficiency was astonishing. The two of them bypassed the tedious paperwork and were led to the top-floor independent assessment area. Pushing open the thick soundproof door, a heavy spiritual pressure immediately hit them. In the center of the room stood two people. One was a young female assistant, Li Jie, dressed in professional attire, and the other was a middle-aged man standing with his hands clasped behind his back. The man had slightly graying temples and a sharp gaze like an eagle. On his chest was a golden badge, the symbol of a master beast master. The director of the Beast Master Center's assessment department, Deng Yuanshan. Uncle Deng. Su Qinghan called obediently, completely different from her usual cold demeanor. Qinghan, you're here. Deng Yuanshan smiled kindly, then turned his gaze to Wang Xiao, his expression turning observant and playful. This is the newcomer Wang Xiao, who made the Zhao family kid fall into depression. Hello, Director Deng. Wang Xiao nodded with neither humility nor arrogance. I've watched your match recordings, quite interesting. Deng Yuanshan pointed to the battle platform beside them. Normally, the beginner's assessment only requires the staff to test the data, but today I'm in the mood to personally test your abilities. Wang Xiao raised an eyebrow. You're going to do it yourself? It felt a bit like a max-level character returning to the beginner village to crush low-level players, which was somewhat unfair. Don't worry, I won't bully you. Deng Yuanshan smiled, and a flash of purple light appeared in his hand, from which a fiery red steed emerged, burning with intense flames. Screech! The high temperature swept over the entire area, and the air instantly twisted. Name, Fiery Horse. Attribute, Fire. Energy level, 1800, mid-stage extraordinary. Evaluation, a main force of the second team, carefully nurtured by a master beast master. Although not the ace, its foundation is terrifyingly solid, and its skill proficiency is extremely high. This is my new pet I've been cultivating recently, with an energy level suppressed to mid-stage extraordinary. Deng Yuanshan said faintly. As long as you can hold on for 10 minutes under its pressure, or show enough tactical quality, you'll pass. Li Jie, standing nearby, also smiled and added, Wang Xiao, Director Deng is known for being a strict teacher. Getting his personal guidance is a rare opportunity. What about your burning heart fox? Let it out so we can have a look. Everyone naturally assumed that. Wang Xiao will send out the already famous three-tailed fox of Jinling. However, Wang Xiao glanced at his watch, his brow furrowing. Hey, Director Deng, can we hurry up? I have an appointment with the editor this afternoon to review the film, and Xiaozhou's debut short film needs to be finalized today. Deng Yuanshan was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. Alright, let's make it quick. Call out your pet beast. Come out, little bay. Wang Xiao's feet flashed with silver light. There were no domineering flames, no terrifying pressure. A strange plant, completely black and over a meter tall, suddenly appeared out of thin air. It looked like a black ghost, its huge flower bud tightly closed, standing at about waist height, surrounded by a faint black mist, quietly standing in the center of the area. The air suddenly fell silent for 3 seconds. Deng Yuanshan's smile froze on his face, and Su Qinghan's sunglasses almost slipped off. Is this Shadow Bud? Li Jie adjusted her glasses, her tone full of disbelief. But this color? I've never seen a black Shadow Bud before? Deng Yuanshan also frowned, his gaze fixed on the black plant. As a master-level beast tamer, he had seen countless mutated pet beasts, but the aura emitted by this Shadow Bud, cold and introverted, gave off a feeling that was completely different from the lively energy of regular plant-based beasts. Instead, it carried a sense of desolation. A mutant species with an unusual color? Deng Yuanshan thought to himself, this kid is lucky, but the Shadow Bud is just a domestic beast, its species potential is too low. He glanced at Wang Xiao, a plan forming in his mind. This kid probably wants to use this disposable beast to exhaust the flame horse's energy first, and then summon the burning heart fox for the final blow. Oomph, what a nice thought. Since you're so confident, don't blame me for being ruthless. Deng Yuanshan decided to end this quickly and force out Wang Xiao's trump card. Attribute Restraint, fire restrains plants. Flame horse, fire whirlpool. Give this little guy a bath. Boom. The flame horse stomped its forehooves heavily, and a red fire tornado rose from the ground, rushing towards the black plant with the intent to burn everything in its path. This wasn't a bath, this was clearly an incineration. Spit out threads. Wang Xiao's command was shockingly simple. The previously quiet little bay's giant black petals suddenly opened wide. Whoosh! 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 3 thick black threads shot out in an instant, weaving into a tough spider web in the air. SSSSSSS. The fire collided with the threads, and instead of turning them into ashes as everyone expected, it let out a sharp sound, like a hot iron being pressed into raw flesh. Those seemingly fragile black threads actually stood firm in the flames. Although they were slowly melting, they were still holding back the advance of the fire whirlpool. What? Deng Yuanshan's pupils contracted. Something's wrong. Ordinary skilled level skills like spit threads would instantly turn to ash when faced with the flame horse's proficient level fire whirlpool. These threads are actually resisting the burn. At least they've reached proficient level. He was shocked. A plant-based pet beast in the awakening stage could actually level up its basic skills to this extent? This kid's nurturing methods were practically monstrous. Stop standing there, get to work. Wang Xiao snapped his fingers. Puppet trick. Little Bay's flower bud trembled slightly, and 2 pitch-black seeds were spit into the ground. The next second, the floor cracked open. 2 humanoid plants made of vines and soil twisted out of the earth. They had no facial features, only twisted limbs, but their movements were so agile that they didn't resemble plants at all, but rather like living assassins. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 plant puppets rushed towards the flame horse, one to the left and one to the right, moving so fast that they left after images behind. What skill is this? Li Jie exclaimed in shock. Does the Shadow Bud's skill library have this move? Su Qinghan pushed up his sunglasses, his expression growing serious. This isn't a universal skill. This is a hidden evolution chain's innate skill. What on earth did this guy feed it? On the battlefield, Deng Yuanshan was, after all, a master-level powerhouse. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly reacted. A petty trick. Fire Warhorse, flame charge, smash them. The Fire Warhorse neighed loudly, its body engulfed in flames, like a heavy war chariot, charging fiercely at the puppet on the left. However, just as it leapt into the air, its front hooves suddenly halted, as if something invisible had tripped it. Then, its neck, waist, and hind legs simultaneously felt a tightening sensation. When did this happen? Deng Yuanshan was shocked. He focused his eyes and finally noticed that the entire assessment field was filled with dense, almost imperceptible transparent threads suspended in midair. Those were the shadow silk. From the very first second the battle began, Xiao Bei had not been idle. While constructing a defense with the silk threads, it had already woven the entire field into a giant hunting net. The plant puppets were just bait. The real killing move was these nooses hanging in the air. The more the Fire Warhorse struggled, the tighter the threads pulled, and the sharp shadow energy even cut through its tough fiery skin, causing tiny sparks of blood to seep out. Almost there. Wang Xiao glanced at the Fire Warhorse, now bound tightly like a rice dumpling, his tone as calm as if he were ordering food. Xiao Bei, soul-devouring scythe, send it off. Buzz. Hidden at the back, Xiao Bei's black mist suddenly exploded. Its originally weak flower tentacle vines grew wildly, and the black shadow energy at the tips rapidly compressed and solidified, finally forming a 2-meter-long giant scythe of death. Pitch black, cold, radiating a chilling aura that made one's soul tremble. Xiao Bei's 2 black flower petals slightly opened, as if mocking. It manipulated the silk threads connected to the Fire Warhorse, exerting force suddenly. Its figure instantly closed the distance like a ghost. In midair, a black afterimage flashed by. The giant scythe rapidly approached in the enlarged pupils of the terrified Fire Warhorse. Hiss! The Fire Warhorse let out a terrified neigh, trying to explode flames to shake off the restraint, but it was too late. Whoosh! The black light flashed, and the scythe struck heavily at the Fire Warhorse's side neck, the back of the blade. Boom! A muffled sound, accompanied by immense impact, and before the Fire Warhorse could even scream, its eyes rolled back, and its massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The flames on its body extinguished instantly, completely losing its combat ability. The entire assessment room fell into a deathly silence. Li Jie's recording board dropped with a clack onto the ground. Su Qinghan took a deep breath, looking at the black figure holding the giant scythe, standing beside the fallen Fire Warhorse. Her scalp tingled. This was supposed to be a housekeeper pet? This was clearly a gold medal killer. That. Wang Xiao broke the silence, looking at Deng Yuanshan, who was dumbfounded, with an innocent expression. Director Deng, I think your horse has fallen asleep. Has this assessment passed? Deng Yuanshan looked at his second team's main force, which had been killed in a single blow, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. He had seen many geniuses in his life. But Wang Xiao was the first to beat an examiner like this with a mop. Passed, passed. Deng Yuanshan squeezed out 2 words with difficulty, feeling like his worldview had shattered into pieces. Blue Sea Combat Arena, top VIP tea room. The scent of tea lingered, but it couldn't mask the heavy smell of money in the air. Wang Xiao was reclining in a genuine leather sofa, crossing his legs, twirling a pen in his hand. In front of him was a thick, 30-page business contract. Opposite him, Su Qinghan sat upright in a well-tailored white suit, looking sharp and cold. However, her beautiful eyes were now filled with disbelief. Are you sure? Su Qinghan pointed at the contract terms, her voice rising slightly in surprise, the formula for the energy cubes, the core manufacturing process, even the subsequent improvement data. You're entrusting all of this to me? You only take money? In this beast-taming age where knowledge is power and formulas are lifelines, Wang Xiao doing this is simply a wastrel sending warmth to the landlord's house. Su Big School Beauty, open your pattern. Wang Xiao scribbled a few strokes to sign his big name, threw the pen onto the table, leaned his body back and sank into the sofa, his face calm like light clouds and light wind. I am a lazy person, I hate most to argue with channel dealers, to bargain prices with raw material dealers. The Su family channels spread all over Jiangnan province, instead of me everyday puffing and panting guarding the rice cooker to refine pills, better to free this time to train. He pointed at little Nine at his feet who was fighting hard with a piece of top-grade steak, and pointed again at Shadow Bud in the corner who was using shadow silk threads to wipe the tea table until it shined. I have 2 mouths to feed, and still need to prepare evolution materials. My time is more expensive than money. Su Qinghan looked at him deeply once. Lazy? Believe you my ghost. This guy clearly played clear division of labor to the extreme. He threw the messy business operation away, and himself focused on improving core competitiveness. As long as his strength keeps leading, as long as he can still take out higher-level block formulas, the Su family will forever be his most loyal wage workers. This is not lazy at all, this is calculating human nature into the bones. Fine, since President Wang trusts so much. Su Qinghan put away the contract, restored the sharp and decisive strong woman posture. According to the 80-20 split, the first batch advance payment will be transferred into your account within tomorrow. Happy cooperation. Wang Xiao stood up, without the slightest nostalgia, scooped up little Nine who was still licking the plate, turned around and left. Oh right. Walking to the door, he suddenly turned back, showed a mouth of white teeth. Remember to pay the tax, I am a law-abiding citizen. Su Qinghan. After fixing the long-term meal ticket, Wang Xiao hurried without stopping toward Jinling City's most prosperous Starlight Avenue. Starlight High Custom Flagship Store. This place is the synonym of fashion, even the security guards at the door wear this season's new styles. Champion Wang, if you don't come again, I will call the police to search for a person. Gu Wanwan held a tablet in her hand, rushed out from the shooting studio in a stormy manner, grabbed Wang Xiao's arm. Hurry, 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 the finished film is out, this wave will definitely explode. She pressed Wang Xiao onto the chair in front of the monitor, her finger tapped on the screen. Look! This is exactly the high-level feeling we want. The screen lit up. Scene 1, Extreme Cold Ice Peak. Wild wind howled, heavy snow flew. The camera pulled closer, in a dead silent pale white, a touch of red figure curled and lay on the top of an ice cliff. That was the burning heart fox. It closed its eyes, 3 tails like burning red lotus flowers, gently circled around its body. Wind and snow within 3 feet of it turned into steam. Under its body was spread exactly Starlight this season's main push, radiant patterned down jacket. Subtitles slowly appeared, matched with a low deep magnetic voiceover. Its warmth is enough to melt extreme cold. Draw the guarding fire of the burning heart fox, the radiant pattern series, let this winter stop and hesitate. The scene switched. Cyberpunk-style city night view, neon flashing, rainwater soaked the streets. A red flowing light shuttled between buildings, so fast only after images remained. The camera slowed down, the track drawn by that flowing light in the air actually perfectly outlined the shape of a new hoodie. The burning heart fox stopped on the top of the highest building, turned its head to glance back. Its eyes were proud and cold beautiful, as if it were the Dark Knight King of this city. Follow my rhythm, ignite the streets. Spirit Blaze series, release the flame in your heart. How is it? How is it? Gu Wanwan was excited until her cheeks were red. This texture, this light and shadow, this express power. I say it is the Oscar movie emperor of the beast-taming world, not too much right? Wang Xiao rubbed his chin, nodded again and again, not bad, indeed has some stuff. This fox looks like its value must start at least from 10 million. After speaking, he turned his head, looked at the original body squatting on his shoulder. Little Nine opened its big mouth, tongue hanging outside, with a dull face staring at the self on the screen. She was so engrossed in watching that her mouth even leaked a tiny drop of saliva, which fell onto the sportswear Wang Xiao had just bought. There was a look in her eyes that carried a heartbreaking, clear kind of foolishness. Noticing Wang Xiao's gaze, Xiaojiao slurped her saliva, tilting her head. Chu? Who is this handsome guy? He looks a bit familiar. Wang Xiao. Gu Wanwan. This must be the so-called seller's show and buyer's show. Wang Xiao sighed, took out a tissue from his pocket, and wiped Xiaojiao's mouth. Manager Gu, if we send this advertisement out, won't someone accuse us of fraud? Ahem, it's art, after all, always originating from life but transcending it. Gu Wanwan awkwardly shifted her gaze. As long as it doesn't speak or expose its belly begging for food, this character setup will hold. Wang Xiao pointed to some details on the screen. Here, darken the tail flame a little, it needs to have that restrained burst feeling, not like a gas stove leaking. And this glance, make the eye light sharper, it should give off an air of you can't afford it, but I allow you to look arrogance. A master. Gu Wanwan's eyes lit up and she immediately called the post-production team. Did you hear that? Change it according to what Mr. Wang said. After messing around the whole afternoon and finalizing all the details, Wang Xiao stepped out of the starshine door, and the sky had already darkened. His account had an additional 500,000 yuan as the first payment for the endorsement, plus the first share of dividends from Su Qinghan, bringing his available funds close to 4 million. This was an astronomical number in the eyes of a normal high school student, but to Wang Xiao, it was just a few sets of evolution materials worth of money. The Earth Core Fire Lotus seed is here, but a few more auxiliary materials are missing, but the most crucial thing is still that. Wang Xiao walked along the riverside path, with the evening breeze making Xiao Jiu squint her eyes. His mind drifted back to the semifinals from 2 days ago, Liang Ting's Silver Moon Wind Wolf facing Zhao Yan's Scaled Claw Hatchling. That match, the Silver Moon Wind Wolf lost terribly. But what caught Wang Xiao's attention was not the loss, but the unfinished secret technique, Silver Moon Dance of the Silver Moon Wind Wolf. It perfectly combined the skills Moon Shadow Clone, Windblade, and Moonlight Pole, creating an independent killing field. If it hadn't encountered the tough, high damage, and reflection-scaled Claw Hatchling against any other opponent, that move would have sealed the deal. Secret technique. Wang Xiao muttered to himself. In this world, skill proficiency is divided into beginner, skilled, master, perfect, beyond perfection, and transcendent. When a beast tamer combines multiple skills above the mastery level through specific spiritual energy circuits, producing a 1+1 greater than 10 qualitative change, it is called a secret technique. It is the ticket to becoming a king-level tamer and even higher levels. Although Xiao Jiu is powerful now, with S-class physical strength, its attacks are still too scattered. Wang Xiao stopped, looking at the neon lights reflected on the river surface. Spark Splash is area damage, Heavenly Fox Tail Formation is burst, Fox Shadow Step is for displacement. It looks like a well-rounded skill set, but it lacks a final strike, an ultimate kill move that can tie all the advantages into one. Evolution is not just a leap in life levels, it is a reshaping of past abilities. Wang Xiao's eyes gradually became sharper. If Xiao Jiu could comprehend its own secret technique before evolving into the three-tailed flame lord, the world's rules would inscribe that technique into its bones during evolution, making it an innate talent. This would be far stronger than learning it after evolving. Xiao Jiu. Wang Xiao suddenly spoke. Xiao Jiu, who had been napping on his shoulder, was startled and almost fell into the river. It clutched Wang Xiao's collar, looking at him with a face full of resentment. Jiu? It's late at night, you scared the fox to death. Do you want to look as handsome as in the advertisement? Wang Xiao pointed at the ad playing repeatedly on the large screen nearby. Xiao Jiu's eyes instantly lit up, nodding frantically. Yes. She dreamed of being the most beautiful fox in the whole village. Then you need to train. Wang Xiao showed a devilish smile. From today, we won't be practicing new skills anymore. I want you to crush all the skills you have right now and then piece them together. Little Nine was stunned, a big question mark appearing above its head. Crush them? Piece them together? Boss, I'm a fox, not Lego bricks. Exactly. Wang Xiao opened the system panel, his eyes locking on Little Nine's advanced skills, his brain running at full speed, countless data streams cascading across his retina like waterfalls. Truth scales, deduction mode, all activated. Use Heavenly Fox Tail Formation as the base, Fox Shadow Step as the structure, and fill it with Blue Flame. Wang Zhao's eyes grew brighter, as if catching a fleeting spark of inspiration. Typical fire-based ultimate skills focus on extreme explosions and destruction, like Crimson Lotus Purgatory or Meteor Shower. Too ordinary, too easy to counter. Since Little Nine has 3 tails and can multitask. Wang Xiao looked at Little Nine, like he was eyeing an unpolished jade. Little Nine, if I asked you to dance, while setting fire, and using your tails to strike at the same time, could you do it? Little Nine? It looked down at its paws, then glanced at the 3 tails behind it, trying to twist them a little. Slap! Its left foot tripped over its right, and it immediately demonstrated a face-first fall to Wang Xiao. It lifted its head, covered in dirt, with an innocent and desperate expression. Shoo! Boss, I'm not human, but you really are a dog. Looks like coordination needs more practice. Wang Xiao was unbothered, pulling out a piece of premium beef jerky from his bag and waving it in front of Little Nine's nose. If you master it, beef jerky will be your reward. If you don't. He pointed to a self-service barbecue restaurant across the river, currently offering discounts. You'll just have to watch me eat. Little Nine's eyes changed instantly. Its previously vacant pupils suddenly focused, and its vertical pupils were burning with the fiery soul of a glutton. For jerky. For dignity. It's on. Good, now you're motivated. Wang Xiao nodded with satisfaction and turned toward the private training ground on the outskirts of the city. Tonight's goal is simple: get those 3 tails of yours to be able to tie a bow. In the night wind, the conversation between a man and a fox could be heard. Shoo? Tie a bow? It's going to break, right? If it breaks, I'll fix it. I have the best medicine, and Su Qinghan will reimburse me. What's there to be afraid of? Shoo! Help! Animal abuse. Chapter 46, Ultimate Skill Complete, Three-Tail Spiral Fireball. At 2 a.m., the night sky of Jinling City looked like an overturned ink bottle. In the rented apartment, Wang Xiao stared at the golden data stream on his retina, gritting his teeth, as if he was making a huge bet. If you don't take a risk, you won't get the wolf. Although his account balance looked good, when facing the bottomless consumption of perfect-level skills, he still felt a bit tight. The truth scales hovered in his consciousness, emitting a cold, stern glow. System, initiate the deduction plan. Goal, integrate Heavenly Fox-tail formation and Spark Splash. Skill points allocation, extreme compression, form solidification, high-frequency rotation. As Wang Xiao moved his mind, the few thousand energy points just deposited into his account quickly drained away like a dam bursting. Buzz. In reality, Little Nine, who was lying on the sofa munching on half a bone, suddenly froze all over. The bone dropped to the carpet with a soft thud. A huge and obscure flow of information, like a thunderclap, was forcibly shoved into its mind. It wasn't just simple muscle memory but deep laws about the flow of fire and the construction of spiritual energy. Originally, Little Nine's understanding of Heavenly Fox-tail formation was just make it bigger, make it longer, hit harder, but now, it could almost see the path of every flame leaping at the tail tips. Proficiency, Master Perfect. Little Nine suddenly opened its eyes, a golden gleam flickering across its crimson vertical pupils. It felt that its three tails no longer seemed like a part of its body, but more like three fire dragons with independent consciousness. With just a thought, they could perform tricks. Choo! Boss, I got it. Xiao Jiu excitedly jumped up from the sofa, its three tails swirling in the air to form three perfect bows, showing off its newly increased control power. Wang Xiao rubbed his forehead, staring at the remaining energy balance and the three digits, feeling a sharp pain in his chest, almost unable to breathe. Good, you figured it out. Starting tomorrow, we'll begin special training. He turned to look at the corner of the room. There, the new second-team support Xiao Bei was lost in their own world. Two small cracks appeared on the floor, and two simple puppets made of shadow energy and dirt stood face to face, holding a pitch-black shadow thread in their hands. Xiao Bei floated in the middle, jumping up and down rhythmically as the thread flicked back and forth. Pop, pop, pop. The sound of the thread whipping the ground was especially clear in the silent night. No laughter, no children's songs accompanying them. Only a black flower controlling two faceless mud figures, jumping rope at 2 in the morning. This scene was more horrifying than a horror movie. Wang Xiao silently closed the bedroom door. As long as it doesn't turn me into a puppet to jump with it, let it be. The next day, at 4 in the morning. Bang! Wang Xiao felt as though his chest had been hit by a giant hammer, almost dying on the spot. He struggled to open his eyes and saw a magnified fox face right in front of his nose, with eyes filled with intense fervor saying, "Get up, go train, I want to become stronger." Xiao Jiu. Wang Xiao glanced at the alarm clock, collapsed in despair. Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare rest this much. Do you have some misunderstanding of getting up early? Choo. The plan for the day starts in the morning. The Thunder Lion next door has already run 2 laps in the morning. Xiao Jiu extended a paw, skillfully tossing Wang Xiao's blanket aside, then grabbed his slippers and threw them onto the floor. 10 minutes later, Man and Fox stood on the empty space of the private training ground. The cold wind howled. Wang Xiao wrapped his down jacket tighter and yawned. All right, show me the results of your insights. Xiao Jiu's expression grew serious. It took a deep breath, its red fur bristling. Whose 3 tails instantly grew to 3 meters long, burning with blue flames of high temperature. Then, it tried to concentrate the energy of the spark scatter at the tips of its tails according to the new knowledge in its mind. However, puff, it was like setting off a dud. The tail tip did gather a ball of high-energy flame, but before it could form, it scattered like a leaking balloon, turning into countless sparks in the sky. Xiao Jiu froze. It refused to give up and tried again. Puff, it scattered again. After more than 10 tries, besides burning the ground into pits, not even a ball shape had been made. Xiao Jiu anxiously spun in place, its tails thumping the ground in frustration. Clearly, it understood the concept in its mind, so why weren't the tails obeying? Wang Xiao squatted by the side, watching Xiao Jiu's awkward movements, thoughtfully. Simply compressing it isn't enough. He picked up a stick and drew a circle on the ground. Xiao Jiu, what you're doing right now is like trying to squeeze sand into a rock with your hands. Once you loosen your grip, the sand just falls apart. Xiao Jiu tilted its head, vaguely understanding. Choo. So what should I do? Use glue to stick it? No. Wang Xiao threw away the stick, a flash of cleverness in his eyes. Use rotation. As a time-traveling expert with countless experiences, he knew exactly how to solve this problem. Have you ever eaten meat from a meat grinder? Wang Xiao used a metaphor Xiao Jiu could understand. Xiao Jiu's eyes lit up and nodded like crazy. The meat chunks are scattered, but as long as the meat grinder spins fast enough, the ground meat will stick together and turn into a compact meatball. Wang Xiao extended his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. Don't try to squeeze the fire together, instead, you need to make it run. Use the tip of your tail as the axis, and make the two flames spin rapidly in opposite directions. Use centrifugal force to maintain the outer shell, and use centripetal force to compress the core. This is the principle of spiral ball ahem, spiral flame jade. Wang Xiao stood up and pointed at the heavy alloy target ahead. Imagine it. Your tail is that meat grinder, and those flames are the super lion's head you're going to make for your boss. Spin. As long as you spin fast enough, there's no meatball you can't make. Xiao Zhou's vertical pupils suddenly contracted. Lion's head? A super big lion's head? This metaphor is so vivid, it strikes straight to the soul. It stared at the tip of its tail, and in its mind, no longer was there the dull energy flow circuit, but instead, a high-speed blender running wildly. V-room. The first tail started to tremble slightly. The green flame no longer shot out wildly, but began to swirl along a strange arc. Though still unstable and leaking, the outline was indeed a ball. Wang Xiao's lips curled into a smile. That's more like it. In this world, talking about fluid dynamics is like playing a lute to a cow, but if you talk about cooking with a fox, it's like speaking to Einstein. For the next 3 days, the training ground became a purgatory. Xiao Zhou was practically a madman. It didn't eat, didn't sleep, except when Wang Xiao forcibly made it drink a bottle of nutrients. The rest of the time it was making meatballs in the air. From the size of a fingernail at first, to later being as large as a fist. From exploding after 2 spins, to later maintaining for 3 seconds. The shrill, ear-piercing screech sounded as though 1,000 birds were chirping at once, causing Wang Xiao's eardrums to ache. Meanwhile, Xiaobei diligently served as the field maintenance worker. Every time Xiao Zhou blasted a pit into the ground, Xiaobei silently controlled the mud puppets to fill it up, all while shooting a look at the exhausted fox with its tongue out. On the evening of the 3rd day, the sunset was blood red. Wang Xiao was resting on a lounge chair, eyes closed, when suddenly, the air around him grew hot. Not the usual heat, but a suffocating feeling as if even the oxygen was ignited. He suddenly opened his eyes. In the center of the field, Xiao Zhou's 4 limbs gripped the ground, its fur standing on end without wind, as though draped in a red glow. Its energy level was wildly fluctuating. 2800, 2900, 3000. Boom! A visible shockwave exploded from it. Extraordinary, mid-tier. But that wasn't the end. Chirp! Accompanied by a piercing, sky-splitting howl, the 3 tails behind Xiao Zhou suddenly stretched out, like 3 giant columns reaching to the sky. At the tips of the 3 tails, 3 teal-blue fireballs were spinning wildly. No, those were no longer fireballs. They were 3 high-energy plasmas, compressed to the extreme, with clear internal patterns visible. The surrounding space distorted visibly from the high temperature and high-speed rotation, and the sound produced was no longer a screech, but a deep, heart-pounding hum. It was like the rumble of thunder before a storm. 3 tails? Spiral flame jade. Wang Xiao muttered to himself, naming the skill. Go! At Wang Xiao's command, Xiao Zhou's waist tensed, and its 3 tails, like giant serpents, pushed the 3 terrifying flame jades towards the target 50 meters away. That was a set of 3 stacked layers of military-grade alloy steel plates, each layer 1 centimeter thick, said to withstand a hit from a leader-tier beast. But at this moment, there was no explosion. Only the sickening sizzling sound. The 3 flame jades didn't explode upon contact with the steel plates, but instead, like 3 high-speed rotating drills, instantly tore through the first layer of steel. Then came the second and third layers. It felt like a hot knife slicing through butter, impossibly smooth. Until they completely pierced through all 3 steel plates and deeply embedded in the rock behind them. Boom! The delayed explosion finally rang out. The entire fake mountain collapsed instantly, a small mushroom cloud rising into the sky, with flying debris and dust everywhere. Wang Xiao's quick reflexes grabbed Xiaobei beside him, pulling it behind cover. A long time passed, and the smoke finally dissipated. Wang Xiao stuck his head out, looking at the alloy target that was left with only the frame and the large pit, 5 meters in diameter, behind it. His Adam's apple moved up and down with difficulty. This power. This is not a skill. This is clearly a single-soldier tactical missile. First penetrate, then explode. This is the terrifying penetrating power brought by the spiral structure. What dragon scales? What turtle shells? In the face of this move, all beings are equal. In the ruins, Xiao Zhou crawled out covered in dust, breathing heavily, but its eyes shone brightly, scaring anyone who looked at them. It glanced back at its masterpiece, then raised its head and proudly called out to Wang Xiao. Chirp! Boss, this lion's head is strong enough, right? Wang Xiao took a deep breath, walked over, and rubbed its head vigorously, his eyes filled with fervor. Strong enough, damn it, it's more than enough. He glanced at his phone's calendar, then looked at the system panel displaying Xiaozhou's energy level data, just breaking through the 3,000-point barrier. Although the power is sufficient, the control of this move is still not perfect. If it misses in a real battle, I won't even be able to pay for the compensation. Wang Xiao stroked his chin, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Moreover, we are still halfway away from the next evolution node's 6,000 energy points. Relying solely on energy gained from eating resources is too hollow. It must be solidified through high-intensity real battles, and by plundering some energy to replenish the body. These past 2 days have been so idle. By the time the competition starts, the yellow flowers will have wilted. Wang Xiao put away his phone and gazed toward the eastern district of Jinling City, the gathering place of major martial arts schools and private dojos, known as Jinling's Martial Arts Street. Let's go, Xiaozhou. Wang Xiao smiled a nuclear benevolent smile and patted Xiaozhou, who was still happily wagging its tail. Let's go kick some dojos. And give the martial arts world of Jinling a small spiral pill shock. Chapter 47, you call this sparring? This is clearly demolition. In the eastern district of Jinling, the Luyun Martial Arts School. 2 massive stone lions stood majestically at the entrance, and above the vermilion gates hung a wooden plaque made of golden silk nanmo wood, with 4 large characters engraved in a graceful script, Shangshan Ruoshui. Red banners hung on either side, warmly celebrating the grand opening of Luyun Martial Arts School Jinling branch, grand opening, great deals, free guidance, and rewards for winners. Using softness to overcome hardness, borrowing strength to strike. The schoolmaster's philosophy is very poetic. Wang Xiao stood at the foot of the steps, gazing up at the plaque, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Chirp. Boss, can these words be eaten? Xiaozhou lay on his shoulder, its tail lazily sweeping back and forth, staring intently at the pile of exquisite gift boxes on the reception table at the entrance. There was a familiar, enticing scent wafting from them. Wang Xiao followed its gaze, his eyes narrowing slightly. The gift boxes had a golden embossed logo, Ranji, the high-end brand that Su Qinghan had just registered not long ago. Through the semi-transparent packaging, he could see 2 red, translucent cubes lying quietly inside. Tisk, isn't this from the batch I just made the day before yesterday? Wang Xiao murmured inwardly. It seems that Su Dishiao's marketing skills are truly impressive. In just a few days, this special cube has become a hot commodity. Even an old force like Luyun Martial Arts School is willing to buy it at a high price to use as a heavy prize for their opening event. This is the legendary. I earn your money, then kick your dojo, and finally win my product back? This is the perfect commercial closed loop. This is called style, understand? Wang Xiao pressed Xiaozhou's head back down, straightened his collar, and a meaningful curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Remember, we are here to reclaim products, don't drool, it'll make us look like we haven't seen the world. After speaking, he strode inside. 5 minutes later, the master's office. Wang Xiao? Are you the new king from Taming Middle School? Tong Chunlei, who was drinking tea, nearly spit out the water in his mouth. Staring wide-eyed at the boy in cheap sportswear in front of him. As the deputy head of the Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall, he naturally paid attention to the recent New King Challenge competition. But he never expected that Wang Xiao, who was rumored to have a fortune of millions and might even be the illegitimate child of a powerful family, would come here to challenge the hall just for a few boxes of opening gifts. That's me. Wang Xiao humbly nodded his head. I've long admired Hallmaster Tong's great reputation and came here to seek advice. Tong, who, sitting in the main seat, put down the purple clay teapot in his hand. He was around 50 years old, dressed in a loose white training outfit, his beard and hair all white, but his complexion was rosy, and his eyes shone with sharp brilliance when he blinked. I've watched your competition footage. Tong, whose voice was loud, with a metallic tone to it, that burning heart fox was raised well, especially the last move, 3 tails across the sky, which had a hint of the ancient martial arts long spear and great halberd style. However, his tone shifted, and his gaze turned sharp. I heard that your fox is at the peak of its awakening stage? Though it has some explosive abilities, its foundation is too shallow. The younger generation today is too impatient. Wang Xiao didn't argue, only smiling and saying, Hallmaster Tong is right. Actually, I've realized this issue recently, so I've been strengthening my basic training. Oh? Tong, who became interested, how have you strengthened it? It's nothing much, just slightly adjusted my daily routine. Wang Xiao casually said, I get up at 4 in the morning for weighted cross-country training, practicing until midnight. Little Nine has been doing well too, its energy level has slightly increased these days. 4 in the morning? Tong Chunlei, standing beside him, twitched his mouth. Are the young people today really that driven? Shouldn't someone who won the championship be out at the nightclub, popping champagne in celebration? The slight contempt in Tong, whose eyes faded, replaced by a hint of admiration. Having talent isn't scary, what's scary is when someone with talent works harder than you. Interesting. Tong, who stood up, his joints cracking like popping beans, since you've come all the way here, it would be rude of me not to show you a thing or two. Let's go, to the training field. The training field of Flowing Cloud Martial Arts Hall was extremely spacious, with thick stone slabs on the ground and various weapon racks placed around the perimeter. At this moment, dozens of apprentices, all dressed in uniform training outfits, were gathered in a circle, excitedly whispering among themselves. "Did you hear? Someone's here to challenge the hall." "Who? Who's so blind?" "Our big senior brother, Lu Ping, is an extraordinary peak-level master. I think it's a high school student. He came for that Burn Extreme Cube. I heard that thing is impossible to find on the market, and the black market is selling it for 5,000 now." The crowd parted, and Tong Hu walked in with Wang Xiao and Tong Chunlei. "Lu Ping." Tong Hu's gaze swept over the crowd and pointed to a tall, composed young man. "You go up and practice with Wang Xiao." The young man named Lu Ping was momentarily stunned. Before he could speak, a burly, rough-looking apprentice standing next to him stepped forward instead. "Master, why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken?" The burly apprentice grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "A newcomer like this doesn't need senior brother to make a move. Let me, Zhang Meng, entertain him. My enlightened panda is tough and sturdy, just right for him to loosen my pet's bones." Tong Hu glanced at Zhang Meng, pondered for a moment. Although Zhang Meng wasn't the strongest, his pet, the enlightened panda, was a high-level extraordinary beast, with an energy level of 6,500 points, and had mastered defensive techniques like hardening and immovable as a mountain. It was indeed a good test for a newcomer who focused on offense. "All right." Tong Hu nodded. "Just go easy, don't hurt the guest." "Got it." Zhang Meng excitedly rubbed his hands, leaped onto the ring, and a flash of light appeared in his hand. Roar! A deep roar echoed. A giant panda, 3 meters tall with black and white fur standing up like steel needles, crashed to the ground. It didn't have the usual clumsy and adorable look. It was like a moving mountain of flesh, every step causing the arena to tremble slightly. Name, Enlightened Panda. Attribute, Combat/Earth. Energy level, 6,500, supernatural high rank. Skills, Hardening, Proficient, Groundquake Wave, Proficient, Immovable like a mountain, Mastered. Classmate Wang, please go ahead. Zhang Meng crossed his arms confidently. "Don't say I'm bullying you, I'll give you 3 chances. As long as you can break through my panda's defense, I'll admit defeat." The apprentices around them burst into good-natured laughter. Brother Meng is showing off again. But to be fair, the panda's defense is indeed insane. With 6,500 energy, no one at this level can break its defense. How old is that fox, Wang Xiao? I think it's hopeless. Wang Xiao stood on the opposite side of the arena, looking at the mountain of flesh, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. 3 chances? You said it yourself. Xiaojiao, time to work. Wang Xiao patted its shoulder. Chew. Xiaojiao lightly landed on the ground, stretched, and its lazy eyes immediately turned sharp. It could feel the immense energy hidden within the massive opponent before it. 3 days ago, it might have needed to circle around and fight a bit. But now. Since Brother Zhang is so polite, I won't be polite either. Wang Xiao raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Xiaojiao, loosen this panda's bones. Before the words even finished, Xiaojiao, who had been standing still, suddenly blurred. Fox Shadow Step Subtle Entry. The next second, 3 identical Xiaojiaos appeared on the arena, surrounding the enlightened panda in a triangle. All show and no substance. Zhang Meng sneered. Enlightened panda, full body hardening. Immovable like a mountain. V-room. The panda's body glowed with a metallic black sheen, its legs rooted firmly to the ground, transforming into a black iron tower. Go. Wang Zhao's command was brief but strong. The 3 Xiaojiaos moved at the same time. They didn't directly attack but instead leaped high into the air, their 3 tails suddenly expanding, weaving like red silk ribbons in the air. Then, something horrifying happened. Under the illusionary effect of Heavenly Fox Tail Formation 1000 changes, 6 tails formed entirely out of pure flames appeared around the 3 solid tails. 3 real, 6 illusory, 9 tails in total. The temperature in the entire arena shot up instantly, the air warping as if they were standing in a furnace. What? The usually calm Tong Hu suddenly stood up, his pupils contracting violently. This wasn't a simple illusion, the shadow tails contained real high-temperature energy. Bind. Wang Xiao clenched his hand in the air. The 3 Xiaojiaos simultaneously whipped their 3 solid tails, which coiled around the panda's neck, waist, and limbs like fiery chains. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The high temperature scorched the panda's fur, making a sharp, painful sound. Roar. The panda cried out in pain, trying to struggle, but found that the seemingly slender tails were frighteningly tough, and the centrifugal force was draining its strength. Now. Wang Zhao's gaze turned cold, his right hand sharply sweeping down. Smash. In midair, the 6 fire tails moved. They didn't use fancy techniques, only pure, violent, suffocating force. 6 massive flame whips, carrying temperatures of thousands of degrees and terrifying kinetic energy, descended like a thunderous judgment, smashing down onto the bound panda's head. Boom! 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 The 6 crashes almost merged into a single line. Each strike sent tremors through the ground, and stones flew everywhere. The panda's proud, full body hardening, cracked after the first hit. The second strike shattered its protective black light. The third hit smashed its massive body to the ground, forcing it to kneel. The sixth strike. Boom! A dull roar rang out, and the entire arena fell into a deathly silence. As the smoke cleared, a crater several meters in diameter appeared in the center of the arena. The once proud enlightened panda was now lying, sprawled out, at the bottom of the pit. Rolling its eyes, its tongue sticking out long, black smoke billowing from its body, emitting a faint burnt smell. On its broad belly, a small red fox sat gracefully, leisurely licking its own paw. Its 9 tails, 3 solid and 6 ethereal, slowly retracted, eventually returning to the original 3, as if the earlier catastrophic scene was just an illusion. Chirp! Little 9 lifted its head, letting out a cry at the dazed Zhang Mang, its eyes clear and innocent. As if saying, "You made me strike, I didn't even use full force, why did you fall down so quickly?" Zhang Meng's mouth dropped open, his jaw almost hitting his feet. A 6,500 level extraordinary high rank was taken down in an instant by a 3,000 level fox? Is this what you call loosen the bones? This is a demolition office, isn't it? Beside the stands, Tong Hu looked at the crater, then at Wang Xiao, who appeared as calm as if he had only done a trivial thing, his throat nodding painfully. He looked up at the overcoming hardness with softness plaque above his head and suddenly felt a slight pain in his face. This kid, which immortal taught him to be such a monster? Chapter 48, The Ultimate Move. The air in the training ground seemed to freeze. The giant enlightened panda was still twitching at the bottom of the pit, while the culprit, the red fox, sat innocently by the edge of the pit, licking the dust off its paws. Gulp! Someone unknowingly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and in the dead silence, it sounded especially sharp. Tong Hu stared at the big pit, his eye muscles twitching uncontrollably twice. As the master of the Luyun martial arts school, he had seen countless challengers in his life, some with pure strength, some with family backing, but never had he seen a fox use an extraordinary high-level beast as a nail to hammer like this. Interesting. Tong Hu took a deep breath, forcibly calming the raging storm in his heart. He turned to look at Zhang Mang, who was still dazed, his face instantly darkening. Still lying there playing dead? I told you to work on your foundation, but you insisted on building your chest muscles. Now you're being used as a meteor hammer, aren't you embarrassed? Go, wear a 50-kilogram weight and run 100 laps around the back mountain. Don't come back until you finish. Zhang Mang felt like he had been granted a reprieve, not caring about the burnt smell on his body. He quickly gathered himself and ran off, rolling and crawling like a panda. After dealing with his embarrassed disciple, Tong Hu turned his attention back to Wang Xiao. The initial disdain he had for his junior had completely vanished, replaced by the seriousness of seeing one of his kind, or even a monster. Wang, this is not a place to show your full power. Tong Hu made a gesture to invite him to the inner hall, pointing to the depths of the martial arts school. Let's go inside. There's a shield capable of withstanding commander-level attacks, and it will save you from tearing my house down again. Tong Chunlei followed behind, looking at his father's straight but slightly tense back, feeling a bitter pain in his heart. That last strike, even he, as the young master, hadn't seen the specific technique used. It wasn't just strength, it was an ultimate control of energy forms. Inner hall. This place was slightly smaller than the outdoor training ground, but the walls were made of thickened special alloy, and the floor was paved with energy-absorbing rune stones. Lu Ping. Tong Hu stopped, his gaze falling on his silent eldest disciple who had been following behind. Disciple is here. A slender young man with unusually long arms stepped forward. He spoke little, his eyes calm as water, with a black iron longstaff as thick as a wrist on his back. You go up, help Wang with his task. Tong Hu's voice was deep and forceful. Don't hold back. This kid's fox's burst power may have already reached the commander-level threshold. If you're careless, Zhang Mang will be your end. Lu Ping's pupils contracted slightly, and he nodded seriously. Understood. He stepped onto the arena, drew out the long staff from his back, and slammed it hard onto the ground. Boom! The dull impact caused the ground to tremble slightly. Come out, Xiao Gang. With a burst of golden light, the fight began. A giant ape, nearly 4 meters tall with muscles bulging like granite, crashed to the ground with a deafening thud. Its body was covered in light golden fur, arms hanging to its knees, and its eyes burned with a fiery aggression. What stood out most was the massive iron club on its back, perfectly matching its size, gleaming coldly under the light. Name, King Kong Ape. Attribute, Gold/Fighting. Energy level, 9100, peak extraordinary. Status, highly battle ready. 9,000 energy level. Wang Xiao squinted his eyes. This was nothing like Zhang Mang, the chubby panda. A 9100 energy level meant its physical condition and energy reserves were more than 3 times that of Xiaozhou. In the Beastmaster world, this was often called the Wall of Despair. Please teach me. Lu Ping cupped her fists, then her gaze sharpened. King Kong ape, King Kong bodyguard. Buzz. The King Kong ape howled to the sky, and a golden light membrane immediately covered its body, as if it had donned a heavy golden armor. Xiaozhou, same old trick, guerrilla warfare. Wang Xiao calmly ordered. Against such a heavy armored tank, a direct confrontation would be suicidal. Roar. The King Kong ape moved. It seemed clumsy, but its explosive power was terrifying. The stone slabs under its feet cracked as its massive body charged forward like a golden cannonball. Iron cannon fist. Lu Ping let out a low shout. The King Kong ape's right fist clenched tightly, and the air around the fist was rapidly compressed, emitting a piercing explosive sound. Before the punch even arrived, the wind from the punch had already made Xiaozhou's cheek sting with pain. Dodge. Xiaozhou's body flickered, and Fox Shadow Step activated, transforming into a red afterimage, barely avoiding the heavy punch. Boom. The fist crashed into empty air, and the resulting shockwave gouged a deep trench in the ground. Such terrifying power. Wang Xiao's heart shook. If this punch had landed, Xiaozhou would either be dead or severely injured. Sparks flying, seal its movement. Xiaozhou turned in midair and spit out several bursts of bluish-green flames. These flames didn't directly attack the King Kong ape, but instead landed along its path, instantly igniting into walls of fire. However, Lu Ping only smiled coldly. Flames of this level aren't even enough to tickle. Charge through. The King Kong ape ignored the high-temperature firewalls and smashed through them, its King Kong bodyguard, golden light only dimming slightly. Got it. A gleam flashed in Lu Ping's eyes. Just as Xiaozhou was exhausted from its previous attack and hadn't regained its strength, the King Kong ape's absurdly long arm suddenly shot out, its fingers like hooks, aiming to grab Xiaozhou in midair. Heavenly Fox Tail Formation. Wang Xiao shouted. Xiaozhou reacted quickly, its 3 tails suddenly growing large, attempting to coil around the King Kong ape's arm and use its strength to fling the opponent away, just like it did with the panda. But Lu Ping had obviously prepared for this. The same move won't work on me. Hell's roll. The moment Xiaozhou's tail wrapped around the King Kong ape's arm, the giant ape didn't struggle like the panda but instead suddenly used the force of Xiaozhou's move to tilt its body toward the ground and began rolling wildly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The King Kong ape spun like a golden wheel of fire, and the massive centrifugal force exploded instantly. Xiaozhou felt an irresistible giant force pulling at its body, losing balance and being swung like a ragdoll by the King Kong ape, smashing toward the ground. Bad. Wang Xiao's face changed. This was judo technique. This monkey had trained for it. Get down. Lu Ping shouted fiercely. Using the momentum from its spinning, the King Kong ape's arm suddenly swung. Bang. Xiaozhou was slammed hard against the energy shield at the edge of the arena. The blue light curtain shook violently, emitting a grating buzzing sound. Dust and rocks flew everywhere. The entire arena fell silent. It's over. Tong Hu shook his head, a trace of regret flashing in his eyes. The energy level gap is too large, and with Lu Ping's combat experience, it's already impressive that this fox lasted this long. Tong Chunlei also sighed, what a pity, if this were a battle of equal levels. Victory and defeat are indeed hard to say. Lu Ping put away her stance, just about to ask the referee to announce the result, when suddenly, a deep growl came from the smoke and dust. Chirp. Although the voice was weak, it carried an unyielding fierceness. As the smoke cleared, Little Nine wobbled and stood up. A trickle of blood dripped from its mouth, and its once smooth fur looked somewhat messy. But on its body, there was a layer of translucent armor like flowing magma, heart flame guard. At this moment, this armor was covered in cracks like spider webs. Clearly, the blow just now, though mostly blocked, still left it with significant internal injuries from the remaining force. You can still stand? Lu Ping frowned, a bad premonition rising in her heart. A body with a 3,000 level power, taking a 9,000 level fall, and still not broken? That fiery armor, its defense is this strong? Since you're still standing, let's have another one. Lu Ping no longer hesitated, killing intent rising in her eyes. King Kong ape, grab the club. Roar. Strike to the head. The King Kong ape's hand suddenly drew the iron club from its back, and in its palm, violent steel energy surged, transferring wildly into the club. In an instant, the club couldn't withstand the influx of energy and began to emit thick white smoke, accompanied by a shrill sizzling sound. Boom! The King Kong ape bent its legs slightly, causing the ground to crack, and its massive body leapt high. In midair, it exerted force with its waist and abdomen, swinging the iron club with all its might. The deep-sea iron club, crafted from sunken iron, actually bent in midair due to the speed of the swing. In the blink of an eye, the iron club, with the force of a Mount Tai crushing down, was already nearing the head of the heart-flame fox, the air itself cracking under the pressure of the strike. This blow was unstoppable. I can't dodge it. Wang Xiao looked at the iron club rapidly enlarging in his retina, but there was no panic in his eyes. Instead, a wild gambler's spark ignited. Since I can't dodge it, then, let's smash it. Little Nine, let it witness what true mastery is. Wang Xiao's voice exploded in the mental link. 3 tails. Spiral flame orb. Chirp. Little Nine let out a long howl, its previously weak aura suddenly surging. The 3 tails behind it shot out straight, like 3 sea dragons, charging straight at the falling iron club. At the tips of the 3 tails, 3 cyan blue fireballs did not launch as before. Instead, they were tightly bound at the tail tips, spinning wildly. Whining. The sharp screech echoed throughout the arena. It was the sound of the air being torn apart in agony. Looking for death. Lu Ping snorted coldly. Using a tail to directly clash with an iron club made of metal? This was an egg hitting a rock. The next second, the rapidly spinning spiral flame orbs collided violently with the red-hot iron club in midair. It wasn't the instant shattering one might have imagined. Sizzling. The teeth-gritting sound of metal scraping overwhelmed everything. Those 3 flame orbs, only the size of fists, now acted like 3 ultra-high-speed diamond drill bits, forcefully pressing against the several thousand-pound iron club. The centrifugal force from the spin violently dissipated the kinetic energy from the iron club, while the high-temperature cyan flames were crazily burning through the club's body. What? Lu Ping widened her eyes. She stared in horror as the so-called indestructible iron club made from deep-sea iron actually bent at the point of contact. Not only did it bend, but it even started turning red, softening. Break for me. Wang Xiao roared. Little Nine's 3 tails shook in unison, and the spiral force exploded instantly. Boom. A massive sound erupted, and the King Kong ape felt its palms violently shake. An indescribable high temperature surged through the iron club, and its arms instantly went numb. The iron club flew out of its hands, crashing heavily into the protective shield. Its massive body was also knocked backward by the recoil, landing and stumbling several steps. Its hands trembled, and its palms were scorched black. How is this possible? Tong Chunlei's jaw nearly hit the ground. This is a collision of commander-level power. Before the crowd could recover from their shock. It's not over yet. Wang Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Little Nine, Heart Flame Avatar. On the arena, the exhausted Little Nine suddenly split into 2 figures. One of them, an avatar made purely of flame, instantly charged out. This was the Heart Flame Avatar, at the mastery level, which not only looked lifelike but could inherit up to 50% of the main body's power. Although it had only half the strength, the diamond ape was at a moment when its strength had already been drained, and its arms were numb and stiff, unable to defend at all. Bind! The avatar's 3 tails immediately wrapped around the diamond ape's legs and waist, locking it tightly. Little Nine, finish it! The real Little Nine followed closely behind, using the avatar's cover to rush directly in front of the diamond ape. Its 3 tails lit up again, and 3 new, slightly smaller but spinning much faster spiral flame orbs instantly formed. This time, there was no iron rod to block it. Only the diamond ape's golden eyes filled with terror. Good night, big guy. Wang Xiao snapped his fingers. Poof. 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 The 3 spiral flame orbs, arranged in a triangular shape, crashed into the diamond ape's chest. The golden light of diamond protection only lasted for 0.1 seconds under the spiral drilling before shattering. What followed was a dull thudding sound and the ensuing explosion. Boom. A cyan fire pillar shot through, sending the diamond ape's massive body flying more than 10 meters, crashing heavily into the wall, unable to be dislodged. As the dust settled, the diamond ape rolled its eyes, its chest a charred black, completely unconscious. Meanwhile, Little Nine stood in the center of the arena, its avatar slowly dissipating into sparks that merged into its body. It flicked its tail, disdainfully glancing at the iron rod bent at a 90-degree angle on the ground, then turned to look at Wang Xiao. Chirp. Boss, can this stick be sold as scrap metal for some jerky? The entire inner hall was silent. Tom, who looked at the large crater on the wall, then at Wang Xiao, who looked completely calm, feeling his throat go dry. This is mid-stage transcendent? Can your mid-stage transcendent beat a 9,000-level diamond ape into a wall painting? This destruction is the kind of power only commanders should have. I yield. Wang Xiao walked onto the arena, picking up the exhausted Little Nine, took a square from his pocket, and popped it into its mouth, then smiled and looked at the petrified Lu Ping. Brother Lu, I'll just take this box of Burn Extreme cubes, if you don't mind? After returning from the Luyun Martial Arts Hall, for a full month, Wang Xiao's rental apartment seemed to have transformed into a forbidden zone. The curtains were welded shut, and soundproof runes were pasted all over the walls. The neighbors only knew that heavy thuds often came from that apartment, occasionally mixed with the fox's sharp screams and the sound of sharp blades cutting through the air. Next door, Aunt Wang almost took out her phone several times, suspecting that illegal dismemberment activities were happening inside. In fact, the truth was even more brutal than they imagined. Wang Xiao was training soldiers. At 3 a.m. Boom! A dull thud. Little Nine lay in a big shape on the specially made gravity floor, its tongue hanging out halfway, its red fur soaked with sweat, looking like a drowned chicken just pulled out of a washing machine. Behind it, 3 deep, bottomless charred holes on the wall were still emitting wisps of smoke, the result of 3 consecutive, spiral flame orbs. 10th group, completed. Wang Xiao held a stopwatch, expressionless as he recorded the data in his notebook, looking like a cold supervisor. Spiral duration increased by 0.5 seconds, firing interval shortened to 1.2 seconds, energy fluctuations stable. Not bad, this 3 million worth of nutrients was worth it. Chirp. Boss, I can't go on, even the production team's donkey wouldn't work this hard. Little Nine struggled to lift a paw and pointed at its deflated belly. His gaze was unfocused, life no longer held any attraction for him. In this 1 month, it had experienced the darkest moments of a fox's life. Every day, it was nothing but eating and training, eat, then train. After training, eat again. Wang Xiao, that demon, had forcibly pushed it to turn the move that could drain the body dry into a simple basic attack. From the beginning, where a single hit would leave it dizzy, to now being able to instantly fire 3 shots in a row without losing consciousness, countless premium dried meats and its own blood and tears had filled the gap in between. Stop playing dead, get up and drink this bottle of high-energy fire element extract. Wang Xiao casually tossed a red potion worth 5,000 yuan, as if tossing a bottle of mineral water. The 996 grind now is for the ICU later. No, it's for less bloodshed on the battlefield in the future. Just think about it, when you evolve into a blazing passion demon fox, won't that be the epitome of grace and beauty? At that time, not just female foxes, even female tigers would be weak in the knees when they see you. Xiao Zhou's ears twitched. Although it felt like the boss was just making grand promises, the name Blazing Passion Demon Fox still sounded so cool that it reluctantly perked up, caught the potion, and glugged it down. On the other side of the room, the scene was completely different. Swish. 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 No complaints, only the nerve-tingling sound of cutting. Xiao Bei floated in midair, emitting a cold black light, resembling a tireless, precise machine. It controlled 2 puppets, constructed from high-strength alloy wood, engaging in an intense fight with each other. The puppet on the left held a wooden sword, while the one on the right held a wooden shield. Black threads, like puppet strings, precisely connected each joint. In an instant, the wooden sword bypassed the shield at an extremely tricky angle, landing precisely on the puppet's throat. Meanwhile, Xiao Bei's main body wasn't idle. The vine-like extensions of its body had 2 solidified, soul-searing sides, wildly spinning at the tips, performing dozens of cuts per second, attempting to slice the dust in the air in half. In fact, when Xiao Zhou dirted the floor, it even split off 2 threads, picked up a cloth, and casually wiped the floor. Left hand kills, right hand cleans windows. This was professionalism. Wang Xiao watched the scene, nodding in satisfaction. I'm not afraid of genius having talent, I fear that genius works harder than you. An employee like Xiao Bei, who brings its own supplies and volunteers for overtime, was a capitalist's dream pet. System, scan status. Wang Xiao lightly moved his mind and skillfully called out the panel. The truth scales slightly swayed, and 2 lines of data flowed down like a waterfall. Name, Blazeheart Fox, Xiaozhou. Attributes, Fire/Mental. Energy level, 50-20, middle stage of transcendence. Skills. Spark Splatter, perfect flames turn blue, reigniting. Fox Shadow Step, mastered shrink into an inch, with residual shadows becoming real. Celestial Fox Tail Formation, perfect 3-tail spiral flame jewel, max proficiency, can release 3 times in a row. Heartfire Protection, mastered liquid fire armor, 30% counterattack rate. Status, bottleneck period, requires special environmental stimulation to complete life stage evolution. Evolution path, Blazing Passion Demon Fox, 99% compatibility. Name, Shadow Bud, Xiao Bei. Attributes, Wood/Shadow. Energy level, 2100, early stage of transcendence. Skills. Shadow Threads, mastered increased toughness, with added nerve paralysis toxin. Puppet Tricks, mastered can control 3 puppets simultaneously, with a delay of less than 0.01 seconds. Soul-Searing Scythe, mastered adds tear effect, wounds cannot heal. 5000 energy level. Wang Xiao stared at Xiao Zhou's data, frowning slightly. In 1 month, millions of resources were consumed, pushing the energy level to 5000. At this speed, it would make those so-called geniuses outside ashamed enough to jump off a building. But it was still far from Wang Xiao's target 6,000 energy level for perfect evolution, a full 1,000 short. And it was stuck. For the past 3 days, no matter how much nutrient solution was given, Xiaozhou's energy level had become stagnant like a still pond. Simply piling up resources has reached its limit, the body has developed a resistance. Wang Xiao closed the notebook, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. The brain raced at full speed. The flame heart fox wants to evolve into the fiery demon fox, and it's not just about energy accumulation, it's also a complete genetic restructuring. It needs a baptism of fire elements, an extreme high pressure that's enough to break and then reorganize cells. A normal fire-type training room couldn't meet this condition anymore. Even a top-tier simulated environment like Su Qinghan's home could only simulate it, lacking the wild rhythm of nature's forces. I need to find the real thing. Wang Xiao thought for a moment and found a number in his contacts. Note, Director Deng, Connections. It was Deng Yuanshan, whom he had met during the professional certification exam, the director of the Jinling Beast Master Center, and a master beast tamer with great knowledge and experience. Do. The phone rang twice before being answered. Hello? Wang Xiao? Deng Yuanshan's voice sounded warm, even with a hint of surprise. So, have you thought it over? Are you planning to join our Beast Master Center? I'll tell you, as long as you come, the benefits and treatment are up to you. Don't flatter me, Mr. Deng, I'm still in school. Wang Xiao said politely, then got straight to the point. Actually, I'd like to ask you something. Is there a natural environment near Jinling that's extremely rich in fire elements, ideally close to a violent state? I need to train my beast for a breakthrough. A place with violent fire elements? There was a pause on the other end of the line, followed by Deng Yuanshan's voice, as if suddenly realizing something. Ah, I see, you're talking about the Falling Star Volcano. Falling Star Volcano? Wang Xiao was stunned, the name sounded somewhat familiar. Yes, that's it. It's an annual event here in Jinling. Deng Yuanshan explained with a laugh, about 300 miles west of Jinling, there's an active volcano, the Falling Star Volcano. It's quite interesting, every year at this time, it goes through a periodic energy eruption. But don't worry, the volcano is now under the jurisdiction of the Beast Master Alliance. Decades ago, the Alliance set up a large energy diversion array there, controlling those world-destroying eruptions into mild energy tides. Now, it's a large-scale fire element training sanctuary. Every year during the eruption period, the Alliance opens registration, and as long as you're a registered Beast Master, you can sign up and go. The order inside is very good, with Alliance Guard teams patrolling, so you don't have to worry about things like killing or treasure snatching. Many fire-type Beast Masters take their beasts there to soak up the energy, and if they're lucky, they might even find some fire spirit crystals. Wang Zhao's eyes lit up. Officially certified, safe, and reliable, and the best part, you can even get energy for free? Wasn't this the perfect place for Xiaozhou to evolve? Thank you for the advice, Mr. Deng. No need to thank me. By the way, if you're going, it's best to get there early, the good spots go fast. Wang Xiao hung up, feeling good. Since it was such a public event, he'd surely run into a lot of familiar faces. A person suddenly flashed in his mind, Tong Hu from the Luyun Martial Arts Hall. This old man was also an expert with fire, and after their last sparring match, the two had become familiar enemies, with their relationship remaining cordial. With this thought, Wang Xiao dialed Tong Hu's number. Hello? Hallmaster Tong, how have you been? Wang Xiao? Tong Hu's voice was still loud. You, kid, always have something up your sleeve. Is the price of those cubes going up again? What are you saying? Am I that kind of person? Wang Xiao smiled. I heard the Falling Star Volcano is about to erupt, and since you're an expert in fire, I wondered if you'd be interested in joining the excitement? Ha ha ha. You kid are well informed. Tong Hu laughed a few times. To be honest, I'm just packing up. That brat Chunlei's fire sparrow has also hit a bottleneck, and I was planning to take him to the volcano and see if we can catch a wave of the energy tides to push it up to the leader level. That's perfect. Wang Xiao immediately said, I was also planning to take Xiaozhou for special training. How about we go together? All right. The more, the merrier. Tong Hu agreed readily. Let's meet at the martial arts hall entrance at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Take my car. It's specially made, shockproof and heat-resistant, very comfortable. Then I'll trouble you, Director Tong. After hanging up the phone, Wang Xiao stretched lazily and turned to look at Little Nine, still lying on the ground like a dead body. Little Nine, get up and pack your things. Shoo? What now? Didn't we just finish training? I'll take you on a trip tomorrow. Wang Xiao smiled slightly as he gazed out the window at the bright sunlight. It's a work-sponsored trip, all expenses paid, with a special car to pick us up. Only someone like your boss can enjoy such a good deal. The next morning. A heavy black SUV, looking like an armored vehicle, was parked by the roadside, and Tong Chunlei was struggling to load large bags of supplies into the trunk. Here. Seeing Wang Xiao, carrying a travel bag, walking over, Tong Hu lowered the car window and waved enthusiastically. Wang Xiao, get in. Have you had breakfast? There's hot soy milk in the car. Thanks, Director Tong. Wang Xiao wasn't polite, opening the door and getting in. The car was spacious and cool, definitely much more comfortable than squeezing into a bus. A lot of people are going to the volcano this time. Tong Hu said while starting the car, I heard that besides us from Jilin, young talents from several surrounding cities are coming too. After all, such a safe and efficient training opportunity only comes once a year. Wang Xiao, how's your fox doing now? Tong Chunlei, sitting in the passenger seat, turned his head, curious. Wang Xiao smiled humbly, pulling a block from his bag and handing it to little Nine as a snack. It's just a slight improvement, mostly preparing for this evolution. Evolution? Tong Hu's hand shook, and the car almost swerved in an S shape. He looked through the rearview mirror, his eyes widening in disbelief as he watched the red fox happily munching on the block. Your fox, didn't it just break through to the extraordinary stage not long ago? And now it's going to evolve? This is too absurd. Did your fox inflate itself? Good luck, good luck. Wang Xiao had a sincere look on his face, his tone carrying a bit of humble bragging. It's mainly because this kid works hard, training extra tough this month. Tong Hu and Tong Chunlei exchanged glances, both seeing deep skepticism in each other's eyes. Works hard? This fox, which seemed to only eat and sleep with clear, innocent eyes? They clearly remembered that during the last fight at the martial arts challenge, this fox's first action after a fight was to look for food from its owner. However, since Wang Xiao said so, they didn't press the issue further. The car drove out of the city, heading west along the wide national highway. Destination, Fallen Star Volcano. A place where the hardcore grinders and geniuses would meet. The SUV rolled over the scorched gravel, making a biting screeching sound. The scenery outside the window had completely changed. The lush broadleaf trees had turned into low, fire-resistant shrubs, and the air was thick with the scent of sulfur. The surface temperature visibly increased, and even the air at the horizon seemed to distort with a shimmering ripple. We're here. Tong Hu slammed the brakes, and the SUV came to a steady stop in front of a huge checkpoint. In front of them was the foot of the Fallen Star volcano. The red-brown mountain loomed like a dormant beast, its peak constantly shrouded in thick smoke, occasionally flashing dark red flames within the clouds, like the creature's breath. Although it was called a cultivation holy land, it wasn't as peaceful as imagined. In fact, it resembled a noisy market. Hundreds of specially designed heat-resistant tents were packed together at the foot of the mountain in the safety zone, with various shouts and animal roars filling the air. Freshly roasted fire lizard tails. Only 2,000 per tail. High price paid for fire essence crystals, no tricks for the old or young. Wang Xiao opened the door and got out of the car, and a hot wave immediately hit him in the face, as if someone were blowing a hairdryer directly at him. Chirp. So warm, I want to eat ice cream. Little Nine lay on Wang Xiao's shoulder, its ears drooping weakly, while its tail swayed honestly. Clearly, the concentration of fire elements here made it feel comfortable. Hang in there, once you evolve, I'll buy you a whole box. Wang Xiao casually promised, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The truth scales vibrated slightly. In his field of vision, the entire energy flow diagram of the volcano instantly appeared. Countless red lines intertwined like blood vessels inside the mountain, eventually gathering towards several nodes. Let's go, we need to register first. Tong Hu expertly led the two towards the office established by the Alliance. The office was a fortress built from obsidian, with the air conditioning turned up high. We need 3 cultivation spots in Area A. Tong Hu slapped 3 Beastmaster certificates onto the counter, speaking with an imposing tone. Area A was the region with the highest concentration of energy in the Fallen Star volcano, located halfway up the mountain. Although the cost was high, Tong Hu had spared no expense for his son and Wang Xiao this time. The staff behind the counter was a middle-aged, overweight man, lazily scrolling through his phone. He glanced up at the Jinling City text on the certificates, then casually pushed the certificates back. Area A is full. Full? Tong Hu furrowed his brow. I checked yesterday, there were still more than 10 spots left. That was yesterday. The fat man didn't even look up. This morning, the Beastmaster team from Kanglin City's high school came and took all the remaining spots in Area A. If you want to train, go to Area C or D, there are plenty of spots there. Kanglin City? The provincial capital? Tong Hu's face darkened. Areas C and D were at the foot of the mountain. The energy concentration there was far lower than in Area A. Training in such a place was no different from heating a furnace at home. Can we make an exception? Tong Hu lowered his voice and, without showing any emotion, slid over a high-end cigarette. We came all the way here, even if you just give us 1 spot. No exceptions. The fat man didn't take the cigarette, impatiently waving his hand. That's the provincial Key High School's training team. The leader is even a professional beastmaster. They're preparing for the provincial league. Who would dare to upset them? Hurry up and leave, don't block the people behind. Tonghu's face turned red with anger, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, but he still held back in the end. The common people don't fight with the officials, the poor don't compete with the rich. In the world of beastmasters, resource monopolies by big cities are the norm. Wang Xiao, what do you think, should we try squeezing into Area B? Tonghu turned his head and said awkwardly, it's not ideal, but if we spend more time, we can make do. Wang Xiao didn't speak. He was staring at the large map of the volcano on the wall, the data streams in his eyes updating rapidly. Analyzing the area. Area A, energy concentration 85%, flow speed steady. Area B, energy concentration 60%, with more impurities. Area C/D, trash. Wang Zhao's gaze skipped over these standard areas, finally locking onto a red-crossed area marked abandoned mine pit in the corner of the map. To the average person, it looked like a worthless dead zone, with hard rocks and sparse fire elements. But in the vision of the truth scales, 300 meters below that location, there was a fire dragon vein squeezed and deformed by the rock layers. Due to extreme pressure, the energy had been compressed to its limit, but because the outlet was blocked, it hadn't manifested. Hidden node, energy concentration 120%, extremely violent. Status, requires physical venting. Evaluation, a natural high-pressure evolution chamber. As long as you're not afraid of an explosion, this is heaven. No need to go to Area B. Wang Xiao withdrew his gaze, a playful curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Tonghu, you'll save some money. I know a good place, it's free. Half an hour later. Wang Xiao led the Tonghu family, who were half skeptical, away from the noisy main road and onto a narrow, overgrown path. The farther they walked, the more remote it became, yet the temperature around them didn't drop, but instead, there was a stifling heat. Wang Xiao, are you sure it's here? Tong Chunlei wiped his sweat away, looking at the rocky wasteland ahead. This place doesn't even have a single fire spirit grass growing. What kind of energy could there be? Don't rush, good meals never come too late. Wang Xiao walked up to a huge black rock. This rock was as tall as 2 stories, blocking the mountain's crevice like a plug. Xiaojiao, time to work. Wang Xiao patted its shoulder. Shoo! Xiaojiao leaped into the air, its 3 tails unfurling. Aim at that gap and use spiral flame jade. Don't make it too big, just drill a hole. Xiaojiao understood at once. The tip of its tail glowed, and a flame jade, the size of a ping-pong ball, spun so fast it made a sharp screeching sound, instantly forming. Go! Poof! The flame jade precisely drilled into the crack at the bottom of the huge stone. There was no explosive sound, only a muffled hum coming from underground. Then. Whoo! A crimson fire pillar shot out from the small hole, like a high-pressure water jet, soaring into the sky. The surrounding temperature instantly rose by 20 degrees. Tonghu and his son stood stunned, feeling the pure fire element rushing at them, so dense it nearly suffocated them. This is the essence of underground fire? Tonghu's voice faltered, the concentration is more than double that of Area A. Wang Xiao, did you have your eyes blessed? I know a bit about feng shui. Wang Xiao casually lied, though his heart was bleeding. Every second this was spraying out, it's money. Quick! While no one has noticed, set up the formation. However, just as they were about to occupy this precious land, a sharp wind-breaking sound suddenly struck. Whoosh! A burning spear landed right beside Wang Xiao, sinking 3 inches into the stone, its tail feathers still violently shaking. This place, we're taking it. An arrogant voice came from above. Chapter 51, you call this cleaning up? This is garbage sorting. Kanglan City, Zhongli. The boy standing above the rock looked down from a height, wearing a costly fireproof combat suit, a shining Kanglan First High School team badge pinned to his chest. His gaze was condescending, as if he were looking at 3 beggars who had accidentally wandered into his private domain. I've taken a liking to this node. You have 3 minutes. Take your trash and get out. Zhongli snapped his fingers, and from the crack in space beside him, a 3-meter-long fiery lizard emerged. Its scales were as red as a hot iron, and it exhaled thick smoke, exuding the pressure of a mid-tier extraordinary being. Tonghu's expression darkened, and he was about to step forward to reason, but Wang Xiao reached out to stop him. Wang Xiao glanced at the panel. Fiery lizard, mid-tier extraordinary, skills mediocre, except for the energy level nourished by spending money, there's no real skill involved. Xiaojiao is adjusting its state, preparing for evolution. This kind of thing isn't worth its energy. Wang Xiao spoke as calmly as if discussing what to have for dinner. He slightly turned his head and looked at the shadow stretched at his feet. Xiaobei, clean it up. Clean up? Zhongli seemed to hear a huge joke, his gaze falling on the mutated weed at Wang Zhao's feet. This mutated weed? Are you here to joke? Fiery lizard, burn it down. Roar. The fiery lizard roared, its throat bulging, and a pillar of orange-red flame shot out, carrying high heat, directly towards Wang Xiao and the others. However, Wang Xiao didn't even blink. Just as the flames were about to engulf them, that weed moved. There were no flashy light effects, just pure speed. From the shadow, Ying Beilei's figure instantly split into three. Two of the phantoms remained in place, enduring the fire's scorching, while the real body slid across the ground like a ghost, immediately cutting into the fiery lizard's blind spot at its abdomen. Shadow spinning silk mastery level. Several dark, ink-like threads intertwined in the air, each glowing with a metallic cold light. Zhangli didn't even have time to understand what happened before he heard a painful, grinding cutting sound. Szzz. The fiery lizard's proud flame jet abruptly stopped. Because its mouth was stitched shut. Several tough shadow threads had perfectly bound its upper and lower jaws. Not only did it physically block its skills, but it also deeply embedded itself into its scales. Then, more threads spread like living creatures, winding along its limbs, instantly binding it into a huge black ball of thread. From the moment of the attack to the end, 2 seconds. How is this possible? The sarcasm on Zhang Li's face instantly froze, replaced by a look of terrifying fear as if he had seen a ghost. His fire lizard was a mid-tier extraordinary beast. Even when facing opponents of the same level, it could fight back. How could it be instantly killed by a plant-based pet beast? Not even a spark was made? There's nothing impossible. Wang Xiao stuffed his hands in his pockets, his tone indifferent. In my housekeeper's eyes, garbage that can't be sorted needs to be forcibly packed. Before his words even finished, one of Ying Beilei's vines suddenly whipped out, lifting the lizard ball that weighed several hundred kilograms, as if throwing a bag of kitchen waste, drawing a graceful parabola in the air. Bang! The fire lizard, along with its master Zhangli, was accurately thrown 50 meters away, crashing into the bushes in the distance. Next time, remember, recyclable garbage and hazardous waste should be thrown separately. Wang Xiao waved at the stunned Zhangli in the distance, then turned to Ying Beilei. Well done, I'll add a chicken leg for you when we go back. Oh no, high-energy ores. Ying Beilei didn't show any joy of victory. Instead, she disdainfully shook the dust off the vine, then controlled the silk threads to rearrange the scattered stones on the ground, only then retracting into the shadow with satisfaction. Dead silence. Tonghu and his son stood to the side, their mouths agape as if a light bulb could fit in. Especially Tonghu, being a senior hallmaster, his sharp eyes caught everything. In that split second, he saw clearly that Ying Beilei didn't use brute force, but technique. That was the precise control of the shadow-spinning silk cultivated to the bone. Old Tong, why are you in a daze? Set up the formation. Wang Xiao's voice interrupted Tonghu's thoughts. Ha? Oh. Set up the formation. Tonghu suddenly snapped out of his trance and hurriedly instructed his son to work. But his gaze toward Wang Xiao had completely changed. This kid, not only does his main pet beast have terrifying power, but even the second team support is ridiculously strong. He turned to look at his son Tong Chunlei, who was happily moving stones, and suddenly felt a surge of frustrated anger in his heart. Same 9 years of compulsory education, how come someone raises a killer while you raise a useless eater? Dad, why are you looking at me like that? It's creepy. Tong Chunlei shrunk his neck, feeling a chill down his spine. Tonghu took a deep breath and showed a smile that was both kind and somewhat fierce. Chunlei, when we go back, let's triple the intensity of our dojo's special training. Ha? A night passed in silence. Although it was just an abandoned mine pit, under Wang Xiao's guidance, it was transformed into a simple spirit-gathering array. The next morning, as the first light of dawn appeared at the horizon. Dong dong dong, 3 clear bells echoed throughout the Starfall volcano, and the once noisy camp instantly fell silent. All the beast masters walked out of their tents, their expressions solemn as they gazed towards the mountaintop. Wang Xiao also stepped out with Xiaojiu. At the top of the volcano, a figure stood with hands behind its back, floating in the wind. It was an elderly man, with hair and beard completely white, wearing a simple Zhongshan suit. Though he was thousands of meters away, the aura he radiated made every single person present feel it hard to breathe. Legendary Beast Master, Protector of Jinling, Du Chuan. So, that's a legendary powerhouse. Wang Xiao narrowed his eyes. The truth scales were frantically warning, showing that the opponent's energy level was so high that it couldn't even be read, all displayed as question marks. The auspicious time has come. Du Chuan's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly exploded in everyone's ears. I invite the guardian god, grant us blessings. Boom boom boom, the entire Starfall volcano suddenly began to shake violently. It wasn't an earthquake, but a resonance coming from the very depths of the soul. The originally gray sky was instantly dyed a brilliant crimson gold. The clouds swirled as if some massive creature was awakening. Shoo! Boss, that's a huge moth. Little Nine crouched on Wang Xiao's shoulder, its fur standing on end, a natural instinctive shudder when low-tier creatures face mythical beings. Wang Xiao looked up, his pupils shrinking in an instant. The clouds split open. A gigantic creature, with a wingspan of over 100 meters, slowly descended. It had the form of a bird, but its wings were not made of scales or feathers. Instead, they were made of flowing magma and burning flames. Every flap of its wings left behind a beautiful fiery trail in the air, like the embers of a phoenix's rebirth. One of the Dragon Kingdom's guardians, the wildfire golden crow. So this is the overwhelming presence of a totem-level creature? Wang Xiao felt his heart tremble. This was not a force that mere mortals could fight against. This was a walking disaster, a living god. Buzz. The wildfire golden crow hovered above the volcano's mouth, emitting a celestial, ethereal cry. Immediately after, it flapped its wings powerfully. Skill, sunshine. Countless crimson gold light spots fell like a shower of flowers, gently descending, covering the entire fallen star volcano. These light spots were not physical objects, but highly condensed fragments of fire-based rules. Now, everyone meditate. Dushuan's voice rang out again. There was no need for reminders. Tens of thousands of beastmasters had already crossed their legs and sat down. Their beasts howled to the sky, greedily devouring the gifts falling from the heavens. Roar! In the direction of Area A pillar of fire shot into the sky. It's evolved. My lava beast has evolved into an obsidian golem. Someone shouted in joy. My fire dinosaur evolved too. It's a flame tyrannosaurus. For a moment, the entire mountain was filled with flashes of evolution, like fireworks on New Year's Eve, the scene magnificent beyond imagination. However, in that inconspicuous abandoned mine, Wang Xiao did not rush to let Little Nine absorb it. He stared fixedly at the ground fissure that had been opened. With the arrival of the wildfire golden crow, the underground fire dragon vein had completely boiled. What spouted out was not just fire elements, but also a faint, golden thread. That was a trace of the golden crow's primordial aura, traveling through the earth veins, overflowing at this very moment. This is the real grand prize. A trace of madness flashed in Wang Xiao's eyes. He grabbed the eager Little Nine, pushing it directly onto the spot where the golden thread was spewing out. Little Nine, absorb it. Don't care if it might burst, even if you have to use up your entire lifetime's appetite, absorb this divine essence. Today's evolution, either become a god, or turn to ash. Shoo! Little Nine let out a harsh, desperate scream, its three tails tightly coiled around the rocks, its mouth wide open, devouring the golden thread that could melt steel. Boom! In the abandoned mine, a cyan gold pillar of light erupted, 10 times brighter than Area A, shooting straight into the sky. Chapter 52, The Overlord Descends. Sorry, king-level creatures can only kneel. Fallen Star Volcano, Area A. Boom! A gold-red pillar of light, more than 10 meters in diameter, violently broke through the clouds, brutally pushing aside all surrounding fire elements. At the center of the light pillar, a slender creature, covered in streamlined golden crystal armor, roared, its canine form standing tall. It stepped on the void, and every bark sent visible ripples through the air, a miniature sun slowly rising behind its head, exuding an overwhelming majesty. That is Lin Xingwan's sundog. It's evolved. It really evolved. The crowd immediately went wild, countless envious, jealous, and fanatical eyes focused on the side of the light pillar. There stood a girl in a silver-white combat uniform, with a high ponytail, her expression cool and proud. She stroked her just-evolved pet, a smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Corona War Dog, King-level potential. Someone trembled as they read the data on the catalog. My god, is Kanglan City going to defy the heavens this year? At just the third year of high school, having a pet beast with monarch-level potential, as long as it doesn't die halfway, it's certain that there'll be a master beast tamer with a title in the future. So strong. That pressure just now almost scared my phoenix into soiling itself. Lin Xingwan enjoyed the astonished gazes around her, scanning the entire area before her eyes finally landed on her pet beast. The solar Corona Warhound, with both fire and light attributes, naturally carries the aura of intimidation. Well done. Lin Xingwan murmured softly, in this provincial competition, no one will be able to stop you. Woof woo. The solar Corona Warhound proudly raised its head, ready to release a solar wave to announce its birth. However, at the moment it opened its mouth, its pupils suddenly shrank to pinpricks. The proud head that was lifted high seemed to be violently pressed down by an invisible giant hand, its forelimbs giving way as it helplessly let out a whimper, its entire golden crystal armor trembling violently. It wasn't just it. Throughout the entire fallen star volcano, within a radius of several kilometers, all the fire-type beasts that had been cheering and roaring were now muted. Everything fell silent. A terrifying chill, originating from the depths of the soul, began to spread madly through the air. What's happening? Lin Xingwan's face changed drastically. Solar Corona, what's wrong with you? A pet beast with monarch-level potential was actually afraid? Could there be a wild lord-level beast nearby? Before anyone could react, a strange, almost unnatural aura surged from the direction of the unremarkable abandoned mine at the foot of the mountain, sweeping over like a tsunami. It wasn't hot. It was even somewhat cold. This cold wasn't physical, it went straight into the heart. All the beast tamers present suddenly felt an inexplicable sadness rise from within, tears flowing uncontrollably down their faces. The next second, it turned into wild joy. Then came fury, terror, sorrow. The 7 emotions, 6 desires, all completely lost control at this moment. What's happening to my emotions? Tong Hu clutched his chest, laughing one moment, crying the next, his behavior completely mad. Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao is still in that mine. Inside the abandoned mine. Wang Xiao was sitting cross-legged, his face as pale as paper, but his eyes shone with a terrifying light. The rocks in front of him had long turned into a lake of magma, and at the center of the lake, a small figure was floating in mid-air. It was Xiao Jiao. At this moment, it no longer resembled the original red fox in any way. The core fire lotus seed and the essence of the wild golden crow were violently undergoing nuclear fusion within it. Chirp! A mournful yet reborn long cry instantly shattered the clouds in the sky. The originally red flames began to change colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. 7 colored flames intertwined around it, each flame representing an extreme emotion. Is this the blazing passion demon fox? Wang Xiao stared fiercely at the rapidly refreshing data stream of the truth balance, his heart beating violently. Energy values surged past 6,000, 7,000, 8,000. The racial shackles were shattering. Reconstruction was underway. Boom! The tail behind Xiao Jiao suddenly expanded. 1, 2, 3, until 6. 6 long tails swirled wildly in the air, the tips burning with 7 colored, glass-like flames. As the tail swayed, those flames wove together in the air to form a giant illusion. A red fox. Not a physical fox, but one formed purely from the flames of emotion. It coiled in mid-air above the mine, silently howling at the sky. At this moment, the heavens and earth changed colors. The clouds in the sky were dyed with an eerie 7-colored glaze, like a huge mirror reflecting the faces of everyone below, also reflecting their deepest desires. What kind of monster is this? Lin Xingwan in Area A turned pale, her proud solar corona warhound now lying on the ground, burying its head deep into the soil, too terrified to even glance at the illusory figure. That was an absolute dominance in terms of rank. If the solar corona warhound was a monarch of the mortal world, then the creature born at this moment was a demon god walking amidst the red dust. The light in the mine faded away. All the strange phenomena, like a whale sucking water, spiraled back, eventually merging into the floating figure. Little Nine slowly opened its eyes. In that instant, Wang Xiao felt as though his soul was being sucked in. Double pupils. One eye had 2 pupils, deep as an abyss, disturbingly enchanting. Its body had not grown huge, instead, it had become more slender and graceful. Its fur was a perfect shade of red jade, and 6 tails slowly swayed behind it like a peacock's feathers, radiating an overwhelming elegance and nobility. Name, Fiery Demon Fox. Attributes, Fire Mind Space. Potential, Overlord level. Current energy level, Peak Extraordinary, 9500/10,000. Skills, Glorious Purifier, Super Tier, Space Cage, High Tier, Mental Force, High Tier, Teleportation, High Tier. Overlord level. Wang Xiao swallowed hard, his throat dry. As long as it doesn't fall midway, this fox might one day have the chance to reach the supreme totem level. This 5 million was worth it. This isn't just a bicycle turning into a motorcycle, this is a bicycle turning into a dreadnought. Chew. After completing its evolution, Little Nine seemed pleased with its new look. It gently landed, its 6 tails elegantly folding in, and it walked towards Wang Xiao, rubbing affectionately against his pant leg. Though its appearance had become cold and alluring, the look in its eyes, wanting dried meat, remained clear and foolish. Stop rubbing, you're going to set my pants on fire. Wang Xiao smiled and patted its head. Just as he was about to say something, the truth scale suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. High energy reaction approaching. Energy level? The next moment. A golden streak of light shot down from the mountaintop, instantly stopping right in front of Wang Xiao. The wind howled, nearly blinding Wang Xiao. As the dust settled, a 3-meter winged, golden sunbird, burning with true sunfire, hovered just 3 feet above his head. Blazing Sun Golden Crow. And standing on the back of the Golden Crow was the elderly man who had been preaching on the mountaintop earlier. Legendary Beast Master, Du Chuan. Overlord level. 3 attributes of space, mind, and fire. The fire attribute even touches the threshold of the laws. Duchuan muttered to himself, his eyes locked on the 7-colored flames flickering at the tip of Little Nine's tail, a terrifying light suddenly flashing in his murky old eyes. This fire, pure and flawless, burns everything to ash. Little one, you actually comprehended a super-tier skill, glorious pure fire, on your own when just stepping into Overlord-level potential? Duchuan's voice carried a hint of astonishment. One of Dragon Country's guardian gods, the blazing sun Golden Crow, spent decades perfecting this skill. Though the form differs, the essence is of the same origin. Shoo! Little Nine tilted its head, the flame on its tail gently flickering, as if responding. At that moment, the incredibly handsome 3-legged Golden Crow beside Duchuan lowered its head. Its eyes, burning with true sunfire, locked onto Little Nine, emitting a clear and friendly low chirp. Caw! It actually extended its wings, making an inviting gesture. Seeing this, Duchuan stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Ah! Interesting. It seems this proud old fellow has taken a liking to your little fox and wants to invite you for a chat. Little one, would you care to honor me with your company for a journey? Wang Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and then he felt overjoyed. To be personally invited by Dragon Country's guardian god? This was an incredible honor. As you wish, I dare not refuse. Wang Xiao didn't hesitate for a moment. Good. Duchuan laughed loudly and waved a hand. Whum. A complex and grand red summoning circle suddenly appeared out of nowhere, filling the air with an ancient and warm aura. With a deep and distant roar, an extraordinary beast emerged, stepping out of the flames. It was the Fire Kirin. Its body resembled a deer and horse, with the head of a lion, antlers of a deer, eyes of a tiger, body of a moose, scales of a dragon, and tail of an ox. It was the legendary form of the sacred and kind beast. The flames swirling around it were not destructive but gentle like jade, the fire of civilization. As the flames pulsed, faint shadows of words flowing, tools being forged, and cities rising from the ground appeared, as if carrying the entire human race's history and hope. Come up. Duchuan smiled. Wang Xiao took a deep breath, picked up Xiaojiao, and leaped up, landing steadily on the broad and warm back of the Fire Kirin. Let's go. Duchuan gave a soft command. Roar. The Fire Kirin stepped on a cloud, rising alongside the blazing Golden Crow, transforming into 2 streaks of red and gold light, instantly breaking through the clouds and disappearing into the sky. Only a group of dumbfounded onlookers and Lin Xingwan, whose face was filled with complexity, were left behind. In the wind, Wang Zhao's final voice faintly echoed. Old Tong. Remember to pack up the tent. There's still half a box of unfinished instant noodles inside. That's Xiaojiao's midnight snack. Tong, who stood still, looking at the golden line on the horizon, his mouth twitching violently. Instant noodles. This kid is about to soar to the heavens, and he's still thinking about those instant noodles. He turned around and slapped his son on the back of the head again. What are you looking at? He's been chosen by the guardian spirit, and all you care about is instant noodles. Go back and practice more. If you can't die from it, then train until you do. Above the clouds, the wind was harsh and cold. The Fire Kirin was as stable as a mobile fortress in the sky, with Wang Xiao sitting cross-legged on its back, seemingly resting his eyes, but his consciousness had already descended into the Beastmaster's space, staring at the new data frantically displayed by the truth scales, swallowing his saliva. Name, Blazing Passion Fox. Current form, Overlord level. Evolution path simulation. 1. 9 Hell Nether Fox, Ghost/Fire needs to devour the souls of 10,000 ghosts, leaning toward the undead side, a style of the underworld, suggested to be abandoned. 2. Burning Sky Battle Fox, Fire/Fighting violent output style, prone to gaining muscle, affecting aesthetic, pending decision. 3. 9 Heaven Heart Fox, Spirit/Fire totem level potential. Requires comprehension of the rules of heaven and earth, and the reshaping of the glazed heart. This is the only true path to the mythical creature, Xingqiu Ninetails. Totem level, even mythical? Wang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. In this world, totem level means a walking nuclear deterrent, a guardian deity of human civilization. As for mythical? That is a concept only found in ancient texts, said to be capable of plucking stars and reversing life and death. This is no longer raising a fox, it's raising an endless bottomless pit for gold. Wang Xiao secretly complained, though his lips couldn't suppress a smile even more difficult than AK. Chirp! A clear cry interrupted his fantasies. The sea of clouds below suddenly parted, revealing a red palace floating in the volcanic crater. This was the deepest part of the Falling Star volcano, the dojo of the legendary beast master Duchuan Li Hua Tiangong. The golden crow folded its wings and turned into a golden bird with a wingspan of 5 meters, elegantly landing on a platform made of wutong wood. The Fire Kirin followed closely, stepping on fire and landing steadily. Come down. Duchuan smiled and looked at Wang Xiao. There's no one else here, no need to be formal. Wang Xiao jumped down while holding Xiaojiao. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he felt a scorching gaze locking onto him tightly. The blazing golden crow retracted its true sun fire and stepped in front of Wang Xiao. It lowered its head, its golden eyes seeming to peer into his soul, staring intently at the six tails behind Xiaozhou. Kid. A dignified, ancient voice exploded directly in Wang Xiao's mind. When this little fox evolves, that nine-tailed phantom behind it, how did you make it appear? As expected. Wang Xiao had already anticipated this question. The phantom was an anomaly that occurred when the system forcibly granted the fox its talent, a beyond-the-syllabus issue. This. Wang Xiao scratched his head, his face showing a suitable expression of confusion and innocence. I'm not really sure either. When this little guy was still an egg, it almost became a dead egg. I was poor at the time, couldn't afford good stuff, so I went to the black market and bought a bunch of expired, damaged, and messy energy liquids, and poured them all into it. He paused, his tone sincere. Maybe it was a mix of things. Has it mutated? After all, everyone says, poor people rely on mutation. Du Chuan. Lian Yuan Golden Crow. This excuse is ridiculously bad, but in this world of spiritual recovery, filled with the unknown, it's exactly the most reasonable explanation. Mutation itself is a kind of metaphysics. The golden crow fell silent for a moment, seemingly accepting this setting. It proudly raised its chin and pulled out a feather flowing with liquid golden light from under its wings, casually tossing it to Wang Xiao. Take this. Wang Xiao's hands were quick, and he caught it. Name, Golden Crow's True Feather. Quality, Overlord-level material. Effect, wearing it can greatly improve the fire-type pet's constitution and enhance affinity with true sunfire. If refined, a trace of the golden crow's divine aura can be obtained. Good stuff. This thing, if put up for auction, would start at the price of a villa in the city center. Thank you, senior, for the gift. Wang Xiao immediately bowed, smiling like a blooming flower. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. The golden crow glanced at him, its tone somewhat unnatural. This feather isn't given for free. I see that your fox has comprehended the glazed pure fire. This fire reminds me of an old friend. Beside them, Du Chuan suddenly coughed, his eyes lighting up with a particularly interesting look, as if saying, I'll just quietly watch you pretend. The golden crow ignored its old partner's teasing and continued sending thoughts. The guardian god of Zhenjiang City, the pure heart-bright phoenix, her lineage specializes in the glazed pure fire. Her signature skill is the 3,000 glazed worlds. Although this little fox is exceptionally talented, the fire is too domineering and can easily harm the enemy while hurting itself. If you could receive her guidance, combining softness and strength, your power would at least double. Guidance? Wang Zhao's eyes lit up. A private lesson from a totem-level powerhouse? This is a chance that money couldn't buy. But Wang Xiao showed a difficult expression. I am just a nobody, and that senior, the bright phoenix, is a guardian god of one side. She probably won't see me so easily. Would she dare not to meet? The golden crow snorted coldly, flames flaring around it, clearly extremely emotional. It paced back and forth for a moment, seemingly in some very difficult mental struggle. After half a minute, it seemed to have made a decision, and opened its mouth to spit out a golden red light ball. The light ball dispersed, revealing a lotus the size of a palm, entirely formed from dark golden flames. The lotus slowly spun, and the surrounding space was scorched with fine cracks. A terrifying aura of destruction rushed forward. This is the karmic fire golden lotus. The golden crow's voice sounded somewhat pained, even with a trace of gritted teeth. Take this to Zhenjiang and give it to the pure heart bright phoenix. Just say it's a compensation gift from that old immortal, Lian Yuan. Put. Beside, Du Chuan couldn't help but laugh aloud. Old partner, how come you're finally willing to shed a feather today? Du Chuan pointed at the golden lotus, a face full of mockery. This is the treasure you fought for with your life when you traveled through the forbidden zone. Bright Phoenix begged you 3 times and you didn't give it to her. Now, are you suddenly feeling guilty and want to start a twilight romance? Shut up. The golden crow angrily spat out a spark of fire at Du Chuan. I'm doing this to support the younger generation. This is called having a vision. What do you know? After saying that, it turned its head and glared fiercely at Wang Xiao. Kid, keep it safe. If you lose it, I'll roast you and feed you to the fish. Wang Xiao held the hot golden lotus with both hands, his heart already bursting with joy. Name, Karmic Fire Golden Lotus. Quality, Legendary. Effect, cleanses the soul, reshapes the foundation, a supreme fire-type divine object. Is this the legendary delivering love letters for the big shot? The runner fee is so generous. Don't worry, senior. I will definitely deliver the message and make sure everything goes smoothly. Wang Xiao patted his chest with confidence, his eyes flashing with the gleam of gossip and greed. The golden crow looked at Wang Xiao's greedy expression, annoyed, and waved its wing. Go away. Seeing you makes me upset. Half an hour later. Wang Xiao was sent to the safe zone at the foot of the Starfall volcano by the Phoenix Fire Kirin. As soon as he landed, his phone started vibrating like crazy. He opened it up, and the 99 plus message notifications instantly froze the screen. Damn! Wang Xiao, you're famous. You're completely famous now. This voice message came from Mo Fan, the background noise so loud it sounded like a busy market. Top tier potential. The whole internet is hunting you down. Senior Su Qinghan is asking in the group if you're cheating. Mr. Wang, I'm from the admissions office of Imperial University. Student Wang, if you come to our Magic City University, tuition is free, we'll give you a house, a car, and a senior to guide you. Wang Xiao glanced at it and immediately turned on Do Not Disturb mode. His worth now was beyond what these ordinary universities could easily attract. Chirp. Xiao Jiao crawled out from Wang Xiao's arms, yawned, and was about to jump onto his shoulder. Stop. Wang Xiao quickly reached out to catch it. After evolving, Xiao Jiao hadn't changed much in size, but its density was enormous. This solid body, resting on his shoulder, felt like carrying a bag of cement. You're a big girl now, you need to be more careful. Wang Xiao rubbed its incredibly soft fur, the feeling like stroking satin. Xiao Jiao blinked its strange, mesmerizing eyes, its 6 tails drooping down, sweeping the ground as they dragged behind. Alright, I'll buy you premium Wagyu when we get home. Wang Xiao sighed, holding this gold-swallowing beast worth over 100 million in his arms. Although it was a bit heavy, the constant 37-degree warmth from its body and its ability to defend against fire, theft, and even friends. No need for heating in winter anymore. Let's go, home. Wang Xiao looked at the sinking sunset in the distance, feeling the heat from the blazing golden lotus in his pocket. Zhenjiang City, Pure Heart, Bright Phoenix. Chapter 55, Only a king class can be my power bank. 10 minutes after Wang Xiao left on the Ember Kirin. An official push notification, like a deep water bomb, exploded across all Beastmaster communication devices. Federal Beastmaster Association Emergency Catalog Update, New Mutated Species Fiery Demon Fox officially recorded. Rating, Moderate Overlord Level Potential. Features, Fire Psychic Space Tri-Type, with the Super Tier Extraordinary Fire Glazed Cleansing Fire, a special mutation of the Burning Heart Fox. In just 3 lines, the entire Beastmaster network crashed instantly. If king level is the throne that mortals look up to, then overlord level is a concept that only exists in myths. The chain reaction was faster than a tsunami. At the major pet trading markets, the once affordable Burning Heart Fox suddenly had an extra 0 added to its price. Boss. Wasn't this Burning Heart Fox 5 million yesterday? 5 million? That's yesterday's price. Now it's 20 million, take it or leave it. The next one is 25 million. Are you crazy? This one is just an ordinary fox, not like Wang Xiao's mutated species. What if your fox mutates too? You're not buying just a fox, you're buying a dream. A ticket to the Overlord class. In no time, all the Burning Heart Fox pups were sold out, and even local dogs that looked like foxes had their prices soar. Above the clouds, the Ember Kirin flew steadily. Wang Xiao watched the rocket-like market charts on his phone, his heart bleeding. He slammed his thigh with frustration, his face full of sorrow. I've lost. Big loss. If I had known, I would have taken out a loan and hoarded some fox eggs before the evolution. I missed out on at least 100 million. The legendary Beastmaster, Du Chuan, flying in front, twitched his mouth fiercely. Is this guy's brain made of gold? Wang Xiao, my friend. Du Chuan turned around, his expression a little strange as he spoke. Just now, the vice principal of Kanglin's Second High, Lin Jihai, transmitted a message to me. Lin Jihai? Wang Xiao was startled. Yes, the father of Lin Xingwan. Du Chuan pointed to the volcanic mountains below, surrounded by mist. The Lin family wants to set up a connection. They want to have Lin Xingwan's crown warhound and your fiery demon fox have a friendly sparring session. Wang Xiao instinctively covered his pocket and asked cautiously. Sparring? Is there an appearance fee? Overlord level appearance fees are expensive. It's calculated by the second. Du Chuan laughed silently. You little brat. The Lin family promised that, regardless of win or loss, they would give a high-grade fire-type spiritual material as a gift. Besides, I also want to see with my own eyes just what kind of power this newly born overlord has. With a gift to receive and a legendary big shot as an audience, Wang Xiao immediately put on a humble expression. Since the senior has spoken, how could I dare not comply? The main reason is to exchange beast mastery insights and progress together, the spiritual materials are secondary. Du Chuan gave him a half-smiling, half-amused look, but didn't expose him. As they spoke, the fire Kirin slowly descended onto a secluded half-mountain manor. The moment it landed, Wang Xiao felt his DNA for hating the rich deeply stirred. Underfoot was a whole piece of obsidian, engraved with a spiritual array. The fountain in the yard didn't spray water, but liquefied fire spiritual energy. The landscape trees along the road were red flame phoenix trees laden with fruit. This is the bachelor dormitory allocated by the Federation to legendary beast masters? Wang Xiao looked at the palace-style villa covering several thousand square meters, shedding tears of poverty and envy. This wasn't a house, it was clearly a fortress built with money. Xiao Jiu poked its head out from his arms, its 6 tails wagging excitedly, the fire element concentration here making it feel so comfortable it wanted to roll. It even opened its mouth, wanting to bite a piece off the landscape tree next to it. Don't eat randomly. Wang Xiao pressed down on the restless golden-eating beast. The price of that tree is enough to sell both of us together. Duchuan led Wang Xiao to the private training field in the backyard. The ground was paved with 6th-tier alloy plates capable of withstanding peak leader-level bombings. The person hasn't arrived yet, you can familiarize yourself with your new skills. Duchuan tossed a control board to Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao wasn't polite and immediately began testing. Glassy cleansing fire, space cage, instant teleportation, mental strength and thought. Xiaojiu, try out the space ability. Chirp. Xiaojiu gracefully leaped into the field, its strange double pupils flashing slightly. Buzz. Without any preparation, the air around the alloy dummy in the corner of the training field instantly solidified and twisted. An invisible cubic cage materialized out of nowhere, trapping the dummy tightly. Space cage? Instant activation? Duchuan's calm demeanor was shattered. Though the strength is still weak, this intuition with space. It's like a born assassin. Half an hour later. A luxury hover car stopped at the entrance of the manor. Lin Xingwan entered with a middle-aged man, her expression tense, her eyes complex as she looked at Wang Xiao in the field. The boy who ate instant noodles in the mine, now holding a high-tier spiritual fruit, feeding it to the demon fox that made all fire-type beasts tremble, as if feeding a dog. After a few pleasantries, they got to the point. Lin Xingwan took a deep breath and walked onto the training field. Come out, Solar Crown. Roar. Golden light exploded, and the Solar Crown Warhound, wearing golden crystal armor, stepped forward, its power stabilized at the early leader level, 13,300. The blazing sun's shadow behind its head emitted scorching heat, obviously overcoming some of its bloodline fear. But when it saw the red jade fox on the opposite side, which was licking its paw, its limbs instinctively stiffened for a moment. Solar Crown, don't be afraid. That's the opponent, not a god. Lin Xingwan shouted loudly, trying to awaken the battle spirit in her pet. You're a monarch-level beast, you have your pride. Woof. The Solar Crown Warhound was affected by its master's emotions, forcefully suppressing its fear, and let out a roar. Wang Xiao stood by the side, hands in his pockets, his tone calm. Xiaojiu, get to work. End it quickly, that's our dinner money for tonight. Chirp. Xiaojiu lazily stood up, its 6 tails gently stretching, its double pupils reflecting the figure of the opponent. The match begins. Duchuan announced. Solar Crown, strike first. Solar Flame Spray. Lin Xingwan launched the attack, a 2-meter diameter golden red fire column shooting like a laser cannon toward Xiaojiu. Facing this blow capable of melting steel, Wang Xiao didn't even issue a command. Xiaojiu stood still, not moving at all. Just as the fire pillar was about to engulf it. The fur on its body suddenly glowed with a glass-like shine. Heart Flame Guardian. Boom. The intense flames hit directly in the front. However, the explosion that was expected did not happen. The golden red flames, upon touching Xiaojiu's body, vanished mysteriously as if scalding molten iron had fallen into an endless abyss. No, it didn't disappear. It was devoured. The glass-like armor on Xiaojiu's body shimmered with a 7-colored aura, like a greedy black hole, slowly eating the proud king-level flames of the Solar Crown Warhound, even converting them into its own energy. Burp. As the flames faded, Xiaojiu was unharmed, even letting out a satisfied burp and releasing a puff of black smoke. How is this possible? Lin Xingwan's pupils shook violently. That was the Solar Crown flames. My flames were eaten like snacks by it? Duchuan, standing at the side, nodded slightly, his voice filled with shock. Rank suppression. In front of the glass-clean fire, all low-level flames are just nourishment. End it. Wang Xiao snapped his fingers. Space cage. Buzz. As the Solar Crown Warhound tried to retreat, the surrounding space suddenly froze. 6 invisible walls of air instantly formed, trapping it in place. Teleport. Whoosh. Xiaojiu's figure vanished, only to reappear above the Solar Crown Warhound's head like a ghost. Without any flashy movements, 6 tails lit up simultaneously with turquoise flames, instantly hardening, resembling 6 judgment swords descending from the heavens. Ultimate skill 6 tails Heaven's Punishment. Boom. A muffled sound to the extreme. The indestructible space cage shattered instantly, and before the Solar Crown Warhound could even scream, it was slammed to the ground by this terrifying force. The alloy floor cracked inch by inch, creating a deep pit. As the dust cleared, the Solar Crown Warhound lay at the bottom of the pit, eyes rolled back, its golden crystal armor shattered everywhere, completely unconscious. Xiaojiu lightly landed beside the pit, gracefully flicking the dust off its tail, its eyes still clear and innocent. Instant kill. A complete dimensional suppression. The entire place was silent. Lin Xingwan stood frozen, her face as pale as paper. Her proud king level, her trump card for dominating the provincial league, couldn't even last a single move in front of this boy. Is this the Overlord? I concede. Wang Xiao walked over, smiling politely. I won't be polite about that spirit material. Lin Xingwan looked at Wang Xiao's harmless face, and all her reluctance and pride were completely shattered at that moment. She knew that from today on, this name would become the shadow that all the geniuses of her generation would carry over their heads. Leaving Duchuan's villa, Wang Xiao felt incredibly relaxed. Getting some high-level spirit material for free, while also testing Xiaojiu's new battle tactics. Space control plus fire consumption plus physical explosion, it was simply unbeatable. Just returning to the narrow rented apartment, before he could even cook some instant noodles for Xiaojiu, his phone rang. It was the private number of the principal of Taming Middle School. Hello, is this Wang Xiao? The principal's voice was even warmer than his father's. Where are you? Just came back, is there something, principal? It's like this. The principal's voice suddenly rose by 8 pitches, filled with uncontrollable excitement. After unanimous decision by the school board, considering that your beast has evolved into a potential overlord level, the school has decided to approve your skipping grade 11 and directly moving to grade 12. And directly grant you the seed player qualification to represent Jilin City in the Jiangnan Province College Beast Master League. Come to my office tomorrow morning, we have important resources to allocate. Oh no, I mean to cooperate with you. Wang Xiao held the phone, listening to the long string of special approvals, resources, and guaranteed admissions, his mouth curling into a slow smile. Grade 12? Provincial League? It seems that this small Jinling city is indeed no longer big enough to hold this six-tailed golden devouring beast. Alright, principal, see you tomorrow. Hanging up the phone, Wang Xiao glanced at Xiaojiu, who was lying on the bed waiting for food. Xiaojiu, don't sleep. Chirp. Is there meat? Yes. Enough to fill you up. Chapter 56, a monthly salary of 2 million? Principal, you are my second parents. On the top floor of the administration building at Qiming High School, Wang Xiao stood in front of the heavy redwood door, adjusting his collar. Yesterday, he was a poor student, fighting for his life in an underground black fist arena over a few thousand yuan. Today, he was about to meet the principal as the provincial seed player. This sense of class transition was even more intense than when Xiaojiu evolved. Come in. The voice from inside wasn't old at all, but rather filled with an unmistakable eagerness. Wang Xiao pushed the door open and entered. The office was spacious, with a floor-to-ceiling window offering a panoramic view of the entire city of Jinling. Behind the desk, a woman wearing a white lab coat and gold-rimmed glasses was the principal of Qiming High School, Sun Man. Wang Xiao, come in quickly. When Sun Man saw Wang Xiao, she immediately put down the documents in her hands and walked around the desk with a friendly smile on her face. Little Lu, don't just stand there, pour tea for Wang Xiao. Bring me the special Da Hong Pao. She pointed to the leather sofa across from her, her attitude so warm that Wang Xiao was a bit taken aback by the attention. Come, don't be shy, sit down. I've heard from old Zhang that you're quite impressive. Now that I see you in person, it's clear you are a true hero in the making. Wang Xiao wasn't shy and placed Xiaojiu on the sofa, then comfortably sat down himself. Chirp. Xiaojiu lazily yawned, its 6 sparkling tails naturally hanging down, its mesmerizing eyes casually sweeping the room. Though its overwhelming aura was suppressed, its innate nobility was impossible to hide. Sun Man didn't sit back in her executive chair, instead, she pulled up a chair and sat across from Wang Xiao. She pushed up her glasses and looked beyond Wang Xiao, her gaze fixed firmly on the red fox on the sofa. That kind of gaze was something Wang Xiao knew well. It was the look of an experienced enthusiast seeing a top-tier graphics card they had never seen before, or a mathematician encountering a challenging unsolved problem. It was pure, passionate, and driven by an insatiable curiosity to explore further. This is the fiery fox? Sun Man took out a mini scanner from her lab coat pocket and began scanning Xiaojiu. Beep, beep, beep. The device emitted a rapid buzzing sound, and the data bars on the screen instantly turned bright red. Incredible. Sun Man mumbled to herself as she looked at the screen. Bone density is 5 times that of a similar level flame heart fox, muscle fiber structure completely reorganized, fire element affinity has reached a terrifying S level. This isn't evolution, this is a leap in the level of life itself. She suddenly looked up, her eyes burning with intensity. Wang Xiao, do you know what this means? Wang Xiao blinked and tentatively asked, it means, it eats a lot? Sun Man was taken aback, glaring at him with a look that was anything but pleased. It means you've broken through the racial shackles. Sun Man took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. The flame heart fox is a pet beast that has been studied by the Alliance for centuries. The acknowledged evolutionary peak is the king-level nine-tailed flame lord. But you forcefully opened a new path to the overlord level. She lightly tapped her knee with her finger, her tone turning serious. I had an overnight meeting with a few old folks from the research institute. We unanimously agree that pure energy accumulation or emotional bonds could never achieve this effect. Wang Xiao, did you use some kind of special stimulant? Or some ancient ritual? Here it comes. Wang Xiao's mind raced quickly. This was actually easy to explain. The egg was something he had picked up in the gambling egg zone, a dead egg. What had happened to it before? What kind of force had tainted it? Who could say? As long as he pushed the blame onto his legacy issue, these research freaks would never figure out where it came from. Principal, you're quite the expert. Wang Xiao sighed, putting on a slightly confused expression. Actually, I found this egg in the gambling egg zone, a lucky find. It was almost a dead egg at the time. Before buying it, I really didn't know what it had gone through in the wild, or what kind of special aura it had been infected with. He paused, then continued speaking seriously and absurdly. Later, in order to save it, I spent all the inheritance my parents left me, buying all kinds of messy high-level spirit fluids. At that time, I was just thinking of taking a gamble, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Who knew the mix went wrong, and Xiaojiu almost exploded, and as a result, it mutated. This set of excuses had a logical closed loop, and there was no evidence to contradict it. After all, mutation is the biggest mystery in this world. Sun Man stared at Wang Xiao's eyes for a full 5 seconds. Wang Xiao's gaze was clear and honest. Luck is also a kind of strength, especially that kind of unknown primitive infection, which indeed can cause genetic mutation. Sun Man withdrew her gaze, seemingly accepting this explanation. However, even mutation has its inherent biological logic. Wang Xiao, on behalf of the Jiangnan Province Beast Research Institute, I formally extend an invitation to you. She took a contract from her assistant and pushed it in front of Wang Xiao. We need to collect daily data from the fiery spirit fox, including but not limited to its fur, saliva, energy fluctuation frequency, and skill release models. Of course, there will be no harm done to the pet. We need you to cooperate with the Institute to establish a new research group, specifically to study the possibility of breaking through the racial potential limit. Wang Xiao glanced at the contract, his face showing hesitation. Principal, isn't it a bit inappropriate? He rubbed his hands, looking quite troubled. The Provincial League is coming up soon. Xiaojiu just evolved, and its level is still unstable. I need to train it in isolation. Cooperating with research is really too time-consuming. I'm afraid it will affect the results. This wasn't all a lie. Although there was no need to worry about secrets being exposed, being watched all the time wasn't as carefree as going out and having fun. Moreover, his current primary goal was to make money and support his family. Research? That was a different price altogether. Wang Xiao. Sun Man seemed to have already anticipated his rejection, and a meaningful smile curved at the corner of her mouth. Don't be in a hurry to refuse, listen to my conditions. She extended one finger. First, the school has specially approved for you to live off campus, and you don't need to attend morning or evening self-study sessions. Apart from necessary assessments, your time is completely free. Wang Xiao raised his eyebrows. This is good. The reason he had been able to roam freely these past days was purely because he was preparing for the Newcomer King Challenge, which was considered official competition leave. After the competition, according to the rules, if he didn't come to school, it would be considered as skipping class. Now with this special approval, that would be true freedom. With free time, he could flexibly arrange to take private jobs, enter dungeons, without being stuck in school acting like a good kid. Second. Sun Man extended her second finger, her tone as calm as if she were discussing what to have for dinner. As long as you sign, the Research Institute will pay you its special allowance every month. After tax, 2 million federal coins. How much? Wang Zhao's but almost jumped off the sofa as if it had springs. 2 million. Sun Man calmly added, this is just the base salary. If you can provide more valuable data, or if Xiaojiu shows more characteristics in future evolutions, bonuses will be added. Additionally, the high-level resource library of the Research Institute will open B-level access to you, and all spiritual materials will be half off. The office fell into a dead silence. Wang Zhao's Adam's apple moved violently. 2 million a month. That's 24 million a year. This isn't about cooperating with research anymore. This is like being kept by a rich woman. Is there any need to hesitate? Hesitating for a second would be disrespecting the word money. Principal. Wang Xiao suddenly stood up, looking righteous, and grabbed Sun Man's hand tightly, shaking it vigorously. What money, what nonsense, it's too vulgar. As a member of Qiming High School, contributing to the school's research cause is my duty. As long as it can advance the study of beast mastery, I don't mind living in the lab, let alone gathering data. Where's the pen? I'll sign it now. Anyone who stops me, I'll get angry. Sun Man was momentarily stunned by Wang Xiao's sudden enthusiasm, then withdrew her hand, a slight smile flickering in her eyes. As expected. When dealing with a genius scared by poverty like him, talking about ideals is no match for talking about cash. Swish, swish, swish. Wang Xiao signed the contract in a flash with the speed of a single man in 18 years, afraid that the principal might change her mind if he was even a second late. Very well. Sun Man carefully put the contract away, her mood clearly improved. By the way, about your grade skip. The school board has already approved it. Your registration will be transferred directly to the third year, Class 1, which is the class where the school team is. However, Sun Man paused and looked at Wang Xiao. The review pace in the third year is very fast, and the people on the school team are all proud and arrogant. Although your potential rating is high, your practical experience and theoretical knowledge might be a bit disconnected. My suggestion is, you don't need to rush to report to the class. Use this time to adapt. No need. Wang Xiao waved his hand and carefully tucked the contract copy into his chest. Since the school is paying me, I need to work. As for the school team, I'll go and greet them. He deliberately emphasized the word greet. Don't joke. If I don't go to the school team, how can I fleece those rich second-generation kids? How can I trigger new side missions? They are all walking experience bags and ATMs. Sun Man gave him a deep look but said nothing more. Fine, you handle it as you see fit. Also. She put on her glasses again, her gaze once more falling on the little fox, Xiaojiu, licking its fur on the sofa, her tone turning serious. When I scanned just now, I found some very interesting data. Wang Xiao was taken aback. In the energy spectrum of the passionate fox, besides the highly active fire element and unstable spatial fluctuations, there is also a very subtle but extremely high-frequency band. Sun Man pointed to a nearly straight purple waveform on the screen. This is a characteristic band of psychic powers. In other words, this fox of yours not only awakens spatial abilities but also awakens psychic powers. Wang Zhao's heart tightened. No wonder she's a senior researcher. She can even see this? On Xiaojiu's panel, it indeed showed psychic fire space, but the psychic ability mainly manifested in the strong mental focus skill, which was not very noticeable in daily life. Psychic and fire. Sun Man pushed up her glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold glint. This combination is extremely rare in beast mastery history. If developed properly, it can even use psychic power to directly interfere with the burning point of material reality. Wang Xiao, it seems I underestimated you with the 2 million I gave you. She looked up, her eyes filled with a wild light. This research team needs to be upgraded. I will personally lead it. Wang Xiao looked at the principal, who was now in a state of fervor, and silently hugged Xiaojiu tighter. He suddenly felt that those 2 million per month didn't seem so easy to earn after all. But it's 2 million. It should be more money. Wang Xiao muttered in his heart, then plastered a smile on his face. Principal, you've worked hard. By the way, do you want the salary to go into my bank account or should I receive a check? Chapter 57, Space Ability? No, it's the go with the flow ability. After signing, 2 million safely landed in his pocket. Wang Xiao looked at the string of zeros on his bank card balance, feeling his spine stiffen with a little more confidence. Since the contract is signed, let's not waste time. Sun Man was swift and decisive, standing up immediately, her white lab coat billowing like the wind. Let's go to the special training ground. Data alone is useless, I need to personally see the passionate fox's combat destruction ability, especially the accompanying super-level abnormal flame. No problem. Wang Xiao was in great spirits, snapping his fingers. Xiaojiu, show the principal what you can do. He looked at the red fox lying on the sofa, a slight smile on his lips. Didn't you just awaken the space element? Perfect time to try that new skill, teleportation. Take us straight to the training ground, you know the location, right? Chirp. Of course. Little Nine confidently lifted its chin, its 6 tails, glowing with colorful light, drawing a mysterious circle in the air. A flash of silver light passed through its dual pupils, and an obscure spatial wave instantly enveloped Wang Xiao and Sun Man. Sun Man's eyes lit up. You can teleport people right after evolving? This spatial talent. Buzz. Before the words were finished, the figures of the 2 humans and 1 fox vanished into thin air. 3 seconds later. The loud noise and a strong fishy smell hit their faces. Fresh hairtail fish. Just brought in from the shore. 10 yuan for 3 kilos. Sis, could you spare me 2 green onions? Wang Xiao and Sun Man stood in front of a muddy seafood stall, with a basin of live, jumping shrimp by their feet. The fish vendor, holding a fish-killing knife, stared blankly at the gods who suddenly appeared. Sun Man pushed her glasses that had slipped down to her nose, staring at Wang Xiao with an expressionless face. Is this the special training ground of the school? Is the teaching environment this down-to-earth now? Wang Xiao's mouth twitched uncontrollably, looking down at Little Nine in his arms. Little Nine buried its head into its tail, pretending to be a red ball of yarn, feeling guilty. Mistake, pure mistake. Wang Xiao laughed awkwardly and gritted his teeth, sending a telepathic message. Little Nine, if you mess up again, I'll take away your chicken leg for dinner. Chirp. I'll get it right this time. Silver light flashed again. 3 more seconds later. Attention. Salute. At the entrance of Qiming High School, the security guard standing watch saw the 2 figures suddenly appear on top of the sliding gate, scaring him so much that the thermos cup in his hand fell. Wang Xiao stood on the only 10-centimeter wide bar of the sliding gate, swaying precariously, and had to reach out to steady the principal who almost fell down. Is this your teleportation? Sun Man took a deep breath, a vein on her forehead twitching slightly. If you don't want that 2 million, just say it. Last time. Absolutely the last time. Wang Xiao was sweating coldly. He finally understood that this teleportation was a talent skill, but its proficiency was still beginner level. If he didn't spend energy points to upgrade it to mastery, it was just a random teleportation scroll, and one day, he might end up in a women's bathhouse or a volcano. After the third near miss of almost teleporting to the women's restroom, the silver light finally landed accurately on the alloy floor of the special training ground. Ugh. Sun Man supported herself against the wall, her face turning pale. The high and cold image of being the head of the school was gone. Wang Xiao, no more experiments like this with me in the future. Wang Xiao awkwardly patted her back while giving an apologetic smile. At this moment, the atmosphere in the training ground was unusually tense. 2 groups of people were facing each other, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. On the left was the combat faction, led by Lu Sun, a tough-looking man with a large build. His pets were mostly fierce beasts like tigers, leopards, and wolves. On the right was the coordination and research faction, led by Zhou Qi, who was accompanied by a group of well-mannered teachers. Their pets were mostly flowers, plants, and butterflies. Lu, don't go too far. Zhou Qi pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, his tone sharp. Wang Xiao's pet has just evolved. It's a treasure with the potential to be a dominant overlord. What it needs is precise database nurturing and skill development, not to be dragged into a mud pit to fight. Bullshit. Lu Sun, a strong man standing 1.9 meters tall, wearing a tight tank top, with bulging muscles, shouted, "You can't grow an overlord in a greenhouse. Only through real combat, only through blood and fire, can talent be fulfilled. What are you doing in the coordination group? Learning to comb the fox's fur? You're being crude. You're wasting talent. You're misleading the students. You're a weakling." As it seemed like the 2 sides were about to summon their pets for a real-life PK, Wang Xiao cleared his throat. He walked over. Are you 2 teachers talking? Swish. Dozens of gazes instantly focused on Wang Xiao. To be precise, they were focused on the 6-tailed fox in his arms. Feeling the faint aura of dominance, Lu Sun and Zhou Qi's pupils simultaneously shrank. Wang Xiao. Lu Sun walked over quickly, his large hand like a fan slapping Wang Xiao's shoulder. Join the combat team. I'll give you the best resources in the whole school. I guarantee you'll undergo a complete transformation before the provincial competition. Wang Xiao, Zhou Qi didn't want to lose. The coordination team has the most advanced skill analyzers in the province. We can help you increase the power of every skill by more than 30%. Wang Xiao calmly rubbed his shoulder where he had been slapped. Choose? Did I even need to choose? Although the coordination team is peaceful, there are no opponents, no high-intensity battles. His truth scales needed to plunder energy, and Xiao Zhou's skills had to be sharpened in combat. More importantly, fighting meant money. Teacher Zhou, thank you for your kindness. Wang Xiao politely declined, then looked at Lu Sun. Teacher Lu, I choose the combat team. Lu Sun laughed loudly, glancing at Zhou Qi triumphantly. Did you see that? This is what we call heroes thinking alike. Zhou Qi sighed, looking regretful, as if he saw a precious jade about to be thrown into a crusher. But, Wang Zhao's tone shifted. Teacher Lu, I only want the highest intensity training. If the opponents are too weak, I will apply to transfer out of the team. Crazy. The surrounding school team members looked over in surprise. A sophomore who had just skipped a grade actually dared to complain about the strength of the school team? Lu Sun didn't get angry. On the contrary, the appreciation in his eyes grew even stronger. Good kid, you've got guts. Lu Xun grinned, showing his sharp white teeth. Since you talk so big, I'll personally weigh your worth. He casually waved, and a summoning circle lit up in front of him. Roar! A low growl, accompanied by a heavy mist, swept across the arena. A deep blue sea lion, more than 5 meters long, appeared in the center. Its body was covered in dark blue circular patterns, each glowing like it was breathing. The air around it became instantly damp and sticky. Early stage commander level, blue-ringed sea lion. Energy fluctuation, 13,000. This is my old buddy. Lu Xun twisted his neck with a crack. Although its attributes counter yours, and it's a higher level, since you have the potential of a monarch, you shouldn't mind this small disadvantage, right? The surrounding students gasped. Lu Xun was serious. A peak extraordinary level opponent fighting an early stage commander level, this was already an over-leveled challenge. Not to mention it was fire versus water, this was almost hellish difficulty. Of course, I don't mind. Wang Xiao's expression remained calm, and he gently patted Xiao Zhou's head. Go, don't spare Teacher Lu's face. Oh no, don't let Teacher Lu down. Chew. Xiao Zhou lightly landed, its 6 tails spreading like a peacock's feathers. Facing the commander-level water beast, it showed no fear at all. In fact, excitement blazed in its double pupils. Focus on testing the power of the moves. Lu Xun crossed his arms, clearly not planning to go all out at the start. You go first. Blue ring, use water vibration for defense. Woo! The blue-ringed sea lion growled lowly, its blue rings glowing. A huge blue water ball, more than 3 meters in diameter, quickly formed in front of it. The water ball swirled with hidden currents, as if it contained immense power. Advanced skill, water vibration. Xiao Jiu. Wang Xiao's voice was not loud, but it clearly spread across the entire area. Glazed fire. Xiao Jiu opened its mouth and gently exhaled. Whoosh! There was no earth-shattering roar, no sea of flames in the sky. Only a fire the size of a fist, floating lightly in the air. The flame was a strange, multicolored glazed hue, with pure white at its core. It flew at high speed, leaving a dazzling trail in the air, looking like a delicate piece of artwork. Harmless. Is that it? Someone in the crowd of students couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, Lu Xun's expression changed in an instant. As a beastmaster of commander rank, his instincts made every hair on his body stand up. Blue ring! Go all out! Lu Xun shouted. It was too late. The tiny glass-like fireball gently collided with the huge wave of water. Hiss! There was no explosion, no roar. Only a nauseating sound, like a red-hot iron being shoved into butter. In the horrified gazes of everyone, the massive water sphere, containing overwhelming water energy, actually vanished. No, it was instantly evaporated. White steam exploded instantly, enveloping half of the training ground. And that glass-like fireball, only shrinking by a third, still lost none of its momentum, charging straight at the blue ring seal's face with a deadly, suffocating silence. What? Lu Xun's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Fire beats water? This is impossible. The blue ring seal, seeing the rapidly enlarging rainbow-colored flame in its pupils, screamed in primal fear. With all its might, it rolled sideways, its massive body sliding across the floor for dozens of meters. Boom! The glass-clean fireball grazed its whiskers, crashing into the special alloy wall behind it. The special alloy wall, strong enough to withstand a full power strike from a commander-level beastmaster, silently melted into a 2-meter-wide hole. The edge of the hole was smooth as a mirror, the mark left by the instant vaporization. The whole place fell into dead silence. Only the dripping sound of molten iron echoed. Is this fire? Zhou Qi dropped the notebook in his hand. It's not over yet. Amidst the smoke, Wang Xiao's voice rang out again, laced with a hint of mockery. The terrified blue ring seal, just about to get up, suddenly found the space around it squeezing in like solidified cement. An invisible air wall instantly locked its limbs in place. Space prison. Then came a sharp pain in its brain, as if being struck by an invisible hammer. Mental stronghold. Under double control, this commander-level beast was pinned firmly in place within 2 seconds, unable to move. But that wasn't the most hopeless part. Chirp! Little Nine gracefully took a step forward, and 6 fluffy tails slowly unfurled behind it, resembling a blooming sinister red lotus. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Accompanied by a faint burst sound, 6 fist-sized, rainbow-colored glass-like flames appeared out of nowhere at the tips of the 6 tails. They quietly floated in mid-air, exuding an unbearable heat and a destructive aura, like 6 swords of Damocles, locking in on 6 vital points of the blue ring seal. With just a thought from Wang Xiao, these 6 flames, capable of vaporizing metal alloys, would reduce the blue ring seal to ashes in an instant. Gulp! Lu Xun looked at those 6 breathtakingly beautiful but incredibly dangerous flames, his throat tightening as beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. This was a show of power. A blatant threat. Teacher Lu, Wang Xiao looked at the sweaty Lu Sun, pointing at the 6 fireballs hanging over the seal's head. Still want to continue? If this goes on, your floor might need a repair, and the seal might need some fixing too. Stop. Lu Sun took a deep breath, waving his hand, his gaze complicated as he looked at Wang Xiao. This round, it's a tie. A tie? The students around them exchanged glances. Everyone could see it. If Wang Xiao hadn't held back, that fireball would have directly hit the seal. Tonight, the cafeteria might add a new dish, charcoal grilled seal meat. Wang Xiao. Sunman stood at the side, looking at the data analyzer in her hands. The energy peak on the screen was off the charts, making her eyes behind her glasses shine frighteningly bright. Fire Elemental Laws Prototype, Dual Element Refinement. 2 million, this is a profit. What does it have to do with me, a beast master? Inside the rental house, the curtains were drawn tightly. Wang Xiao sat cross-legged on the bed, with a floating, balance of truth, panel in front of him that only he could see. 2 million monthly salary is tempting, but it's paid in installments. Right now, I still need to be careful with my spending. Looking at the energy points accumulated from the previous competition, Wang Xiao didn't hesitate, his fingers wildly tapping the plus sign on teleportation. 500 energy points consumed. Teleportation proficiency upgraded to skilled. 1,500 energy points consumed. Teleportation proficiency upgraded to mastered. Buzz. A cool breeze instantly swept through his mind, and the previously obscure sense of spatial coordinates now felt as clear as the veins in his palm. If the previous teleportation felt like a random teleportation scroll, now it was like a fixed-point teleportation portal with built-in GPS. Little Nine, transform. Little Nine, who was chewing on a chicken leg, froze for a moment, quickly swallowing the meat before a flash of red light flickered on its body. What was originally a large pillow-like fox suddenly grew in size. Streamlined muscle lines stretched its fur, its limbs became long and powerful, the shoulder height almost reaching 1.5 meters, and its body length exceeded 2 meters. 6 giant tails spread out behind it, like burning red lotuses. This size was 2 times larger than an adult Alaskan Malamute, exuding an imposing, domineering presence. Chirp. Are we going to fight? Little Nine tilted its head, a hint of confusion in its strange double pupils. Fight? I'm taking you for a ride. Wang Xiao flipped over and mounted the white fox back, grabbing onto the soft and warm neck fur. Hold on tight. Oh, wait, I should be the one holding on tight. Target, 3,000 meters straight above, teleport. Chirp. Silver light erupted. The next moment, the feeling of weightlessness hit him. Whoosh. The violet night wind instantly filled his collar. No ceiling, no walls, above was the sparkling Milky Way, and below, the dazzling lights of thousands of homes in Jinling City. Feels amazing. Wang Xiao couldn't help but shout. This perspective of overlooking everything, this conquering feeling of having the entire city underfoot, made his adrenaline surge. Little Nine hovered in mid-air, stepping on an invisible psychic barrier. It was also its first time in such a high place, its 6 tails excitedly swaying in the wind, as if paddling. Is this the joy of spatial manipulation? Wang Xiao patted Little Nine's head. Why still take the bus to school in the future? Just teleport. At this moment, Wang Xiao felt a squirming sensation in his pocket. A black vine quietly reached out, with a mini black scythe at the tip. It was the shrunk version of Ing Bei Lei, Little Bei. It seemed attracted by the high-altitude view, wanting to crawl out and get some fresh air. Go back. Wang Xiao reacted quickly, pressing it back into his pocket with a single finger. You're a plant type, what are you doing here? The wind's strong up here, if you get blown dry, I'll have to water you again. Go back and sleep. Little Bei, feeling wronged, shrunk back and used its scythe to trim the threads in Wang Xiao's pocket. The man and fox darted in and out of the clouds, having a great time, until late into the night when they finally teleported back to the dormitory with reluctance. The next morning, Wang Xiao was woken up by a strange scratching sound. He opened his eyes to see Little Nine lying on the living room floor, not using its paws but controlling an invisible psychic force to make the cleaning robot spin 360 degrees like a Thomas the Tank Engine. Chirp, look, I can work without using my hands. Little Nine proudly wagged its tail. The psychic force, though still a bit unrefined, was already able to precisely control the movement trajectory of objects. Not bad, your psychic control is improving. Wang Xiao brushed his teeth, muttering vaguely. Looks like regular high-energy jerky can't satisfy you anymore. I'll need to add some food rich in spiritual elements, like the eyeballs of a deep-sea soulfish? Little Nine's smile instantly froze, and it silently placed the cleaning robot back onto its charging dock. In the afternoon. Special training ground for the school team. Bang! 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 The dull sound of impact echoed endlessly. Inside the gravity room, the gravity multiplier had been set to 3.5 times. Little Nine was lying on the special alloy floor, its six tails heavy as if filled with lead. It gritted its teeth, desperately controlling every muscle in its tails, trying to perform the delicate threading the needled movement under the heavy pressure. The strength is enough, but the control is too poor. Lu Sun, wearing a tight vest, stood outside the one-way glass with a thermos cup in hand, pointing and giving instructions. The six tails of the fiery fox are its main weapon, both a weapon and a shield. If it can't be controlled like an extension of its body, then these six tails are just burdens. Wang Xiao stood beside him, nodding in deep agreement. Teacher Lu is right. This kid just needs more practice. Lu Sun glanced at him, his eyes filled with appreciation. You, as a beast tamer, have a good mindset, not indulgent. Many students feel soft-hearted when they see their pets suffer, but that only harms them. Alright, this gravity training must last for at least 4 hours. You stay here and watch over it. I'll go next door to guide the tactics for Team 2. Teacher Lu, you go ahead, I'll definitely keep an eye on it, Wang Xiao said, looking righteous. As soon as Lu Sun left, Wang Xiao quickly took out his phone. Messages from Mo Fan appeared on the screen. Mo Fan, Xiao Gu. Help, no, it's an invitation. Mo Fan, a huge circus just arrived at the Fantasy Forest theme park downtown. They say there are rare mutant beasts performing that you can't usually see. Hu Tao and I got inner circle tickets, want to come? Hu Tao, Xiao Gu, come. Heard the highlight is a fortune-telling cat, incredibly accurate. A circus? Wang Xiao stroked his chin. He glanced at Little Nine, drenched in sweat, struggling with a few steel needles in the gravity room, and then thought about the king Little Bay in his pocket, which could photosynthesize on its own as long as there was light. Since Little Nine was practicing strength control, shouldn't Little Bay also upgrade its equipment? It seemed like a batch of shadow-type ores had just arrived at the market, perfect for sharpening Little Bay's sickle. Since he was going to the market, stopping by the circus seemed like a reasonable detour, right? After all, as an excellent beast tamer, keeping both the mind and body happy was essential to better plan training for the pets. Little Nine, Wang Xiao pressed the call button, his voice coming through the broadcast into the gravity room. Little Nine's ears twitched, and it looked up, full of anticipation. Was it time to rest? Was it time to eat? Teacher Lu said, this training is very important, it's about whether you can become a true ruler. Wang Xiao spoke earnestly, his tone full of hope, like a parent wishing for their child to succeed. You keep practicing, I just remembered him, I'm going to buy some strengthening materials for you and Little Bay. You know, I'm always busy running around for you guys. Chirp. Really? Little Nine was so touched it almost cried, its master was running errands for them. It must be true. When have I ever lied to you? Wang Xiao said without changing his expression, keep practicing, and I'll bring you the deep-sea demon soul fish eyeball. After saying that, Wang Xiao turned around without hesitation, gracefully opening the door to leave. As he walked, he proudly muttered to himself, I'm just a weak beast tamer, as long as the pets are training hard, that's all that matters, their hard work has nothing to do with me, the beast tamer. Thinking of this, his steps grew lighter, without a single burden on his mind, leaving Little Nine to suffer in the gravity room, happily going to his appointment. As he walked out of the training hall, the early autumn sunlight bathed his face, warm and comforting. Wang Xiao stretched lazily, took out his phone, and sent a voice message to Mo Fan, his tone as light as if he were going on a school field trip. Send me the location, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Oh, and have Hu Tao save that fortune-telling cat for me, I want to see if it can predict that I'll make a fortune today. As for the Little Nine who was sweating profusely in the gravity chamber. Even for a supreme leader, to grow stronger, doesn't one have to go through 81 hardships? I'm training its temperament. Wang Xiao, feeling completely justified, stopped at taxi. Driver, take me to the Fantasy Forest theme park, hurry up, I'm in a rush. Chapter 59, Shock. That silly bear playing with water turned out to be in the center of Jinling City, Fantasy Forest theme park. The crowd surged, and the noise almost threatened to overturn the sky. The air was filled with the crispy smell of popcorn and the sugary scent of cotton candy, with colorful balloons floating in the air like clouds. Xiao Gu. Over here. Mo Fan's loud and penetrating voice cut through the crowd. Wang Xiao looked in the direction of the sound and saw a moving snack stand struggling to make its way towards him. It was Mo Fan's frostshell turtle. This turtle, once simple and honest, had undergone special training and evolution. Its shell had turned into a deep ice blue, emitting a chill that dropped the surrounding temperature several degrees. At this moment, its wide, flat back was piled high with all kinds of snacks on the left, a grass target full of candied hawthorns, on the right, several large tubs of popcorn, and in the middle, a box of chilled soda. The frostshell turtle moved slowly, its eyes filled with a sense of life as hard for a turtle, forced to work, looking like a moving bar counter with its own cooling function. Did you bring the supermarket here? Wang Xiao walked over and casually grabbed a skewer of candied hawthorns from the turtle's back, took a bite, and found it sweet and sour with a refreshing chill. Aren't you afraid of tiring out your turtle? Of course not. Mo Fan, with a hot dog in his mouth, mumbled, "Old who said this is weight training. Besides, this is the prelude to our celebration banquet, we have to eat well. Look how steady it is now. If it loses its job later, it can definitely top the sales at the night market." Beside them, Hu Tao adjusted his glasses, accompanied by a muscular, naughty-strength ape. The ape wasn't idle either, carefully holding a pink cotton candy, afraid it might break if squeezed too hard. The careful contrast of this muscular man's actions drew the attention of passing girls, who couldn't help but glance at him. "Shoo!" Little Nine, in Wang Xiao's arms, stuck its head out, its double pupils fixated on the pile of snacks, tears uncontrollably dripping from the corner of its mouth. "Don't look, those belong to someone else." Wang Xiao pressed Little Nine's head back down, and then felt a squirming in his pocket. Little Bei couldn't resist the boredom either and quietly extended a black vine, its small sickle tip hooking Wang Xiao's collar, looking around like a periscope. For this king of rolls who had always lived in dark corners, this strange, colorful world was full of novelty, even wanting to go over and trim the shape of a nearby trash can. "Let's go, the circus is starting," Mo Fan urged. "I heard today's main attraction is the phantom cat performing a human transformation, and there's even a fortune-telling cat. It's so mystical. I've got to have it predict when I'll find someone to date." The three of them entered the venue after checking tickets and found seats in the front row. As the lights dimmed, intense drumbeats sounded, and a spotlight hit the center of the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Fantasy Forest." After the host's exaggerated opening speech, a series of dazzling performances began. The flame monkey, jumping through fire hoops, left fiery trails in the air, causing the audience to gasp in amazement. The colorful ball elephant, using its trunk, pushed large colorful balls and even skillfully curled up bananas thrown by the audience. Several colorful flying knife parrots swooped through the air, skillfully catching flying rings. Wang Xiao watched while silently evaluating in his mind. These are all commercially trained beasts, specialized in certain skills for performances. They're quite entertaining to watch, but their combat power is basically zero. That flame monkey? Little Nine could sneeze and kill 10 of them. At that moment, the stage style suddenly changed. A group of clumsy, adorable earth element war bears waddled onto the stage. These creatures, known for their defense abilities, were usually a symbol of gentle temperament. They wore comical little skirts, riding specially designed unicycles, and their awkward movements made the entire audience burst into laughter. During the exit segment, something unexpected happened. At the end of the group, one earth element war bear, noticeably larger than its companions, suddenly stopped at the edge of the decorative pool beside the stage. Its once dull eyes fixed on the sparkling water, and a strange light suddenly flickered in them. "Roar!" The bear excitedly roared, completely ignoring the animal trainer's whip and instructions, and like a heavy bomb, it splashed into the water with a loud plop. Splash! A huge wave of water soared 3 meters high, soaking several front row audience members, drenching them like drowned rats. Even more absurdly, this bear, which was supposed to be a land duck, actually swam joyfully in the water. It even flipped onto its back, slapping the surface with its paws, making happy grunting sounds as if it had returned to its mother's embrace. "Ha ha ha! Does this bear think it's a fish? This is killing me, an earth element pet going into the water, doesn't it fear turning into mud?" The audience erupted in laughter, all thinking this was a specially arranged comedic performance. Only Wang Xiao furrowed his brows slightly. Something's wrong. He stared at the bear splashing around in the water. Earth element war bears naturally dislike water, just like cats hate baths. This bear not only didn't resist but instead showed an extreme affection for it. Because of this bear's antics, the originally scheduled leaping dolphin performance had to be postponed. The staff, frantically holding nets and electric prods, struggled for quite some time before managing to drag the stubborn giant out of the water. The following performances were still wonderful, but Wang Zhao's most anticipated fortune-telling cat segment was cancelled. "Sorry, everyone, the psychic cat is feeling unwell today and has taken the day off," the host said apologetically. "Damn. I want a refund. I came here just for the fortune-telling, how else am I supposed to know when I'm going to strike it rich?" Wang Xiao immediately became displeased. Mo Fan and Hu Tao grabbed him, trying to stop him from rushing up to argue. "Forget it, Xiao Ji, it's just a gimmick. Those cats usually just read your face. With your face screaming, 'I want to get rich,' it would definitely tell you you're going to get rich." As the crowd began to leave, due to the large number of people at the front, the staff guided some of the audience out through the back door passage. This passage was right next to the backstage animal training area, and the air was thick with an indescribable smell of blood and disinfectant. "This fool! Causing me trouble again." A burst of angry curses and the sound of a whip cracking came from the nearby iron cage area. Wang Xiao paused for a moment, instinctively looking over. He saw a middle-aged man in work clothes, holding an electric animal trainer's whip, partially striking at a black figure inside the iron cage. It was the same earth element war bear that had jumped into the water earlier. At this point, it was soaked through, its brown fur now a mix of black and gray from the water and mud, looking filthy, like a discarded rag. It huddled in the corner of the cage, not resisting, and surprisingly, it was still tightly holding onto a koi fish it had snatched from the pool, nibbling on the fish's tail while enduring the beating. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating. The staff was furious. You're an earth element bear, not a polar bear. Why are you always thinking about swimming and catching fish? You've already cost today's performance fee. If this happens again, I'll sell you to the slaughterhouse to make bear paws. Even though your meat is sour and tough, I bet even dogs won't eat it. The bear seemed to understand the word slaughterhouse, and its body trembled slightly. The action of gnawing on the fish paused for half a second, then, the speed increased as the rest of the fish was quickly shoved into the mouth. It was as if saying, even if I die, I will die a satisfied glutton. This bear is interesting. Hu Tao pushed up his glasses. Although it looks a bit dumb, its mindset is really steady. The mountain can collapse in front of it, and it remains unfazed, only the meal cannot be neglected. Fan shook his head, probably has some brain issues, or maybe it's a failed product of genetic mutation. Earth-type beasts are water-friendly, just like fire-type beasts wanting to swim, it's useless. Wang Xiao didn't speak. He stood outside the iron bars, his gaze firmly fixed on the big bear that was licking its lips. Just now, the truth scale that had been dormant in his mind suddenly vibrated. A golden stream of data, like a waterfall, flashed across his retina. Warning. High-energy lifeform detected. Target scan complete. Name? Current disguise, Earth Vein Warbear. True name, Thunderclap Warbear, juvenile phase severe malnutrition. Attributes, thunder, water. Species potential, king level, high class. Current level, awakening phase. Status, extreme hunger, bloodline sealed, severe cognitive disorder, raised as an Earth-type bear, leading to attribute disorder. Skills. Super strength, mastery born with divine strength, a slap can crush rocks. Thunder armor, unawakened extremely high affinity for thunder elements, currently in dormant state. Torrential charge, beginner instinctive underwater combat ability. Evolution path. Stage 1 Lanting giant bear, overlord level needs to absorb a thunderstorm during a thunderstorm to awaken the dormant thunder talent and complete initial awakening. Stage 2 Radiant Thunder World Destroying Bear, totem level hidden requires the Lanting giant bear as a foundation, fusing polar ice and 9 heavens divine thunder, completely reverting to ancient bloodlines and ascending to the throne of gods. Wang Xiao's pupils shrank sharply, and even his breath seemed to stop in that instant. Thunderclap Warbear? This is a rare species that exists only deep in the Arctic Circle, known as the Polar Overlord. This bear naturally controls thunder and water, and once it reaches adulthood, it is definitely a king-level fighter. And at the end of its evolution, it is even said to be a totemic creature capable of summoning the world-destroying thunder calamity, the Radiant Thunder World-Destroying Bear. Why would such a polar royal creature be mixed in with a group of Earth-type silly bears, and even mistaken for a mentally defective weakling? Wang Xiao carefully examined the creature in the cage. This bear was covered in thick mud and filth, completely hiding its original fur color. Coupled with long-term malnutrition, although its size was bigger than a normal Earth Vein warbear, it still lacked the grandeur that the Thunderclap warbear should have. The most critical part was that its thunder affinity had never been developed. It was raised as an Earth-type bear, causing energy to accumulate in its body, making it look like a developmental freak. Wasting, this is an absolute waste. Wang Zhao's heart bled, but soon, an uncontrollable excitement surged within him. Whatever was missing has now arrived. Little Nine is a high-explosion mage assassin, Little Bay is a strong crowd control support, and right now, the team is missing a tank that can take hits, has tough skin, and can fight. Moreover, the Thunder-Water dual attributes not only make up for the team's attribute weaknesses but are also the perfect mage tank candidate. Wang Xiao took a deep breath, suppressing the smile at the corner of his mouth, and replaced it with a slightly disgusted yet curious expression as he pointed at the dirty bear in the cage. Uncle, this bear, is it for sale? The staff, who was still in a bad mood, froze for a moment, turned to look at this high school student in a school uniform, his eyes full of disbelief. For sale? You want this thing? The staff pointed at the burping bear in the cage, looking utterly incredulous. This is a defective product. It's not smart, doesn't listen to commands, and all it does is eat and sleep. It goes into the water more than it goes on land. What do you want it for? Keep it as an ancestor to worship? It's just that it looks a bit pitiful. Wang Xiao shrugged, putting on a pure I'm a good person expression, and I have a big yard at home. Just the right time for a doorman. This bear may be a little dumb, but it's big, you know? Just squat at the door and it'll ward off evil. Besides, I like to raise things with personality. Fan and Hu Tao exchanged glances, both seeing the familiar terror in each other's eyes. It's over. When Brother Xiao makes that face, it usually means someone is about to suffer a major blow. Although they didn't know what was so special about this bear, since it was in Brother Zhao's sights. This circus might end up losing its last pair of underwear. The staff looked at Wang Xiao suspiciously, then glanced at the useless bear, and after a moment's hesitation, extended 5 fingers. 50,000. No bargaining. He was calculating in his mind that this bear was originally bought in bulk with a group of juvenile battle bears, at a cost of just a few thousand yuan. Now that it had grown so large, eating fish had drained all the funds. If it sold for 50,000, that would definitely be a blood profit. 50,000? Wang Xiao frowned, looking at him with a face that screamed, "Are you robbing me? Uncle, this is a sick bear. Look at its stupid face. Buying it means you'd have to treat its brain, and you might even end up paying for medical bills. Plus, it steals food. How much do you think its meals will cost in the future? 30,000, no more. 40,000. This is still a bear with extraordinary potential. Its brain's a mess, but its strength is impressive. 35,000, cash transfer, take it away immediately." Wang Xiao pulled out his phone and waved it. "If not, forget it. I'll go next door to the dog market and buy a Tibetan Mastiff. At least those listen to commands." The staff gritted his teeth, looking at the idiot in the cage that had just finished eating fish and was starting to gnaw on the bars. Finally, he made up his mind. "Deal. Take it away, no returns. Whoever regrets it is a son of a bitch." He quickly pulled out the payment QR code, moving so fast as if he were grabbing a red envelope. Without saying a word, Wang Xiao scanned the code and made the payment. Ding, Alipay has received 35,000 yuan. As the pleasant sound echoed, Wang Xiao looked at the confused future totem in the cage, his lips finally couldn't hold back and slowly curled into a wicked smile. 35,000, buying a totem-level potential thunder battle bear. This isn't just picking up a bargain. This is practically charity. If those rich families who went bankrupt just to get a king-level cub knew about this, they'd probably burst a blood vessel. "Mo Fan, Hu Tao, give me a hand." Wang Xiao opened the cage door, waved at the big muddy bear inside, and grinned like a creepy guy luring a child. "Hey, big guy, stop gnawing on the bars. Come with me, you won't have to eat these thorny little fish anymore. I'll take you to eat deep-sea bluefin tuna." The thunder battle bear inside the cage paused. Although it didn't understand what bluefin tuna was, its wild animal instincts told it that the two-legged creature in front of it had a very pleasant smell. That smell was the scent of money? No, it was the smell of a long-term meal ticket. Ow. Will I be full? The big bear tentatively extended its paw, and a glimmer of something called hope flashed in its once dull eyes. Quick, quick, quick. Before the animal trainer realizes how much this thing can eat, let's hurry and get out. Wang Xiao acted like an antique dealer who had just found the national treasure for 5 yuan at Panjiayuan, directing Imofan and Hu Tao to push the specially made sliding cage containing the big dumb bear. They sped through the back door of the Fantasy Forest theme park like a streak of lightning. The big guy in the cage was still burping, tightly holding the half-eaten koi in its hands, with clear yet vacant eyes, completely unaware that it had already been flipped. When they reached a secluded corner, Wang Xiao wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at the little nine in his arms, who was glaring at him with disdain. As soon as Wang Xiao decided to buy the big dumb bear earlier, he had secretly messaged little nine, who was undergoing special training at school. "Let it teleport here as the mover. Xiaojiao, get to work. Locate the school's outdoor swimming pool. It's the weekend, no one's there. Chirp. This fox is a noble ruler, not a moving company's truck." Xiaojiao covered its nose, giving a disgusted glance at the big bear in the cage emitting a stinky odor. But at the promise of a luxurious seafood feast from Wang Xiao, it reluctantly waved its tail. Silver light exploded, space twisted. The next second, the humid air smelling of heavy disinfectant rushed towards them. Jiming High School, outdoor swimming pool. It was deep autumn, the water in the pool had not been drained, but a few fallen leaves floated on the surface, making the scene seem a bit desolate. "Phew, I'm exhausted." Emofan plopped down on the ceramic tiles beside the pool, panting heavily. "Xiaoge, what were you thinking? 35,000. Buying a bear that can only ride a unicycle? This thing does nothing but eat and sleep. I'm afraid to take it out to fight, it might turn and go beg the enemy for food." Hu Tao also pushed up his glasses that had slid down his nose, looking confused. "Xiaoge, although this Earth-Vein battle bear is big, look at its fur, it's messy, clearly a genetic defect. And Earth-type pets are naturally afraid of water, but it loves to dive into it. Not only is it stupid, even its core attribute might be broken." "Stupid?" Wang Xiao walked up to the cage, opened the iron lock, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a meaningful smile. Sometimes, there's only a thin line between genius and madness. As for whether it's a failure, we'll know once we wash it. Wash it? Mo Fan was stunned. Washing can cause mutations? Come out, big guy. Wang Xiao patted the cage door. The big bear in the cage hesitated for a moment, its nose twitching, smelling the water vapor in the air that made its soul tremble. Clumsily, it crawled out of the cage, its small eyes, covered in dirt, immediately locking onto the bright blue water in front of it. Roar! The sound, more of a cheer than a roar, echoed. This several hundred-kilogram earth-vein battle bear showed agility completely inconsistent with its size. Like a black cannonball, it sprinted, jumped, and spun halfway in midair. Splash! A huge splash soared 5 meters high, drenching Mo Fan and Hu Tao, who were by the shore, into drowned rats. Holy crap! Did this bear just commit suicide? Mo Fan wiped his face off with water, shouting in terror. An Earth-type pet in the water, isn't that like a mud Buddha crossing the river? However, the expected scene of the big bear struggling and crying for help did not happen. On the water's surface, that black shadow swam with ease, like a fish in water. It would float on its back, showing its round belly, it would dive, gliding underwater like a nuclear submarine. As the water flowed, something astonishing occurred. The thick layer of black-brown mud that seemed to have grown on the bear's skin began to peel off in large chunks, dissolving into the pool water. The originally murky pool water quickly became dirty, and the true appearance of the bear gradually revealed itself. It was not earth yellow. It was as pure as snow, a clean white, and under the white fur, faint deep blue ring-like stripes were visible. As it moved through the water, those stripes seemed to come alive, glowing faintly. This color isn't right? Mo Fan opened his mouth wide, not even noticing his hotdog falling to the ground. Did this bear lose color? No. This isn't losing color. Hu Tao, who had been staring at the pool, suddenly shook all over, like he had seen a ghost. He rushed to the poolside, his eyes fixed firmly on the now clean, graceful white bear paddling on the surface. White fur, deep blue thunder stripes, naturally aquatic, and this size. Hu Tao's voice trembled, his excitement clear as a data enthusiast encountering a mythical creature. This is no earth-vein battle bear. Even the ancestors of earth-vein battle bears never looked like this. What is that? Mo Fan stared, completely baffled. This is the Thunder Roar battle bear. A royal creature living deep in the Arctic tundra. Naturally dual elemental, reaching king level when it matures. Hu Tao suddenly turned to Wang Xiao, his eyes nearly popping out. Xiao bro. You knew about this already? At this moment, Wang Xiao stood by the pool, hands in his pockets, wearing a calm expression as if saying, don't overreact. What else would it be? Do you think I'm a philanthropist, spending 35,000 just to buy a useless bucket? Wang Xiao gazed at the now shiny and renewed creature in the water. After washing off the grime, the Thunder Roar battle bear, though still a bit thin due to long-term malnutrition, began to reveal its inherent nobility and dominance. Especially its eyes, though still showing a hint of foolishness, seemed to pulse with faint electrical arcs deep within. Name, Thunder Roar battle bear, awakening phase. Status, cleansed, in a good mood, hunger at 90%. Evaluation, a pearl covered in dust, with just a little bit of resources, it could shake the whole pond. Thunder Roar battle bear? Mo Fan swallowed hard, feeling like his mind couldn't keep up. Wasn't a single cub on the black market sold for 800 million? There's no price for it? 800 million is just the starting price. Hu Tao trembled, adding, this kind of polar creature is extremely rare because of the closed environment. 35,000, you can't even buy a single fur with that. Did we profit? Mo Fan looked at Wang Xiao. We made a fortune. Wang Xiao shrugged. Probably multiplied it by over 20,000 times. Hiss. The two of them sucked in a cold breath, staring at Wang Xiao as if he were a walking fortune god. Is this the world of the big shots? Go to a circus, buy a defective product casually, and flip it for a villa in the city center? But... Wang Xiao frowned, looking at the large creature in the water. Jinling is in the south, with a humid and hot climate, thousands of miles away from the Arctic Circle. How did a royal polar creature end up in a third-rate circus? Because of severe malnutrition and environmental suppression, this Thunder Roar battle bear's lightning powers had been dormant. It looked dirty and stupid, which is why the circus picked it up, thinking it was a failed mutant earthbound battle bear. If it hadn't encountered Wang Xiao, who possessed the truth scales, this future totem ruler would likely have spent its life riding a unicycle in the circus, eventually ending up at the slaughterhouse. Splash! The sound of water interrupted Wang Xiao's thoughts. The cleansed Thunder Roar battle bear climbed onto the shore. It shook its body, like a giant drying machine, drenching the three men with a fresh rain. It walked slowly to Wang Xiao, sat down heavily, and stared directly at him with its large, wet eyes. Then it stretched out its giant paw, pointing at its shriveled belly. Ah whoa. The voice sounded round, as if saying, the bath is done, when's the food coming? Wang Xiao stared at this creature's seemingly bottomless stomach, and the joy of the unexpected find quickly faded by half. To restore its foundation and awaken its lightning powers, regular dried meat definitely wouldn't cut it. It needed high-energy lightning or deep-sea high-protein fish and special energy cubes. Wang Xiao quickly did the math in his head. To feed this creature to the point it could form any fighting ability, the starting funds would need at least 5 million. I rushed it. Wang Xiao clutched his chest, feeling like the 200,000 monthly salary he had just earned had sprouted wings and flown away. This wasn't getting a tank, this was like inviting a gold-swallowing ancestor into the house. Eat, 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 all you care about is eating. Wang Xiao grumbled as he pulled out a large chunk of emergency rations from his space ring, 5,000 worth of thunder-patterned beef, and threw it over. Eat it sparingly, this is your big brother's snack. The bear's eyes lit up, and it caught the beef in one bite, not even chewing. It swallowed it down. Then, it reached out its claw again, its eyes even more expectant. Wang Xiao turned his head to look at Mo Fan and Hu Tao. Who brought money? Can you lend me some? Mo Fan and Hu Tao exchanged glances, and in perfect harmony, they clutched their pockets tightly, speaking in unison. No money. We're saving to buy a house. Under the setting sun, Wang Xiao looked at the hungry future totem in front of him, letting out a sigh full of pain yet joy. Supporting a family, the road ahead is long and tough. But as he saw the occasional flash of blue electricity on the big bear, Wang Xiao's gaze gradually grew sharper. With this thunderclap war bear, the hardest piece of the puzzle in his team was finally filled. Since you followed me, stop thinking about riding a unicycle. Wang Xiao placed his hand on the big bear's wet head, and the light of the balance of truth faintly flickered in his palm. I will make you the most terrifying thunderstorm in this world. Chapter 61, spend 35,000 for a fool? No, this is the future thunder god. The last rays of the sunset cast onto the outdoor swimming pool of Qiming High School, giving the shimmering surface a layer of gold. Wang Xiao crouched at the edge of the pool, his gaze piercing through the faint blue light of balance of truth, firmly staring at the white giant beast gasping for air on the shore. Data streams cascaded across the screen, lines of hidden entries were being forcefully decoded. Analyzing racial traits. Thunderclap Warbear, Awakening Stage, Core Talent confirmed. Talent 1, Thunder Body, not yet awakened. Affinity with lightning elements, when struck by lightning attribute attacks, 50% damage reduction, and it is converted into its own energy. Talent 2, Polar Resurrection, Passive. Water-based talent variant. When in a water environment or when the body's water element is full, injury recovery speed increases by 300%, and stamina recovery speed increases by 200%. Wang Xiao felt his teeth ache. This wasn't just a simple tank. High defense, damage reduction, energy absorption, plus an insanely strong self-healing ability. This was clearly a war machine with berserker armor and reflective thorn armor, and it could even apply its own continuous healing buff. To have this kind of top-tier configuration, that circus boss actually let it ride a unicycle? Wang Xiao's lips twitched. This is like using an aircraft carrier to catch fish near the shore, an appalling waste. In the pool, the washed-out big white bear seemed to sense Wang Xiao's burning gaze and shrunk back a little. It instinctively wanted to hide in a corner but found that its massive body had no place to escape. Xiao Bei, bring it over. Wang Xiao snapped his fingers. From his pocket, a black vine stretched out. Although the shadow pet Xiao Bei was somewhat disdainful of this wet, seemingly foolish big lug, it still faithfully carried out the master's order. The vine swirled, like a nimble arm, and from Wang Xiao's spatial ring, it moved out a small mountain. At the bottom was a 20-pound piece of premium deep-sea bluefin tuna, its flesh pink and the texture clear. In the middle, there was a layer of specially crafted water element energy block that Wang Xiao personally made, glowing with a faint blue light. At the top, there were a few extremely expensive thunder spirit fruits, with faint electrical arcs jumping on their surface. The cost of this meal was conservatively estimated to be over 20,000 federal credits. The big white bear, still trembling, suddenly sniffed twice. Its clear, dull little eyes immediately sharpened. Woof. Is this for me? The big white bear cautiously extended its claw, pointed at itself, then at the pile of food, its eyes filled with disbelief. In its memory, food was always rotten fish and shrimp, dry hard bread with a moldy smell, and every meal came with the crack of a whip and the mockery of the crowd. This food, emitting an enticing fragrance and even containing energy that made its very soul long for it. Is it really for it to eat? Eat it. Follow me from now on, and you'll never go hungry. Wang Xiao's voice carried a hint of laughter. The giant white bear let out a deep, low whine from its throat. In the next second, it could no longer control its instincts and lunged forward. There was no chewing, no savoring, it swallowed everything whole. It didn't even spit out the fish bones, swallowing them in big, desperate gulps, as if fearing the deliciousness would vanish or the person with the whip would come out and beat it again. Slow down, no one's going to steal it from you. Wang Xiao raised an eyebrow, watching it devour the food greedily. Suddenly, the large white bear froze mid-bite. A single, massive tear rolled down its white fur, falling onto the tiles by the pool and shattering into pieces. Then came the second drop, the third. This massive creature, capable of smashing rocks with a single slap, now resembled a child overwhelmed by grievances, stuffing its mouth while silently crying. Tears mixed with bits of fish, looking both absurd and heart-wrenching. Why is it crying while eating? Emofan asked, stunned. There's no mustard in the fish, right? TCH. So pathetic. Little Nine, lying on Wang Xiao's shoulder, pretended to disdain it, but still extended its tail and gently patted the white bear's head. Xiaobei, ask it what's going on. Wang Xiao spoke softly. Ing Beilei waved her vines and gently touched the white bear's forehead, using the unique plant wave to communicate mentally. Moments later, Xiaobei swung two small sickles, gesturing in the air while passing the message through the bond to Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao's smile slowly faded, his expression turning serious. It turned out that this Thunder Roar war bear had been separated from its clan during a blizzard in the Arctic Circle. It was only a newborn at the time, starving and freezing. To avoid predators, it crawled into a filthy mud pit. An Arctic expedition team passed by and mistook it for a regular mutated Earth-type war bear cub, taking it with them. Because of the mismatched attributes, it was raised as Earth-type, it couldn't digest Earth minerals, its body development slowed down, and the expedition team deemed it a defective product, casually selling it to a traveling circus. In the circus, because it kept stealing fish, a primal need, and couldn't learn to jump through fire hoops, afraid of fire, it became the punching bag. It says. Xiaobei transmitted the trembling emotion. This is the first time since birth it has been full. It's also the first time someone has given it what it truly wanted to eat. The air grew still for a few seconds. Emofan and Hu Tao stopped their playful grinning, their hearts heavy as they watched the huge bear eat and cry at the same time. Wang Xiao exhaled softly and stepped forward, ignoring the water splashes and grease stains on the bear's body, pressing his hand against its broad forehead. The past is over. Wang Xiao's voice was light, yet filled with undeniable strength. From today on, no one will dare to whip you again. Eat fish when you want, sleep when you want. Anyone who dares to harm a single hair on you, I'll scatter their ashes. The white bear stopped chewing. It raised its head, its tear-filled eyes looking at Wang Xiao. On this human, it didn't smell the fear-inducing stench of blood or the coppery scent of death, instead, it felt a calming warmth, like the polar sun. That was the call of the contract. Awah! I'll follow you. The white bear lowered its noble head voluntarily, offering its most vulnerable spot, the center of its forehead, to Wang Xiao's palm. Buzz! Complicated runes swirled, eventually transforming into a streak of light that sank into the white bear's forehead. Wang Xiao felt a violent tremor in his beast master space, and the third contract slot was instantly filled. A thick, overwhelming, yet slightly cool life energy surged back through the contract. On the surface of his skin, a faint trace of lightning light flashed, and the density of his muscles seemed to rise to a higher level. Contract successful. Congratulations, host, obtained the third pet beast, Thunder Roar Battle Bear, Awakening Stage. Good guy, just one meal and I tricked it into my hands? Wang Xiao felt secret joy in his heart. If this were changed to a love game, the strategy difficulty would simply be negative. Since you follow me, you must have a new name. Wang Xiao touched his chin and thought deeply, you are so white, and you can eat so much. The big white bear looked at him with expectation. I will call you Dubai. Wang Xiao made the final decision with one hammer. Emofan and Hu Tao almost staggered and fell into the swimming pool. Brother Xiao, your naming level is completely opposite to your money-making level. Emofan complained, Xiaojiu, Xiaobei, Dubai, are you going to open a kindergarten at home? Big vulgar is big elegant, understand or not? Wang Xiao said with full confidence. Dubai was very satisfied with this name, foolishly roared once, then buried his head and began to clean the remaining half-box of energy cubes. Just at this time, the phone in Wang Xiao's pocket vibrated. He took it out and looked. The note was, Rebirth Parents, Principal Son. Hello, Principal? Wang Xiao answered the phone, his tone instantly switched to obedient mode. Yes, I just finished training. What? Go to your office now? Collect data? Okay, I will arrive immediately. Sacrifice for science, it should be done. After hanging up the phone, Wang Xiao looked at the two people who were still in a daze. Alright, the celebration banquet will be another day. Sugar Daddy calls, I have to go work. Work? Mofan glanced at the totem-level cub that was licking the plate, the corner of his mouth twitched, monthly salary 2 million work? Xiaojiu, work time. Wang Xiao ignored their jealousy, turned over and wrote on Xiaojiu who had eaten full and drunk enough and was picking his teeth. Dubai, go back to the beast taming space to sleep, there I prepared a luxury single room for you. After taking Dubai back into the space, Wang Xiao patted Xiaojiu's neck. Target, principal office, teleport. A silver light flashed, Wang Xiao's figure disappeared out of thin air, only leaving two boys by the swimming pool messy in the wind. Taming Middle School, Administration Building, top floor. The principal office was wide and bright, all around placed with various precise testing instruments. Sunman wore a white coat, wore thick glasses, held a tablet computer in her hand, her eyes fanatically stared at Wang Xiao, who just teleported in Xiaojiao in his arms. Too perfect, simply a work of art. Sunman circled around Xiaojiao 3 times, the scanner in her hand continuously made beep beep sounds. Bone density is 3 times that of same body size fire-type pet beasts, muscle fibers contain extremely high concentration explosive power. The most key is this. Sunman pointed at a special structure at Xiaojiao's ear part on the scan image. Its cochlea structure mutated, forming a kind of ultrasonic echo positioning system similar to radar. This kind of structure usually only appears on bats or deep-sea whales. Sunman raised her head, in her eyes was excitement that could not be suppressed. Wang Xiao, do you know what this means? Wang Xiao honestly shook his head. Means its hearing is good? In the future, if it steals snacks, I can also hear? Shallow. Sunman rolled her eyes at him. This means its mental power is not only used to release skills, but more is used to perceive the world. Its psychic system talent is built on a super strong perception foundation. This explains why it can comprehend space system skills, because it can hear the fluctuation of space. Wang Xiao's heart slightly moved. Although the truth balance can see data, this kind of bottom logic analysis based on anatomy and biology is indeed the strong point of scientific researchers. Worthy of the principle, one glance saw through the essence. Wang Xiao timely sent a flattering line. Cut this out. Sunman snorted once, sat back behind the office desk. 2 million is not given to you for nothing. Besides the blazing love demon fox, I heard you also contracted a shadow bud? The news spread really fast. Wang Xiao nodded. Yes, it is the one bought at the breeding base at that time. Let me see it. Sunman pushed her glasses. I just now am exactly at a topic about plant-type pet beast mutation direction and hit a bottleneck. Want to see whether your this mutated kind has reference value. Wang Xiao hesitated for a moment. Principal, my Xiaobei personality is a bit special, and also its current look maybe is not quite the same as the shadow bud you have in your impression. How can it be different? Sunman waved her hand without care. Shadow bud, isn't it just spit silk, wrap and wind support type pet beast? Even if mutated, at most the silk is tougher, the color a bit darker. Relax, what kind of scene have I not seen? Then alright. Wang Xiao sighed, stepped back 2 steps, leaving a safe distance for the office desk. Xiaobei, come out to meet the guest. The shadow on the ground suddenly wriggled in a strange way. There was no warm feeling of flowers blooming, and no fresh feeling of plants growing. A wave of cold, killing aura instantly spread through the whole office. In Sunman's gradually freezing smile, a completely pitch-black plant, with leaves sharp like knife blades, slowly rose from the shadow. It had no flower bud. Instead, at the top were 2 black sickles giving off ghostly cold light. And around it, countless transparent silk threads as thin as hair had already filled the whole space, like a spider web waiting for prey. Xiaobei waved one sickle, as if saying hello, and by the way neatly cut a stack of documents on Sunman's desk into 2 halves. The cut surface was smooth like a mirror. The tablet computer in Sunman's hand fell to the ground with a paw sound. She pointed at that black plant giving off a clear "don't come near me" aura, her eyes locked hard on the 2 sickles flashing metallic cold light, her voice shaking. This texture, this sharpness. If not knowing in advance it is a shadow bud, who would dare believe this is plant type? This is clearly a steel-type pet beast. Chapter 62 6 Paths of Pain? I want to give the beast-taming world a little shock. The office was dead silent. The only sound came from that completely pitch-black shadow bud, as it waved its sickles, cutting the air, making tiny hissing sounds. Sunman indeed deserved to be a top scholar who had seen big winds and big waves. After the first loss of control, she quickly regained calm, only her look toward Wang Xiao became extremely complex. That look was like watching a child who treated a nuclear bomb launch button as a stress relief toy. Put it away. Sunman pressed her temples that were jumping hard. Let it shake 2 more times, I fear my desk will be dismembered by it. Wang Xiao grinned, snapped his fingers. Xiaobei, come back. Remember to sweep the paper scraps on the ground clean. The 2 cold glowing sickles of the shadow bud instantly turned into afterimages. Within a few seconds, it gathered the paper scraps from the documents it had just cut into a pile, and even because of its bone-deep obsessive habit, arranged the scraps precisely by size. Only after finishing all this did it shrink back into Wang Xiao's shadow with full satisfaction. Who? Sunman let out a breath of turbid air, sat back into the chair, her expression becoming serious like never before. Wang Xiao, since you have already contracted this mutated shadow bud, some things about evolution, I must tell you clearly in advance. She pulled out a sheet of white paper from the drawer, picked up a fountain pen, and quickly drew an anatomy sketch of a flower bud on it. Shadow bud has many evolution routes, the most common are dark night demon vine or highly poisonous flower demon bud. But yours, since it has already mutated solid sickles and such high-strength silk threads, then the most suitable for it, without doubt, is that unpopular and difficult route string-pulling puppeteer. Wang Xiao nodded. This was completely consistent with the deduction result of balance of truth. However, Sun Man's pen tip pressed hard on the paper, leaving it inked. Do you know why the string-pulling puppeteer path is rarely walked by people? Because of burning money? Wang Xiao asked tentatively. Money is just the threshold. Sun Man shook her head. The real difficulty is in accumulation. Before evolution, Beilei's bud is actually a huge storage jar for silk. At this stage, beast tamers need to feed it various attribute materials, so it can develop exclusive silk threads with special attributes inside. Sun Man drew several thin lines on the flower bud diagram to represent the silk threads. Once evolution begins and the bud blooms, these accumulated silk threads will become the core weapon of a puppet master. The silk stored will decide the abilities after evolution. This process is irreversible. Wang Xiao rubbed his chin, deep in thought. So, what I feed it now will decide what it can use in the future. Exactly. Sun Man pushed up her glasses. In theory, you could choose fire silk, making its puppets carry burn effects, or choose ice silk, adding slow control. But this requires high compatibility and luck. Wang Xiao's eyes gradually lit up. If that's the case. His brain started racing, and the data stream of the balance of truth flashed across his retina in a frenzy. Single attributes? Too narrow. Since it's a puppet master, since it involves threads, it must be an art. Principal, can you help me brainstorm? Wang Xiao leaned forward earnestly, counting on his fingers. What do you think? If it's spatial silk, could it achieve cutting that ignores distance? Even if the enemy hides in a turtle shell, I could directly push the thread through space and make it bloom from the inside? Sun Man froze. Spatial attribute materials are extremely rare and hard to fuse, theoretically. And wait. Wang Xiao didn't listen, continuing excitedly, just attacking isn't enough, we need sustainability. If I add some life attribute silk, like living silk, could it strengthen the summoned puppets, even giving them self-repair abilities? As long as I don't die, the puppet keeps coming back? Sun Man opened her mouth, unable to say a word. Attack methods can't be single either. Wang Xiao got more and more excited. A scythe is sharp, but what about fluid or ghost types? We need to add some weapon silk to enhance physical armor breaking, then some mind silk with mental toxins and hallucination effects, so one slash leaves the enemy dizzy, also energy devouring silk, to steal their mana while fighting. Wang Xiao stopped, his eyes shining with almost fanatical light. Finally, if we could get the legendary reincarnation silk or undead silk, could we even resurrect fallen enemies and turn them into puppets? Space, life, weapons, mind, devouring, undead. 6 attributes, 6 ultimate silks. In Wang Xiao's mind, a grand blueprint was taking shape. If Xiaobei could gather these 6 silks, evolve into 6 paths puppet master. That scene would be beautiful. He feared that in the future, he would have to walk sideways. Bang! A steel pen struck Wang Xiao's forehead without mercy. Wake up! What kind of dream are you having in broad daylight? Sun Man glared at him, looking at him like a madman. Do you think this is a market? Give me 2 pounds of this, 2 pounds of that? Wang Xiao covered his forehead, feeling aggrieved. Principal, people need dreams. Dreams and delusions are 2 different things. Sun Man slammed the paper full of sketches, making a loud sound. You need to understand Beilei's physiology. Its bud capacity is limited. And different attribute energies will have intense repulsive reactions. She raised a finger, her tone firm. In most cases, an Beilei can only nurture 1 type of silk thread. A gifted mutation might barely handle 2, but that's the limit. It's like trying to fill a balloon with both hydrogen and oxygen, even a small spark will result in. Sun Man suddenly spread her hands wide, making an explosion gesture. Bang! It exploded with nothing left behind. All attributes? Sun Man let out a cold laugh. If you really dare defeat it like that, you won't even have to wait for evolution. Tomorrow, I could go collect your little Bei's body, and while I'm at it, send you, the delusional beast master, straight to the mental hospital. Wang Xiao blinked, and his smile froze on his face. Really, not possible? Absolutely not. Sun Man's tone was firm, without room for argument. Besides, Beilei's evolution mechanism is very special. Once the energy inside it accumulates to a certain point, or the threads are formed, the evolution will automatically trigger, and you won't be able to stop it. You won't have time to slowly balance the 6 attributes. It's like a flood breaking through a dam. Once the breach occurs, you can only go with the flow. Wang Xiao fell silent. Could my 6 paths divine armor plan be doomed before it even starts? He was unwilling. Buzz. The ancient golden scales in his retina trembled slightly. A faint golden data stream popped up, like a divine decree. Detected host's request, multi-attribute fusion evolution plan. Calculating. Warning, conventional breeding methods cannot break the species gene lock. Forcefully fusing 6 attributes, body explosion probability 99.99%. Wang Xiao's heart sank. But then, the text shifted. Plan revision, activate the truth scale's absolute suppression function. Function description, consumes a large amount of energy points, can construct an energy isolation chamber within Ingbele, forcibly isolating the threads of different attributes, and using the power of the scale's rules to suppress its evolutionary impulse. Suppression limit, 6 attributes. Note, each additional attribute exponentially increases the energy required for suppression. If the energy is insufficient, the suppression will fail, and both the host and the pet will ascend to heaven together. Wang Xiao's pupils contracted sharply. It can work. As long as there's enough energy, the scales can act like an invisible hand, tightly pressing down on the balloon about to explode, until I manage to pump all 6 gases in, and then perform some specific ritual to achieve perfect dynamic balance. This is the power of an external aid. Wang Xiao's smile gradually turned a bit dangerous, but to Sun Man, this kid probably looked like he'd gone crazy from the blow. Alright, stop thinking about all that nonsense. Sun Man sighed, thinking Wang Xiao had given up. Since it's a mutated species of both the gold and shadow elements, I suggest you focus on weapon threads and take the extreme physical killing route. That's the true way to utilize its talent. Saying this, she took out a file she had prepared last night and handed it to Wang Xiao. This is a cultivation plan I wrote for you overnight, an S-level standard. It lists in detail the nutritional ratios it needs at this stage, the training items, and a few recommended gold element materials. Wang Xiao took the heavy file, looking at the densely packed handwritten notes, a warm feeling rising in his heart. This old woman might have a sharp tongue, but her responsible attitude is beyond reproach. This plan, if sold outside, would easily start at hundreds of thousands. Thank you, Principal, Wang Xiao said sincerely. Don't thank me too soon. Sun Man waved her hand. This is just the basics. To nurture top-tier weapon threads, you need a core material called Gung Gene Essence. We don't have that in the school's resource vault. Wang Xiao was taken aback. Where can I find it? Sun Man pointed outside, in the direction of the center of Jinling City, where a magnificent building was shining in the sunlight. Jinling Grand Theater? Wang Xiao asked in confusion. That's for the evening. Sun Man shot him a look. Underneath the building is the largest underground auction house in the entire Jiangnan province, the Jinlin Auction House. This weekend, there's an annual auction, and supposedly one of the main lots has high-purity Gung Gene Essence. At this point, Sun Man paused, looking at Wang Xiao with a half-smile. Of course, besides the Gung Gene Essence, there might also be that space element thing you were just dreaming about. Life-affiliated materials. As long as you have money, they even dare to sell dragon eggs there. As long as you have money. These 4 words were like a heavy hammer, smashing hard into Wang Xiao's heart. He touched the still-warm bank card in his pocket. 2 million monthly salary, plus his previous savings, he had about 6 million in cash. This was an astronomical figure in the eyes of ordinary people, but in that kind of gold-selling den. Looks like I have to go and see for myself. Wang Xiao licked his lips, his eyes turning fiercely aggressive. Not just for the essence of Gung metal. Since the system gave the possibility of the 6 Dao divine gear, he would never settle for just a sickle. Space, life, spirit. Children make choices. I, Wang Xiao, want it all. Principal, this auction house's entry ticket. Wang Xiao rubbed his hands, showing a you-know-what-I-mean expression. Sun Man threw a golden embossed black card over with little patience. I prepared it for you a long time ago. Remember, don't cause trouble there. Behind the Golden Scale Auction House is the Wealth God Chamber of Commerce, even legendary beast masters have to show some respect. Got it. Just watch and see. Wang Xiao grabbed the card, turned, and walked away, his steps light and quick like a rat that had just stolen some oil. Watching Wang Xiao's departing figure, Sun Man helplessly shook her head. This kid looks all playful and mischievous, but the ambition in his eyes can't hide it at all. She looked down at the messy 6 Dao sketch Wang Xiao had drawn on the table. She originally wanted to crumple it up and throw it away, but hesitated for a moment, and for some strange reason, she slipped the paper into her notebook. All attributes, what if? Sun Man gave a self-deprecating laugh. I must be crazy to think that this kid might really stir up some trouble. Walking out of the administration building, the sunlight was blinding. Wang Xiao took a deep breath and raised the black invitation letter in front of his eyes, shielding himself from the harsh sun. On the card, a golden carp was poised to leap over the dragon gate. Golden Scale Auction House. Wang Xiao's lips curled into a proud arc. Hope there's some good stuff, don't let these 6 million just slip through my fingers. The shadow wriggled, and Xiaobei poked its head out, the sickle gently scraping Wang Xiao's calf, seemingly urging him. No rush. Wang Xiao patted its head, since we're doing it, let's go big. I'll make sure you'll not only chop vegetables but also cut open this world. Let's go. Make money. Buy materials. Then show the world what true art really is. Chapter 63, Getting Rich. A $30 million backbone, as hard as steel bars. In September's Jinling, the autumn tiger still burned fiercely. Wang Xiao stood at the entrance of Taming High School, holding the golden embossed black invitation letter. The heroic ambition he had originally wanted to shout to the sky was dampened by the scorching sun above. 6 Tao Puppet Master. He muttered these 5 words, feeling his teeth starting to ache. Space, life, war, spirit, devour, undead. The 6 threads of attributes, each one by itself, was a bottomless money pit. Even the essence of gunmetal, which Principal Sun mentioned as an S-rank material, would cost around 2 million just to get started as a war thread. Let alone the space and life attributes, those were banned items sold by the gram. The 6 million I have in hand looks like a lot, but throw it into this bottomless pit, and I doubt I'll even hear a sound. Wang Xiao sighed and glanced down at the shadow at his feet. In the shadow, Xiaobei poked out 2 small black sickles, lightly brushing against his shoes, making a shushu sound, almost like urging him, or waiting in anticipation. Stop grinding, you'll wear out my shoes. Wang Xiao stepped on the shadow irritably. You're not raising a pet, you're clearly raising a money-burning machine. Though he complained, his mind was racing. In this Beastmaster world, money isn't everything, but without money, nothing is possible. To gather such astronomical numbers in a short time, simply relying on bargains would definitely not be enough. Find a stable cash cow. Cash cow. Wang Zhao's eyes lit up, and he quickly pulled out his phone, dialing a number with practiced ease. Note, wealthy woman, Su Qinghan. The phone rang twice before being answered. Hello? Su Qinghan's voice came through, slightly hoarse, carrying a hint of exhaustion, but her tone was unusually high-pitched, as if she'd just had a shot of adrenaline. Mr. Wang, you finally remembered that you have a company? Ahem, I've just been busy with cultivating. Wang Xiao replied without missing a beat. By the way, Su, how's business lately? I'd like to request an advance. Advance? Su Qinghan cut him off with a meaningful, light laugh. Wang Xiao, do you have some misunderstanding about the term hunger marketing? What do you mean? Wang Xiao was taken aback. Since your advertisement placement in the Newcomer King Finals, and with news spreading that Little Nine has evolved into a potential overlord, Burn Extreme blocks are no longer about whether we can sell them, but rather, the threshold to the Su family's door is about to be broken. The sound of paper flipping came from the other end of the phone. Although we've strictly controlled the shipment volume and adopted a presale system to maintain quality and your master persona, those Beastmasters are willing to pay 50% more upfront just to secure a spot. Su Qinghan paused, her voice trembling slightly. Just now, the finance department calculated the presale funds for the first quarter. After deducting raw materials, labor, channels, and Su family's 20% profit, your 80% share amounts to 24 million federal coins. Wang Zhao's hand holding the phone trembled suddenly. How much? 24 million? Before he could even process it, his phone vibrated. Jinling Bank, a deposit of 24 million yuan has been made to your account ending in 8888 at 1430. Current balance, 30,150,000 yuan. Note, dividend. Looking at the long string of dizzying zeros on the screen, Wang Xiao felt a rush of warmth surge from the soles of his feet straight up to the crown of his head. His back straightened instantly. What once seemed like harsh sunlight now appeared so bright, the once noisy cicadas now sounded like Beethoven's symphony. Su, I'll take a deep breath and say it, from now on, you are my sister by another mother. Stop flattering me. Su Qinghan seemed to have anticipated his reaction. I've already transferred the money. But I'm curious, didn't you just win a 3 million bonus recently? Why do you suddenly need money? Wang Xiao took a moment to calm down and briefly explained about the special materials Little Bay needed for evolution. Of course, he kept the specific details about the 6 paths puppeteer to himself, only mentioning he wanted to try multi-attribute fusion. Multi-attribute fusion? You really are crazy. Su Qinghan fell silent for a moment, then her tone turned a bit strange. You need materials with the devour attribute? Yes, preferably something that can devour all things and convert them into its own energy. Wang Xiao nodded. Such materials are rare in the market, so I was planning to take a chance at tonight's auction. No need to take a chance. Su Qinghan said calmly, the Su family's treasure vault has a chaos element core. My father obtained it 10 years ago from an S-rank void rift. It has strong devouring and transforming properties. It was originally meant for one of my space-type pets, but the attributes didn't quite match, so it's been collecting dust. Wang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Chaos element core. Name your price. Wang Xiao said succinctly. Legendary materials on the market start at over 30 million, and this special attribute item is priceless. Su Qinghan's voice was calm, but, since it's for you. 10 million. Wang Xiao froze. How much? 10 million, friend's price. Su Qinghan chuckled lightly. Don't rush to refuse. This 14 million difference, consider it my early investment in the future Wang legend. After all, the stronger you get, the bigger our business will grow, won't it? Wang Xiao held the phone, silent for 2 seconds. This wasn't an investment, this was clearly doing a favor. But he didn't play the pretentious game. In this world that devours people, excessive politeness only looks fake. Send me the account, I'll transfer the money. Straightforward. He hung up the phone and looked at the balance in his account, which had barely been there for 2 minutes, instantly dropping by over 10 million, yet he felt no pain at all. Money, once spent, becomes resources. Left in a card, it's just a string of numbers. With this Chaos Element core, plus the dung metal essence that would soon appear at the auction, Little Bay's 6 paths divine armor, 2 of them were already in hand. The Jinling Grand Theater was located in the city's most prosperous commercial district. The massive golden dome building resembled a lurking beast, radiating a luxurious aura under the setting sun. However, the real protagonist wasn't on the ground. Wang Xiao showed the black gold invitation to the waiter, and following their respectful guidance, he passed through a hidden passage that could only be unlocked with special permission, and boarded a dedicated elevator that went straight down to the underground. The feeling of weightlessness arrived, and the numbers on the screen flew by. -10 floors. -20 floors. -50 floors. Ding. The elevator doors slowly slid open. The roar of noise mixed with the murky air rushed at him. What appeared in front of Wang Xiao was a massive underground space that left him speechless. The dome stood 100 meters high, with countless enormous crystal chandeliers illuminating it as bright as daylight. Around the space, there were circular tiered seats, packed with people. In the center was a giant display stand made of special alloy, with 4 pillars etched with runes surrounding it, clearly set up to deploy a defensive barrier. This was Jinling's largest den of gold, the Golden Scales Auction House. Here, as long as you have money, you could buy the heart of an abyssal demon or the feather of an angel. The law here was just a reference, money was the only truth. Wang Xiao picked up a silver-white mask from the tray held by the waiter and placed it on his face. This mask was custom-made to block mental probes, a standard here. After all, no one wanted to bid on treasures only to have their bags snatched as soon as they stepped outside. Sir, your private box is on the 2nd floor, number 7 in the Tian section. The waiter respectfully bent down to lead the way. Wang Xiao put his hands in his pockets and walked at a leisurely pace. If it had been yesterday, stepping into a place like this, he might have felt a bit intimidated. After all, the money in his pocket couldn't even make a splash in front of the real big shots. But now? He touched the black card in his pocket, a smile curving on his lips. 20 million in cash flow, plus future dividends that could be liquidated at any time. Tonight, he was the most dazzling guy in this place. He walked into the box, where the one-way glass blocked most of the noise from the outside. Wang Xiao plopped down on the leather sofa and grabbed a handful of spiritual fruit seeds from the table, starting to munch on them. Little 9, time to work. Wang Xiao thought to himself, and deep within his eyes, a faint golden light flickered. Truth scales, activate. His gaze passed through the glass and scanned the few items being prepped for auction below. Item, Crimson Flame Crystal, high tier. Purity, 89%. Evaluation, industrial waste, suggested to throw away. Item, Storm Eagle Hatchling, leader level potential. Condition, minor fractures, underdeveloped. Evaluation, mediocre potential, raising it is worse than raising a chicken. Wang Xiao curled his lips and spit out a seed skin. Is this it? If this is all they've got, this Golden Scales auction house is really disappointing. At that moment, the auctioneer below knocked on the wooden gavel in his hand. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item for auction, I'm sure everyone here will be very interested in. Chapter 64, A Steal? This is clearly stocking up. The atmosphere of the Golden Scales auction house. At this moment, it dropped to freezing point. The crowd, which had been restless because of several high-grade spiritual materials, was now as if drenched with cold water. All eyes were focused on the tray in the center of the stage, covered in red velvet, or more precisely, they were staring at the black metal strip on the tray, rusty and with jagged broken edges. It looked like something salvaged from beneath a roller in a scrapyard. Ahem, ahem. The auctioneer was an experienced middle-aged man, but even he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He took out a handkerchief and wiped his forehead, trying to save the situation with an excited tone. Ladies and gentlemen, do not be deceived by its appearance. This is a relic brought back at great risk by our exploration team from the depths of a place called the Meteor God Pit, an S-grade forbidden zone. After 3 days and nights of testing by our chief appraiser, the hardness of this broken sword is simply beyond belief. Even a peak-level gold-type pet beast, at the leader rank, cannot leave a single white mark on it, no matter how hard it bites. Although it currently cannot conduct spiritual power or be reforged, as a relic of an ancient civilization, it holds extremely high collectible and research value. The auctioneer's voice echoed under the dome, but it only resulted in a few scattered coughs. Collectible value? A fat man sitting in the front row sneered, tossing the seed shells in his hand into the plate. Old Zhang, are you guys so poor that you've gone mad? Trying to fool us with a piece of broken iron? Can't channel spirit power, can't be refined, what use is it? Even as a table leg pad, I'd still dislike it for scraping the floor. Exactly. This thing wouldn't even work as a chew toy for an iron-eating beast, would it? Refund. Hurry up and bring out the headliner. Who has time for this industrial junk? The boos and jeers rose one after another. In this world where practicality ruled, if an item didn't enhance combat strength, its only fate was the trash can. Even if it was hard enough to break the teeth of a beast of ruin, as long as it couldn't conduct spiritual power, it was nothing but stubborn scrap metal. In the private box, Wang Xiao was casually resting with one leg crossed, holding a freshly brewed De Hong Pao tea in his hand, a smile of someone enjoying a show on his lips. TSK, this auction house really isn't having it easy, they have to deal with construction waste for people. He took a sip of tea and was about to set the cup down, his gaze casually sweeping over the broken sword. Buzz. Without warning, a buzzing sound echoed in his mind. It felt like someone had struck his crown with a tuning fork. Wang Zhao's hand trembled, spilling a few drops of the hot tea onto his hand, but he didn't even notice. On his retina, the balance of truth that had been quietly floating there suddenly shook violently, as if it had gone mad. The usually faint golden data stream turned into glaring crimson, frantically scrolling. Warning. High concentration of mental pollution source detected. Warning. High-rank spiritual soul-sealing artifact detected. Analyzing analysis blocked forced decryption in progress. Wang Zhao's pupils suddenly constricted into sharp needle-like slits. Since obtaining the system, the balance of truth had always been calm and aloof, even when facing the overlord-level Xiaojiao, it just casually provided data. This kind of reaction, as if an alarm had been pulled, could only mean one thing. The broken piece of iron that everyone had dismissed as trash was something incredible. Wang Xiao took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the raging waves in his heart. Using the action of setting the teacup down, he readjusted his posture, his gaze locking tightly on the broken sword. As the system's analysis progressed, the crimson lines of text finally stabilized, forming into a clear information panel. Item name, Meteor God's Edge, Fragment. Material, heavenly meteorite mixed with unknown bones. Status, self-sealing/spirit energy extremely retracted. This item is not ordinary iron, but rather a nail. History rewind, 300 years ago, a guardian-level spiritual beast called the Nightmare Ghostcart wreaked havoc. The human strongman forged a sword from a meteorite and pierced its skull, slaying it. As the beast fell, its vast spiritual origin and overwhelming resentment were forcefully absorbed and sealed into the sword. The sword's body shattered under the immense power of a guardian-level being, but it also locked the Ghostcart's soul core within it. Hidden value, if a high-level exotic fire with purification properties, like glazed purifying fire, is used for prolonged forging, it can remove impurities and resentment, refining a legendary material, Spirit Awareness Crystal. Usage, the Spirit Awareness Crystal is a supreme material that condenses heart threads, spiritual control/illusion/mind manipulation. Purity, SSS level. Wang Xiao felt his throat dry up. Nightmare Ghost Cart. He had seen this creature in the Extinct Beast Encyclopedia in textbooks. It was a legendary bird with 9 heads. Wherever it went, life forms would fall into endless dreams, dying without waking. It was a true spiritual dominator, a guardian-level existence. And in this broken sword, it was sealed with the spiritual origin of a guardian-level beast? This isn't scrap metal. This is clearly an unmined spiritual energy goldmine. 6 paths puppeteer. Heart threads. Wang Zhao's fingers lightly tapped on the armrest of the leather sofa, his heart racing uncontrollably. Just moments ago, he was still worrying about where to find the best materials for spiritual powers. After all, spiritual materials were rare, and those worthy of the 6 paths title were even rarer. Who knew, just as he was dozing off, a perfect opportunity had presented itself. And what's even better? Wang Xiao glanced at the buyers downstairs who were swearing, a playful smirk curling at his lips. Because the seal on this item was so perfect, its exterior so deceiving, no one, except for himself with the cheat, could recognize its true value. This means, a bargain is here. Ahem, it seems everyone has some misunderstandings about this item. The auctioneer wiped the sweat from his forehead. He knew how difficult it was to sell this, but his professional ethics forced him to follow through with the process. Then, the starting bid for this fallen god blade fragment is 500,000 Federation coins. Each increment must be no less than 10,000. The auction starts now. 500,000. For something that can be brought out of an S-class forbidden area, this price is practically a bargain. But everyone here is a sharp one, no one wants to spend 500,000 on a useless lump of metal. The room fell silent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The auctioneer held up his gavel, and his smile slowly froze. If this item failed to sell, it would be a career blemish. 500,000 once. The auctioneer's voice trembled. Just as he was about to call the second time, the light in the 7th box on the second floor suddenly flickered. 500,000. A lazy voice came through the loudspeaker, sounding somewhat indifferent. Just right, my iron-eating beast has been growing teeth lately. I'll buy it to grind its teeth. Wang Xiao's voice had been altered by a voice changer, making him sound like a carefree rich second generation. The auctioneer was overjoyed, as though he'd found a lifeline. The distinguished guest in box 7 bids 500,000. Is there anyone who will bid higher? The crowd below looked up at the second floor, their eyes full of mockery. Must be burning money, right? 500,000 for a tooth grinder? Is this the boring life of the rich? Love it, love it. Probably some spoiled rich kid trying to experience life. Wang Xiao leaned back on the sofa, paying no attention to these comments. His palms were slightly sweaty, but his face still wore that "I'm rich, and I have nowhere to spend it" expression. Just when he thought he had it in the bag. 600,000. In the front row of the hall, a muscular man wearing a tank top suddenly raised his bidding paddle. Wang Xiao furrowed his brows. The truth scale scanned across, and the display on the burly man's data revealed that he was a high-level blacksmith. This material is interesting. The burly man stroked the stubble on his chin and said in a deep, rumbling voice, although it doesn't conduct spiritual energy, its hardness is indeed rare. If I melt it down and use it, I might be able to add some weight to my hammer. Damn tech nerds. Wang Xiao cursed inwardly. People like him, who only care about technology, were the most troublesome. They never looked at the attributes and instead liked to research strange and unusual materials. If I act too eager or raise the price too much, it could easily arouse suspicion. After all, in the auction house, oddities are seen as suspicious. If someone thinks this item might have some hidden secret and then maliciously raises the price, it would be troublesome. Wang Xiao took a deep breath, picked up his teacup, and deliberately paused for 5 seconds. For the auctioneer, those 5 seconds were agonizing, but for Wang Xiao, they were a mental game. He was performing. He was acting as if he was hesitating, pretending to be a rich second generation who has money but isn't a fool, and would walk away if the price went too high. Finally, when the auctioneer called out 600,000 second time, Wang Xiao slowly pressed the button. 700,000. There was an impatient tone in his voice. Alright, this is all the pocket money I brought. If you raise it again, this junk is yours. Anyway, a teeth grinding stick can be bought anywhere. This half-truth, half-lie performance perfectly portrayed the image of a willful but limited rich kid. The burly blacksmith was stunned for a moment. 700,000 for a weight material? It really did seem a bit of a loss. And from the tone of the person upstairs, it was clear they had already reached their psychological limit. It wasn't worth offending a VIP who could sit in a private box for a piece of scrap metal. The burly man shrugged, put down his sign, and said, "It's yours." 700,000 once. 700,000 twice. 700,000 3 times. Sold. Bang. With the heavy sound of the gavel, Wang Xiao felt the weight on his heart finally fall back into his stomach. Congratulations to the VIP in box number 7 for winning this unique collection. The auctioneer let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly had the item removed, afraid the buyer might change their mind. In the private box, Wang Xiao let out a long exhale and then collapsed onto the sofa, letting out a suppressed, low laugh. Heh, ha 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 ha. 700,000. Just 700,000. If those people knew that the soul of a guardian-level fierce beast was sealed in this broken sword, that it was a god-level material that could make even legendary beast masters break their heads over it, the roof of Jinlin auction house would probably be blown off. This wasn't just finding a bargain. This was wholesale. And priced by the pound. Before long, there was a knock on the private box door. A servant entered, carrying a tray with the broken sword lying quietly on top. Wang Xiao swiped his card, and after the servant left, he couldn't wait to reach out and grab the broken sword. It was extremely heavy, cold to the touch. A faint sense of resentment seemed to try to seep into his mind through his fingertips, but it was immediately repelled by the overwhelming mental force of a beast master at the sovereign level. Good stuff, really good stuff. Wang Xiao ran his fingers along the rough blade, his gaze fiery with desire. With this thing, along with the Chaos Element core from Su Qinghan's place. The Devouring Silk, Devour, was ready. The Mind Silk, Mental, was also ready. Little Bei's 6 paths puzzle was already 1/3 complete. Little Bei, come out and see your new food. Wang Xiao whispered. From the shadows, Little Bei poked out half of its body. It didn't have eyes, but Wang Xiao could clearly feel that its two sides were trembling slightly, transmitting an intense longing, even a greedy emotion. That was its instinctive desire for high-level soul power. Don't rush, wait until we get back and let Xiao Jiu roast it for you with the glazed clean fire, to get rid of the fishy smell before eating. Wang Xiao gently patted Little Bei's head and then, with a swift movement, placed the broken sword into the space ring. At this moment, the lights in the auction hall suddenly went out completely. Only a single spotlight remained, tightly focused on the center of the stage. The sound of battle drums echoed, and even the air seemed to grow hot and restless. The buyers who had been laughing at Wang Xiao for being the big fool now sat up straight, their eyes glowing with the hungry light of wolves. What came before was merely an appetizer. The real main event, now, had just begun. The auctioneer changed into a pair of white gloves, his face solemn as he walked onto the stage. Behind him, a display case covered in transparent bulletproof glass slowly rose from the platform. Inside the case, a fist-sized golden liquid was floating. It was clearly in liquid form, yet emitted a sharp, almost tangible aura. Just a glance at it made one's eyes sting, as if they had been cut by a sharp blade. A golden treasure essence of gung metal. Wang Xiao narrowed his eyes, his fingers gently rubbing the black card in his pocket. The bargain hunting was over. Next came the real battle. Ladies and gentlemen, the auctioneer's voice trembled with excitement, thank you for your patience. One of tonight's final lots, 99.9% pure S-rank spiritual material, essence of gung metal. Starting bid. 5 million. As soon as the starting bid was announced, a fat man in a floral shirt in the front row raised his paddle, as though he was bidding not 5 million, but 500. 6 million. 8 million. 10 million. The bidding voices rose like bubbles popping in a boiling pot of water, one after another. The numbers on the big screen flickered wildly, and the golden essence of gung metal floating in the special container glowed with a sharp, heart-pounding golden light. For beast masters of the metal element, this was a stairway to a higher realm. Wang Xiao sat on the leather sofa on the second floor, the cup of De Hong Pao tea in his hand still warm, and before he knew it, the price had already shot past 15 million. He glanced at the numbers on his mobile banking app, 29,450,000 yuan. The Meteor God's Edge he had just picked up had cost him 700,000, plus some miscellaneous fees. This was all his net worth. 30 million, what he thought was a huge amount of money. Now, in front of these beastmasters driven mad by greed, it barely seemed like the price of admission. 18 million. 19 million. The price kept rising, but the speed had clearly slowed down. At this point, many speculators had already withdrawn. After all, the market value of essence of gung metal was around 25 million, any higher, and the profit margin would be wiped out. 20 million. A cold voice rang out, coming from a man draped entirely in a black robe in the corner. The hall fell silent for a moment. 20 million, a dividing line. Wang Xiao set down his teacup, his fingers lightly tapping his knee. It was time to act. He pressed the red button in front of him and input a number. Second floor box 7, bid 23 million. The auctioneer's voice immediately rose, his eyes eagerly darting toward the second floor. A bid from a box often meant that the person was determined to win. A stir ran through the hall. Box 7 again? Isn't that the guy who spent 700,000 on scrap metal just now? He's really rich, spending 23 million on materials without even blinking. The black-robed man looked up at the second floor, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately did not raise his paddle again. 23 million once. The auctioneer raised his gavel. Wang Xiao sat up slightly, a thin layer of sweat forming on his palm. If he could win it at this price, it was beyond budget, but still within the acceptable range. 300 million twice. The auctioneer's gavel was raised high, almost about to fall. Wang Xiao held his breath. And in that moment, 25 million. A slightly aged but strong voice slowly echoed from the VIP roundtable area in the very front of the hall. Wang Xiao's eyebrows twitched violently. The one who bid was an elderly woman in a tang suit, her hair completely silver. Holding two metal balls the size of walnuts in her hand, she turned them with not even the slightest sound. 25 million. Wang Xiao gritted his teeth. This was already the highest price on the market. But the Six Paths Puppeteer plan couldn't stop. The silk thread was the core attack tool, and the essence of Gung Jin was irreplaceable. 26 million. Wang Xiao pressed the button again. 30 million. The old lady didn't even turn her head, holding the sign as steady as Mount Tai, her voice as flat as buying 2 onions in a market. Boom! The hall exploded in an instant. 30 million. This was a serious overprice. Are you crazy? You just added 4 million? Who is this old lady? Even if she has a mine at home, she wouldn't burn money like this. Wang Xiao's face turned dark. 30 million, it just happened to hit the upper limit of his balance. One more thousand, and he wouldn't be able to afford it. When compared to these old money families that have been accumulating wealth for generations, his base was still too thin. But he wasn't willing to give up. Truth scales, scan for me. Wang Xiao squinted, and the faint golden data flow instantly penetrated the one-way glass, locking onto the old lady in tan clothes. Target, Miao Tsuelan. Identity, head of the Miao family and Jinling/senior beast tamer. Current status, anxious, urgent, desperate. Pet beast, King Kong violent ape, peak monarch level. Pet beast status, origin damaged/continuously weakening. Weakness analysis, the pet's origin is the rare fiery sun King Kong body, but after ingesting underworld Shen iron, the eviline aura entered its spirit core, causing severe internal conflict with the origin, resulting in continuous internal damage. If mistakenly treated as a lack of energy and attempting to forcibly inject high-purity Gung gene essence to strengthen the body, it will not only fail to eliminate the eviline but will accelerate the collapse of the spirit core. Correct solution: first use the mild earth core J to neutralize the eviline aura, protecting the heart veins, then use a special purifying fire, such as Nanyangli fire, Liuli pure fire, for deep refining to completely eliminate the eviline. Seeing this line of data, Wang Xiao's previously tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and even a strange smile crept onto the corner of his mouth. So it's like this. This old lady was desperately grasping at straws, buying poison thinking it was a cure. If no intervention was made, spending 40 million wouldn't only fail to save that monkey, it would become a death sentence. Wang Xiao lightly rubbed the sofa. Deep in the beast taming space, a golden feather that emitted terrifying high heat lay quietly, golden crow true feather. That was the boss-level material gifted by the legendary creature, the Liao Yuan golden crow, during the last evolution of Little Nine in the Falling Star volcano. In terms of value, this true feather alone was worth at least 20 million. If it were used as collateral, plus 30 million federal coins, it could easily be valued at 50 million or more. So if it really came down to a bidding war, Wang Xiao wasn't without his trump card. But looking at the correct solution on the system panel, the hand Wang Xiao had placed on the button slowly withdrew. Since the real cure was in my hands, why should I spend so much money fighting for something the other side sees as a life-saving straw? It's the life of her monarch-level pet beast, and also the foundation of the Miao family's presence in Jinling. I can still offer 40 million, is there anyone else who wants to bid? Before Wang Xiao could act, the old lady raised her sign again, directly pushing the price to a suffocating height. The whole room fell silent. Even the auctioneer was stunned, his hammer frozen in mid-air. 40 million. This price could easily buy 2 portions of Gung gene essence. The old lady slowly stood up and turned around. Her face, full of wrinkles, showed no expression, her sharp eyes slowly scanned the surroundings, finally stopping at the 7th box on the 2nd floor. This Gung gene essence, I'll take it. She didn't use a microphone, but her voice, under some magnetic resonance, clearly reached every corner of the room. I am Miao Tsuelan, the head of the Miao family in Jinling. This item is of great use to me. If anyone is willing to part with it, my Miao family will owe them a favor. If anyone insists on competing. She paused. The 2 metal spheres in his hand collided with a loud, piercing bang. Let's see, is it your money that's more, or the strength of my Miao family? Domineering. Unreasonable. Nakedly using power to oppress others. The Miao family? The Miao family that monopolizes 70% of Jinling's rare metal mines? No wonder. Forget it, I can't afford to mess with her. This old lady is famously protective and holds grudges. Several wealthy men, who had been eager to try their luck, all backed down when they heard the words Miao family. Everyone's gaze turned toward the 7th private room on the 2nd floor. Now, only that mysterious spendthrift had the qualifications to wrestle with old lady Miao. Inside the private room, Wang Xiao looked at the arrogant old lady, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. 40 million. He truly didn't have that much money left. But? Owe someone a favor? Wang Xiao chuckled lightly, taking a sip from his teacup. This favor is worth much more than 40 million. He was very clear, at this moment, old lady Miao seemed domineering, but in reality, she was just bluffing. She was using a resolute attitude to cover up her inner fear. Because her pet beast couldn't wait any longer. As a mature President Wang, he didn't do things that harm others without benefiting himself. Give up. Wang Xiao said 2 words into the microphone, his tone calm, with no hint of unwillingness, but rather with the composed air of someone watching a show. As the wooden mallet fell, the essence dust of Gengjin settled. Wang Xiao leaned back on the sofa, his mind calculating with the sound of an abacus ringing in his head. The heart of the earth jade marrow, although rare, is not impossible to buy. As for the Liuli pure fire. Wang Xiao glanced at the little nine, who was fast asleep in the beast space. In this world, perhaps there is no one more professional at exorcising evil than little nine. 40 million for a lesson, old lady, this tuition fee is a bit expensive. By the time they left the auction house, it was already late at night. A black, extended business car slowly stopped in front of Wang Xiao. The car window rolled down, revealing the deeply wrinkled face of old lady Miao. Compared to her tense expression earlier in the hall, her face had softened quite a bit. Young man, old lady Miao looked at Wang Xiao, nodding slightly. Thank you for showing mercy earlier. She was a sensible person, and could tell that Wang Xiao had voluntarily stepped back in the end. Wang Xiao smiled lightly, a gentleman helps others. Since the old lady was in urgent need, I naturally wouldn't deprive someone of what they need. A glint of appreciation flashed in old lady Miao's eyes as she passed a gold-embossed business card through the window. This is my private number. If you run into any trouble in the Jinling area, you can call this number. Consider it a favor from the Miao family to you. Wang Xiao took the business card with both hands, glanced at the name on it, and smiled even more brightly. Then thank you, old Miao. The car window rolled up, and the business car sped off into the night. Wang Xiao held the thin business card in his hand, as if he were holding a massive check. He looked at the taillights of the car fading away, and the smile on his face gradually became meaningful. Favors are great, but favors are the hardest to repay. When you feed the essence of Gengjin to your pet, and find that the monkey is about to die. Wang Xiao carefully placed the business card into his inner pocket and patted his chest. I'll contact you then. But by that time, the consultation fee won't be covered by 40 million. This isn't about missing out on 100 million. This is clearly about fishing with a long line, to catch a big fish. Blue Sea Combat Hall, top floor private alchemy room. The air was filled with a faint incense smell, and outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the dazzling night view of Jinling City stretched out. Wang Xiao was lounging in the soft leather sofa, idly playing with a rusty broken sword in his hand, looking as relaxed as an old man strolling in his backyard. Su Qinghan, dressed in a sharp, fitted small suit, was gracefully busy in front of the expensive coffee machine. 40 million. She walked over with 2 cups of hand-dripped coffee and placed them on the marble coffee table, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. I heard old lady Miao almost fought with you at the auction house over the Gengjin essence? In the end, you still graciously gave way? What do you mean by let? Wang Xiao picked up his coffee, took a sip, and grimaced at the bitterness. He casually added 3 cubes of sugar. That's called respecting the elderly and loving the young. Besides, buying a stone for 40 million is something only families like the Miao can afford. People like me, running a small business, should stick to something more practical. Su Qinghan sat down across from him, crossing her legs, her gaze falling on the black iron bar in his hand. So, is this the result of your practicality? She pointed at the broken sword with a strange look in her eyes. 700,000 for industrial waste? I heard from the appraisers downstairs that this thing, apart from being hard, is useless. You're not thinking of using it to sharpen your Thunderstrike Battlebear's teeth, are you? Shallow. Wang Xiao shook his finger, a mysterious curve appearing on the corner of his mouth. Su, the campus beauty, you're great at business, but when it comes to appraising treasures sometimes, it's all about fate. With that, he set his coffee cup down and snapped his fingers. Come out, Xiaojiu, show Su the boss what you've got. Buzz. It lazily stretched its body, its 6 fluffy tails fanned out behind it like a peacock's display, each tail's tip burning with a different color of flame, so dazzling that one couldn't look away. Especially its eyes. This is... Su Qinghan suddenly stood up, her usual calm and composed demeanor shattered in an instant, her eyes full of disbelief. This is the passionate demon fox that evolved in the falling star volcano that day? Although she had seen pictures in the news, seeing it in person was a completely different experience. The life-level pressure it exuded was not something a few pictures could compare to. Medium-level overlord potential, fire, space, and mentalism triple cultivation. Wang Xiao spoke as though introducing a child who had just scored 100 points, his tone full of pride. So, how does it look? Ing. Xiaojiu arrogantly lifted its chin, glancing at Su Qinghan, then skillfully extended a paw, pointing to Wang Xiao's pocket. Its appearance fee, 2 top-tier meat jerky, no credit allowed. Wang Xiao helplessly pulled out the jerky and handed it to it, then pointed at the broken sword on the table. Time to work. Use your flame to remove the rough edges of this thing. Xiaojiu, holding the jerky, mumbled indistinctly, then opened its mouth and spat. Whoosh! Glassy purification flame. Immediately after, the alchemy room seemed to echo with countless mournful wails. Su Qinghan's expression changed slightly, and she instinctively took a step back. She could clearly see the thick black rust on the broken sword beginning to peel away, turning into black smoke and dissipating. As the impurities were removed, the sword, which had previously been rough, began to turn transparent, and a pure mental fluctuation, like a rising tide, began to spread. 3 minutes later. The broken sword on the table had disappeared, replaced by a sharp-edged crystal with an inner core that seemed to hold a galaxy, gently floating in the air. It emitted a soft glow, and just by getting close to it, Su Qinghan felt her exhausted mental energy from the recent busy days being instantly soothed. This is... Su Qinghan took a deep breath, her voice slightly trembling. A spiritual crystal. Wang Xiao reached out and grasped the crystal, feeling the cold sensation against his fingertips. A flash of fervor passed through his eyes. And it's a top-grade one, reaching SSS level purity. He lifted his head, looking at Su Qinghan, who was dumbfounded, and slowly spoke of that long-forgotten history. 300 years ago, there was a guardian-level fierce beast called Nightmare Ghostcart that was skilled in weaving dreams and killing silently. A human powerhouse forged a sword from a meteorite, piercing its skull. Although the sword broke, it managed to seal its spiritual essence within. This thing is the essence of that beast's entire spiritual cultivation. Wang Xiao tossed the crystal in his hand, grinning like a fox who had stolen a chicken. 70,000 to buy the spiritual essence of a guardian-level beast. Su boss, do you think this business is a loss? Su Qinghan fell silent. She sat back down on the sofa, taking a large sip of her now-cold coffee, trying to suppress the storm of emotions in her heart. 70,000? If this were put up for auction, just explaining its origin, forget 30 million, there would be spiritual beastmasters fighting for it at 50 or even 80 million. Spiritual resources are already rare, and a treasure that can directly enhance one's mental strength is priceless, hard to come by. Wang Xiao. Su Qinghan put down her cup, her gaze at the younger man before her filled with complexity. Sometimes, I really want to dissect you and study your eyes. How did they grow? Gambling with eggs could reveal a king level, buying a housekeeping pet beast turns out to be a mutated species, a trip to the park finds a thunder warbear, and now he picks up a guardian relic at an auction. This can no longer be explained by luck, it's like having a divine eye opened. Talent, pure talent. Wang Xiao stored the spiritual crystal away. This was the core material for Little Bei's 6 Paths evolution, the mind thread, more precious than life itself. Alright, my showcase is done. Wang Xiao leaned forward, his eyes blazing as he looked at Su Qinghan. Now, it's time to discuss business. Su boss, where is my chaos element core? Su Qinghan took a deep breath, calming herself. She stood up and walked to a corner of the alchemy room to a safe. After 3 rounds of iris verification, she took out a special force field sealed box. The box opened. An indescribable chaotic aura rushed out. It was a mass of grayish air, constantly shifting shapes inside the box, sometimes flickering like flames, sometimes flowing like water, as if it contained the primal forms of all things in the world. A legendary material, the Chaos Element Core. It was also the key to Little Bei's evolution of the devouring thread. Wang Xiao's breathing instantly became a little more rapid. With this, and the spiritual crystal from earlier, half of the puzzle for the 6 Paths Puppet Master was already complete. Bank transfer or credit card? Wang Xiao took out his phone. Although he felt the pinch of spending $1 million for Little Bei's future, this money had to be spent. However, Su Qinghan did not hand the box to him. Instead, she gently closed the lid and placed her finger on it. I can waive the $1 million. Su Qinghan looked at Wang Xiao, her eyes glinting with the sharpness of a businesswoman. In fact, I can give this to you right now. Wang Xiao raised an eyebrow, not rushing to rejoice, but instead warily pulling back slightly. Su boss, we're familiar, but I'm not selling myself. Free things are the most expensive. What are the conditions? Su Qinghan laughed at his chaste expression, rolling her eyes at him. What are you thinking? I want to hire you. Hire? Yes. Su Qinghan's expression grew serious. Do you know about the Beast Master Trial Tower? Wang Xiao searched his mind and shook his head. He was still unclear about many of the higher-level aspects of this world. It's in Jiangnan province, and it's an S-level secret realm jointly controlled by the major families of the entire Eastern War Zone. Su Qinghan explained, the rules inside are special. Every level contains extremely precious resources and inheritance. It opens once every 5 years and is aimed at young beast tamers under the age of 20, whose pet beasts are below the commander level. This is a stage for major factions to select talents and show off their strength, as well as a battlefield for resource redistribution. At this point, Su Qinghan paused and stared intensely at Wang Xiao. According to the rules, each core member of a family with a quota can bring 1 path protector or attendant to enter. I want you to be my attendant, to go into the tower with me. Wang Xiao touched his chin, his brain racing. Attendant? So, basically a bodyguard? You can understand it that way. Su Qinghan nodded. The competition inside the trial tower is very fierce. Although there's a protection mechanism that prevents real death, injuries and elimination are common. My ice spirit rain butterfly is strong, but in that chaotic environment, it lacks strong control and burst power. She glanced at the little nine, who was lying on the sofa licking its fur, and the intention was clear. With spatial abilities and terrifying burst power, the fiery demon fox was practically the strongest cheat in this kind of dungeon. The reward is this chaos element core? Wang Xiao pointed at the box. Not just that. Su Qinghan threw out an even bigger bait. The trial tower itself is a huge opportunity. Every time you clear a level, you'll get trial points that can be exchanged for rare resources that can't be bought outside. Also, all the spoils you gain inside belong to you. I only care about the ranking. I want to prove to my family that Su Qinghan is not only capable in business but also no less than anyone in the beast taming path. As she said this, a rare sharpness radiated from Su Qinghan. Wang Xiao was silent for a moment, quickly calculating in his mind. Saving 10 million in cash while also getting a free pass to an S-class secret realm. Most importantly, the trial tower must have all kinds of strange and powerful magical beasts. For the 3 pets that are in a rapid growth phase, nothing is more nourishing than an exhilarating real battle. And Wang Xiao glanced at his balance. 30 million seemed like a lot, but Little Bay still needed 4 more materials for 6 paths, and the Thunderclap war bear ate several thousand a day in food expenses. Increasing income and cutting expenses were a must. Deal. Wang Xiao slapped his thigh, and the wariness on his face instantly turned into a brilliant smile. He reached out to grab the box. Boss Su, you're so generous. In the tower, if anyone dares to touch a hair on your head, I'll have Xiaojiu burn them into relics. Su Qinghan let go, looking at Wang Xiao's eager face, and helplessly shook her head. Then it's settled. The trial tower opens in a week. During this time, you better improve your strength. The geniuses attending aren't just from Jinling, but also monsters from the provincial capital and even the imperial capital. Don't worry. Wang Xiao put the chaos element core into his spatial ring, feeling the surging energy inside, and his eyes sharpened. A week? That's enough. With this thing and the spiritual crystal, Little Bay's strength will undergo a qualitative leap. By then, who the real monster is will still be uncertain. By the way, Wang Xiao walked to the door, suddenly stopping and turning back to ask, are household service personnel allowed in the trial tower? Su Qinghan was stunned for a moment. What? Wang Xiao grinned, showing a row of white teeth. Nothing, just want to bring a cleaner, and by the way, tidy up the corpses of those so-called aristocratic geniuses. Looking at Wang Xiao's departing figure, Su Qinghan inexplicably shuddered. She suddenly felt a bit of sympathy for those who would encounter Wang Xiao in the trial tower. It was like everyone was playing an MOBA game, and suddenly, a GM with a locked head, a cheat, and even wallhacks joined the opposing team. The game experience would definitely be horrible. The Beastmaster Trial Tower will open in 1 week. For some, these 7 days may only be enough for a few ranked matches. But for Wang Xiao, with 30 million cash and 2 legendary materials in hand, this is a grand celebration called Spending to Change Fate. Blue Sea Battle Arena, S-Class Private Training Room. A faint burnt smell lingered in the air, a permanent mark left on the special alloy walls after a high concentration of fire elements went out of control. Alright, we're done. Wang Xiao snapped his fingers, looking at the terrifying data on the holographic screen that had stabilized. In the center of the arena, the fiery fox, Xiaojiu, lazily lay down. It was merely breathing casually, and each exhale raised the surrounding temperature by several degrees. 6 tails, each burning with a different colored flame, swayed like 6 swords that had retracted their sharpness. Though they appeared to move carelessly, every flick was cutting through space, leaving subtle cracks that the naked eye could not catch. Mid-level extraordinary, energy level 15,200. If this string of numbers were posted online, it would shatter the hearts of those so-called genius beastmasters, who would hastily delete their accounts overnight. Wang Xiao tossed a special-grade jerky. Xiaojiu skillfully caught it in midair but didn't eat it right away. First, it raised its mysterious heavy pupils and disdainfully glanced at the white meat mountain in the distant corner, where Big White was snoring loudly. Then, it leisurely began to enjoy its spoils. In the corner, Thunderclap Battle Bear, Big White, lay sprawled out, drooling all over, clutching a half-chewed bluefin tuna bone. Ever since it joined Wang Xiao, it had completely abandoned its former majestic image. Polar Overlord, Thunderstorm, none of these mattered to it anymore. Sleeping and eating were all that mattered. This guy. Wang Xiao watched as Big White's belly visibly rounded at an alarming rate, his eye twitching involuntarily. Bought for 35,000, and the food expenses in these few days are almost eating up 200,000. If it doesn't evolve to totem level, I'll slice you up and turn you into 9-turn pork. Grumbling aside, Wang Xiao wasn't planning to mess with it for now. In its infancy, Thunderclap Battle Bear was essentially an energy storage unit. The more it slept and ate now, the more terrifying the thunder origin it would awaken in the future. Now, the main event begins. Wang Xiao took a deep breath and cast his gaze toward the darkest corner of the training room. There, a plant stood quietly, its body entirely black, radiating a cold metallic sheen. It never rested. It would never rest. It tirelessly practiced the scythe-waving motion again and again. Each swing was as precise as if programmed by the most sophisticated instruments, leaving almost invisible black lines in the air. The mutated shadow bud, Xiao Bei. Wang Xiao seriously suspected that this little guy might have been a programmer in its past life at some big internet company. But practice until it kills you, then keep practicing spirit made even this capitalist feel ashamed. Xiao Bei, come here. The shadow wiggled. In the next second, Xiao Bei appeared in front of Wang Xiao, its two sharp sides hanging down slightly, like the most loyal guard, waiting for the king's command. Wang Xiao flipped his palm. Two specially made force field sealing boxes appeared in his palm. In his left hand, a transparent crystal containing a nebula, spirit consciousness crystal, legendary. In his right hand, a constantly shifting gray air current, chaos element core, legendary. The moment these two treasures appeared, the entire training room seemed to distort the light. Xiaojiao stopped chewing, cautiously arching its body. Big White flipped over, smacked its lips, muttered something in its sleep, and continued to snore. Only Xiao Bei. Its eternally cold body began to tremble violently. That was not fear. It was a desire that came from the deepest part of the genes, the most instinctive greed of every living being for evolution. The first step of the six paths puppet master, and the most critical one. Wang Xiao looked at little Bei, his eyes devoid of the madness of a gambler, only the calmness of someone in control of everything. Eat them. Don't worry, with me here, I won't let you feel a single bit of pain. The road we're walking is a grand road to the heavens, not a narrow bridge. Without the slightest hesitation. Not even waiting for Wang Xiao's second command. Little Bei's flower buds on its arms slowly bloomed, several dark vines as black as ink reached out, gently yet firmly wrapping around the two legendary materials. The vines recoiled, pulling the precious items into the flower bud. Truth scale, activate the energy release channel. Wang Xiao silently chanted in his heart, without hesitation, pouring in a massive amount of energy points. Buzz. The energy, which should have exploded violently, instead became as gentle as flowing water under the intervention of the system's rules. The left half of the silver-white mental storm was broken down into countless tiny light points, like stardust, and blended into little Bei's veins. The right half of the gray chaotic airflow was filtered in layers, transforming into the purest source of nourishment. No cracking, no blood, and no painful screams. Little Bei simply stood there, its body surrounded by a soft cocoon of light. It seemed as though it was engaged in a deep photosynthesis, greedily and contentedly absorbing the essence of the legendary materials. Its breath steadily rose, visibly and yet with an unusually steady speed. The originally pitch-black vine slowly revealed silver secret patterns, a manifestation of the materialization of mental power. At the tip of the sickle, a gray chaotic airflow quietly wrapped around, swallowing any light that approached, silently and without a sound. Everything was happening silently, subtly nourishing its surroundings. A few minutes later, the light cocoon faded. Fusion successful. Target, mutated Shadow Bei bud, deformed species. Current status, slowly absorbing, 10% progress. Energy level jump, 1200514100, mid-extraordinary level. Who? Wang Xiao looked at little Bei, completely unharmed and even appearing full of vitality, nodding in satisfaction. This is it. Pain that can be solved with money isn't real pain. We, the microtransaction players, value dignity. Mental thread, Chaos Blade. Wang Xiao looked at the scene, his eyes full of fervor. The six paths divine equipment, 2 have been obtained. Little Bei slowly raised its sickle, seemingly adjusting to the new power. It suddenly made a gentle slash at the empty air. Whoosh! There was no sound. 3 meters away, the upper half of a military-grade alloy training post silently slid down, the cut as smooth as a mirror. Not even the metal's molecular structure was left intact, completely obliterated by the chaotic airflow, with not a sound to be heard. Very good. Wang Xiao stood up and patted the dust off himself. Hardware upgrade is complete, now the software needs to catch up. He opened the system panel, looking at the remaining energy points with a fatherly smile. Come on, little Bei, no more resting. The only liver that dies is the one that doesn't work. We still have a lot of work to do. Let's max out the skills too. In the next 2 days, the S-Class training room completely turned into Wang Xiao's money-burning stage. Energy points poured out like a stream. 2,000 energy points consumed, skill Shadow Weaving upgraded to mastery. 3,000 energy points consumed, skill Soul Devouring Scythe upgraded to mastery. In just 48 hours, little Bei became like a sponge that could never get enough water, crazily absorbing battle experience. If it were an ordinary pet beast, such forced feeding would have driven it to a mental breakdown long ago. But little Bei was different. Every time it learned a new skill, it immediately threw itself into actual combat training, its relentless obsession making even the training partner, Xiaojiao, stare dumbfounded. Isn't it tired? It's still working so hard without treats? Xiao bit its jerky, unable to understand this strange behavior of working overtime madly without any food rewards. Wang Xiao touched Xiao's head, speaking seriously. This is called the internal competition. If you don't work hard in the future, your position as the leader of the team will be at risk. Xiao's fur immediately bristled upon hearing this. His 6 tails flicked wildly, and he turned around, charging into the gravity chamber, starting to train furiously. What Wang Xiao wanted was this catfish effect. The afternoon of the 3rd day. The sky over Jinling City was as gloomy as an old iron plate that had forgotten to be wiped, brewing a long-delayed storm. Wang Xiao had just fed the last piece of beef to Dubai when his phone suddenly vibrated, like a rattlesnake whose tail had been stepped on. He picked up the phone. On the screen, there was an urgent bounty announcement from the Jinling Beast Master Association, glaring red. Heavy reward for a doctor. The head of the Miao family, Miao Zuilan, issues an S-level bounty. Help request: the Miao family's guardian beast, King Kong Furious Ape, has suddenly fallen severely ill and is on the brink of death. The Miao family is now seeking beast masters or breeding masters with purification abilities from across the province. Reward: 50 million Federation coins, or a choice item from the Miao family's treasure vault, plus a personal favor from the head of the Miao family. Note: scammers, please stay away, the consequences will be yours to bear. Looking at the message, Wang Xiao's mouth curled up slowly, eventually forming a cold and playful smile. 2.5 days. He glanced at the time. Faster than I expected, half a day ahead of schedule. Looks like the purity of that gung metal essence is indeed high enough, the poison hit hard and fast. He leisurely took out the golden embossed business card from his inner pocket. The 3 characters Miao Zuilan still exuded an overwhelming presence on the card. But to Wang Xiao, this wasn't just a business card. This was clearly a blank check for 50 million, just waiting for his signature. Wang Xiao lightly flicked the business card with his finger, producing a crisp sound. He stood up, adjusted his collar, and turned to wave at the 2 figures, one big and one small, who were frantically competing in the training room. Stop training, little ones. Wang Xiao pushed open the large door of the training room. The wind and rain from outside rushed in immediately, but it couldn't blow away the calculating light in his eyes. Pack up, we're going to make a house call. And by the way, let's collect some interest. Chapter 68, A Quack Doctor Ruins People? Sorry, I'm here to collect corpses. Oh no, to collect debts. The night in Jinling was chilled to the bone by a sudden heavy rain. The rain curtain acted like a wall, completely sealing off the Miao family's 1,000-acre estate. The mansion, which was once bustling with people, now resembled a sinking lonely island, brightly lit but suffocatingly silent. A black ride-hailing car tore through the rain curtain, stopping at the entrance of the estate, its wheels splashing half-meter-high water. The car door opened. An umbrella was opened, blocking the pouring rain. Wang Xiao stepped out of the car, his leather shoes clicking sharply on the waterlogged road. He looked up at the 2 tightly closed, carved iron gates, and the 2 rows of heavily armed, tense security personnel behind them. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Private property, no entry for outsiders. The head of security, a retired Special Forces soldier, had his hand on his electric baton, his eyes locked on this unexpected visitor on this rainy night. Wang Xiao said nothing. He calmly took out a slightly damp, golden embossed business card from his pocket. He pinched it with 2 fingers. With a slight flick of his wrist, the thin paper sliced through the rain curtain, making a sharp, eerie sound as it precisely nailed itself into the gap of the security captain's bulletproof vest. It sank 3 inches into the flesh. The captain's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks in an instant, cold sweat mixed with rainwater, sliding down his face. Go tell the head of the Miao family. Wang Xiao's voice was calm, as if discussing the weather. The favor owed to me from the auction, I've come to collect. And by the way, I'll also pull the King Kong Furious Ape back from the gates of hell. 3 minutes later, an anti-riot patrol car roared into the mansion. Outside the car windows, Miao family servants hurried, carrying bowls of disturbing-looking liquid. It wasn't blood. It was a strange, gray-black substance. The air was thick with the intense scent of metal rust, as if rotting flesh and rusted iron had been stewing for 3 days and nights. The situation is worse than I thought. Wang Xiao stared at the black blood, his heart already understanding. The purity of the essence of the metal is outrageously high. With this level of rejection, the internal organs of the King Kong Furious Ape have already begun to metallize. The car screeched to a halt at the entrance of the main hall. Before anyone entered the door, a heart-wrenching beastly roar exploded like thunder, shaking the crystal chandelier to its core. Inside the hall, chaos had erupted into a boiling mess. 7 or 8 elderly figures wearing white lab coats and the senior cultivator badge were surrounding a massive alloy cage, their arguments almost shaking the roof off. It must be amputated. The toxin has already spread through the limbs and every bone. If we don't amputate to preserve the heart veins, even gods can't save it. Bullshit. The King Kong Furious Ape's strength is all in its limbs, amputating them would turn it into junk. We should use high voltage current to stimulate it, using poison to fight poison. Nonsense. In my opinion, it still needs to be treated with light healing magic to keep it alive and slowly detoxify. Inside the cage, the once majestic King Kong furious ape was now curled up into a ball. Its golden fur had mostly fallen off, leaving behind dead gray metallic skin, and with every breath, blood foam tinged with the scent of rust sprayed from its nostrils. Miao Zuilan, with disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes, had lost all traces of the once formidable Iron Lady of Jinling. She grabbed a bald elder's collar tightly, her voice hoarse. Master Hu. I don't care what method you use, as long as it can save its life. I just need it to live. Bald elder master who was sweating profusely, Miao family head, it's not that I'm not trying my best, but the toxicity of this essence of metal is too domineering, it has already attacked the heart. Useless. All of you are useless. Miao Zuilan shoved him away, collapsing to the ground in despair. At that moment, an untimely sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps weren't heavy, but they carried a strange rhythm that silenced the chaotic noise in the room. Everyone instinctively turned their heads. A young boy in an ordinary tracksuit appeared, putting away his dripping black umbrella and handing it to a nearby but stunned servant. Then, he walked in leisurely. Wang Xiao's gaze swept across the room before landing on the dying ape. Truth balance, activate. A waterfall of data flowed across his retina. Target, King Kong furious ape, dying state. Issue, the legendary spiritual material essence of metal has not been refined and is continuously releasing sharp metal energy, cutting into the internal organs. Remaining lifespan, 3 hours 23 minutes. Tisk. Wang Xiao shook his head. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough to spread across the entire room. A bunch of quacks. It's clearly acute bowel obstruction caused by indigestion, but you're treating it as poisoning. Amputating limbs? Why not just amputate its head? That would kill it even more thoroughly. Silence. The entire hall fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, looking at the young boy as if he were a madman. Where did this wild brat come from? Master Hu was the first to react. Infuriated by being publicly humiliated, he exploded with rage. Security. Where are the security guards? Throw this babbling little brat out. The butler, realizing what had happened, turned pale and waved his hand, ready to call for the security personnel. Wait. A sharp shout froze everyone's actions in midair. Miao Zuilan, who was sitting on the floor, suddenly lifted her head, staring intensely at Wang Xiao's excessively young face. In that moment, the stormy night, the auction house, 30 million, and that casually spoken "I'll let you have it," countless fragments of memories pieced together into a complete puzzle in her mind. It's you. Miao Zuilan struggled to stand, her eyes blazing with an unprecedented light, the kind of madness a drowning person shows when they grab at the last straw. Wang Xiao? You're Wang Xiao. The one at the auction. She remembered. This boy had casually taken out 30 million in cash, remaining calm even with a 40 million bid. At the time, she had suspected that he might be a core descendant of some hidden family, out training. How could they possibly have such confidence? Now it seems that, since they dared to come at such a time, they must have come prepared. Miao family head, good memory. Wang Xiao smiled faintly, not at all flustered by the tense atmosphere around him. I told you, taking that thing back may not be a blessing. Now, do you see I was right? Miao Zuilan's body trembled, regretful tears overflowing from her eyes. It was my mistake. I harmed it. She staggered as she tried to step forward. Mr. Wang, since you can see this, you must have a way, right? As long as you can save it, the Miao family's treasure vault is yours to pick from. Miao family head. You're being foolish. Master Hu, seeing this, stomped his feet in frustration and shouted loudly at Wang Xiao, this kid hasn't even grown his first hairs, what does he know about medicine? I see him as nothing but a swindler taking advantage of the chaos. This violent ape is a king-level beast, its energy is wildly uncontrollable, how could someone like him, whose background is unknown, touch it? As he spoke, his eyes turned fierce, and he summoned his pet beast directly. Light-healing butterfly, throw this kid out for me. Don't let him be an eyesore here. Buzz. Its wings fluttered, and a thick light shield surged forward like a bulldozer, with irresistible force, charging straight at Wang Xiao. Master Hu's move was extremely vicious. This light wall, though seemingly soft, actually contained extraordinary spiritual energy. If it hit an ordinary person, at least a few ribs would be broken. Be careful. Miao Zuilan screamed, wanting to stop it, but it was already too late. However, facing the oncoming light wall, Wang Xiao didn't even lift his eyelids. He simply sighed lightly. Can't we just talk? Must you force me to take action? The next second, the shadow behind him suddenly came to life. Without any warning, a strange plant, entirely black and exuding a cold metallic luster, silently bloomed from the shadow. It was a shadow bud, Little Bay. It looked like a grim reaper's servant crawling out of hell, two sharp sides hanging slightly down, and a gray mist that sent chills through the air surrounded its body. Hiss. A slight tearing sound echoed. Little Bay raised a vine and casually pointed at the empty space. Mastering level shadow weaving. Creak. What? His light healing butterfly was an extraordinary level support pet. How could it be instantly subdued by a plant-based pet? Before he could understand, another vine from Little Bay shot out like a spiritual snake, instantly crossing a distance of 10 meters. Snap. With a crisp sound, the vine precisely wrapped around Master Hu's waist, lifting him into the air. Wang Xiao stood still, hands in his pockets, not even moving his feet. He looked at Master Hu flailing in midair, his expression as cold as if he were looking at a bag of non-recyclable trash. As a healer, you don't even know the basics of observation, questioning, or diagnosis, and you only rely on bullying others. Wang Xiao tilted his head slightly and gave Little Bay an order. Little Bay, help the Miao family head clear the way. This trash is not recyclable. Whoosh. Ah. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. The hall fell into a deathly silence once again. But this time, it was no longer shock, but fear. The experts who had once wanted to speak up, each fell silent, instinctively shrinking their necks, afraid that they would be the next to be sent flying. Wang Xiao clapped his hands, as if he had just done something trivial. He turned around and looked at the completely petrified Miao Zuilan, his face once again displaying that harmless smile. Alright, the fly is gone. Miao family head, now can we talk about the 50 million in consultation fees? Outside the hall, the rain continued to fall, and occasionally a faint groan could be heard from the muddy water, the last bit of stubbornness lingering from Master Hu in this world. But no one cared anymore. Miao Zuilan didn't even have time to adjust her damp hair, her sharp eyes that usually assessed billion-dollar contracts, now only held the desperate pleading of a drowning person. She quickly stepped forward, her knees buckling, and she actually bowed deeply to Wang Xiao. This bow was not for the boy, but for the slim chance of survival for the mighty ape. Mr. Wang, it was my mistake before. Miao Zuilan's voice trembled, a hint of sobbing. As long as you can save the ape, the Miao family will remember your kindness. The group of cultivation experts who had once wanted to flaunt their credentials now looked like ducks with their necks squeezed. Even someone of Master Hu's level had been thrown out. If they dared speak again, their fate would probably be to be cut into sashimi by that terrifying black plant. We'll talk about the price later, let's get to work first. Wang Xiao didn't help her up, nor did he have the time to stage any warm, emotional scenes. He walked straight to the alloy cage, hands in his pockets, his gaze falling on the massive creature curled up inside. Truth scales, deep analysis. On his retina, the once blurry data became clear in an instant. The meridian map of the mighty ape unfolded like a hologram, and 3 inches below the heart, a blinding golden light was wildly pulsating. In his perceptive vision, that colorful flame was like a gentle net. With extreme precision he avoided all fragile blood vessels and nerves, and tightly wrapped that piece of still raging essence of gunmetal. Zzzz. The sharp metal aura collided with the glass-clear purifying fire, making a teeth-souring sound. If it were ordinary flame, it would have been cut open by the essence of gunmetal long ago. But the glass-clear purifying fire contained the dual rules of purification and burning, and forcibly pressed that violent sharp force down. Now! Wang Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, bright light shooting out from his pupils. Out! A low shout, like a command decree. One tail of Xiaojiu suddenly swung, as if grabbing an invisible line in the void. Roar! The Vajra violent ape suddenly widened its eyes and let out a world-shaking roar. Right after that, its upper body sprang up, its huge mouth opened, and it bit fiercely toward the ground. Puff! A large mouthful of foul-smelling black blood sprayed out. And at the very center of that pool of black blood, a metal block wrapped in 7 colored flames, fully crimson, releasing a heart-chilling sharp edge, clinked once and rolled onto the marble floor. In an instant, a gloomy cold wave swept the whole place, and even the crystal tea table several meters away was shaken into cracks by that sharp force. Already prepared, Wang Xiao was quick-eyed and fast-handed, and with a backhand took out a specially made heavy lead box from his space ring. Pa! The metal block, wrapped by flames, fell into the box. Close the lid, stick the seal, put it into the ring. The whole set of actions flowed like moving clouds in water, so fast that after-images even appeared. In less than 2 seconds, that priceless legendary-grade material had already taken the surname Wang. But this was not the end. Although the tumor had been removed, the previous Insha aura had raged inside the violent ape for a long time. If those corroded meridians left behind were not completely purified, it would surely become a huge hidden danger in the future. Since he had taken the money, although it had not arrived yet, Wang Xiao decided to make the after-sales service thorough. Xiaojiu, work overtime. Wang Xiao moved his mind. The glass-clear purifying fire that originally wrapped the essence of gunmetal did not disperse, but instead turned into countless dense fire threads, traveling along the Vajra-violent ape's extraordinary meridians in 8 vessels. Chi chi chi. As the 7 colored flames washed through, strands of visible black-gray Insha aura were forced out from the ape's pores, and the moment they touched the air, they were instantly evaporated by the high temperature. A full quarter of an hour. Wang Xiao maintained the posture of pressing down with one hand in the air the whole time, his expression focused. Only when the Vajra-violent ape's originally ashen skin once again glowed with a faint golden sheen, and its breathing changed from rapid to deep and powerful, completely turning danger into safety, did he slowly withdraw his mental power. Who? Xiao Zhou opened its mouth and sucked, swallowing the remaining flames back into its belly, then proudly flicked its tail. Wang Xiao straightened his waist, pretended to wipe the sweat that did not exist on his forehead, showing a weak look of overconsumption. I did not fail the mission. He pointed at the box that had already been put away, and seriously talked nonsense. This is the stone that caused its mutation. Extremely toxic, heavily radiating. An ordinary person would rot their hand just by touching it. For safety reasons, I will take this thing back to destroy it. Clan head Miao has no objection, right? The whole place fell into dead silence. The experts present had their mouths twitching like crazy. Stone? Can the stone from your home burn a hole in the floor? Can the stone from your home release pressure comparable to divine weapons? That was clearly the essence of gunmetal that clan head Miao had just spent 40 million to buy. This was not destroying toxic material, this was clearly open robbery. But who dared to say anything? Did Miao Zuelan dare to speak? She looked at the Vajra-violent ape in the cage. As the toxic thing left its body, the layer of ashen metal color on its surface was fading at a visible speed. Tears instantly fell. The ape's originally weak heartbeat had now become strong and powerful. It could even stick out its tongue and lick Miao Zuelan's hand back. Alive. Really alive. No objection. Of course, no objection. Miao Zuelan tightly hugged her beloved pet that she had regained, crying like a 200-gene child. That kind of harmful thing, Mr. Wang, just take it. If handling it is troublesome and needs cost, you just speak. She was a smart person. The Diamond Vajra-violent ape is the Miao family's stabilizing needle. As long as it lives, the Miao family's position in Jinling is as steady as Mount Tai. As for that piece of gunmetal essence? That was the fierce weapon that almost killed the violent ape. Although its value is priceless, keeping it in the Miao family is just a disgusting thing. And also, Wang Xiao's godlike fire control skill just now had already completely shocked her. Using one useless material to make friends with an unfathomable young divine doctor, this account is profitable no matter how you calculate it. Cough cough, the handling cost is not needed. Although Wang Xiao had thick skin, he still did not have the face to take another garbage handling fee. He tidied his collar and returned to that cold and aloof posture. Since the disease root is removed, what remains is nursing. These few days feed more liquid food, do not give it those messy tonics. After saying that, he turned around and wanted to leave. Mr. Wang, please wait. Miao Zuelan finally came back to her senses from wild joy. She wiped her tears, stood up, and recovered some of the bearing of a family head. Steward. Transfer the money. The old steward at the side who had long been stunned shivered all over, and hurriedly took out a tablet to operate. Ding. Wang Zhao's phone vibrated once. Your account ending 8888 received federal coins 50 million.00 at 2105, current balance, 86,500,000.00. Looking at that string of pleasing zeros, the abacus in Wang Zhao's heart crackled loudly. 30 million of the principal came back, and he net earned 20 million more, plus one legendary level material. This wave is winning to numbness. Mr. Wang, great kindness does not need words of thanks. Miao Zuelan walked in front of Wang Xiao and deeply bowed again, her tone extremely sincere. The matter shows at the auction before was my Miao family's ignorance. This card has 50 million consultation fee, and also. She paused, and took out from her chest a token engraved with a golden ape. This is the Miao family's guest elder token. In the future in Jiangnan province, as long as Mr. Wang has needs, the Miao family will surely give full support. The experts around watched until their eyes turned red. 50 million cash. Guest elder token. And that legendary level material that was taken away. This is not seeing a doctor, this is simply robbing a bank. No, robbing a bank is not even this fast. They rubbed their hands one by one, faces full of smiles, surrounding him, business cards handed over like snowflakes. Divine Dr. Wang, I am the vice chairman of the Jinling Cultivation Association, this is my business card. Mr. Wang, I have a few rare fire-type spirit herbs in my hand, I wonder if you are interested. Master Wang, could you give face and eat a meal together? Wang Xiao politely and distantly took the business cards, casually stuffed them into his pocket, the expression on his face full of, do not come near me. He did not need these connections. In this world where strength is respected, as long as he is strong enough, connections will naturally come to find him. Family head Miao is too polite. Wang Xiao put away the token, but his eyes did not leave Miao Zuilan's face. Instead there was a bit more deep meaning. Actually, besides the consultation fee, I remember the bounty also said, one can choose any one collection from the Miao family treasure vault? Miao Zuilan was stunned for a moment, then laughed boldly, of course. Whatever Mr. Wang likes, just take it. As long as the violent ape lives, what do the dead things in the treasure vault count as? To tell the truth. Wang Xiao revealed the dagger at the end of the map, his eyes slightly flickering. I have recently been researching a new type of puppet evolution route. Besides this piece of stone, I still need some materials with special attributes. He raised 3 fingers. Space type, undead type, or pure life type. As long as it is legendary level or above, I am interested. Xiao Bei's 6 Paths Puppet Master plan still needs 3 kinds of materials. The Gung Metal Essence counts as the core of the weapon type, if other ones can be found in the Miao family treasure vault. Miao Zuilan heard this and slightly frowned, seeming to recall something. After a moment, her eyes lit up. Legendary level materials of space type and undead type indeed are not in the treasure vault. That kind of thing is too rare. Generally they are held in the hands of the military or big financial groups. A hint of disappointment flickered in Wang Xiao's eyes. Well, legendary materials aren't like cabbages, they can't be found everywhere. But... Miao Zuilan's tone shifted, lowering her voice. If it's something related to life, my father brought something back during his adventure in the Sun Luo secret realm years ago. Oh? Wang Xiao became interested. That thing is very strange, it looks like a seed, but also like a heart. Miao Zuilan's face showed a hint of caution. It has been kept in the deepest part of the treasure vault for decades, and any plant-based pet beasts that get near it go mad. We asked many appraisers, but none could figure out its origins. All we know is that it contains an extremely terrifying life force. A seed? A heart? It drives plant-based pet beasts crazy? Wang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. The truth scales in his consciousness trembled slightly, as if sensing some kind of similar law fluctuation. This description sounds like the life ring in the 6 realms. Lead the way. Wang Xiao spoke briefly, not even bothering with pleasantries. Miao Zuilan didn't hesitate either, turning to the butler and instructing, boldly, take Mr. Wang to the 3rd underground level, with the highest access. Yes. The old butler bowed respectfully, making a gesture of invitation. Wang Xiao picked up the lead box containing the essence of Gengjin, a satisfied curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Tonight's purchase, it seems, isn't over yet. He followed the butler through the long corridor, heading towards the deepest part of the Miao family estate. Behind him, the heavy door to the underground vault slowly opened, like the mouth of a giant beast, waiting to devour, or be devoured. Chapter 70, Half-Step Mythical Heart. Crown my pet beast with torture. The 3rd underground level. The elevator door slid open, and the chilling coldness instantly penetrated to the bones. There was no decoration here, just half-meter thick alloy walls and an oppressive, suffocating atmosphere. Infrared scanning nets crisscrossed in all directions, and the surveillance cameras overhead flickered with dim red light, like countless probing compound eyes. The old butler swiped open the final retinal lock, and the heavy pressure valve slowly rose. Wang Xiao had his hands in his pockets, seemingly indifferent, but in reality, the data stream from the truth scales was already rushing wildly across his retina. Left side, deep-sea cold iron, commander level, purity 65%. Right side, crimson flame dragon scales, king level, incomplete, severely lost its spirit. Just ordinary stuff, even too poor to be used as snacks for Xiaojiu. This kind of lofty attitude, seeing money as dirt, made Miao Zuilan, following behind, feel even more in awe. We're here. Miao Zuilan stopped, her expression unusually solemn, even instinctively stepping back half a step, unwilling to cross the yellow warning line on the floor. At the end of the corridor was a specially made independent display platform. The platform was covered by heavy leaded glass, and strangely, within a 10-meter radius of the platform, the rocky ground was completely covered in wriggling thick moss. It was like countless tiny green maggots, burrowing in and out of the cracks in the hard rock, greedily devouring every bit of nutrients floating in the air. Wang Xiao squinted his eyes. Inside the glass cover, there was a heart. It was entirely jade-like, the size of an infant's fist, with dark red root-like veins spreading across its surface. Thump. Thump. It was beating. Each faint beat sent out visible green ripples. Instantly, Wang Zhao's shadow erupted into a violent boil. The hunger from Xiao Bei, deep from the soul, crashed into his spirit like a tsunami, causing his head to throb painfully. Truth scales, full power analysis. Boom. The data stream on his retina exploded, and a line of bright crimson characters slammed into his eyes. Target item, Sun Luo Demon God Heart, incomplete. Rank, totem level, half-step mythical. Origin, leftover core of the plant-based demon god Sun Luo after its fall 300 years ago, containing fragments of immortality and regeneration laws. Status, dormant, extremely dangerous. Value, unmeasurable, recommend immediate capture. Wang Xiao's breath halted for a moment. Half-step mythology? If this thing gets out, it would be enough to stir up a bloody storm in the entire Federation. Mr. Wang, your insight is indeed sharp. Miao Chuilan saw Wang Xiao staring at the heart, forced a bitter smile, and spoke with helplessness and awe. This is something my father risked half his life to bring out from the depths of the Senluo secret realm. After being appraised by several masters, it should be the life core left behind by a totem-level plant-type beast after its fall. She did not hide it but spoke openly. Trying to be clever in front of young Master Wang would be like seeking death. Totem level. Wang Xiao slightly nodded, his expression still calm. Good stuff. But in his heart, he was sneering. It seemed that the Miao family didn't know the true value of this thing. Totem level? No, this is totem peak, half-step mythology. In the beast taming world, anything related to mythology is invaluable, beyond what money can measure. If Miao Chuilan knew that this heart came from a half-step mythology demon god, she wouldn't even think about sending a favor. Even if she had to fill the entire Miao family into it, she would still find a way to keep it. Since the other party made a mistake, he would naturally make the most of it. Indeed, it is top quality. Miao Chuilan sighed, the vitality contained is vast beyond imagination. But unfortunately, it's a hot potato. She pointed to the strange moss. The spiritual pollution of this thing is too severe. Not only will it assimilate the surrounding environment, but it will also drive nearby plant-type beasts mad and distort them. Over the past few decades, the Miao family has invited countless experts, even using a sealing formation, but we couldn't remove the murderous aura inside. Not to mention using it, even just keeping it here is a huge hidden danger. At this point, Miao Chuilan glanced at Wang Xiao and cautiously said, Mr. Wang, although this item is precious, without special purification methods, if you take it back, it might. She was kindly reminding him. Wang Xiao turned around, looked at Miao Chuilan, and the corner of his mouth curled into a playful arc. Miao family head has good intentions. His tone was indifferent, but it carried an unquestionable confidence. However, what's poison in others' hands might be medicine in mine. Saying that, he lightly patted his shadow. My elders have some special methods of training for such disobedient little things. Miao Chuilan's body trembled violently. Elders in his family. Special methods. Can they solve even totem-level spiritual pollution? What kind of family is the Wang family? In that instant, the awe in Miao Chuilan's eyes almost overflowed. She was a smart woman. This heart was a ticking time bomb in the Miao family's hands, but in Wang Zhao's hands, if it could be turned from waste into treasure, what the Miao family was offering was not just an item, but a heavy favor. A favor that would owe the hidden Wang family. Since Mr. Wang is confident, then that's even better. Miao Chuilan made a quick decision, her face showing a sincere smile. A good sword to a hero. This thing has been gathering dust in the Miao family for many years. If it can help Mr. Wang, it's its destiny. Mr. Wang, please take it. Not only did she not ask for money, but her tone even carried a bit of flattery. This is vision. Wang Xiao deeply looked at Miao Chuilan. This woman must have something special to be able to hold the position of the family head. Then I will not be polite. Wang Xiao was not pretentious and snapped his fingers. Little Bei, pack it up. Sizzle. The shadow on the ground suddenly cracked open, and countless black shadow threads surged out like tentacles. This time, Xiao Bei did not directly devour it, but carefully used shadow energy to construct an absolutely sealed subspace pocket, swallowing the glass dome and the heart in one go. Even so, at the moment of swallowing, the air in the entire basement seemed to freeze for an instant. That was the pressure of a higher being. But in the next second, everything returned to calm. Miao Chuilan looked at the empty display stand and breathed a sigh of relief. The heavy stone in her heart finally fell. Half an hour later. The rain stopped, and the sky cleared, with stars and the moon hanging high. Wang Xiao sat in the extended Lincoln arranged by the Miao family, playing with the golden guest token. The harvest from this trip had already far exceeded expectations. Account balance, 86.5 million. Materials, essence of gung metal, legendary, heart of the forest demon god, half-step mythical. Along with the previously acquired chaos element core, legendary, and crystal of spirit consciousness, legendary. The 6 extreme attributes needed for Little Bei's evolution into 6 paths puppeteer had already gathered 4, warfare, life, chaos, and thought. Only the last 2, space and undead, were left. One more week, the trial tower will open. Wang Xiao looked at the neon lights flashing outside the car window, his eyes gradually becoming sharp. A week is enough to transform Little Bei. Back in the rented apartment, Wang Xiao locked the door and drew the curtains. Come out. A summoning circle flashed with light, and Little Bei's unique half-mechanical, half-plant body appeared in the living room. Compared to when they first formed the contract, Little Bay was no longer as naive. Now it had begun to show a terrifying appearance. Two sickles gleamed with cold, eerie light, the flower bud was tightly closed, and faint black mist surrounded it. Little Bay, are you afraid of pain? Wang Xiao crouched down and softly asked. Little Bay shook its flower bud, two tendrils affectionately rubbed Wang Xiao's palm, transmitting a determined emotion, for the master, not afraid. Good child. Wang Xiao took out the heavy lead box from the system space. He opened the lid. Inside lay the crimson essence of gunmetal, silently resting. Even without touching it, its sharp aura made one's skin ache. This was the core of the path of warfare. To become the strongest assassin, one must first turn oneself into the sharpest knife. System, activate the absolute suppression mode. Ding. 500 energy points deducted, absolute suppression field activated. Warning, the fusion process will cause immense pain to the pet, please prepare the host. Begin. Wang Xiao's eyes hardened as he pressed the essence of gunmetal to Little Bay's root. Zzzzz. It was like a red-hot branding iron pressed into flesh. The moment the essence of gunmetal touched Little Bay's body, it instantly transformed into billions of golden sharp energies, crazily drilling into its plant fibers. It felt like countless invisible blades were frantically cutting, crushing, and then reorganizing inside Little Bay's body. Key. Little Bay let out a silent scream as its body twitched violently, its pitch-black tendrils cracking one by one, leaking out dark green juice. But the next second, under the high-energy nutrient solution that Wang Xiao relentlessly poured into it, the wounds rapidly healed. Tear. Heal. Tear again. Heal again. This was not rebirth, but the most brutal torture. Wang Xiao stared intently at Little Bay, his spiritual power constantly connected with it, sharing the excruciating pain that tore at the soul. Hang in there. His voice was hoarse, carrying an unquestionable command. Swallow this power. It is your bone, it is your blade. Chapter 71, Physical Transcendence. Undead System? This is a walking ATM. 2 days and 2 nights. The living room of the rented apartment was sealed tight, not even a sliver of light could get through. Wang Xiao's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the golden energy wreaking havoc inside Little Bay. This was not only Little Bay's tribulation, but also a severe test of his mental power. Every time the energy tore and reorganized, he needed to use the balance of truth for micron-level precise guidance. A slight mistake in this highly potential mutated shadow bud would turn into a pile of withered, rotten grass. Last strike. Condense for me. Wang Xiao's voice was low and firm as he poured the last bottle of high-energy repair liquid onto Little Bay's root. A sharp sound like metal vibrating echoed through the air. Little Bay's originally pitch-black body instantly stiffened, a chillingly sharp aura erupted from within it. The once soft tendrils now gleamed with a cold metallic luster, especially the 2 giant side-like blades, whose edges now sported a glaring golden line. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The pet mutated shadow bud has successfully fused with the legendary material essence of Gengjin. The 6 Paths Puppet Master Warpath has been activated. New ability obtained, Gengjin Slaughter, attack includes 100% armor-piercing effect, bind hardness raised to the level of divine weapons of the same tier, ignoring most physical defense skills. 100% armor-piercing. Wang Xiao looked at the system panel, and couldn't help but smile broadly. What does this mean? It means that among pets of the same level, Xiaobei will be invincible. Even those pets famous for their defense, like earth or steel types, will be as fragile as tofu in front of Xiaobei now. Key. Xiaobei swung the side, effortlessly slicing through the solid wooden coffee table in front of it. No sound, no resistance, the thick coffee table split instantly into 2, the cut smooth as a mirror. Good child, if anyone dares to challenge your hardness, teach them what it means to be human. Wang Xiao patted Xiaobei's bud, pleased. Then, his gaze shifted to the subspace pocket wrapped in shadows. Inside, there lay an even more dangerous presence, the heart of the forest demon god. As soon as he took it out, the terrifying mental contamination caused the temperature in the room to plummet. Warning! Detected half-step myth-level mental contamination. Current pet's mental power is insufficient, forced consumption will have a 99.9% fatality rate. I know I can't eat it, who said I had to? Wang Xiao sneered, and with a thought, the truth scales instantly expanded a golden shield, firmly blocking the evil thoughts that attempted to erode Xiaobei's mind. If it were an ordinary person, they would indeed be helpless against this thing. But as long as we cut off the mental contamination, it's just an infinite super health potion. Wang Xiao took out a special breathing pot from the system space, filled with high-level spiritual soil. He carefully buried the throbbing green heart into the soil, leaving only its root-like veins exposed. Xiaobei, take root. Key? Is it flower fertilizer? Exactly, use it as flower fertilizer. Don't think about swallowing it whole, that would undoubtedly be a death wish. What you need to do is let the roots latch onto its veins, slowly absorbing its life force. Xiao Bei nodded as if it understood, carefully extending its roots to wrap around the heart. In an instant, an enormous, unimaginable amount of life energy surged into Xiao Bei's body through the roots. The slight dark injuries left from fusing the essence of Gengjin healed at a visible speed. Even the vines that were severed earlier grew back in the blink of an eye, the new growth tender yet resilient. It's done. Wang Xiao looked at the scene, fully satisfied. Now, the Shadow Bot had the strongest spear in its left hand with 100% armor piercing, and the strongest shield underfoot, endlessly replenishing health. Just as he was immersed in the joy of completing the training game, his phone, placed aside, suddenly began vibrating wildly. Incoming call, rich woman. Oh no, Su Qinghan. Hello? Already spent the bonus so soon? Wang Xiao was in a good mood, his tone light and carefree. Wang Xiao, something happened. On the other end of the phone, Su Qinghan's voice was unusually serious, even with a hint of barely noticeable anxiety. The rules of the trial tower have changed. Wang Xiao raised an eyebrow. What? Did they change it to landlord? Stop joking. Su Qinghan took a deep breath. Just now, the Alliance issued an emergency notice. This year's Beastmaster Trial Tower is no longer a single-player climbing challenge but has changed to a survival elimination system. Survival elimination? Yes. The internal space of the trial tower has reset for unknown reasons. The original simulated environment is gone, replaced by a fragment of an ancient battlefield. Su Qinghan spoke quickly. It is said that the seal at the bottom of the tower has loosened, leaking a large amount of death energy. Now, the trial tower is not only breeding a large number of ferocious beasts, but also many extremely troublesome ghost-type pets. All major families are urgently adjusting their team configurations. Currently, high-level light and fire-type beastmasters on the market. The price has skyrocketed, and everyone wants to get in on the action. Ghost system? Death energy? Wang Xiao had been absent-mindedly picking his nails, but upon hearing these two words, his action suddenly stopped. Are you saying it's filled with a heavy, ghostly atmosphere now, with spirits everywhere? Yes, it's very dangerous. Su Qinghan misunderstood, thinking he was worried, but don't worry, I've already arranged for a batch of high-level light-type protective talismans from my family. As long as we're careful. Wait. Wang Xiao interrupted her, his voice tinged with an uncontrollable excitement. Boss Su, you just said that, aside from the ghosts, there are many attribute treasures formed by the death energy? Su Qinghan paused for a moment. Indeed. According to the information, someone saw soul crystals inside, and even the accompanying otherworld flowers. Why are you asking about this? Why? Wang Xiao glanced at the little Bei, who was swinging his scythe. The core material for the six-path Puppet Master Undead Path, isn't it a top-tier undead-type spiritual item? Just now, he was still worrying about where to find such underworld materials, and now the heavens have practically handed them to him on a silver platter? Nothing. Wang Xiao licked his lips, his eyes shining brighter than little Bei's scythe. I just thought, since it's a survival challenge, as victims, isn't it only fair for us to go in and claim some spiritual damages? Su Qinghan fell silent for 2 seconds. Wang Xiao, let me remind you, that's an ancient battlefield, not your stock warehouse. Don't worry, I'm the most law-abiding person. Wang Xiao smiled brightly, harmless as a lamb. At this moment, the phone rang again. This time it was Gu Wanwan. Champion Wang, are you busy? Gu Wanwan's lazy voice came through. A few new high-end battlesuits just arrived in the shop, and there are also some custom-made beast companion gear. So, what do you think? Interested in bringing your top idol over for a commercial shoot? Anything you like, it's on me. Wang Xiao glanced down. Little Gio had just finished evolving, and his fur was shinier now. He really needed a piece of clothing that matched his status. Dabai had just joined the team and was still bare-chested. Little Bei, now full of metallic flair, also needed some adornments. Since they were going to stock up, they had to dress decently. Got time? Of course, I've got time. Wang Xiao grabbed Little Gio and smiled into the phone. Store manager Gu, prepare the most expensive tea, we're on our way. By the way, I'm bringing the whole family for a photo shoot. Is your studio big enough? Whole family? Gu Wanwan paused for a moment, then laughed. Don't worry, even if you bring a zoo, I've got space.